True. I mean, like, it depends how cold we're talking, but it rarely gets below, say, -5 here. In the south, at least. I don't know about the north, really.
So it's mainly cloudy in the UK?
Sorry?
Mainly cloudy in the UK? Like, I hear it's raining all the time.
Yeah, it rains a lot. Yeah, I wouldn't say it rains all the time, but...
So do you guys use solar panels? I don't know. Is it a hindrance over there? Like, they don't work that well?
I don't know.
I guess so, yeah. You'd have to have the right, like, safe-facing ones and everything set up right, yeah.
I don't know. I don't own solar panels.
We bought a big system. I've got a 600 amp hour backup battery and 32 panels, like 110% of our needs, and it's been good. A couple years in, haven't ever paid more than $30, and then sometimes I get 20 or 30 back.
Nice. Oh, very nice.
Say what?
Very nice. Yeah. How much did it cost?
It was 69,000, but we got 22,000 back from the government, so like 49. Okay. But it was the top of the line 15K inverter, so like at any given moment. So let's just say that it's nighttime and the power just goes out. It's less than a second. I'm full power. You know what I mean? Like my modem won't even turn off, and if I wanted to, I can pull 15,000 watts instant because it's lithium batteries. But I just wanted the security because I'm in Texas. I wanted, like, if things go really crazy with the Texas grid, we wanted to invest in actual like infrastructure so that we could take care of ourselves. I mean, rather than just having money in the bank or savings or retirement, we pulled a little and just made this happen because if I wanted to, I can remove the dongle and it's just a complete standalone power system. If there's sun, I can operate.
Nice. And in Texas, there's always sun, to be fair. So. Does it ever rain in Texas?
Yeah, it rains a bunch. We have like a rainy season where it just pours for days.
It's got a snowstorm nowadays,
right? Poor you guys. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
It depends on what part of Texas. I mean, you go down south, that's subtropical. It rains like every other day, like Houston, San Antonio, Brownsville. You go up north, like Dallas. There's been times where it hasn't rained here for like over 2 months, easy, 2.5 months. That's usually during the middle of the summer, though. But it's all over the place. Really bipolar.
It can get so hot too. Like I think about a few years ago, within 6 to 8 years ago, there was 100 day over 100, and that was pretty brutal.
Or 100 degrees.
Well, yeah, the high was 100 degrees or more it was like a record.
We actually had really hot weather a couple of summers back. I think our hottest day was something like 41 C. I don't know what that is in F, but I think that's over 100. Which for England is amazing, you know, like to get to those temperatures is... Must be global warming. Ooh.
106.
Well, it went from 10 degrees Celsius here. In 1 hour, it's -6 now.
Oh, wow.
We just went from setting a record high yesterday, like somewhere in the mid 60s, for the day. A record for the day. We were in like the mid or upper 60s yesterday. To woke up and it was like 14 degrees, 2-degree wind chill. That happened. So yeah, that's we had like a 60-degree temperature swing in 12 hours.
It's supposed to be snowing in March in England, right? Or like most of Europe. So we'll see how that goes.
I hope not.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Especially where I live, it snows for a day and the snow sticks around for at least a week.
Yeah, that'd suck.
Just one road in the village and one road out. It kind of fucks everything up. Screws everything up.
Yeah, I remember probably 15 years ago now, I was I went to a house to do some work, and it was snowing, and it was actually, the road was iced, and you had to go down the hill, but then because it was in a village, you couldn't get back up the hill. It was so iced, you just basically had to just stay there until the road thawed. It was awful.
Everyone just usually leaves the cars on the main road if it's like that. Especially some of these hills. No chance you're getting up or down safely.
Yeah.
Or you guys could invest in some infrastructure to freaking clear the roads and salt them if needed.
Oh, yeah. They do a good job, to be honest. Yeah. They do. It's
They do
almost
know.
like they must have like a time machine or some kind of like crystal ball or something. Because as soon as the gritters are out and it's coming. Oh dear, they know something.
I mean, yeah, like when we know we're gonna get snow or especially like or ice, whatever, like they pre-treat the roads. They put down like a chemical like ice melter down onto the road so that when the shit hits, it just melts right away. And then if you get a lot of snow, makes it easy to clear so it doesn't bind to the surface, and then the snowplow comes through and it can push it right off to the side.
It's a great excuse not to go work, though, isn't it? I live in a village and there's no way out.
It's the kind of thing that the
supplies for
places
4 days.
I mean, like a lot of places just like in the southern United States, they get a little bit of snow and they freak out, everything shuts down. But there's a lot of people who live in snowy climates where, the snow sticks around for half of the damn year and nothing shuts down, nothing stops. Like, it's just funny, like people who don't live in an area like that, they think they have no option. Like, how do you even live?
Well, I think the councils are trying to ban log fires, and my village is not happy with that anyway. We're protesting it. We're just doing it anyway. Fuck them.
Why would they? Why?
Banners. Fucking emissions, carbon, whatever the fuck, global, whatever, environmental issues. But we're just saying fuck it anyway. What are they gonna do?
Even if that was legit, like if every single village in England burned log fires every day, it would be fuck all compared to like the output of a single Chinese factory.
Right. Yeah. They don't care, do they? So
Actually, also when it comes to like wood burning stoves and fireplaces, things like that, they really only put off like smoke emissions when they're starting up. Once you get a good hot fire rolling, it doesn't put out hardly any smoke.
But it's stupid anyway. Like, I mean, the whole idea.
It's a good stoichiometric ratio, right? As long as it's not too rich or too lean, it'll definitely burn very efficient.
Yeah, you got to get the amount of like air intake right and whatever. But yeah, like a good hot fire with the right amount of air doesn't smolder.
see, that used to be the way.
Wood better be dry
you'd have a
too.
fireplace in the center of the house, and you'd have log beams going through the flooring, and that would just keep the house warm, and the bricks would hold the heat. It was good technology. And now we've just got like plasterboard and MDF fucking walls, in these new buildings.
What about not living completely underground, but living like half underground and half above ground? Like to have the whole house buried except for one side of the house?
Yeah, like a hobbit.
There's some earthen homes and berm homes where I live. They're all right, but they're dark, and there's always a problem with moisture infiltration. So they're not the best idea.
I mean, it's a pretty solid idea because, like, yeah, once you get, what is it, like 6 feet underground or something, it's the same temperature all year round. It's this nice, like, cellar temperature. So it helps you to cool during the summer and actually warm during the winter as well. But there's only limited amounts of, like, hillside, property, which typically, it raises property value. Everybody wants to build into the side of a hill, like, because it looks nice. There's lots of reasons. Not everybody can have a side of a hill.
A lot of those homes are uninsurable because of the moisture barrier problem. So if you try to sell it, you can't even get a loan half the time. So,
Well, I mean, actually, if you build on a slope, water runs downhill instead of settling next to the foundation.
Yeah, but the water table that you're in, right, or whenever it rains, there's going to be a moisture problem.
I don't know. That doesn't seem to be an issue around here. That might be a regional thing, like, or if you have a really high water table, but.
You talking about moisture inside the house?
I'm talking about it. Even if you use concrete and you build the walls up into a berm or into a hill or, halfway submerge it. Even people with basements have this problem. That's why they put sump pumps in. Sometimes the moisture is a big deal. So it'll come through the cracks in the concrete and stuff, and you'll have to have some sort of sump system or some kind of moisture barrier, but they don't last forever. So it's really hard to keep moisture out.
Yeah, but that's an issue everybody with a basement has, like you said. So yeah, we know how to rectify that. And also with today's foundations being poured, they're not, you don't have cracking mortar lines and stuff like that. There was also an issue where they were putting too thick of insulation, or was it not enough? Whatever, they put a foam insulation against that foundation too, and having the right amount of insulation there helps to rectify that as well.
Well, concrete is like a really hard sponge, extremely porous. You ever spill like old engine oil from like changing an oil on a car on concrete and trying to get it back up? You'll know what I mean.
Yeah, they put like a tar waterproofing on the outside of it, and that fills those pores. And then also, having the right drainage, gravel around help, and also, of course, like making sure that your gutters run off, at least like 4 or 6 feet away from the foundation, keeps stuff from pooling at the foundation. Like there's steps that you got to take, but if everything's done properly, it's not an issue. It might be 100 years down the road or something like that, but nothing is made to last forever.
Yeah, I mean they have products you can roll on the concrete because it's actually a really big problem with basements, like you guys were mentioning. The moisture is unreal.
If someone doesn't have a sump pump, depending on where they live, they're probably going to have a flooded basement. I'm dealing with that here where I'm at. If power goes out, or if the pump goes bad and you don't notice it, right, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, we
There's
have
that much moisture.
Yeah,
almost every house. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm in the freaking Great Lakes region, so yeah, there's moisture everywhere. It's all fucking packed with ponds and lakes everywhere, rivers everywhere. But we all have basements and we all have sump pumps, and we don't all have flood problems.
Yeah, my foundation is in sand and it's got perfect drainage. I never have a problem. I don't have a sump pump. I have a hole in the basement floor and a dehumidifier.
So it's like a drain?
Yeah.
You have a floor drain?
Every basement's got a floor drain.
Interesting.
And then and I mean, and most people, like, if all that stuff is done properly, we have the sump pump for backup. But most people, if it's all done properly, your sump pump very rarely ever has to run. It's just more of like a backup.
Yeah, the hose from my dehumidifier goes into the hole. So yeah, good drainage helps.
The area that I live in has a lot of clay in the soil,
Yeah,
and so a lot of people will, dig ponds, and they don't even have to seal it with any additional clay. Usually, it works pretty well on its own. But so we don't have great drainage, and if it rains, the sump pump will probably run for a couple days, depending on how heavy the rain is. So I'm in Missouri, and we get a lot of rain, especially this time of year. And if that pump goes out for 15 minutes, it's going to start flooding.
Yeah, that's where for clay soil like that, having proper grading around the house would do wonders. Make sure that it's higher against the house and runs away, and then has like somewhere to escape to instead of pooling. That's where understanding level water comes in handy. Yeah, if you've got any low spots against the foundation, like where the hills are running towards the house, it's something that any house anywhere, maybe you need to take out some soil a little further from the house, or maybe you need to add some soil up against the house.
Yeah, Lou, with all due respect, man, this is a shop I'm talking about, and there is an awning that is 10 to 20 feet all the way around it. So it doesn't rain or have any water running towards the foundation of the shop. It's just bad soil.
Is that what's going on with the mud flood stuff? Oh.
Yeah, depending on where you are, you have more clay or you have less clay. It drains more or drains less,
Well, that's where, I mean, if you do have a big issue with that, you excavate around the foundation and throw in some good, some gravel for drainage, before you cover that up again.
So you want me to dig up concrete and asphalt and then do a different grade and set it down again?
Well, that's what people do all the time when they do have leaky, cracked foundations and stuff. Yeah, you dig out the whole foundation of the house, water seal all the cracks, and then backfill with a ton of gravel. Not saying I want you to do it. That sounds like a lot of work, but if you need to do it, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, I'm thinking something like that would probably cost me $50,000 right off the top.
That's what I just said. It's only $50,000, man. What are you talking?
Yeah, they'd have to shore your whole house up.
It depends on the size of the place. It's cheaper than that.
Yeah, but if he's talking landscaping and asphalt and everything's concrete,
Yeah.
right? So I can see where he's coming from.
Yeah, if you got to re-pour your driveway and sidewalks and stuff like that, that's obviously adds on to it. As far as like the insulation around the foundation, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think around here there was a period of time in the early 2000s or late 90s where they were doing too thick, like too much insulation, and then it was causing condensation to build up there, and then getting seepage. So it's like getting all that stuff right. There's a proper balance.
Didn't want to change the subject, but I was going to ask how many folks have listened to Bruce over at Mindshock do logical analysis breakdowns.
Oh yeah, he's great.
Did you hear the one on the moon, on Matt Walsh's moon announcement? Like he was talking against moon landing deniers. He broke that down.
Talking against moon landing deniers.
Yeah, Matt Walsh had this like monologue where he was just like saying, how dare you? You're not American. He didn't say that verbatim, but it was just very like when you watch it, it's silly. And Bruce broke it down logically, like how many fallacies did he use, and it was a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, Walsh did good with his "What Is a Woman" documentary, but when it comes to that, he's a fucking blue-pilled normie for sure.
He's a plant. He's a plant. What they've done is they've said, oh yeah, basically you need to, because this whole gender ideology is so retarded, it's a really easy win, and then they can make him appear to be reasonable by going against it, and then he can then be used to shoehorn people away from other conspiracy topics. So imagine how low the bar has to be now. All you have to do is think that a woman actually is a woman.
Yeah, I totally get it. That makes perfect sense. I mean, and you see it all over the place, not just with Matt Walsh by any means. Like, there's a lot of people who, they just, they all of a sudden being a truther means being a mega Republican.
Yeah, I even saw a TikTok. No, it was like one of the. Oh, go ahead, Lucky, and then I'll say it.
I'm sorry about that. I was like, yeah, they like to tie it in, compartmentalize you, and you know what I mean. That way, you're still, especially what he's talking about. It sounds like trying to throw out the baby. Like you got a guy who's gonna, point at things that most of us all are concerned about, and then, once you get on this bus, it kind of drives you off the cliff with some old normie nonsense. You know what I mean? Kind of steers another fraction of the population away from actually continuing to drive for actual truth, no matter if it hurts their, team or whatever. It gets you on team-minded. You know what I mean? Just
it's party over politics.
Just grim anyway.
They see when they say make America great again, they're talking about the Apollo program, the high watermark of sort of American exceptionalism. So when you tell them that shit was faked, you're basically telling them that their high watermark was the epitome of government-sanctioned propaganda.
Yeah, it's not a high watermark. It's more like a shit stain.
Yeah, like an actual shit stain that you want to. Yeah. So then, the same thing. Like my nephew, he was like, I was talking about. They say, Crit thinks the Earth is flat, and he said to me, "So, were you part of Antifa now?"
Oh my goodness! See how they're conditioned to respond that way? Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like, how did you? What? How did you? Because apparently, moon denial.
Antifa? Oh, then you're a Nazi.
Yeah, denial of the lunar mission means that you're somehow a communist sympathizer.
Well, it's sad because it hits close to home for you on that one, right? When you're,
Yeah, but it's okay though because with my family, they don't take it that serious. They're just kind of like, whatever. They take it serious if they actually are debating like a like a card carrying Democrat. I mean, they're all fangs and claws at that point. But for me, they just kind of make those like side jokes about like, how was the last like brown shirt rally? I go, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What was the name of the guy that broke down that Matt Walsh rhetoric?
Sorry, I was muted. His name is Bruce, and he runs the channel Mind Shock.
Mind Shock. Okay, thanks, man.
Definitely. I was going to mention too, I saw a reel, like a little TikTok or something on Mr. Beast, and it said that he's owned, like Mr. Beast and his affiliate friends are owned by Disney. I didn't even know that, pushing mad agenda.
Well, yeah, man. Broadcast television, they knew the time was coming. So what do? They set up all these YouTube channels and they make you think, oh, that guy behind the camera, he's the one pulling all the strings. It's like, no.
Yeah. I think that's just, no offense to anybody who, but it smells like that. It's the same thing with the way they're indicting Trump. It's like, yeah, they couldn't get a lot of the people to relate to him because, obviously none of the black vote and all of that. But now all of a sudden, all of this black vote is coming in because he's getting all these indictments. They're more able to relate to him. Oh, the government trying to keep him down. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it's just the black voter, but I'm saying that might be what compels a lot of them to start actually at least looking at whatever the good Jesuit program, because it's like, for me, it's like good Jesuit, bad Jesuit, good cop, bad cop. It's like controlled opposition. And so they said there's a Hegel's dialectic, and you have a synthesis, like it's left or right, and then so that would be purple, anything in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, so, but because you don't want to think outside the box, because you're not given, a lot of people don't do that, right? Obviously we do. We don't care about ridicule. We don't care about all of that kind of stuff. But some people are actually confined by that social ridicule. They don't want to, even though that's what gives them even cognitive dissonance, right? They would literally hold a couple of different contradictory ideas to be true only because they're afraid, that other people will laugh at them. Really weird. We got to all face it. We all get laughed at sometimes for the right reasons and for the wrong reasons.
So what's his take on flat Earth, or is it just moon denial?
Well, I imagine he's totally against it. I don't know if he said anything about it, but you know how mainstream is with it. I don't really trust anything coming across my phone or X or any black screen that we get information from. I always am sus that it's got an agenda, and you can tell, like when you're even in here, you can tell who's genuine, authentic, talking their truth versus like, oh man, you're totally here. You're like paid opposition. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Holy! I watched like 5 seconds of it. He said, "This is a long time coming. I'm going to cancel loon hoax or loon denial."
It's bad.
Guy, so he went cancel culture. He went like, here. It's like some of the comments here are pretty funny. It says, "I do believe the loon. I don't believe the lunar landing conspiracy theory, but I adapted anyway just to annoy Neil deGrasse Tyson."
That guy's such an idiot. I mean, is he a guy? He could be something else today.
The last thing I remember hearing about him was like people were talking about his beard, like he was using hair dye for like I don't know. I think not that it matters or anything. It just seems kind of gamma.
Nah, he's probably using the just for men stuff. The stuff you just kind of brush in there.
Yeah, you got to wash that gray right out of your hair. Is that too old? That's an old ass commercial.
See, the one thing he doesn't realize is that a lot of people who watch him are going to question the narrative of everything, all the narratives. So when he's like, I'm going to cancel that shit, people are like, holy crap, controlled opposition. You cannot question the Lunar mission. That goes against everything I believe in, that America was great at one time.
Well, as we know, like anytime you try to censor or cancel something, it draws more attention to it. So, yeah, it has the opposite effect of what that person is going for.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about Trump. They knew what they were doing when they started fucking doing that. It's like the World Economic Forum already set you both of those candidates up. They don't care which one you vote for, but they want to give justification as to why. Right? So Trump is either gonna be president, and and you'll see that a lot of the things that he's saying that he's gonna do now are not gonna get done. But I bet you a lot of pretty good stuff will happen because that's the easement, right? At least for a little while until they start pumping and trying to dump this universal basic income shit on it. But that'll be probably after Trump. So I think that'll be one of the space. You know how they take two
Ooh,
steps forward and one step back. Trump will be the one step back. Then after Trump, beware because two steps forward comes hard.
no, I disagree, and here's why. All right, so just like the whole lockdowns and stuff could have never happened. I don't think anybody the United States would not have gone for it. They definitely couldn't have gotten the conservative right to go along with it if it had happened underneath a Democrat. That was part of Trump's job the first time. And similarly, I would say that it's highly likely that if he gets in, he'll be the one to usher in the CBDC and all of that stuff because only under Trump would they support it.
Yeah, they won't fight it. Because
No,
like when they banned bump stocks, I mean, literally you have a tool that's still
that's a good
legal.
point, though. I just wanted to say, sorry.
Yeah, like imagine if a Democrat tried to do ban bump stocks. They would have been like, oh, infringement. And then, but Trump did it, and no shit. The left cheered, and the right was silent. No one cared. And now
Yeah,
they
because
go to court,
that's how he
like,
fast tracked that vaccine thingy, right? The
oh,
same the
grim,
same
grim,
shit.
grim. Cold
Yeah.
words.
Oh, yeah.
Are
Okay.
we? I
We're
don't
live
think
on
we're
YouTube.
streaming right now, though. By the way, because I
I
was
tried
I
to
was
be vague about
looking
it.
on YouTube and it wasn't on.
But it's
But
because a
either
good
way,
habit to get into.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Grim. I just had to just be careful, okay, with cold words
For
and shit.
sure. Yeah. That's how he fast tracked that Vienna sausage, Sorry, I don't know what to say. With through that same maybe that same ideal that because first of all it was like, oh, I'm against it, blah 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 blah, got everybody on board, okay, let's go get him in there, and then it's like, yeah, I fast tracked that shit, that's my baby. Like, whoa, hey man.
Yeah, look, I just look up current news. I knew the Supreme Court was going to hear it soon. They are largely divided along ideological lines. Did the Trump administration just overstep their bounds by imposing a bump stock ban? So it's two questions, right? Number one, can you just stroke of a pen just ban anything to do with the Second Amendment? And number two, is it an infringement on the Second Amendment?
Hey, this is kind of on topic. I don't watch the news. I don't turn the TV on at all. But that Moen guy that supposedly decapitated his dad and was trying to start the militia, the Moen militia, that happened when Congress was passing a bill to eradicate the formation of militia or make it illegal to form militias. I didn't hear anything else about it. It was like this huge thing. I saw some weird symbolism with like the cop car numbers and the names of the towns, but did we ever hear anything else about that Moen guy?
Yeah, I've heard people talking about it. I just haven't paid attention to anything. It's just not something I really cared to even look into.
Yeah, it was pretty whack. Did you hear anything about the video like posted on YouTube for 7 hours?
That's what I'm saying. I heard people are talking about it, like a lot of different servers, but I just don't really care to even spend any minutes even trying to look into it, or I don't really care.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, that's my personal take. You know, like it just seems that the people are really worked up by this event. I'm like, why?
I usually think of things like that. That's why I don't like, it's either a real tragedy that, is being used for political gain, or it's a psyop of some sort, because both things could be true and the same result would ensue. So kind of less focus on that and more focus on the things that are, and because I think that could easily be used as a way to make just the all militia people or so look fucking insane, like Hamas or something, when it's obviously just one of the stupidest things you would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that real events happen, and then, like the saying goes, never let a like in politics, never let a tragedy go to waste. A good tragedy go to waste. They're gonna publicize it and politicize it and turn it into a narrative, even if it was a real tragedy that happened. But because of the power of that, it's highly likely that most, if not almost all, of these things are actually psyops from the very beginning to be used as a tool for that same narrative and propaganda.
You hooked it right there on the sandy beach.
Yeah, I got so bored with that thought. But you're right, Lou. It's just, yeah. Anyway, hi, Lou. Hope you're well.
Yeah, doing good. Hello.
Hello.
Hope you're well also.
I don't know why I just thought about, oh my god, I can't get cheeseburgers off my brain from another server. It was really irritating, man.
Go get a cheeseburger. There's only one. There's only
That
one
requires
cure for
work. I vowed this morning I'm not going to be doing driving at all for work or anything, just to do it for my health. And I might have to, man. Might have to. You're right.
You know what that is? That's probably your opiate receptors, because you're fiending for the wheat. There's some the wheat.
You mean the glyphosate? No, thanks.
No, yeah, there's glyphosate in the wheat. I'm saying that's the wheat itself, red dwarf wheat. It actually attaches itself to what's similar to an opiate receptor in our brains, and we actually have withdrawals from bread.
Well, that's why people go nuts at Chick-fil-A, as well as the breads here. It's ridiculous. So I like to make my own bread. I haven't had fast food bread in a while for that very reason. Once I saw the glyphosate study, but yeah, it's messed up, man. America.
Glyphosate is a nightmare story right now.
Dude, I try to tell everybody, don't you dare support Panera ever again. I swear, don't do it. But they're like, no, but whatever.
So I had a friend who went to university in America, right? And she sent me a picture of this bread she had. And I looked at the ingredients and I was like, dude, there's like yoga mat ingredients and everything in them. That's why it lasts so long.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And between that and seed oils, we're just like, yeah. Why you got to make your own, man.
I'll just come to England.
That too.
I was at the grocery store the
Lidl
other day,
and
and I was
Aldi do some good bread.
This water, the ingredients for baby water, 3 to 6 months. That's literally no teeth, and there's fluoride in it. Why the fuck are they putting fluoride in infant water?
That's sad, man.
There's no
teeth. It doesn't make any damn sense. They say that it's preventative for like the development of their baby teeth before they actually happen, but there's the whole idea behind it is to like
No
coat
studies
the
support
teeth,
that.
to coat the teeth to keep them from decaying. If you're ingesting it, you like that's the last thing you want. You're not. It doesn't work through ingestion. You're not supposed to ingest this stuff. It's a poison. Like,
Exactly.
yeah,
It's definitely, it's got that poison label on the toothpaste. It's toxic.
yeah. You're supposed to spit all of it out and rinse thoroughly, and not eat for at least 30 minutes after you brush your teeth, because they don't want you to swallow that stuff.
Really nuts, man.
Yeah, my kid's not getting any of that.
Last I checked, fluoride isn't a requirement in our diet.
It's not. And the
Even
hydrofluorosic acid
if it's
that
in
they're
the
giving
water,
us is not the fluorine that's naturally found in the water. It's two different things. This one is highly corrosive and it has free covalent bonds ready to attack, its next oxygen release and oxidize anything in its way. This fluorine from the natural rivers and shit, this is bound in an ore form where it doesn't react that way. So it's a completely different entity. And they just sell you this nonsensical bullshit and poison you with fucking leftover toxic waste from fucking smelting aluminum.
That and fertilizer industry, absolutely. Yeah, it is the most electrical negative element on the periodic table.
Yeah, I remembered
it's
the
used.
Wikipedia page on it, right? By putting it into a rhyme. It was like fluorine, symbol F, a chemical element, atomic number 9, it's the lightest of halogens. F2 is how you'd write it when it's formed diatomically. It's the most negative element, electronically. It's extremely reactive. Handling takes great care. You can find it in the stars, but the traces are rare. It has a single stable isotope, fluorine 19. That's where polytetrafluoroethylene comes from. That's Teflon. I forget it. My wife came in and I got embarrassed being a nerd.
being a nerd again, Grim.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Like, are you
fucking
being
love
a
it.
nerd again? Okay. I'm out of here.
What's
You can be a nerd. I'll be a lame-o with the L on my forehead. Proud for life. Yeah.
No, I am.
Never hurts to have a back burner of like fun facts, of just a plethora of knowledge from an eclectic background, because it does come in handy and help a lot of people, whenever, just randomly. It is
great
fun.
at dinner parties,
And if you don't like to learn, that's your loss, man. I love to learn. I mean, come on. It's like our duty.
Amen.
Yep.
But I'm supposed to be building new cabinets.
Supposed to be being yourself, man. I don't know. Lame-o optimism. I do hope someday soon, though, you guys stop calling me Stacy. I mean, I get it, but I'm not her.
I've never heard anybody call you Stacy, and I never would have made the connection, but I get it. Like, yeah, you do sound a little bit alike.
It's a female.
I know her
Damn
voice.
it.
Yeah, well, it's a female, but no, she's got a little bit of that southern tone to her voice. Stacy's a lot more Southern Belle sounding, but yeah.
No, nothing against it. Nothing against her. Me and her are cool for a while and a couple servers for last year. But we had a laugh about it, like our first interaction. It was funny.
You ever confused? Stacy calls everybody sweetie and sweetheart all the time.
I was gonna say I say dude and man quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like Big Lebowski, but not nearly as cool. But yeah, just slightly different verbiage there. I didn't see you yesterday, Lou. I was expecting a nighttime rant. They're like my bread and butter some nights here.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I don't think I got on at all yesterday. I did tune in to the YouTube for a little while.
The screw tube.
Yeah, but I don't know. Night before, Here's a common trend. People have probably picked up on it. Like some nights, as you guys know, some nights I have a few beers, and if it becomes an issue, I often get embarrassed to come back the next day.
You don't say.
Hey, we've all been there. I'm definitely guilty, so you're good, man. No shame. You've gotten really good in your argument style over the last year, just not even bullshitting there. So I notice it's nice for the server. So
A lot of OGs in here, man. I like it. I appreciate it.
Are we a piece of toast? Because that's a lot of butter.
I like my butter with a side of bread. That's just how I eat butter. So blame me being from Florida, as Crit would laugh at. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. My first son was born in Florida. Sorry, I almost.
I think it's so much fun listening to you guys while I'm playing my Get Fiddle.
What's that?
My guitar. Sorry.
Oh.
I was a violinist, so I'm like, fiddle. What is that kind of fiddle? How cool.
A Get Fiddle, just guitar.
She's
Got it.
playing her Get Fiddle. Oh my!
I love it. I miss it. Yes, you'll be my southern spirit.
Yeah, I play kind of like a folky, bluegrassy, bluesy style. I kind of go through all the. Usually, if you're into folk, you're into all of that kind of.
Yeah.
Plucky. Yeah.
Like real
Yeah.
like soulful females of the 20s to 30s and 40s. Like they just not the same now. So good on you, man. I hope your family's well as well.
Thank you. You too. Yeah. I do that swing style. I like it, like the doom 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 doom, just like a swing style.
Tapping the foot, man.
Yeah, that's what this place needs. We used to do that long time back. We used to have jam people with instruments singing, all this, but it's against the rules now or whatever. So fuck it. We need to make our own server for musicians. It was good back in the day.
Yeah, I've listened to a couple impromptu jam sessions in here last year, but yeah, probably should create a separate space for multi-talented people who aren't globetards. I don't know, something catchy, not named that.
Mostly that stuff was kind of mostly that stuff was kind of set aside to fill like dead air times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But we didn't really like especially here, in the politics server. It's starting to happen though. It's been active. You always have new Globers to talk to in this server.
Right.
But now that we're pretty well established here, a lot of them have already gone through the ringer, and a lot of them refuse to come back. It's slowing down for sure, I would say.
Well, there's lots of reasons for that. I was telling, I think it was Alpha or maybe Crit a couple weeks ago, asking me like, you think flat Earth is, the numbers in just interest in general, is rising, and I said, well, yes, I do, because I have more conversations out now for sure in the last couple of years, just any day, with strangers about it. But at the same time, we just have an ever increasing rise of psyops and crap on the other side.
Oh, Daddy, oh.
Okay.
Wow.
He didn't help the ginger stereotype, man. I have nothing against red-haired people. My mom has red hair. Just making a joke.
Uh-oh.
My son has the most beautiful head of red hair. It's the color of a brand new penny.
A brand new what?
Penny.
Oh, nice. Real copper. Very cool.
I mean, because he's only a child and he's your son, I won't say anything, but typically we make fun of redheads.
Yeah, but
Nonstop.
he doesn't have any freckles, and his complexion is just perfect, man. He's one of redheads can either be really beautiful or like on the other end. I don't want to say it because that's mean, but yeah, he's on.
Like too ginger? Too ginger?
So
Is
he
that
has
what you're
no
saying?
freckles and can hold a tan, is what you're saying? That's awesome. I'm just teasing because my mom is really lovely, but yeah, she has to wear sunscreen every time she goes outside. So God bless her, love her.
Speaking of sunscreen, is there any that do not cause cancer?
No thanks, please. No medical topics.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mohammed's brought my food, so I'm going to eat.
Enjoy.
Hey there, you say heretic?
Okay, sir. Any ball worshippers in the house?
Probably that guy that just came in for 5 seconds to be obnoxious, but maybe he'll be back.
Yeah, only ball believers do that.
You can always call out Turquoise, make fun of him.
Nah, I've converted him back. It's cool.
No. You can convert him back in any moment. All right, Turquoise, you're a Glober again. Go.
Yeah. All right.
At least he's out of the gang. At least, he's out of the gang.
Yeah. I love NASA. It's more like Raytheon, Boeing, and Lockheed Martin, to be honest.
How can you form that sentence in your mouth?
He's hungry. Give him a break.
I know that's off topic, but I fill it with food right now, so I enjoy.
That sentence, Turquoise, should have been prequeled with "I'd like to thank my sponsors."
Right. No, it's good for shares, right? Before this October last year, if you would have bought shares in them just before this Israeli thing, you would have been killing it. To be fair, I've been keeping a sharp eye on them stocks, and especially
Is the
AI
Israeli
related.
thing and killing it? Is that an intentional pun or no?
No, it was just pure perfect timing. All the stock prices and everything of them companies rose just before the conflict.
He missed it.
Or
That's all right.
Yeah, I might have missed what you just said. But I've been looking at like AI and like Israeli cybersecurity and everything else, stock wise. They're really big on it. So the AI is really interesting. There's this company called CACI, and they deal with
Can't
like
give
augmented
financial
reality
advice.
through. Yeah, I mean it's too late now.
Anyway, Turquoise, talk to El Narco. Ask him if he
Who's El
thinks the
Narco?
world's a globe.
Oh,
But can I
what?
eat? I really want to eat, dude. I'll be back with you. I just arrived.
Well, someone ask El Narco if he's a ball worshipper.
Come on, what?
That's right.
El Narco, are you a ball worshipper?
Oh, what?
Okay, he knows speaking of English. Maybe Captain Muslim is the globe champion.
Well, I can speak English. I just don't know what a ball worshiper's supposed to be, bro. What?
Okay, try another word. A globe tard.
A fanboy of the globe.
Do you believe you live on a globe
A
without
ball
any?
worship. I see. Now I get it. My bad. I don't necessarily not believe it, but I'm in the middle, if that makes sense. I don't know.
So, like, I would say it's like has to do with an irrational belief that you live on a ball. Like, could you tell us? Could you rationalize that for us? Or, like, give us a logical reason, or like why
Why we
you
would
think the
live
Earth is
on
a
the
ball?
ball, or I don't know. For all I care, it's not a ball, but it's a triangle. I don't know, bro.
If you think it's a triangle, I'm going to need you to rationalize that as well. So, like,
No, that's the
It says it in the
thing.
middle, so.
I'm not thinking it. For me, I don't really mind what it is, if that makes sense. Like,
You've
does
never
that make
thought much
sense?
into it?
So you wouldn't mind if it was balls. You will still
Or
like it.
flat, or whatever shape, for that matter. Does that make sense?
Not
yeah,
much.
it makes sense. You're saying that you don't take a stance, but I bet you with a few questions we could find otherwise. Nobody doesn't take a stance on this. They just choose not to argue, or they don't want to be put on the spot.
Perhaps that could be a thing, right? But I got buddies in both planes, if that makes sense.
Yes,
So,
yes, it does.
and I tell them both, like, it doesn't really matter, actually. Whether it's actually flat or actually not flat, like, okay, and I don't see, like, some people say, like, the government's hiding stuff, like. I know what I'm trying to say is, like, well, even if the government weren't hiding it, they're still gonna do what they do. Like,
What about based on your natural experience of reality? What makes more sense?
bro, you're low, man. I couldn't hear a thing of what you said.
Based on your natural experience of reality, what makes more sense? Which one?
That's the thing, bro. I don't really think that way. Like, subconsciously, a lot of people would say, yeah, around Earth, cause pictures and I don't know what are arguments they bring up, but
So let's get
knowing
this
all the
straight.
bullshit we've been fed.
You have no dog in this fight, but yet you're in a 24/7 flat Earth server.
Oh yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm not in a server, right? I'm just in a channel.
We are
It's
about as
disgusting.
chill as they come around here. I mean,
And it's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing.
I would say I was being sarcastic. It's usually not that chill. We like to freaking blow things up. All of a sudden, I've heard for hours on end where like everybody's yelling. And this isn't where I would come if I wanted to just chill. You know what I mean?
Okay. Let us know if you have any
Mm-hmm.
questions on either side, and I hope you enjoy your time here. Welcome then.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, where's Matt Nuclear, Lou, when you need him, just to at least give some context to what you're saying?
What would it take for what was his name? Necro? Did he just drop out or what? Where'd he go?
Talking about me?
Yeah, you. So like, what would it take to get you to like actually pick a side or think that it matters? Just to get, let's just go with that. Just to say that it matters or that it would be something that you cared about. Like,
Oh no, bruh.
What if there
I was
was
just
no weed
scrolling.
tomorrow?
I was just scrolling through the voice channels. I was like, let me just hang out here for a second. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it, and you came through at a very chill time, actually.
I mean, I heard it gets rowdy in here. I never really been in here, but
Oh, it gets rowdy in here, brother. People get banned, lots of yelling, lots of over talking. It happens in here.
Yeah, come back in an hour. It'll probably be opposite of what it is now.
yeah, who knows? Who knows? I might be still in here.
You're sitting on the fence hurts after a while. You better fall off to one side.
One side of what?
The fence.
What if I told you that if everybody came to the understanding of flat Earth, that it would solve all of the world's problems and we'd have an immediate utopia?
Probably. Yeah, well, that's what they call it. It's a big lie. It's a grand illusion. If you believe one big lie, the biggest lie of all of our existence on Earth, then you'll just believe everything else you're told. If you believe that the Earth is a globe and it's spinning at 90 fucking million miles, sorry to swear, 90 million miles in space, then you're just going to believe whatever else they tell you. You're believing the grand illusion, the big lie. So therefore, yeah, you're right. If you were to snap out of it and not believe in this grand illusion, then you might have a better chance of not being controlled by the world and the world leaders and the monetary system and blah 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 blah.
It's not so much that. It's more like, what are you going to pass on to the next generation, and are you going to break that cycle, or just carry it on?
For sure.
Because that's the option we have, right? Do we need to pass it on? Do we need to keep the fairy tale of Santa Claus going, or do we just do it because the tradition?
Yeah, I'll never put the blinders. The blinders are staying off permanently for me, so I can only pray that, my kids will have them off as well for their own well-being, that's my plan at least.
Mine too. I went to visit my little brother's primary school, or like whatever you call it, the one after kindergarten, like primary school, right? And they had three exhibits on the wall, what they were learning about. One of them was dinosaurs, one of them was space, and one of them was Egypt. And that's all you need to know.
Wow.
Yeah. Homeschooling for the win. I'm down for that.
Most def, dude.
Turquoise, how did you ever end up in the camp with a troll team of Globers?
Oh.
I've often wondered that too.
I just love all the nicknames for them. Gluten free 6, Gay Force 6, Gay Fast 6, Globe Fast 6. Oh man, this shit's good.
Globe Fail 6, yeah.
Globe Fail. Yeah. Well, at the start of it all, there wasn't even a name for it, right? And then I think it was Yui who came up with the troll team. name of it, and I didn't agree with it one bit. I thought that's not going to be good for my reputation.
Well, then why did you put it on?
Because it was like I don't know. It was more like a statement than a thing.
I have a feeling I could convince you just to, or maybe not me. I bet you, Sydney, could tell you to change your name to whatever she wants you to. You'd just be like, okay.
Oh, yeah. She could.
Well, thank you. But yeah, no, I said that's a effed up, certain other derogatory terms thing that I don't want to look at you like because I think you're smarter than that. And then he dropped it.
Yeah.
You just seem you're just you don't.
Well, because every other one of them that had that GF6 on it was like a total a-hole, or like just made the entire server look a mess, and it was like, why? It just didn't seem logical to go together. That's it.
So my goal wasn't exactly to
you have like your own identity, or like just like make your own decisions, or like stand on your own 2 feet? Why is it that you're so easily swayed?
No, not swayed. I wouldn't say I was like an anti-flat earther. I wasn't against you guys because I've been in this for like 8, 7, a while, right? I was more about like making the flat Earth come up with more concepts and research on their own thing rather than not making any claims. Trying to make them look at celestial navigation. That really hit home, didn't it? That was my idea, and it kind of got everyone's geometric knowledge increased a little bit, I think, on all sides. So it's a good thing, in my opinion. Even though it might have been frustrating for y'all, but I wasn't against the people or the ideas and such. It was more like I was trying to spur new ideas from everybody.
I don't know. I have a feeling. I mean, it's just like, is it a craving for attention or acceptance or something like that? Like, I feel like you remember the show Jackass? How they had this one friend that they always freaking like tricked him into doing something, and they would just freaking reckless dude nonstop. Like, you kind of remind me of that. Like, we just puts up with it. Just puts up with it for attention.
That's nasty.
Right. Well, to be fair, I'd only just come back in the community after a long break, right? And I came back in the community due to I'll be honest, a really rough breakup, and I needed people. So it was like, I guess you could say that.
I mean, I like being right, but I hate to be right about that. Like, I want you to freaking stand up for yourself. Be yourself. I don't have respect for people who are so easily swayed and just try to fit into a group, or to, like, if they're dying for my attention, I don't want to give it to them.
Yeah, I soon found out that the title was a bad idea, being grouped like that. But mostly it was to do with like when somebody comes in and they're like, "Oh, are there any Globers here?" And then all you see is like, "Oh, GF6 are all muted up," and it's like, "Oh, right, okay, something's going on." It's like it was just one of those things. Like nothing against anybody really, just more of a statement.
I think of what happens in society and from Samaria, like from 6000 BC, is that we're a war-based society. Sargon of Akkad, the Akkadians, all this stuff, blah, 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 Babylon. Anyway, so people are naturally inclined to take orders. So when someone tells you, hey, the earth is a globe, or it's this or that, they kind of panic and they say, okay, well, there's genetic studies that have proven that we are programmed to take orders. So if someone says, hey, do this because, the flock of the sheep is saying this is what it is, we naturally are inclined to go along with it and just believe it. And because it's the way that this earth has been functioning for, 8,000 years or whatever. So people just go along with whatever they're told. Like it's in their genetic makeup, like to just do as you're told. Like, oh, it's this. Okay. And if people look at other people that go against the norm and they go against, societal standards or like social, whatever you want to call it, and they see those people being persecuted and their lives being ruined and their careers, anything, their whole lives get destroyed because they ask one question. They say, well, is it flat or is it a globe? And then their whole life gets fucking ruined somehow. Sorry for swearing. I gotta stop swearing. Anyway, so people get scared and they say, well, I don't want my life to get ruined, so I'm just not going to question anything. I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. And, it's this. Okay, yeah, it's that. And that's it.
Like most of my reasoning behind the switch or whatever you want to call it was to kind of stop the fixed-minded dogmatic belief that you jump from one to another, and then think you're right in everything. I didn't want anybody to like think they're right at anything, and always be open to question reality. In a way, so it's kind of one aspect I had behind it. Because we're so easily guided or led into like a belief system, right? Or popular demand or just group mentality or something. I just want people to keep an open mind.
It's your natural instinct to fit in with a group. Most people
Yeah,
want to fit in.
It's true.
Funny thing about that is, I would say that most flat earthers are the kind of person who probably in their own personal lives are a little bit of social outcasts. They probably don't fit into any like particular group, and they're independent thinkers who kind of stand on their own, right? But then we find ourselves in this community, in this group online, and all of a sudden, like, there's a whole nother like social hierarchy and structure. Obviously, you know what I mean? Like, like you might be kind of a more independent person, free thinker, so on, out in real life, but then all of a sudden you get here, and there's so many other people like you that all of a sudden it could be a change for a lot of people, like where you're no longer Mr. like free thinking independent. All of a sudden you're following somebody. All of a sudden you know, I don't know, you could be further down the ladder, I guess, if you, like I said, about a social hierarchy.
I mean, that's how it started years back, right? It was just these different thinking people who question reality, and then you just chill with them and hang out for hours and hours a day, and meet all people like you guys. It's the most vast. It's the most like all subjects and all topics diverge into this debate right now. Science, I guess, religion, psychology, philosophy, everything like that, all merge into one when it comes to the flat Earth subject.
The issue that I have is that, when I was a kid, they would tell me in school, and we all went through this, if in most education systems, say, oh well, uh, go beyond your imagination, dream of the stars, dream of like do the impossible, see the invisible, like all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just try to question things and kind of question reality or even mathematics, or there's formulas that get disproven by Einstein, like by kids in college or in high school, and math is always changing, consistency, whatever. Anyway, and then when you get to academia, you get to college, and you say, "Oh, well, I was told I should imagine the impossible." But now, when you get to the college, the collegiate system, they tell you no. They're like, no, like, don't question anything. Don't think. Just do as you're told. And that's it.
Pass the test. Yeah, and pass the test at the end.
So why am I being programmed to question all these things? Is there some sort of scientific study going on?
I mean, in college, like if you have to do a thesis, like a master's thesis or something, it has to be something new and original. So I would say that's not exactly true. It's more in like the high school level where it's memorize these facts that you've been given in your textbook and so on and so forth, and answer the questions correctly, as to what you've been told. Like I would say it's more in the high school level than in the college level, where they do that. But still, you're not completely wrong, because even in college, nobody, like, there's bookends. You're not allowed to step too far. Like you have to. They want something supposedly original, but it has to stay within the bookends.
So this is where, and it does kind of go into flat Earth. So I posted on the side chat. This is my gripe with the scientific method. Is the original scientific method is you keep trying the experiment, the thesis or hypothesis until you get like consistent results. The new scientific method is all just based on government funding. Like, oh, just, say whatever you want and then you get paid. So that was the gripe that I've had with the scientific method versus then and now, is that it's all about money. Like, and then it gets into peer review. So if I do a peer review article and I say, hey, I did these experiments that shows that the earth could be flat. It's just a broad example. I just say something like that. And
That's
then
true. Go ahead.
peer review says, well, that's not going, with the crowd, or it's going against, the narrative. So then my career gets ruined because I try to publish a peer review study and then I get banished from the fucking sorry, I gotta stop swearing. I get banished from the peer review community, and I lose my job, I lose my tenure, I lose everything. As let's say I got a PhD or like 3 degrees or 4 degrees, whatever it is,
You're trying
because
to pay off
I
$1
wrote
million in student loans.
Yeah, exactly. And then now I'm in debt. I don't have a job because I went against the narrative, and I published a peer review study that went against the globe. We'll just say the globe Earth narrative, and I had like solid evidence, or at least tangible evidence, um, that could be further reviewed, and because you go against the narrative, they ruin your whole career.
All that sounds pretty accurate. I wanted to add those, like when you started saying the new scientific method. So that's not a new scientific method. That's just the peer review process that you're talking about. They literally are trying to change the scientific method, though. They want to get rid of empirics. I keep saying this. They're trying to. That's something that is bound and due to come very soon, especially with all this AI and quantum computing and stuff like that. They're trying to get rid of empiricism and experimentation and have it all be basically thought experiment and computer simulation. Abandoning any type of peer review.
I know it's not Speculation Sunday, but I'll just say this. There's a certain lady that was doing certain things, and her last name is Maxwell. Well, her father was one of the founding fathers and co-founders of peer review. So what does that tell you?
It tells me nothing, honestly. It's just a odd correlation.
We'll just call it a strange coincidence. Yeah. I think the whole point of that is that if there's people in power that are doing all this stuff and they're linked to different types of power, we'll just say the word power. It makes you question like their validity, like their validation, like their validity. Makes you question like, you know, their credibility, we'll say. Because these are very powerful people that are running a lot of different rackets. Okay, they're racketeering a lot of different things, including peer review.
When I said it tells me nothing, I mean I get what you're getting at. It's like another, boys club, friggin' fraternity. Like you're one of us or you're out. Like we control this thing.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. I was listening to the radio yesterday, local radio outside of here of Austin, Texas. I live outside of Austin, and they were talking about that. They had this new club. It's called the Elite Club, and it's all these dudes that are like, yeah, like, we're gonna, use the algorithm, and we're gonna use the AI, and we're gonna use all this crypto and all this stuff to like advance, the markets and blah blah blah. And it's all just like a fucking period. Sorry, I need to stop swearing. It's all a pyramid scheme. Like these guys are supposed to be tech guys, but in reality, they dress like they're realtors. Like they're just dudes who do probably real estate and other stuff. But they advertise that, oh, if you join this elite group, it's called the Elite Men's Club or something, that you can make a bunch of money and get into the AI and the algorithms and the crypto. I'm not saying those don't exist. That's how people are making a lot of money, millions of dollars, billions of dollars. But it ends up being a pyramid scheme. These clubs, these new clubs. Oh, yeah. Because there's always a guy at the top of the pyramid that's making all the money. The CEO, the owner, whatever you want to call him. You can join, pay your fees, like, oh, it's $1,000 a month. But you're not going to become a millionaire. The only people that are going to make the money are the people at the top. And going into that, segueing into that, and going back to flat Earth, because I'm diverting from flat Earth. If you look at the budget for NASA, and I've talked about this before, NASA's getting $36 billion a year, which is taxpayer money, by the way. It's a lot of, it adds up for the average person. $36 billion a year to do what? I think they sent some
especially now to do what? Especially now that they have no shuttle program, everything is being privatized. NASA is getting a bigger and bigger budget while doing literally nothing, just hiring contractors or supporting contractors to do it privately.
there's a guy right now. Okay. So we're talking about Texas. We'll talk about Houston because they got a NASA center there. There's a guy right now working at NASA. He's getting a pretty good salary. It could be anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 a year. We'll just say $50K starting salary. And all this guy has to do is he goes on a little clicky computer keyboard and they run a prompt. And on the prompt, it just says something. And then he pushes enter. He's like, okay, enter. And then it's like, thank you. And that's his job. Like, he's not typing any code. He's not doing anything. He's reading a prompt. And then it says, press enter to continue. Oh, success. And then he gets paid $50,000 a year to just push enter on a keyboard. It's all automated. There's no actual coding or science or math or anything. It's just some automated script that they have that other people are programming the script, whatever. But yeah, he just says, oh, okay, I'm gonna get up. I'll show up to work at 9 a.m. There's gonna be a prompt, and then I push the enter key, confirmed, and then I go on my lunch break. And then I do that again, and then I go home and I get paid thousands of dollars to literally do nothing.
There might be actually a part of the reason why there's almost is like from a functionalist perspective, like whether you could say there could be like a necessity or a need to have these jobs because we've got all these people paying all this money and doing all this study and we don't have jobs for them to fulfill. So we need to give them the busy work. We need to give them some kind of something to do. And we can utilize it also to help to add to like this hierarchy of experts and expertise. All just a big part of the show. It's all just a show.
Dude, there's a guy who wrote a book about it, and I don't know the name. I can find the guy in the book, but basically he just called the book like Useless Jobs in America. And he said that basically like 80% of the jobs in America, in North America in particular, that they're basically useless jobs. Like it's some guy, like I was saying, in an office somewhere, just doing a TPS report, like from the movie Office Space, like doing a little TPS report. And he wrote this whole book about how the tech industry in particular and how these like customer service industries in particular are paying people millions and millions of dollars, a year, billions of dollars to fill in these like office spaces, like you're saying. Well, he wrote a whole book about it, and then they ended up assassinating the guy. Like he did like all this stuff, like he did all this math, like he researched like where the money was going to.
Okay, how do you
Like,
know he was assassinated? Hold on, tell me more about that.
well, yes, I can't prove that, but he ended up dying after he wrote the book, so that's a weird coincidence.
Okay. And I gotta add, if it was about customer service, like customer service, I would say is actually that's one useful thing that somebody could do as a job. We need more customer service. Like all these, we have none. It's gotten severely lacking. We have more, go and try to get customer service. You're talking to a fucking bot through text. Like most of these companies don't even have a phone number to call anymore to talk to a human being.
All right. So I posted the citation in the side chat. It's called, sorry for swearing, I know we're on a live stream, but it's called BS Jobs. And this guy, he's an anthropologist, and he talked about all these jobs that exist that shouldn't even be there because they actually end up hurting the economy. And then 2 years after he published the book, he passed away.
Yeah, but that look.
What is this book called?
He passed away. Like, what were the circumstances
I
of
don't
his
know. I
passing?
don't know the circumstances of his death. I have to look it up on Wikipedia on his death.
I mean, if you're gonna say that they killed him because of his book, like, we're gonna need more than just he died and then therefore clearly he was assassinated. That's some crazy conspiracy talk.
Sure, but it's not too far-fetched that some
It is.
anthropologist.
It is if you don't give more details of it.
Well, this is not just a dude like writing a book. He's an anthropologist. He's a doctor, basically. So when he makes a bold claim saying that there's a bunch of BS jobs,
Dude, bullshit jobs. I don't think that's not going to threaten the establishment. Like, I think most people are pretty well aware of that, and it can openly talk about it, even to blue pill normies.
okay,
It
well,
doesn't. That's not something that's like that's off topic and taboo.
okay, so I just posted in the chat from the abstract. It says that he postulates the existence of meaningless jobs and analyzes their societal harm. He contends that over half of societal work is pointless and becomes psychologically destructive when paired with a work ethic that associates with work with self-worth.
Yeah, I mean, I get where it could, like the university system, and capitalist, like capitalism in general, like I understand how it could be a threat. If everybody understood this, it could be a little bit of a threat to like the system and the way it works. They need people to go and take out these loans to get these jobs and yada yada yada. But to make the jump, the leap, to say that this guy was to make the leap that this guy was assassinated for writing this book. I want to know what the circumstances were of his death, what's on the death certificate, or what happened. How did he die? Did he just fall off of a bridge one day randomly, or did he have cancer? You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, I'm on his Wikipedia, which you can find on the sidebar, but I'll link it to you. If you go to his death, it says Graeber died suddenly from neurotic pancreatitis on September 2nd, 2020, while on
Okay, well
vacation with
that's
his
something
wife.
that's something that doesn't sound conspiratorial at all. Like like if he actually had pancreatitis or whatever, right? Like there's records
It
like
says
with
that
the
they
doctor and with the
attributed to
insurance
COVID.
company for treating it and for being tested and like diagnosed with that. It's something that he was ailed by. It's a
Yeah, it says that
comorbidity that
they.
he had.
Yes, it says that they attribute it to COVID-19 because they were traveling
Don't even
during
bring that.
the pandemic.
Change topic.
Well, okay. The original context of the conversation was that NASA gets a huge budget, and literally it's just some guy, like, it's a useless job, and they don't do any progress. They're not going back to the moon. They lost the technology, blah, blah, blah. Like, that was the original context of the discussion.
It's
Like,
not
why?
useless. They're programming people's minds.
Well, that's yeah. Well, Who's getting all that money? $36 billion a year?
No, they're wasting it successfully for the most part. It's not like they're literally not spending any of that money, just collecting a paycheck. They have to put it on the books somehow, somewhere that they're spending it. But I guess that gets into the $1 million washers and freaking shit like that.
So maybe I have to Google, but maybe there's a correlation between the SpaceX being funded by the government and then NASA could be working with SpaceX.
Well, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, like SpaceX, they openly talk about like how SpaceX works hand in hand with NASA, and like I forget what, it's a pretty significant, like high percentage of supposed SpaceX employees are NASA employees.
Well, here's a fun story about SpaceX. I'll make it quick. So I have a buddy here in town that works for them because I live an hour outside of Boston. And they offered me a job for $18 an hour to work in level C, which is manufacturing or assembly line. And he was like, "Yeah, if you get hired, I'm gonna get $1,000, like for a reference, like a bonus." I was like, "Well, what do I have to do?" It's like, "Well, you have to go to this little factory. There's 3 different levels, A, B, and C. So C is the assembly factory level. And you got to assemble these little batteries and like the lithium batteries or whatever it is, and you can put them in a little compartment and then do something."
So they pay
Like,
less than basically like an Amazon fulfillment center.
yeah, I'm working at it. Well, okay, well that's the kicker. The kicker is that I'm working in a factory with all this dust and like machinery where there's like OSHA like type of hazards, like I could get injured. I'm breathing in BS, you know, and it's like, well, I might as well just work for Amazon as an Amazon driver at that point. Why am I going to go to a factory and assemble batteries with lithium and I'm breathing in all this dust and chemicals? Even if I wear a mask or whatever, it's still like in the air for $18 an hour. And on top of that, they want you to work a 12-hour shift. So I have to work a 12-hour shift 3 or 4 days a week. So I got to drive an hour, work a 12-hour shift, drive back home, like tired as hell, and then do that like a couple times a week, like 3-4 times a week.
How does overtime work though? Do you get it after 8 hours, or do you have to, or do you get it after 40?
Okay, so usually if it's a 12-hour shift, you will probably do like 3 shifts a week at least. So if I do a shift on Monday, and then on Wednesday I do another shift, and then on Friday, like Monday, Wednesday,
Yeah,
Friday.
no, I get it. If you do 3 12s, that's your 40, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
So, but then overtime is after 40, right?
Yes. But usually they only give you 3. So you're not gonna get overtime all the time.
No, if it's a government job, I believe they typically don't they. It's like mandatory. I thought with government jobs, like
So if
anything
I'm on
after
the if I'm on the
anything after 8 in a day, anything after 8 in a day had to be overtime. And if that was the case, then you'd be getting 4 hours of time and a half for each one of those shifts.
So the
And that
overtime is per week. It's not per shift. The shift is 12 hours. So if I work 3 shifts, 3 days a week, and I get 36 hours, the only way I can get overtime is if I work an additional shift for another 12 hours, which would be 48 hours total. And even then, that additional shift to get the overtime is not guaranteed because other people are fighting for the overtime shifts. So I'm probably just going to do 3 shifts a week at 12 hours. I'm not going to get overtime.
You said this was working for NASA or
No,
working for
for
who?
SpaceX.
SpaceX. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Being private. Yeah, being SpaceX, that's private. They can do it how they want.
Yeah, they do whatever they want. Yeah.
Anyway, you don't get overtime for working more than 8 hours in a day anyway.
What, working for the government?
Yeah.
It depends if it's for the government or not. But I know what you're getting at. But in
Yeah, no,
general,
like
it has to
unions
be.
do
It's
that.
a
A
weekly
lot of
thing.
unions do that too, where you get paid OT after 8 in a day.
Yeah, but this isn't a union. This is a private company. So, like she's saying, most of the time, it has to be over a weekly period. Like you have to hit
Right.
over 40 hours in a week.
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah.
That's why I asked. Like, if it was after 40 or after 8 in a day, when does OT kick in? That's what I was asking.
No, I work for the government and they don't give overtime after 8 hours in a day.
So they do after 40 per week.
Yeah, after 40 per week.
Okay.
Because I work 10-hour days.
Who in government does that? I thought everybody in government like they got nothing more than 8, mandatory break at this time, mandatory break at this time,
No, the federal government doesn't have, at least in the U.S., the federal government doesn't have mandated labor laws, only for children. States do, but the federal government doesn't.
well, no, there still are labor laws. Like they have to pay OT after the 40 for sure.
Yeah. Unless you're salaried.
They have to offer, like, these are, I forget was it FICA laws or something? No, something like that. Anyway, if you work an 8-hour day, you have to be given 40 minutes of break time. That doesn't mandatorily have to be paid. So you have to have like a 30-minute lunch and a 10-minute break. That doesn't have to be paid, but they have to offer that.
Mine definitely doesn't. Not at all.
That goes against federal labor laws.
No. I don't think the federal so you can work more than 40 hours in any given week if you're salary. Because you really don't get overtime when you're salary.
Right. Obviously, with salary, you don't get overtime, but you still have to be given, if you need, you need to be given at least a 30-minute period for taking lunch, or you have to have 40 minutes per day. Where that can be your personal time. That doesn't have to be paid. It's unpaid. It can be unpaid 40 minutes during an 8-hour workday.
I would have to check on that because I'm pretty sure that's only state. Only states have that.
I'm pretty sure that's federal.
Because I know in my state, and I'm not going to say where I live, but I know in my state the only labor laws that there are don't apply to breaks. They apply to only people under the age of 18 getting breaks.
Dude, I live in Texas and you can go work at Buc-ee's, which is it's like a gas station, like souvenir type shop, whatever. And you have to work like a 10-hour shift. You can't have your cell phone while you're working. Has to be put in the locker. And they only give you a 30-minute break per day per like a 10-hour shift.
Yeah, no, tons of businesses freaking break those laws, or they it'll be in the fine print, like, because like, look, you have to know your rights and know your laws and stuff like that. Like, they'll try to pressure you and tell you like yeah, we only take this break at this time, and otherwise it's go go go. It's like, well, if they don't allow you that 40 minutes in an 8-hour day, and then if it becomes a 10-hour day, you get another break. If it becomes a 12-hour day, you get yet another break. These are like mandatory laws. Most people are unaware of them, and the businesses, a lot of times, even their ownership is unaware of them. But it's there. And if they try to tell you that you can't do it, or if they fire you for taking it, or if they try to dock your pay for it, now you have a lawsuit against them.
Yeah, we have the same ones here. We have the same one here, Lou. So if you work over 12 hours, they've got to give you dinner money as well. So
that's nice.
Yeah, we got some pretty handy kind of labour laws over here.
At least
Bro, what is dinner money? Is that like your mom giving you lunch money?
Pretty
Called per
much, you get
diem.
like
Per diem. Yeah, so like you'll
after
get
12 hours, you get a meal allowance, so you can go and have a proper break. Yeah.
What?
So it's usually probably like $30 to $40, something like that, like $20, $30.
Yeah, around about that. Yeah. Yeah, the cost of a
yeah per diem money will often be like gas money to get to and from the
gas
job,
money,
along
yeah.
with being able to grab a lunch or something like that. So you'll get this much per day to cover those expenses.
So they'll give you the allowance. They'll give you, like, we'll say $5 in gas, and then like another $15, $20 for your meal. So you get like $25 total.
Yeah, we have to pay because I own a company, so we have to pay travel money as well. So
Yeah, and you get the travel vouchers at the end of the month. Like, you don't get them right away. It's like,
no,
okay,
that goes straight into their wages.
yeah, it goes into the wages.
Yeah.
Yo, so your employees can be like, Bossy Coon, can I have some nuggies?
Basically, I mean, they're working a 12-hour shift. I deserve nuggies at that point.
Yeah, like, do I get some nuggies?
Like, look, you can spend your per diem however the fuck you want. You don't have to go spend it
Yeah,
on
you
lunch. They
don't have
don't
to
need a
spend it.
receipt.
Yeah, exactly. You can make your own lunch and, like, meal prep or do whatever, and take those vouchers and just, like, keep the money, keep the $25 per week or whatever it is, and then you have an extra $100 a week, and then you only spent like $30 on groceries, like making rice and chicken and broccoli. But the thing about SpaceX that's really interesting, so they have 3 different levels, A, B, and C, like I was saying, is if you work on the assembly line or the factory floor, you can work your way up to level B, which is probably just like not like HR, but just like kind of computer, like filling out forms and stuff. And then if you work your way up to level A, which is where Elon Musk hangs out, you do have a chance to interact with him at some point, whether it's at an event or some sort of like a party, like like holiday party, we'll call it. And then from there, you can actually meet the guy in person, and if you have an idea that can help the company or help him, you have that opportunity to work with him personally, because it's a private company. It's not a federal company. Yes. So the cult of Elon, yes. You there so let's say, example, I'm working on the assembly line. I'm working there for 6 months, a year, right? Work my way up to level B, which is like, logistics and whatever. And then there's some event, and then Mr. Musk is there, and I say, "Hey, I have this really great idea," you know, and he says, "Oh, that's cool." So you do have a chance to work with him personally as opposed to like a federal job because it's a private company, which still takes federal funding somehow. I don't know how they do all that math. But that would be the only
Those are
like
called public-private PPPs, public-private partnerships, which is how they. It's yet another layer that they use in order to basically steal our money and do what they want with it, because like the taxes are collected from everybody, and if the government does it like with NASA, then they have to have transparency. We have to be able to audit them and see what they did with every single penny of that. But when they have a partnership with a private company, that private company doesn't have to have that transparency. So they can take that money and claim to be giving it to the private company, who now can keep it in full secret.
Yeah, basically. Now, also going off of what the guy's saying in chat, you know, if you do have an idea, I would hope that you have like a fucking, sorry, I don't mean to swear. I hope you would have a utility pattern or like some sort of pattern. uh, because you could tell him your idea and then he could just steal it. And like, because he's got billions of dollars or whatever. So make sure you got everything on paper, you know, get your patents. And then that's when you would approach him and be like, hey, I got this idea, this design. If not, he's just gonna steal your shit, dude. He's gonna be like, yeah, good idea. I'm gonna call my lawyers and I'm gonna write this up myself. Take all your ideas and who cares?
Bro, imagine Daddy Elon steals your idea and uses it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't
okay
have a
though, because NASA will steal it right from him. So it's like,
Then you should come up with something like really dumb, like, oh my god, what if we made moon pants that the astronauts wear to the moon, and then NASA will steal it, and then they'll spend all this money making moon pants, and it's a waste of time because they're never going to the moon.
like the suit, space suits.
dude, those spacesuits on like Etsy or like even like eBay and stuff, man, those spacesuits sell for a lot of money. And it's just people making them out of their house. They get the little fake aluminum material, whatever it is that it's made out of, and they'll make it, assemble it, probably cost them like $50 to $100. And then they go on Etsy and they're like, "Oh, a spacesuit, like it looks just like NASA. $1,000." They make like 90% profit selling that stuff.
What you should do actually is you should come up with the space dress, because we want to be inclusive, right?
Yes, all inclusive.
All inclusive. So we want to be inclusive. You have to come up with a space dress and patent that, and then everybody, there'll be a huge like uproar, like, oh, we got to get the dress going because the space man, no, space person, right?
This is begging for freaking Don Pettit to put on a dress. Like,
Okay, so this is your biggest like market for that is like Halloween costumes. So yeah, we have the spaceman costumes. They could range anywhere from $200 to $1,000 depending on the quality, blah blah blah. So now we have like the space woman costume. So maybe we can do like some sort of like bell bottoms or something that like that makes it look like a dress somehow, like, but it's
oh yeah, what do they call those? The pants that look like a skirt because
yeah,
they flow
exactly,
so
like a
well.
bell bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what do they call that?
yeah,
It's
do
not a
something
bell
like
bottom
that,
though.
but it's
It's gotta
still
be-
enclosed. Like make like So it's going to connect to the space boots, but just make it look like kind of puffy at the bottom, like a bell bottom. And then that's how it becomes a dress without actually being a dress. Or it could be a dress.
We make everybody wear Jinkos.
Yeah, like Jinko spacesuits, yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure that when you get the helmet too, it has like a wig on the back. It looks like really pretty.
That's true.
Yeah.
Do we put the wig on the top, or do we incorporate it in?
No, it like goes on the back of the helmet, you know?
Oh, on the back.
Yeah.
You know, we can do spacesuit helmet mullets for men too. Like a mullet, like party in or business in the front, party in the back. Like redneck spacesuit. Let's do that one. Let's do a redneck spacesuit. Just put, the Confederate flag on it. I don't know if I could say that. That's TOS. I'm sorry. Just do something like that.
Probably have to have a mad holster on the side.
Yeah, exactly. Like let's have like a holster, and it can have like a little phaser, like those phasers from Star Trek or something, like a little space gun, like from Flash Gordon or whatever. Yeah, it's gonna have like a belt, a mullet, a space gun, like a laser. We gotta do themes, okay? Like there's a demographic for everybody.
Make sure that on the holster of the belt there's a bottle opener.
Yes.
That's key.
That's very important. Yes. We gotta open our domestic cheap beer, and if we have the bottle opener on the holster, then that is the perfect combination.
What is an astronaut's favorite beer?
What?
Blue Moon.
Oh, Blue Moon. I used to drink that back in the day, yeah.
I'm so freaking funny. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, you are pretty funny. I like that. I try to be funny too. Yeah, I can't really find Blue Moon in Texas though. The only time I drank Blue Moon was when I lived in Arizona. I got out of the army. I lived in Arizona for 6 years, and they had Blue Moon everywhere. I guess because it's from California. So I would drink it then, but it's not at the stores like anywhere. I have to go like maybe to like the liquor store, like Specs or something, to find it. But yeah, we don't see a lot of Blue Moon around here. Blue Moon, you got me standing on my own. Something, something in my heart. I don't know how the song goes, sorry.
No, it's fine because nobody else is saying anything. So.
Are you driving?
Yeah, I am. It's raining and I'm driving.
It's raining and you're driving and you're on Discord talking to a random dude.
Yeah? What's the problem? I have to drive a long way.
Is it for work?
No.
Meeting your boyfriend?
No. I'm meeting my dad.
Oh, your father. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I'm going to go meet my dad. I have to go. He's working, and I have to go pick up their dog from somewhere. It's kind of cool. I just had. Sorry, what?
I said that's nice of you to do that.
Yeah, I have off today, and then my job was getting on my nerves, so I took off tomorrow too, as an excuse.
Sounds like you have a busy job, from what you're saying. You say you work for the government, so.
Yeah, I work in IT, yeah, so. But, like, my boss was, like, getting on my nerves, so I decided I was just gonna take another day off.
Yeah, you gotta stick it to the man sometimes. You gotta think about yourself, you know? That's been my problem. Oh, she's very what?
She's very rude.
Is she productive or is she
She's
like?
just a very rude person.
Some people are just like so upset and miserable all the time. Like, oh, I
She
hate.
is.
Hmm?
So like, I don't know. She's just like really like she's like the worst. She's not an IT person, right? So she's like this HR oriented person. She has no
Oh
idea like
no,
what we
no.
actually do, right? So like when we're doing our job and we'll be like, yeah, we have to go fix this issue and this issue, and she'll be like, well, how long is that going to take? We're like, I don't know, like, well, we really got to get this done. Like logistics, like, shut up. This isn't logistics time. Do you want it to work or not? She's just like rude.
Yeah, HR is like it's the worst, man. Like they just don't understand the other departments and like the pay or the workload they have and like the time it's gonna take to do whatever specific
Is
task.
the Earth flat?
Hmm?
Is the Earth flat?
Yes.
Who is asking?
Crypto
Stop.
Seth.
I want to know. Please educate me on
What
why
is
the
your
Earth.
profile say? Won't DM first. I have my DMs disabled. I don't want anybody DMing me. Fuck that shit. No friend requests, no
Why the Earth
DMs.
flat?
Is the Earth a globe? Is that what you're asking?
I want you to educate me on why the Earth is flat. I have no opinion.
Well, mathematically, like I was in the military and they use a grid system. So a click is usually a kilometer, like over a kilometer. So it's like 1,100 something meters. I have to look. So just going by that, I would say that it's probably flat. When I'm reading a map and it's in a grid system, they try to say, "Oh, we apply the curvature, like whatever that thing is with the bullets." Some stupid stuff that doesn't even make sense. So, how
I actually
many?
read
Well,
a document. Oh,
mhm.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm gonna
I was
Google
going
it.
to say that I actually read a document on missiles, specifically to what is it called? Like, sorry, my windshield wipers are loud. I read a document about shooting missiles specifically over water and how they were calculated, and also what is it called? Submarines, and how they calculated it on a flat surface, like you said, like a grid system.
Mhm.
Do you know why it's called a click? Because I don't get that. Why is it called that?
Well, I googled it. Hold on, I gotta look. So it says a click, KLICK, is equal to 1 kilometer, which is 1,000 meters, which is 3,280 feet. Why is the kilometer called a click? When a soldier would complete a march, they would signal to their commander and denote movement of 1,000 meters by hoisting up their rifle and moving the gas regulator with their thumb, which made a click to the commander so they could hear it. Oh, so it's like a signal, like they're giving a signal. They would signal to their commander and denote movement of 1,000 meters by hoisting up their rifle and moving the gas regulator with their thumb. There's gas regulators on, man, what is this, the 1700s? Jesus. No, I guess it makes sense.
I guess that guy left. I guess he didn't want to know what the shape of the Earth was, or he was banned. I have no idea.
Yeah, well. Shit, dude, I'm going, well, I don't want to make this about me, but I guess I will, because nobody else is talking. I'm going through it, man. I'm going through the ringer. You know what the ringer is?
What is your ringer?
Life. So
Yeah.
ringer is like when you put like clothing through a wringer that dries the clothes.
Oh, that little thing that you like crank and it like
Yeah, the crank.
squeezes all the
Yeah, the
water out.
crank thing. Yes, it's WRINGER. So like ringer, but with W. So it says the idiom put through the wringer comes from the process of washing clothes and using a wringer to squeeze out the water. While it appeared sometime after the turn of the 20th century, the popularity of the idiom peaked in the 1940s. So yeah, I'm going through the wringer. I mean, financially, I'm fine. You know, just I'm 37 years old, man.
Wait, you said you were looking for a job?
No, I said financially I'm fine. I'm just, I'm a disabled veteran, so I got all my bills paid and
Oh,
shit.
yeah. I gotcha. Okay.
Just like having like a somewhat of an early midlife crisis. Some guy in the other chat I was talking to said I should just buy a drop top. He was like, "Yeah, you should just buy a drop top, like a convertible, and just like drive around." It's like,
Yeah, dude, get a Corvette convertible and drive under the speed limit in the slow lane everywhere you go.
on the right lane, dude, they have those fucking signs on the highway here in Texas. It says the left lane is used for passing, like the
Yeah.
passing lane. So just
Yeah,
drive
it's
in
a
the
slow
slow
lane,
lane.
but go slower than the speed limit when you do it. Like, and make sure to double park everywhere you go too.
And it, dude, and be completely sober, have like Listerine, like Altoids, like mints, everything, gum. And then when the cops pull you over, they're like, "Are you drunk?" Be like, "No, I just, couldn't figure out the speed limit. I thought it was, I thought it was 55, but apparently it's 70. So I was going 45." And then the cop's just gonna be like, "Dude, like, he's probably gonna give me a ticket anyway. You're going too slow."
You can start carrying some Werther's Originals too. Those are good to hand out to kids. No, wait.
Hmm?
You can hand them out to your grandchildren.
He's still only
Oh,
he's
yeah,
still
like,
only 37. It's not okay for him to approach children yet.
yeah,
Oh no,
exactly.
you're right. You're
I
right.
might get in trouble for that. But I can give them to the police. I know what you're talking about. It's those like butterscotch candies,
Yeah, you can
basically.
give them to the police. Yeah, when they come up
Yeah.
to the window and they say license and registration, just hand them a handful of Werthers, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay." And you say, "That's for you, Sonny."
That's for you, Sonny. Yeah. He's gonna be like, "How old are you?" I'll be like, I'm a 67-year-old man trapped in a 38-year-old's body or
Why,
whatever.
thank you. Well, thank you very much.
I'm back. Hi, Sunny. Is it Coil or Coile? How do you
Yeah,
say your name?
Coil.
Cool. What's up?
It's an Irish name, yeah. How's it going?
Just got beat up by a bunch of angry vegans in another server for a minute. It was hilarious, so I had
Oh,
to come
dude, I
back
go to
home.
that vegan server. Dude, I went to that vegan server
I'm
like
like,
2
I
or 3
don't
weeks
give a
ago.
crap what you eat. Why do you think I'm patronized? Like, why do you think I'm not? I didn't say nothing. It's weird.
Dude, I went into the vegan server like I think it was like 3 weeks ago because I know they have the vegan whatever discussion. They don't have it all the time, but I went in there. I'm scrolling through the list. I don't know if they're there now, but there was a day where there was like 30 people, like 20 people in the room. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna fight these vegans. And I was talking about triglycerides and like saturated fat and like stuff. like for your teeth and for like your bones and your body and stuff. And I was posting all these citations. I was like, yeah, triglycerides or whatever, and blah blah blah. And they got so mad at me. And then we started talking about plants, and I was like, yeah, plants feel like pain. Like it's been proven through
You
scientific
can have
studies.
you can have a conversation with a tree or a plant, and it does grow better. Yes, I've done. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah, and also they do experience pain. Like if a tree is being chopped down, just because we can't hear it on our level of frequency, it doesn't mean it's not crying out in like agony or like it's
absolutely. And you look
yeah.
at the anatomy of a tree, and it's like a person. It's like our insides. It's amazing. So it's like I've always been like a tree hugger mentally, and I'm like, I'm not beating you up, vegans. I don't care. Like I just wanted to listen, chill out, whatever.
They were
I
like,
could give a fuck if you eat sawdust, motherfucker. Just back
Enjoy
away from
your
my
soy. It's
sandwich.
not my business, not my body. Don't care. Just interested in something right. Just get off my jock,
so what
people.
happened then? Did they just start fighting you for no reason?
Well, it was this person I didn't know was a vegan in the room, and then she just like had this insane rant, like almost like a non-human. It was just really odd, and so I couldn't get her name because she was just a weird name that's not a person name on there. And I'm like, well, since you don't know me at all, bye.
Jesus.
I'm used to it from most female. I'm like, that's why I like Flatsy and Stacy. I'm like, thank you for being kind to me, people. That's all I ask. I'm kind
Dude,
to
I
you.
was going in the chat because I have permissions on this account to post pictures in the chat, and I was posting pictures of liver and onion, and they got so pissed. The moderator that was there started deleting the pictures.
Oh
So
my God.
I was posting pictures of liver and onion.
I would have thought it was hilarious because it's like a reference to that 90s cartoon Doug
Yeah,
for me.
yeah, Doug when
You
he's
know?
forced to eat liver and onion. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
with
remember
Patty
that. Yeah.
Mayonnaise. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Oh, it's so disgusting." And then, like, he's such a little beta cuck. Like, but yeah, he's like, he finally eats the liver and onion. Yeah, I remember watching that when I was growing up. That was funny.
The beats, man. Anyway, back to Flat
Beats.
Earth. But yeah.
Yeah, I need more allowance, man.
I wouldn't like bully you relentlessly if you posted liver and onions. I would be like, great reference, man. Great
I started
reference.
posting I posted liver and onions, and then I posted steak and eggs, and then I posted like tacos, like steak, like fajita tacos or something. And then I think they just gave up after a while. They were like, whatever. We're not going to delete his message. I was like, yeah, you need some vitamin A, dude. Eat liver and onions. Eat it once a week. I try to eat it at least once a month. Get
I'm
all
going to
those.
eat it when I'm pregnant for the sake of my baby. So yeah.
Oh, are you getting pregnant or you? Yes. Whenever you get pregnant, eat it. Yes. Okay. Well, I was trying to say congratulations on the baby. That's all. You're pregnant. I don't know.
I'll take an early congrats. Sure.
All right, cool.
So I guess you're trying for the baby?
Very near future, I think.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
That's good.
Yeah, I don't have any kids.
I do not have kids either.
Well,
Yeah,
aren't you
to be fair, I
younger than me?
never wanted them until like a few years ago, and it's been, I can't really, yeah. The right person, God will make it happen. Anyway, back to Flat Earth. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I guess when I got out of the military, like, I was supposed to marry this girl, and when I was in Iraq, I found out she was cheating on me through MySpace, of course. That was when you could just look up anybody's name, like their real name.
I'm sorry to hear that. What a shithead.
Yeah, I was gonna marry her when I got back from combat. I was in the infantry. So it kind of just fucked. I was 21 years old. It messed with me for the rest of my life. So I just never. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying I shouldn't have tried to get married and have kids, but I think it did something to me where I was like very protective of myself and like had like trust issues and stuff. So I just never found a wife and had kids.
Hey, glad you're you've healed yourself, because then doors can open, without even looking for them. So.
Well, I'm a 37-year-old man, and I'm in great shape for the most part.
That's too old, dude. That's too old to have kids. I mean, you might as well just hang it
He's
up.
advertised. He's putting his ad out there. Come on, any ladies, take any takers.
Yeah,
I mean, you're 37. It's just you got you and
Now,
your
as
mom.
Crit,
That's all you got
Crit,
now.
Crit and
It's
I are
crazy. You got
going to
sisters.
develop
You got
our own
sisters.
flat Earth server for that, maybe, and help others. I don't know. But back to any globe heads in here? Maybe not.
Yeah, so anyway, the last thing I'll say is I'm 37 and I've checked my sperm counts and they're fine, dude. So I
Yeah,
got
no, that's fine. So biologically, you can have a child, but dude, you don't want to like the thing is at 37, you're gonna be,
Hey,
when your kid
let's get off this
when
subject.
your
We have
kid's a
somebody named
teenager,
Bam in here, and he's like flabbergasted, I think. So.
when your kid's a young adult and teenager, and you're freaking sore and achy and all that because you're now in your 50s, and you don't have the energy to go and ride a bike or throw a ball or whatever. Like that's the
Such
negative
a
side
downer,
of
Lou.
starting late and having kids.
Well, I have
Oh,
good genetics for the record, and my dad's like 63 years old and he can ride a bike all day. So luckily for me, I
how
think I'll
about
be
nighttime?
okay. I'm actually an amateur cyclist, so I'm not kidding. I love riding bikes. But yeah, so the guy in here is flabbergasted. His name is Bam.
Yeah. Let's say hi to the new person. Bam.
Hi. Wham bam.
Hey, how you doing?
Bam, Bam, thank you, man.
I'm doing good. Like, is this even a debate? Flat Earth? Do you actually think the Earth is flat?
No, we actually, well, I know the Earth is flat. It takes a
It's
very,
not a globe either. But what were you going to say, Bam?
You can
Have you
debate
have you
anything.
have you seen it? Like, have you seen the flat Earth? Like, have you seen the edge? How can you claim it's flat?
there's no edge. Like, we're not claiming an edge here.
Although I've had a lot of friends over the years, Bam, that said the same thing as their first response. They either take a pen out of their pocket, drop it, and be like, "That means globe," or they say, "Well, wouldn't we fall off?" And I just don't understand that connection. So if you could explain that thought, none of us think that. So.
Yeah,
I actually think the argument from authority is really good. Like, you should believe like international space agencies, NASA, the JST, the JSF.
That would be a good start.
You're funny.
That would be a good start, I would say, to not believe
I
in it.
mean, it's silly to think that all the governments in the world can like conspire to
Silly
make
to
you
think. Why would
believe
it be
the
silly
globe
to
Earth.
think? I think it's a good idea to think. I'm
Do you actually
opposite.
think the governments of the world
I
can
don't think
like
it's silly to think
collaborate?
anything. I mean,
That's
you
an
can think
odd
thoughts.
question. We get that question a lot, and I'm not going to take that bait. So if you want to reframe the question to like the evidence that it's either a globe or not, that would be preferred.
I'm just flabbergasted how you can think
Me
like
too.
all the
I'm super
governments in the
flabbergasted.
world
Why
like
do you think
they
what you
have
think, man?
Yeah. What do
You'd
you
have to know why
common
we think what we
sense,
think first, right?
logic.
Or like that, we're
Bam?
like psychotherapists and can analyze anybody that's in leadership. That's just ridiculous. So, next question.
What do you think,
Did,
Bam? What do you think, man?
do you think the dinosaurs also lived on a
Bro, like,
flat
what do
Earth?
you think in regards to the shape of the Earth? Like, what do you think?
Obviously, I think it's a globe. What do you
Why?
think?
What's your main reason?
I mean, because people smarter than me told me it's a globe.
Oh, you're funny.
So an appeal to authority that you don't know.
He doesn't even know if they think that. He just assumes they think that because I don't know
Exactly.
why he assumes it.
He assumes that they know more than he does about the world around him.
Or he likes
yeah.
sci-fi shows. We all liked Stargate Atlantis. I was telling people that the other day. I was guilty for a minute.
What if I told you, Bam, that you have actually zero proof of the globe Earth as far as true knowledge?
Have you heard of the stick argument? Like, you can put two sticks in the ground and look at their shadow.
You
Yeah,
can also
so
build a tent too,
that's
doing
Is
that
that what
same
NASA
thing.
did?
a non sequitur because we're talking about the surface of Earth curving. So that's a non sequitur. It's actually that would be looking at an effect of the sun causing a shadow. That's a secondary kind of issue. So what we're trying to get to is the first foundational claim: Earth is a ball of 3,959 mile radius. And so what we need to do is go figure that out by going outside and measuring over water and see, does it conform to that size and shape? Well,
But
we did that.
wait, how would you measure anything if you don't believe in science? Like the cameras you're
Let
using.
me just one second,
whoa,
Sonny. So,
whoa,
like
dude.
the stick thing you're mentioning. What? How did that prove the globe, Bam? Just the two sticks.
Because the shadows of the sticks were different at different places.
Oh, okay. So, like in your room right now, you've got a light in the room, okay, and you have two sticks, one end of the room and the other one like directly below the light, okay. You're gonna have the same effects, okay. You're gonna have a long shadow and a short shadow. Next question. That
Gotcha.
doesn't prove no globe.
But
Okay.
the light in my room is really close up, like the sun is far away, so the shadow is more consistent.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Maybe
If
the
it
sun
was
is closer.
closer, where we would all be burned to a crisp, wouldn't we?
No, you're assuming that the idea of what the sun is that you've been given and been taught in the education system is true, and you're applying that to the flat Earth. Are you doing that?
I think he's
I
trying to
mean,
bring the
how
sun
do
that's
you
like
judge things, man?
400 times
If
the
you
Earth.
don't like believe in school and education, like how do you judge stuff?
The thing is,
My
you're
point is,
told things in
Bam,
the
I don't know if you
education,
realize
right?
you do this, Bam, but you say the word believe or belief like in every sentence that you say, and maybe that's something to make note of. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. You're told things, right, in the education system and on TV, and you might read it in a book, but what evidence goes with it? Are you talking about just believing what someone says, or are you talking about analyzing the evidence that goes along with the story, which confirms you're being told?
I'm saying both. Like you can never be sure of anything like 100%. You can only believe it with like 99%.
Oh,
Like
we've got a
if
brain
there's
in the
enough
jar,
evidence, you
guys.
can be like 99% sure a thing is like real.
So by having the two sticks in your room and you're having two different shadows, you're assuming the sun is 93 million miles away? No, you know for a fact that the sun is local and in your room, right? Okay. The light source is within the room. And you have two shadows that are different lengths. Okay, do you understand that it could be like that?
I think you're just arguing for the sake of argument. You have like no real points, and you're just being like argumentative for no reason.
No,
What
Bam.
point have
No,
you brought
Bam.
up, Bam?
You see, when we go out into reality, Bam, we don't see the curvature that we're told exists. We don't experience the motion of the ground like we're told is happening. So your base logical axiom and experience of reality is flat and motionless. Right? Then you're told a story about it not being what you observe and experience it to be. And we're asking, okay, if it's not what we're observing and experiencing it to be, what is the evidence for it?
Okay, okay.
He brought the
Tell me.
evidence up.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on.
He
Hold on.
brought the
I
evidence
have
up.
like a original argument. You can see the moon right at night. Why is the moon a sphere?
Has nothing to do with the Earth. Do you have any evidence of the Earth being a sphere?
But it's a cosmic entity in space, like right
Do you have
next
any
to the
evidence
Earth,
that
and
we are a cosmic entity in space?
do you not believe in space?
Just prove the Earth to have some curvature, I guess, or why do you think it's a?
Another
So
belief.
you have no argument against why the moon is a sphere then?
It's just not the Earth.
Yeah, but if
I want to
it's
go
a
back to
sphere,
the
then the
sticks,
Earth.
Bam.
Yeah, well, here, wait, hold, maybe he can connect it. Okay, so in your worldview, you're looking at the moon. How is that
Yeah.
actually looking at the Earth?
What looking at the moon, like I don't
What can it
know
tell
what
you
you're
about the
trying to
Earth?
say.
Yeah, so you're looking at the moon, and that this observation of the moon is going to divine you knowledge of what the Earth is. And just walk us through that step by step. Step one.
Okay, if you want to judge anything, don't you like look at things in your like relative things that are in your vicinity? Like, wouldn't we look at the other planets in the solar system, like Mars or like
Why
Mercury?
you've already
There's
pre-assumed that you're on one? Why have you pre-assumed that you're on a planet?
Isn't the flat Earth a planet though?
No.
What
Did
is
you
it then?
were you forced to do that styrofoam ball school project where you made a solar system connected with like sticks? Because that seems like
I
what you're hung up on. I just,
I
You
mean,
have no reason to think that
I don't
you
understand
have
your
no
model.
reason to
You,
think.
you not believe that Earth is a planet?
No, friend, you have no reason to think that you're standing on a thing that is like what you see in the sky. No
Are you
observable
trolling me?
similarity.
Are you like all of you
No,
collectively
no, I'm
trolling
not
me?
trolling
Or
you. You look at a
Okay, wait,
sky
hold on.
and tell me
Wait,
what you see, which looks like what you are standing on.
Okay, so how did you adjudicate troll? A topic that has nothing to do with you, that you've inserted yourself into.
Mhm.
How could that be a troll to you?
I mean, you're just denying like basic facts and reality, and you.
Yeah, don't worry about what we're doing, okay? Just you, okay? Just use you and your worldview and just walk us step by step through it. If you think we're trolling you, factor it out completely and just pretend or whatever that you're talking to somebody who is so subjective. Your take here is so subjective. It's so individualized to your experience. I'm simply asking you to change it to something more functionally normal so you're able to have a conversation in the space. Will you do that or not?
Okay, I don't think I can give you any evidence or any argument that would change your mind. So I think it's pointless.
No one's going to change their mind but themselves. That's a fact, Jack.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what. So the tip would be when the pavement hits the road here, when the asphalt hits the road, that you would describe your reasons for why you think the Earth is a globe, starting with you're looking at the moon or Mars, and somehow these observations divine you information of what the Earth is.
I think the biggest difference between your worldview and my worldview.
Okay, don't worry about mine. Don't worry about. Wait, hold on. Don't worry about mine because you've already adjudicated mine.
Can you let me talk, or will you just keep interrupting me?
You've already adjudicated that everyone here is trolling you. Okay, so don't use that. Use your worldview and leave out all the other stuff. Okay. We already know your answer. We already know that anything anyone says to you is going to be a troll. So just walk us through step by step what you think the Earth is and why.
I believe in gravity. Gravity attracts things to the center of mass, and Earth is a big ball of matter, and it's a sphere. Basically, yeah, that's my worldview.
All right.
To be fair, your first 1 second, your first like defense of the globe was the two sticks, and I told you within like moments that it could just happen in your fucking bedroom, you know.
I mean, yeah, but the circumstances were different.
Yeah, right now he's admitting that he's never seen the Earth to be anything other than stationary and flat. So that he that's his experience. He trusts his experience that the Earth is not moving, and that it is flat. But things fall when he drops a pen. It falls. Therefore, it must be opposite of all of his experience and all of his observations, and it must be a sphere because things fall.
Okay, I'm curious about
Are you
one
trolling me
thing.
or what?
Okay, hold on. I'm just curious about one thing. Let's just assume the Earth is flat. Like, what's the point? Like, is there any difference between a flat Earth and a spherical Earth? Like, what would it change?
Yeah, so on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be a troll to you if somebody disagrees with your worldview. But on a sphere Earth,
who am I, bro? Why do you
anyone
care
who
so much
disagrees,
about me?
yeah, because you're
Why
the
do you
one who
care?
made the claim. You said everyone here, their main purpose for logging on Discord today was to troll you.
Okay, I'm just asking a genuine question. In
Yeah,
your
I'm telling you the
worldview,
difference.
if the Earth is flat, what does it change? Like, how does it
So
change
then,
anything for
yeah, now
humans?
people don't. Now everyone who disagrees with you is not a troll. See, on your globe Earth, anybody who
Okay, you're
disagrees with
not gonna
you
answer my
is a
question.
troll. But if you change it to a flat Earth cosmology, people who disagree with you aren't trolling.
So your whole worldview is just based on me, like my opinion.
No, you asked me what the difference would be for you right now. For you,
For
you,
humanity. I
no, for
asked for
you.
humanity,
We'll
not
just start with
myself.
you. Let's just start with you.
Don't start with me. Start with
Well,
humanity.
you're the only one here. All of humanity is not here. Just you.
Okay. I guess
you're the only one here. Okay, you're not speaking for.
Okay. You just want to stay on petty arguments. I gotcha. Okay,
Okay, use that too then. Yeah. So on the globe Earth, anything that you don't want to talk about is a petty argument and blame the other person for that. On the flat Earth, you joined a conversation with a channel called Flat Earth, and all these conversations are pointed and targeted to the heart of the issue. There's a difference.
Yeah, imagine just believing something like that. Like I dropped a solid object and it went down in a specific direction, right? So down, vertical to horizontal. It went down. Therefore, horizontal must be curving. I mean, just what a position to hold. And then when you let go of a balloon and it goes up, then I don't know what happened there, but I guess that the Earth is concave now, or when I let go of balloons, are we on a concave Earth?
Or if you see a space turd, you gotta assume that is a alien probe. Because everything must be a ball. So when you see things that aren't balls, they're probes.
your ideology only works in your own echo chambers. If you go into the real world, it's all gonna fall apart.
Ditto. This
gonna
concept
fall.
of all this victimhood and victim complex, where every space you go to is a troll to you, that only works subjectively from your point of view. Inside your own echo chamber, your head, inside your own head. Your worldview is so subjective, is so bizarre, is so uniquely observer dependent that really it doesn't even work for you. Because if you think you're being trolled, why are you still here?
Well, tell me, Bam. Tell me, Bam. What do you do in your everyday life, right? That exclusively relies on a belief that you're on a spinning ball.
Everything. I use Google Maps to go everywhere, and if like the Earth wasn't a sphere, satellites wouldn't work.
No, we're talking about what you will do. What you will do. And see, I can use Google Maps, and I don't think Earth is a spinning ball, and I can still use Google Maps, right? What is there in reality? You're going to go out into everyday life, and the lack of a belief in being on a spinning ball will prevent you from being able to do something.
Honestly, like nothing's gonna change, but it's better to know the truth about stuff. Like you should strive to know the truth. You shouldn't believe in silly stuff like the flat earth.
That Google map, like, will that position, it'll be there tomorrow in the same exact place, like the map that you make, 200, somebody made 200 years ago. So those locations, have they moved, or are they still in the same location?
I mean, yeah, like continental drift is a thing. Yeah. Locations change.
So the maps are good or are not good? They're no good?
I mean, the current maps are good. Yeah, it's like updated every day.
Okay, so everything is moving? Relative to what?
Relative to each other.
We have to be precise here. Yeah, like the motion of these things are noticeable after thousands and thousands and thousands of years, far before technology.
What things?
The continental drift. Like for every centimeter a continent moves, that's 10,000 plus years past. That's what they say.
Interesting. So I'm just wondering if he uses the map as if it is, as if these locations are moving or they're not moving. Are they stationary? Are they on like a stationary Earth, or are they moving?
But like maps get outdated. Like locations change, people change, cities change.
Okay, so you don't use maps.
No. They don't move. Right? To us, they don't move. They're stationary. On the map, it's stationary.
You know what's crazy about Google Maps is that it's actually a Cartesian coordinate system, so that's a flat map that you use every day. So you actually rely on a flat Earth to get where you need to go.
Not really, if you understand cartography and how it works, right?
Show me the map and show me the curvature of it on Google Maps. You can go ahead and tell me whether or not Google Maps is a Cartesian system or if it's a globular system, a polar coordinate.
Sure. You know how when you
Let's go ahead and post it in chat. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, when you put a location like a destination.
No, I don't need you to tell me about it. I need you to show me that the Google Maps is not a Cartesian coordinate system.
It is. I agree with you. It is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's a flat map.
It's not flat, no.
No, it's not flat.
How would you represent a
Cartesian
sphere
is 3D, right?
on a paper piece of 2D paper?
Length, width, and height, right?
No, it's
length,
3D.
width, and height.
Yeah, length, width, and height. That's 3 dimensions.
Yep. That can work on a sphere, can it?
And the surface that you're navigating is on the horizontal plane in that map.
Actually, it works on polar coordinates. I just remembered polar coordination is how it works.
Okay,
but why did you need to represent height on a 2D map, though?
Post that for me, that it's on a polar coordinate system.
Wait, says who? Why do you need to represent height on a 2D map?
It just is represented on a 2D map with like color systems and whatnot, telling you the elevation.
Yeah, well, they display different
topography on there. It's topography. It will be on there as well, but all in reference to a flat plane.
Does anyone know like the mechanisms into creating these maps? I'm actually curious to know how they do it. Do we know how they do it?
It's all according to a horizontal plane.
No, but
haven't you played Minecraft?
It doesn't make sense to me, right? Because like I'm pretty sure that like the algorithms they write for the arrival times, the distances, and the time to arrival, that's all based on a spherical Earth, right?
Bro, have you ever gone on a plane trip? Have you ever gone?
Hold on, that's a claim. I need him to go ahead and confirm that.
I mean, I don't. Do you know how? Like, that's what I'm asking. Do you know how they actually work? How the algorithms are written? How they write these?
No, but are you making a claim that this is according to a polar coordinate system and it's all using curvature? If you do, go ahead and show it.
Yeah, but when they're writing these algorithms, one thing they assume is they need to know the shape of the Earth, the relative size of the Earth, so the overall surface
Post
area,
it.
right? They need to know these.
Post it. You're just making claims. Don't stack claims. Post.
Sure.
Give evidence.
Well, that's what's great about an algorithm. You can type in your presupposition, like you can take those Cartesian coordinates, which are flat and linear, and then if you want them to be shaped around a globe, that has to be included in the algorithm.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention, like, I don't know if he's ever been on a flight or a plane. He's had a delay where there was there's a long delay, and he had to get on the flight, but then somehow arrived at his destination still on time. The main objective of these airports is to keep things on time. So they'll enter a different a different current to keep things on time, go slower or faster. It's not about, they're not trying to get there as fast as they can. They'll all crash. They want to get there on time, separate these arrivals and these departures in an orderly fashion. So while they're in the air, they can either speed up or slow down to keep their times. I mean, it's pretty obvious to anybody.
They use obvious, like, essentially highways. They have these certain paths or jet streams or whatever that they like to use in order to get the most fuel efficiency.
But even I'm just saying, even if you don't want to learn,
they follow these corridors. They're not taking necessarily the most direct path, and they're not, and it has nothing to do with a globe either. It has to do with, like, where the wind blows.
right? Yeah, I'm just saying, even if somebody didn't want to educate themselves on the jet streams and and flight routes, etc., they could just use common experience, which is boarding a flight, knowing that they're 3 hours behind on a flight, but then arrived at their destination on time. And then when they went on a different flight and boarded exactly on time and still arrived at exactly on time, that it's not magic. It's not, there's a plan in action there. It's not just magic that gets you there in a time machine according to how you're supposed to arrive. Just, they could use their common experience instead of learning everything. But yeah, I mean, for sure there's jet streams and there's different things at
That's
play.
the main thing. It's economics. It's how can they save a few bucks here or a few bucks there. They want to fight the least amount of wind in either direction. They want to utilize the wind when they're going one way, and they want to fight the least amount when they're going the other. The shorter amount of time that the plane is in the air, the more money they make.
Yeah, that was probably going to be BAM's like globe proof though. I don't know.
That's not proof of a globe. I mean, it doesn't necessarily follow a great circle route to get to the shortest distance between A and B. It has to do with the jet streams and where the wind blows so that they can lessen the amount of time that they're burning fuel.
So BAM, what else do you in your common everyday experience? When else do you experience or utilize curvature and axial rotation? Or is it just when you like MapQuest something or Google Map or flat map it? Yeah, that's a shame.
Did he flounce?
You said that was going to be his globe proof. Are you saying you're mad at me for, like, shutting him down before he got to give it? Because we need.
Yeah, it probably would have happened. It's probably going to be his globe proof. Yeah.
And damn it! Now we got to sit here in silence.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Hey, what did you ask me to bring? I don't know what your name is.
Are you the guy they were just talking to about
the
flight
map?
path?
About the map. What coordinate systems they use? Yeah.
Cartesian.
Cartesian. All right. So it says here they use geographic coordinate systems. The particular one in the case of the Earth is here. So there's horizontal coordinate systems, which you mentioned, and there's 3 types: geographic, projected, and local. So it says here that for the maps they use, let's paste it here, geographic coordinate systems. That considers like ellipsoidal shapes, spherical shapes, and there's a pole, there's an axis. Like when you open up the map and you look at it, there's a north and there's a south, and then there's coordinates of latitude and longitude. If you know the polar coordinate system, there's an axis, and then there's an angle that represents that latitude. There's a radius, and then there's an angle.
Right. So I don't know if you were listening, but I was addressing your point before you even got to there. So, like, if you're looking for the shortest path across the surface of a ball, you're looking for the great circle route, right? Like, you're looking for, it wouldn't be a straight linear line because you're having to bend around a ball, but it would be a slightly arced line that would be the shortest path across the globe, right? And that's what I think you are trying to point out. However, that's not, that may be taken into consideration, but that's not the path that they take. Because there's also the jet streams that they consider. And they're looking for the least amount of wind to fight and the shortest amount of time in the air. So, if you actually look at like actual, if you look at actual flight paths, you'll see that they don't take that great circle route that you're talking about, which would be the shortest path from point A to point B across the surface of a globe. They don't use that.
Well, Lou, we were talking about Google Maps, not flight times or flight paths.
Exactly. But the point is that if you have a curved line and you're not measuring the line, the circumference of the line, however long it is, but you actually just measure the end to the beginning to the end, and then you get another straight line of that same length, right? When you flatten out that curved line, it's going to be longer than the other line, right? So, like, these maps consider that over distance, right? The extra distance. So, like, if you drive in a car,
where does it say that? Where does it say that?
This is built into the mapping. This is cartography. This is how they make these maps.
You talked about a radius. Are you talking about the radius of the Earth? Or are you talking about the azimuth as in regards
but when
to
they
north,
make
south,
these
east,
maps,
and
that's
west?
what they consider. Yeah, when they make these maps,
Okay, you're making the claim again. I just want you to go ahead and show me your post where it says they're taking the curvature into consideration and how.
Okay. They use GCS systems. GCS, that's what they use. Yeah.
Okay. What is that?
Okay.
GIS. GIS.
Okay. Geographic coordinate systems is what they use. Yeah. And it says here it's based on a 3-dimensional ellipsoidal or spherical surface, and locations are defined using angular measurements.
So that's straight lines.
So there's longitude, which is the x coordinates. There's the latitude, which is the y coordinates. Yeah.
Yep. So that's a flat grid.
Yeah, those have angles. Those have angles, but the curved part does not. So,
but okay. When you have a longitude and latitude, and with a polar axis, by default there are angles.
So that's an azimuth. That's a flat plane.
If you're using a 2D Cartesian plane, you're not going to need to use longitude and latitude to define your axes or the coordinates. You just use
on a length and width plane. You're not going to use length and width coordinates.
No. Okay. I don't know how much better I can explain this. There's a reason why they use degrees on longitude and latitude on these maps. There's a reason for it. They don't.
Yeah, because latitude and longitude are at 90-degree angles to each other.
Yeah, they are perpendicular. Yeah, so of course
Yep.
they're perpendicular. Yeah, one is up, down, left, right. Yeah, however you want to think about it from the polar, the axis, the central axis.
Yeah, you're still talking about an azimuth, and you're talking about a grid. This is a flat plane you're describing.
No, but they don't consider. They don't. Okay, when they're making these maps, okay, I'm not fully knowledgeable on the process, right? But they use the system that they use when they're creating these maps and writing these algorithms to map out distances and times, right? They're using a coordinate system, an ellipsoidal and spherical coordinate system. So there's a central axis, yeah, and they consider one to be the north. We have the northern part of the axis, the southern part of the axis, and whatever's perpendicular would be the is it the longitude? No, the latitude. I don't know the process. I'm not like a professional cartographer or whatever.
Did you post it in
Yeah.
the chat, or is this okay?
Oh no, I'm reading it from this here. I'll give me 1 second. Sorry.
Are you trying to educate us on something that you're just looking up right now?
No. I have this document saved. It's like a book kind of. It's
He
a
didn't even
manual.
remember what he was supposed to cite and prove. He was like, "What was I supposed to cite and prove again? Let me make
No,
my argument as I read."
you said prove that they use the coordinate system. Yeah, where they use a spherical or ellipsoidal coordinate system.
Yeah, you're showing it only on one axis. You're not showing it in the curvature axis. You're showing an ellipsoidal circle on a 2D plane.
Okay, but okay. How do you understand they make these maps? Do you think they make these maps assuming the Earth is flat and considering only
No,
one
you
dimension?
want to know that? Actually, that's a great topic. We should all know this. So latitude and longitude are derived based off of the stars and an assumption of a celestial sphere, one in which the stars are the same distance away, all of them, like a blanket. It doesn't
Okay.
matter the distance, but it's equal. Okay,
Yeah.
like
Where did you get that from?
this is how the maps are made. In order to find latitude and longitude, they're tracing the stars in the celestial sphere.
Yeah, again, but sphere. The big word sphere is what you're using here.
Yeah,
Yeah. When
the
they look at the
celestial
stars,
sphere. They're measuring that from a flat plane. You didn't let him get to that point, did you?
okay.
Go ahead, Lou.
All right, so it has to do with the angle, like to Polaris, is how you get latitude, right?
With all due
The
respect, Polaris is like the center. It's like the axis. It's kind of the focal point of measuring these angles. But if you're standing, so if you have 2 points of which you're standing at that are, you'd say 1,000 miles, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 miles away, and an
you don't
observer
know that
measures. No,
you
but
don't know that they're 2 or 3,000 miles away unless you use the GP of a star.
okay. But the point is that the angles of two observers at different places measuring the angle to the Polaris is going to be a different angle value. Like, this is a part of astronomy. They determine is that depending on where you're standing on Earth, the
Astronomy
angle
has
to
nothing to do with
Polaris.
the study of the Earth. That's
No, but
that's geometry. That's geology. That's anything that starts with geo. That's the study of the Earth. Astronomy, on the other hand, studies the celestial lights in the distance and has nothing to do with the Earth.
so what is Polaris?
Polaris is the North Star. It's
Not the Earth.
Perfect.
It's
The North
relatively
Star.
fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're let's say you're in Argentina and you're measuring the angle from the ground, the horizontal plane to Polaris, will you be able to do that?
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, you're not.
Oh, you're not. So if you're at the equator and it's 90 to your zenith, is that an angle across a flat plane?
No. The South Argentina is lower than the
He's saying, "Why
equator.
can't we see Polaris from the south?"
Yeah. So he's claiming that the horizon is Earth curve. So you're going to go ahead and debunk that for him real quick.
Okay, I don't think any scientist of any sort has ever measured Polaris from Argentina. Respectfully, I don't think anyone has.
No. You get too far south and it's too far out of view. But Polaris
It's
has
not.
been
No, no, no. It's
observed.
not out of view. It's
Polaris
not out of
has been
view.
observed.
Oh, it's out of view. Yes, blocked by the curvature of the Earth, my friend.
No,
Welcome
no,
to Round
that's
Earth.
hold on. That's
Welcome
your
to Round
assumption.
Earth, my friend.
That's your assumption. Okay,
No,
it's the only thing that you've been told to fucking say or believe.
no.
But the
Nobody
problem
ever
is,
told me that. Nope,
problem
nope.
is,
Yep, I used common sense. Yep.
no, you're not going to just keep
My
doing that. Listen,
understanding of phenomenon
there's a
around
point
me.
that you don't want me to make right now. Clearly, if you're going to
So go
keep
ahead.
trying to shine me.
Oh
Go ahead.
no,
Make
I
your
mean,
point. Make your
you
point.
go ahead. I
No, make
encourage
your
you to
point. Go
make
ahead.
more points. Yes.
So Polaris has been seen, like I believe it's somewhere around 20 degrees south of the equator, which is impossible on a globe with a radius of 3959.
But that's a separate point.
The
That's
physical
a good
obstruction
point.
should come into play.
That's a good point, but it's a
No,
separate
but
point than what you were
so
originally making, which was the original point was that these latitudes are derived from elevation angles from a flat baseline to Polaris as you move
That's what
towards
I
or
was
away
trying to
from
but
it.
no, no.
Yeah.
Geographers separate the globe into a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere, and they attribute Polaris to only be observed from the northern hemisphere up down to the
No,
equator. Once you get
that's a
past the equator,
description. That has nothing to do with curvature on the Earth. That's a description. You can model the Earth any way that you want to. You can
oh, but
describe it
okay,
any
sure,
way
sure.
that you want to, but you actually have to measure curvature. So do you have that?
So I'm sorry if maybe I'm forgetting something.
You were talking
What
about
someone
latitude
said.
being perpendicular to the longitude at a point, right?
No, when I brought up the Argentina not being able to see Polaris, someone said something because it's too far or it's not observable. Is that what somebody said? Something like along those lines.
Yeah.
It's out of reach.
Yeah,
Misquoted.
no,
I'll let him
yeah,
repeat it. That it was something
something
out of
along those
view.
lines is right. Something along those lines is right. But now we're getting again we're getting off of topic, like from what we were trying to say. But I mean, I
Okay.
think that they're we were talking about how the map was made, right? And that
Oh yeah,
has to
yeah.
do with angles taken to Polaris. Okay, so
Can you show
um,
me that? I've not seen an algorithm written regarding that. I'm pretty sure, like, because it's not just one way that they create a map. They consider many different things. They
well,
they
there's lots of
consider the
different types of
stars.
maps, but there's lots of different
Yeah,
types of maps. But anytime like when they came up with latitude,
yeah.
that's how it was figured out.
La French.
Okay. Um. So let's talk
And
about Google Maps.
it wasn't even fully measured. It was just a lot of it was calculated. Like you're saying, well, the Earth must be a globe because when we go south, right? But like that part of the world was undiscovered at that time, and it was just projected and calculated to be this to continue on to another polar coordinate system.
But
Right?
are you guys aware that you can there's constellations that they trace shapes of and they map these constellations in the sky and then they coordinate or they correlate these constellations with a particular time where we can observe them, right?
Yeah, that's essentially
Yeah.
another part of what I was getting to. Is so like
Yeah.
anytime you're anywhere on Earth, whether you're in the ocean or over land, they use the GP or ground position of a star, and also that like those latitude and longitudinal calculations to say you are here. It's not that they actually measure distance on the ground from one place to another. That would be an impossibility, especially over land where there's topography and you have to cut through trees and houses and all kinds of things, up and down hills. So what they use is your position under a star.
Celestial positioning.
Wait, but this
Yeah,
I'm
listen,
confused.
Lou.
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
The Greenwich meridian and the longitude and latitudes are based on celestial positions too.
Yeah, but are we
All
assuming
maps are
that
based
these
off the stars.
are we assuming the constellations that we're measuring angles up from the surface, the horizontal surface, that they move or that Earth moves? Because we obviously know they move. Because if they do move, then their position will
Well, the
change,
ground
right, in the
position
sky.
is that it does,
Yes.
but it's at
Yeah.
zenith. So a ground position is based on a star's position at zenith. They do move, but it's all about time, day.
So exactly. So the point is that the angle will change through time, right? So the angle is not set in stone based on the position you're at.
No. That's why we like. So when it comes to celestial navigation, we have, and this is just basically because of trial and error and stuff, right? We know where, and they make a presupposition of the celestial sphere, and they think they've got that pretty well figured out, like the cycles of the stars, right? So depending on what time of day and what time of day and what time of year you are in, like then they can predict that the star will be in this place.
It's
And
not all the stars.
if you are beneath it, then they can also give you a location for
Yeah,
where you
Lou.
are.
That's the key. That's
Yes,
the key. When you're under a star at zenith, you are under a known landmark because the ground was mapped to the star's position at zenith.
at a specific
So
latitude.
you know where you are in the coordinate system.
At a
Okay.
specific
That's
latitude, which would be a
celestial
specific
positioning.
elevation angle. Yeah.
So
As long as you know the star you're at and the zenith from references to other stars, you can judge all the meridians. Yes.
I have a general
They're mapped off the
question.
stars.
Essentially, the map of the Earth is not a mapping of the Earth, but a mapping of the sky.
Oh, okay. Are we able to map Polaris?
That's a good way to put it, Lou.
Yeah, are we able to map Polaris as time goes on in regards to how the angle changes and how the position relative to us changes?
We can map anything that moves and how that moves relative to us, yes. From
Okay.
a given position. But
Okay.
it's relative to the observer, so it'll be different for all observers. That's why the star is a ground position at its zenith. So if you're under a star, then you know where you are. If you know around about the time. Because they move throughout the night, hourly. And that angle changes hourly also.
And then with that,
and the entire
understanding,
coordinate system is based on it.
Yeah, that's a slightly simplified way of putting it as well, because you don't have to be directly under the star. It's just with the understanding of the sky map that you can then triangulate and calculate your position based off of the stars.
How about this? Let's give this thought experiment.
Navigation's
So,
easiest when. Go ahead.
So let's go with this, right? So we're gonna do an experiment. We're gonna go to a place kind of distant away from where there's light pollution, so we can see the stars as clear as possible. Let's say we have.
Okay, hold on. So what's your hypothesis then?
No.
If this, then that.
Let me get the background details going, and then we'll go.
Okay,
forward.
how about just start with your naturally observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
How about I'll just
Like
grease
the
the skids for you, okay? So do you know of a character called Nicholas Copernicus?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think he said about drawing hypothesis from the sky?
I'm not too sure. I don't remember. What did he say?
Yeah, hold on, let me bring it up real quick.
Yeah. So the point is like if we measure the angle, the position of Polaris in this experiment, and we wait 6 months, and we come back to the same setup, and we measure it again, will Polaris be in the same position at the same angle, or would it be different? My assumption is
we already know it won't.
Yeah, are you drawing conclusions?
We already know it won't. It'll change maybe a jot or a tittle, but always within that variance.
I'm saying it will change a lot, like
we
30,
already know
40 degrees.
we've already listen,
bro.
we've already observed it over time. Yeah, listen, we already know it doesn't. We've observed it well over time. It's the main star that everybody can see. It's the biggest landmark if you're at sea because it has a position, a ground position. It correlates with a ground position as it moves, and it or at its zenith, and it's always had its zenith. It only moves a jot or a tittle from that, which is, a universal spec.
There you go,
what a jot
servant.
and a tittle are, right? 1 degree.
There you
1
go,
degree
servant.
or less. So it won't move a degree. We already know that because we've already observed it and we've already did these measurements.
There you go, servant. Look there. Look at the quote right there from
I give you the elevation to it and the azimuth, and you'll find it every night in your telescope. That reason being because we've already mapped those angles from the observer.
Yeah, let me read this from Nicholas. Hold on, give me 1 second. It says, so far as hypotheses are concerned,
For
let no
40
one
degrees, that would prove precession, but it would happen over a long period of time and not a short one.
Yeah, so whoever posted this, how do you understand this, Crit? How do you understand this?
Yeah, just go word by word until you understand what
No,
the
no,
words
I'm saying, like, how do you interpret this? Like, why do you think he's saying this? What's the context behind it?
Yeah, the context is if you're going to
Anything
use
certain from astronomy
Can you let Crit answer?
No, go ahead, Belmont.
No, I'd already quit, Crit, so all that was a waste of time. Go ahead, bro. I realized I was interrupting you.
What he's telling you here
It's cool.
is if you look at something other than the Earth and then try to divine information about other than the Earth, if Earth, you'll exit this process a greater fool than what you're in. You're better off not doing it at all. So that star, that planet, that black hole, if you think they're telling you something about the Earth, you're better off not doing it because you will exit a greater fool.
Okay, so would you say we're not able to make valid generalizations based on what we observe outside of Earth about
Yeah,
Earth?
if you're gonna say that star is telling you something about other than what that star is,
okay,
you're a fool. You're foolish, according to Copernicus. Because right here,
Yeah,
astrophysics,
it's a
the study.
comment towards a degree of certainty, right? It's a comment about degree.
You can just ask the experts here. What do astrophysics study? Physics beyond the Earth. What does astronomy study? Everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. So what people are doing is they're using astronomy to make Earth-based claims, which proves they have an agenda to deceive. Least he accept as a truth ideas concede for another purpose. Like
So is this a quote?
I would
Hold on,
say
is this a
it
quote or
wouldn't
is this part of
necessarily
the
even
letter?
be to deceive. It could just be an ignorance and a misunderstanding. It could be
It's a
foolishness.
quote.
Yeah.
So just real quick, I want
Servant,
to
it's a
be fair
quote.
here. So what does Nicholas? What does he understand about Earth? Like, what was his position? And how did he come to this
created by
He
God.
understands about astronomy that nothing is certain. So to build a concrete reality out of what you observe, it has a very low degree of certainty. Meaning, no absolution can come from theorizing about astronomy.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he follow? Wasn't he on board with the heliocentric model? He kind of endorsed it, or he added upon it information.
He made it. There was no
He
heliocentric.
didn't really want it to be attributed to him.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
It's interesting, though. It's interesting history.
Because it was a thought experiment.
Yeah.
He wasn't giving you a concrete reality. He was giving you a what if.
He might be mixing Newton and Copernican.
Right. Yeah. Like saying that he was basically proving that you
Who
could
did
work
Newton
it out
study?
this way based off of these assumptions. You could work it out that way. He didn't want to be tied to it, saying like this is in fact what it is.
Exactly. He was given no concretism to this theory. So the certainty, the degree of certainty is so far off in universal astrological terms.
Did he describe the Earth as being flat in his writings, in his letters?
The Earth in many different ways in his writings. Yes, one was a what if about if it was a level plane. Yes.
He
was
described
an
it as a
philosopher and they
perfect.
philosophized about.
He described Earth as a perfect sphere, and then he
It's a
knows
perfect
it was.
sphere.
Yeah, it was created by
In
God.
certain writings.
Because only God
Yeah,
can
but
create
that's
a
not
perfect
the
sphere.
entirety of all his writings.
See right here.
He did a lot of what if thought experiments.
least he accept as truth ideas conceived for another purpose. So he said he's using astronomy to tell you God did it. So he's being honest here. He's saying, if I'm using astronomy, he is to accept truth ideas for another purpose. He's trying to drive you back into the Catholic Church.
I gotcha.
Or you've departed from the study of greater fool than which you've entered.
Because correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't what was his name? Eratosthenes. Didn't he confirm, or didn't he do an experiment to confirm kind of the beliefs of Nicholas?
No,
Yeah, he was. I think he was his third cousin.
Eratosthenes would have
They
been
wore dresses together.
mediating.
Definitely.
He
did
Eratosthenes
like a
would have been.
toga dance.
Okay,
I believe.
because I'm pretty sure like Eratosthenes, he did this thing to measure the circumference of the Earth based on what other scientists said regarding the shape of the Earth before, kind of confirming. Like I don't know.
No, it didn't. It didn't confirm anything. It didn't confirm anything. Like so, it's when it comes to Eratosthenes, that can be true two different ways. It took a certain presupposition, and the presuppositions that Eratosthenes made is one, that the Earth was spherical in nature, and two, that the stars or the sun was an infinite distance away. Okay, in order to, the reason why he had to decide that the sun had to be an infinite distance was so that he could have parallel light. If it was anything but an infinite distance, the light would be divergent instead. But assuming parallel light, he could then derive with those two assumptions: one being on a globe, and two, infinite distance or parallel light. Then he could derive a radius to the Earth.
Yeah.
But,
so like, from what I understand about that experiment, like obviously you can heavily scrutinize.
Either.
Yeah, you can scrutinize kind of what he did, right? And I think this assumption of the sun being an infinite distance away is because it's like at that time I don't think they had an estimate for the distance of the sun, but they knew they always saw the sun relative to where they're measuring.
See, this is you didn't listen to what I said. It had to be infinite in order for him to have parallel rays. In fact, even still, even at an infinite distance, they would not be truly parallel. They would have to be coming, light emitting from a spherical object would have to diverge no matter how far away it is. But the farther back you push it, the closer to parallel those rays become. So what he is assuming is parallel rays.
That would be like a requirement.
If he assumes parallel rays, then, and also assumes that he's on a globe, then he can derive a radius.
Yeah, but just so I understand, like, given the relative distance of the sun, or however you guys, I don't know how you guys see the sun to be. I don't know if you guys, do you believe the sun is bigger than the Earth, or the Earth is the same size? Like, how do you guys understand that?
It doesn't matter. Eratosthenes required that it be parallel light because he knew that in reality it's not noon all of the time. That it's 12 o'clock, no shadow, then a little more shadow.
Yeah, but just
more light.
I'm pretty sure that like when he put the sticks in the ground and he was measuring the angle that the light hit off the top of the stick and created that shadow, that I'm pretty sure, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, he measured the angle from the horizontal up to where the sun was positioned in the sky and ensured that the angle was the same. Is that correct?
He measured the angle of the shadow. That's the idea. Exactly like what he angle. I guess how would you do that? I guess you would measure it up to the object. I suppose that might be it. But
yeah, because
from the stick, the top to the bottom, the furthest corner, the shadow, man, it doesn't go directly to the sun. Just the fucking shadow.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like from the top of the stick, I'm pretty sure that he measured the angle from the horizontal at the top of the stick to where the sun was positioned in the sky, and he ensured that the angle was the same.
He was comparing shadow lengths. He was comparing shadow
No,
lengths.
he just measured the angle of the shadow. So
Okay.
listen, the angle of the shadow is dependent on. It's dictated the angle to the light source. I mean, in a sense, what you're saying is true, but it wasn't done specifically all the way to the sun. Although the angle to the sun dictates the angle of the shadow off the stick, does it not? So the only thing you need to do is take a protractor and measure the angle of the shadow.
Sure.
It's really simple shit. You're making
Also the
it
length as
more
well.
complicated than
What
it
are you
is.
proposing, servant, that this demonstrates?
Oh no, I was just curious because just give me 1 second.
Well, alternatively, though, what's funny is the same thing works if you're on a flat plane and you assume divergent rays instead of parallel rays. So Eratosthenes, whether he existed truly or not, the idea behind Eratosthenes proves nothing either way. It's dependent on the assumptions you make.
Oh, sorry, I'm back. Someone was talking to me.
You missed that.
No, I heard a little bit regarding the validity of its existence or something, but the kind of what I'm trying to get at.
I'll say it again real quick.
Yeah,
So,
go
like
ahead.
the same thing works on a flat surface if you assume divergent rays instead of parallel, right? And so Eratosthenes, which is not an experiment, but at least the idea behind it, it doesn't prove anything. It only reifies what it is that you've already assumed. It's a reification fallacy. You have to presume a ball. You have to presume parallel rays, and if you do, you will reify this idea that you live on a ball. If you assume a flat surface and you assume divergent rays, you will reify the idea that you live on a flat surface. It proves nothing either way. Either one is equally valid.
Yeah. The reason why I was asking regarding the angles is because if the measurement from the top of the stick from the horizontal up to where the sun is positioned in the sky, right? If the angle is the same in both of the different locations that the shadow was measured, then you would expect the rays to be the same. They're sorry, I don't know if you heard that.
You cut out.
Audio cut out.
I don't know what happened to you, but yeah, you were gone for whatever you were saying.
Okay, so basically what I'm saying is measuring from the horizontal at the top of the stick to where the sun is positioned in the sky, if the angle is the same in both of the different locations, then the rays, what is it, the variance among the rays, whether they diverge or whether they're parallel, would be kind of arbitrary because it would be almost in line if the angle was the same.
No. It has to do with, okay, so like you asked how far we think or what size we think the sun is, and we don't make a claim to any specifics there, but we'll tell you that for the ball belief, you have to assume infinite distance. We assume less than infinite distance.
Okay. So could it be the case that oh, sorry, go ahead. I mean to cut you off.
We also assume that it's smaller or less intense than what you assume. But
okay.
Yeah.
But doesn't understanding the size play a role in whether we can say that the rays are parallel? Because let's say the sun was a million times bigger than the Earth, then the rays that hit the surface of the Earth, given how big the sun is, would almost be parallel, right?
Nobody can prove how far away it is.
Right.
Sure,
So yeah, what
definitely.
you're showing there
Yeah,
is that
nobody can prove how big it is either.
Yeah, Eratosthenes would have to assume both size and distance, both infinitely large, infinitely far. Yeah, that's what he'd have to assume.
Yeah.
This is really laid back, and to thank him for it.
Hey, this has been a lovely conversation. I appreciate the knowledge. I'll definitely come back and we'll talk more about it. I do want to do some more research. But hey, it was a good conversation.
Well,
appreciate it.
Thank you very much for being so simple.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
We don't get that a lot. We don't get that. Thank you. You're great.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. You guys take care. Have a good one.
All right.
I think that gave him something to think about before he comes back. That's probably why he has to go.
I think he's an idiot. I don't think he should. Oh, damn it.
That's cool.
Why?
But
I think he's an idiot. No, dude, we
he
get
was
plenty
so
of
I'd much
cool.
rather
idiots.
have
He's not
that
one of
than
them.
that nuclear causing me a blood pressure spike. No offense. So
Yeah, we have lots of idiots. That guy's not one of them. That guy's just
Listen.
wrong. Okay, like wrong and idiocy are two different things.
No, I don't think he's an idiot. It's just that
He
when you say
wasn't
nice things to
only
somebody,
one
they leave.
cool.
They're like, oh, shit, you're being nice. I'm going to have to go out on that note. So, trying to bring him back.
Yeah, he was being nice. So were you guys. You weren't even fighting each other to be heard, and that was cool. That was very easy listening. Thank everybody. You got a lot out there, Lou.
I guess on that note, I might have
that's
to
what I
leave
was
too.
saying, Lou. Yeah, complimented earlier. Right in action. Right on.
Look. Maybe look. I don't take praise well, but like,
Yeah,
if
me
I
and Lou
don't
are going
get
to have to
all
leave,
hyped up,
dude.
if I
Like,
don't
you're
get
doing it
all
to everybody.
emotionally tied and hyped up in like other people's excitement, this is just how I am all the time. Like people
It's
need to
good. It's
fucking.
good.
Maybe some people should take a note and like try to behave some way similar. You know, like keep it civil, keep it rational, use logic, and actually talk to a person. Be receptive. Like too often we end up just in a fucking bitch fest.
And then the gang gets bigger. Yeah.
No, Lou's right. Lou is very correct on that. He does pissed off, get that kick your ass attitude. He actually talks to people, not past them.
Yep, 2 for 2 today, Lou. But yeah, a lot of us as humans are just not good at flattery. But yep.
Well, it also takes it. It. I've been doing this for a long time. I couldn't have done this years ago. You know, like you have to know what you're talking about and be confident in your standing and like I find it, especially when people are at a loss, you know, where they can sense they're being defeated, that's when they start raising their voice, they start ad hominem, they start doing all kinds of things that looks bad on all of us. Like, you're better off shutting the fuck up and letting somebody take over for you.
Yeah, years of experience will teach you that, huh?
Yeah, when you hear enough of it and then
We've
you
been doing this.
recognize yourself doing it, you have to have self-awareness too. Because I've caught myself doing it, and I can still get caught into doing it from time to time. But and that's why I said, you know, like, if I'm not already like all like worked up like a, you know, like your dog, you know how like Bill Burr talks about like how your dog is a reflection of you. Like, if you're all pissed off at the TV and talking shit, all of a sudden your dog's like, hey, you know, like, well, that's the way we fucking act too.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. It took us years to figure out, Lou. Years. And you're not telling no bullshit, man. 3 years ago, Lou might jump down that guy's throat.
even, I mean, actually, I've always been, for the most part, pretty chill and wanting these types of conversations. But, you know, like, yeah, there are times where all of a sudden I might not have a logical reason for, you know, yeah, I would, instead of focusing on what they're saying, I would try to give them, you know, a red herring that I could trap them with. You know, this is something I see people doing all the time. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, and sure, it might be a way
Yeah.
to win a debate, but you're not
And the
talking
guy
about
doesn't even
truth.
know the argument that well. Dude, I get mad and I just ask somebody else to cover it, you know. At least I'm say, hey man, good. Somebody else get this.
Oh, that was a relief. Yeah, back in the day, we'd just send Poncho Pete on them, weren't we? Get him, Poncho.
Nice to be here. How is everyone today? I trust that you're all well.
Dodo.
Splendid.
Splendid. Excellent.
Actually, a superb day. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that you're all having such a great and wonderful day. I too am having a wonderful day. So let's just have some gratitude today.
Fuck yeah.
So, Sydney, add me as a friend.
I don't want to get beat. I don't want to get beat up by another vegan. I don't know. I'm good, man. But I'm glad to see you back here.
No, add me.
Gotta buy her a drink first, kid.
She's already full on dick pics, dude. Like,
what about butthole pics? No laughs. Come on, guys. That was hilarious. That was truly hilarious.
This is straight there. So Sydney.
It's still a superb day over here, man.
It was a
So, anyways, Trump 2024. Am I right, guys?
Nah, wrong server.
Oh, you guys don't vote Trump?
You still believe in politics?
Of course, I believe in politics.
Wow.
Yeah, no, yeah. So as far as flat earthers go, the most typical, it's not obviously everybody, but the most typical is that, yeah, we have abandoned any faith or trust in a political system or voting system. We think it matters not. That no matter what you do, you will be fucked with somebody who is against you.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, and I worked in it, Meta, so I'm really not. I don't miss it at all, and not going to talk about it here.
Well, all I'll say about it is that Trump is the real deal. I've been watching his political career since the very start. He's the real deal, and if you want your gas prices to go down, I don't know if you guys like money. I like money. If you want your gas prices to go down, if you want America to be filthy rich, you should vote Trump, because all the prices are going to go down immediately when he takes office. Watch and see. Watch and see.
Hey, Meta, do you work for a political action committee? Are you going around on the internet saying vote for Trump?
No, I work for the God.
Is that who Trump is?
I'm waiting for the revolution.
No, Trump is just an emanation of the God, and he's a very accurate emanation of the God, but he isn't the God himself, and he knows that. Trump knows that. See, Trump.
What is this hogwash that you're saying?
Hogwash? Excuse me?
You're trying to equate Trump with being a god.
No, I'm not trying to equate Trump with being a god. Trump is a living God, but the God is not.
Okay, dude.
Trump is a god in his field.
Trump's not a flat earther, so I'm not voting for him.
I would agree. Trump is a god in his field, which his field is deception and manipulation.
Right, exactly. He's like the Navy SEALs of men.
See, in my business, you got to categorize the propaganda.
I'm highly
until it becomes
propagandized.
the truth.
You know, Lucifer had a silver tongue.
I love Lucifer. Lucifer is one of my favorite deities, actually. I enjoy every deity. I enjoy the Judeo-Christian God, but I also enjoy Lucifer, Satan, Dionysus, all the ancient Greek gods. I love that topic. Any god is cool.
There's lots of other servers in this. Yeah.
Do the Jews? I don't think the Jews believe in Christ, so it couldn't be Judeo.
So some Jew, actually, yeah, it's
I've never liked
Judeo-Christian.
that oxymoron.
So it is kind of an oxymoron, because the Jews and Christians. Yeah. Because the Christians and the Jews don't believe the same thing. The Jews laugh at the Christians because the Christians say that Jesus was the Jewish Messiah, but many Jews say he absolutely wasn't.
Judaism and Christianity They're separate.
Yeah.
So we're just going to let the guy come and divert about politics and religion, or we're
Yeah.
going to talk about flat Earth?
Okay,
Yeah,
back to
thank
flat
you.
Earth. Back to flat Earth. Flat, right, like a pancake.
Well, yeah, yesterday, Meta, you didn't offer anything besides defense of Elon Musk. So what is it today? That's a globe proof you can offer us. That'd be awesome.
Well, here's the problem with the flat Earth position, and I've stated it before. I've stated it many times. It's that in order for your worldview to be correct, that the world is flat, that requires an entire evil cabal of people to be keeping this a secret on purpose, and that's just not what's happening. I've psychoanalyzed all of the world elite, and that isn't what's happening.
How is that evidence of a globe, though?
Well, that's not evidence of a globe. That's evidence with the problem of the flat earther position, which I'm a fan of. I wish the damn thing was flat at this point. For 3 years, I was walking around on the flat earth. You better believe it. But I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's a globe because, come on, Elon Musk gonna lie? I don't think so, bro.
Well, when you have globe evidence that you can present to us, I think we'll still be here just waiting on it. So
Okay. What you all have to do is ask yourself, if it wasn't flat, would I want to know? And if you can say yes to that, then I have faith in you. But if you say no, you really need to sit down on the edge of your bed and you really need to take a look inside of yourself and ask what's more important to you, the truth or your ego. And I hope you pick the truth. I have faith you will. And Godspeed. Godspeed.
you too, man.
So Sydney, add me.
Why? Has she ever talked to you before?
We were just speaking. We were just talking, actually.
No. Before this conversation, when you came
Why
in,
is it
Oh,
any of
yeah.
your business? It's none of your business.
Before this one, yeah, we have talked. Yeah, actually.
Are you looking to get weird with the flat Earth
It's none
chick
of
or
your
something? Is that
business.
what this is about?
I've never been with
Thank
a
you,
flat
Amish. I heard you the first time, Meta. Let's just not, yeah.
Oh, Sydney.
and by
You're
the way,
so
the
I know.
Godspeed, the
Oh,
way that you said
you.
it, the way you said Godspeed, and like it sounded like a departure. Like this is now becoming a weird, long goodbye.
Oh, you thought that was
No
a
need for it.
departure?
I'm trying to get him back on topic, man. Just waiting for that globe evidence, not support or the doubting of the politicians. That's not my bag, man. It's not any of us here. So when you just want to not mention Elon Musk or Trump, then bring some evidence. We'll be here to receive it.
Okay. That's fair. How about lunar eclipses?
How does that prove a globe?
I don't know, but I know that's one of the very hot issues with this debate. Lunar eclipses is like one of the main things that people say breaks the flat earth thing. And like I said, I'm a fan of flat earthers. You guys don't even know it. I love y'all. I love us, whatever it is. But like the lunar eclipses, I know they say that's one of the key points that breaks the flat earth.
What? How's that?
Well, how do you have a lunar eclipse on a flat earth?
Just the way it happens right now. That's how.
No. The question is how does a lunar eclipse prove a globe?
Exactly.
Well, the globe model actually has a decent argument for lunar eclipses, but the flat Earth doesn't.
Okay. Well, what is
What
the globe argument for the Selenelian lunar eclipse?
Selenelian, exactly.
How does that prove a globe? How does the Selenelian lunar eclipse prove a globe?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that particular type of lunar eclipse. Could you explain it to me, please?
Sure, it's quite a common eclipse. It's when the sun and the moon are both above the horizon in the sky, and the moon is fully eclipsed.
Interesting. Let me Google it.
Yeah,
that is very interesting. However, friends, don't forget,
he hasn't actually made a claim yet, right? It's not incumbent on you to explain a bunch of defeaters for claims he hasn't yet made. He just said it explains it. Okay, how?
Right.
It's
Well,
his burden.
that's why I turned it around on him. He wanted to know how we explain it. Well, we don't need to offer an explanation. We need to know how it proves the globe, and then if you can show evidence that it proves the
I'm just here
globe,
for the truth, not for debating semantics. That's debating semantics. I'm here for the truth.
if you can show that it somehow proves the globe, now we have something we must answer to.
Dude, you're here out of
Yeah,
ignorance,
brother.
man. You said that's just what people say. Like, you don't even.
Well, for example, what's the point about just that is an topic, lunar eclipses, and a claim that it's an explanation in the globe model? Okay, so far we have pretty much nothing to work with. Why don't you try to expound your point a little more?
Really, I was just here for Sydney. I don't give a fuck about the flat Earth.
Yeah, well.
Oh, finally his true colors shine. Like we didn't freaking pick up on that in your first sentence when you joined.
I didn't hide a thing.
Okay, so that being said, dude, you might have said something like, oh, well, there's circular shadows on the moon, and that could only be caused if a circular object is casting a shadow, blah, 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 blah. Therefore, the Earth must be that object. You see, that's bad reasoning. That's a logical fallacy, actually. But anyway, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What shape does a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere make?
I would assume a circle.
Well, I'll tell you, let you go find out the right answer, and then come back and let us know.
What is this? Like homework? Can you just tell me the right answer?
Well, if you don't know
Open
the
the back
answer,
of the book,
think
for
about it this
open the
way.
back of the book.
Think about it this way, friend. If you don't actually know that answer for fact, then how could somebody come along and tell you that the shadow on the moon is from the Earth is spherical object casting a shadow on another spherical object is going to make a
You're
cloud
cutting in
shadow?
and out, brother. Hey, brother, you're cutting in and out. I want to understand you, but I can't.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
No problem. Just letting you know. No, but I've often thought about that because if you think about the phases of the moon, it's not as if a circular shadow is going across the moon. So something else is happening there. Because once it turns into a crescent, and then it turns into a full moon, and then it turns into a crescent the other way, it's not quite a circle that's happening, if you think about it. Because it's crescent then full, not. Am I making sense there?
Yeah, it's not the same as the lunar phase.
Yeah, so it's interesting. The way the shadow is cast on the moon. But we would have to agree that a shadow is cast on the moon, wouldn't we?
How do you know it's a shadow?
I don't, but can we agree it's a shadow?
No, we can't agree it's a shadow because what if it's not a shadow?
Right. That is the issue at hand, I would say.
And
So,
if it is a shadow, prove it's the Earth casting it.
So
So you got a double-layered problem here.
NASA has a model where they seem to explain these phenomena, and they like the model, and a lot of people like it.
It's not a matter of people like it or not, or how many like it. It's how much of it can be proven.
Yeah, that's a great question. For that, you would have to have an advanced understanding of mathematics, and you'd have to run through their numbers. Like, it would probably take a while. It'd probably take a high level of expertise to get it right.
No, can that exercise you just described be done only on a table or a desktop?
Which exercise would that be? I'm sorry.
The one you just described about checking the numbers. No, you have to check the numbers with outside, with nature, and see if
Yeah,
they
so
match
when we
up.
had the Solomonian lunar eclipse about a year and a half ago, everybody on the East Coast could have gone out to go see it at like 4:30 in the morning.
Huh. Huh.
How is math going to tell you if that's
Math can tell you a lot. Math is just a language, which languages are descriptors and representers of real things in the world.
so? Two.
You cut out there, bud. So 2 plus 2 equals 4, correct?
Two.
You cut out again, Bubba.
So is there ever a time that 2 plus 2 does not equal 4?
It can, yeah. You can have a time where 2 plus 2 equals something else if you're
Uh-oh.
changing. Yeah, well, if you change the values of what 2's are. So I can have 2 apples and then I can add 2 apples plus 2 baskets of apples. And then, but that doesn't equal out to 4 necessarily. So it equals out to a lot of things. It could equal out to like 10 apples, but it could also equal out to 4 items. So what are the 2's representing? You know, you can change the language basically.
Yeah, basically the. Hold on a second. Let me think about that.
You're thinking, homeboy friend, and I posted for you a little picture and a video where a guy does some demonstrations of different objects casting shadows on spheres or flat surfaces and what the shadows look like. Since you don't know what they should or shouldn't look like, I suggest you watch it and you might find it interesting. It's more towards the end. I think it's 8 minutes long and more towards the last, 25% of the videos when he does the shadow demonstration.
There's almost no end to the things that the moon does just by itself that doesn't comply with the globe Earth. You should never have a full moon at midnight anywhere. This should never occur, not even once.
Really?
Really?
Not even once.
Not
Do you
even.
think you somehow think that the Earth is blocking the sun, or like in
Exactly.
what world?
That blocking it. They say, well, it would be in the opposite
No,
side of the Earth.
no,
The sun would be in the
no,
opposite side.
no.
Yeah.
This is like an amazing demonstration of lack of spatial orientation. Yes, you can be looking at something and be in between the two things, not blocking it, yet see it illuminated fully. It's not even a controversial idea.
Oh, because of refraction.
No, because of the fact that it is illuminated, the surface of the object is illuminated, and I am standing on another object looking at it being illuminated.
Why is there no occultation of the moon? It's, if that's the case.
Because we are not occulting the rays between the sun and the moon. That's a
So you
pretty
should,
straightforward
so
answer.
you should see a shadow on the moon then, not a full moon.
I literally just said we are not occulting the shadow ray, like the rays from the sun. And so, no, there wouldn't be a shadow.
Then they're not. Then the sun is not on the other side of the Earth from the moon either. Then
Says who? You can be between something without occulting rays of light from it. How? Really simply, maybe ask in the chat. If I have a 25-foot wall of light, and I'm 6 foot tall, and I take that 25-foot wall of light and take a 3-foot ball, and I stand to one side, and I look back at the ball, I can see the fully illuminated face of that ball, even though I'm standing relatively between that 25-foot wall of light and the ball. I'm not standing directly in between it. I'm not standing directly in between the
over
ball.
your head.
No. Did you hear me say, let's work on listening comprehension skills. Did you hear me say that?
No, I mean, that's why I'm asking to clarify. So you got a big 25-foot light of wall light.
If you
Oh, geez, why is he going crazy on that?
I don't know, kind of weird. All of a sudden, blip. Now we're at walls of light and balls. Okay.
I don't know. I thought you said I have a big wall of light, and I'm holding a ball, and then I turn my back to the light, or I mean, is he in front of the light, back with the back to the light? And he's saying him blocking the light source. I don't get it. He was losing me on that a little bit.
Because he's saying it's blocking and not blocking at the same time. Yeah, you're roboting. Anyway, come back when your connection cures up. I see. Roboting. Come back when you come back to your senses. Oh, wait a minute. That would be assuming someone had some senses in the first place, some sense to them. Anyway, but I digress.
Yeah, he was just freaking out on that. It was just, didn't really make any sense the way he was laying it out. He's got a big wall of light, and then he stands in front of the wall of light.
A wall of light.
No.
And then
if I have a 25-foot wall of light, I'm 6 feet tall, and I have a 3-foot ball.
Is your back to the wall or your front to the wall?
I'm just standing in the middle of it with one on the right side is the wall of light, on the left side is the ball.
Oh, sideways. Okay, so perpendicular to the wall of light.
I didn't say I just say I am standing in between it, and I look to the right in the wall of light. I look to the left. I look to the left, and there is the ball. I do not need
hold on.
to be
You need
standing.
to stop right there. What is the angular size of Earth from the moon in your model? And what is the angular size of the sun from the moon in your model?
I'll finish my explanation, then I can answer some questions.
Well, this is a bad explanation because you said a 25-foot wall of light.
No correlation.
What's the angular size of the sun? It's like half a degree. And how big is the angular size of Earth from the moon? It's going to be multiple degrees.
He doesn't.
The original claim was that you can't be standing anywhere near something that is anywhere approximating the idea of in the middle of it and not be blocking it. I'm saying, well, no, that's just on its face.
That's not what the original statement was.
Yes,
anyway.
that was the original claim.
That's not you're making a false claim.
That was the original claim. Yes.
No, it wasn't. No, you misinterpreted.
Oh, okay. You can put your fingers in your ears. That.
No need.
So you guys want to play a game? First person to go to the live stream, rewind it, and validate which one of you is correct wins a prize.
Sounds fun. I can't be arsed to go look at the live stream right now, though.
Yeah, I jumped in late. I was just trying to get clarification.
The entirety of the point. Sorry, the entirety of the point was no. The Earth is not directly in the way in between the sun and the moon. Ergo, I can stand. I didn't say ever. I said when you're seeing a full moon, That was the entire context of the conversation. When you're seeing a full moon, the Earth is not directly between the sun
Full moon at
and the Earth to the
midnight.
point where it is that it is occulting the rays from the sun to the moon.
Yeah, full moon at midnight was the original claim. So
And that has nothing to do whether it's midnight or it's 7 p.m. or it's 4 a.m. It's the exact same thing.
You don't have the required item necessary. You don't have a 25-foot tall ball of light and what the?
Oh my gosh!
What the heck are you talking about?
You guys just keep shifting the goalposts to the point where it's hooked up to the back of a four-wheeler, and you're just like dragging it around the field.
Let's get down to the
full moon at midnight.
Where's the curvature measurement on Earth at the surface? Let's just start right there.
As if to like live into my critique, you just like go to a new claim.
No, I'm not making a claim. Why don't you provide the evidence for your claim?
Listen, if you will not want to scattergun to make yourself feel better, that seems like a personal problem.
Well, in your spatial awareness, you're assuming that there's a globe in this equation, right? Can you prove it?
No, I'm showing you that you stand on the ball that is the Earth at
you
midnight.
Stand on the ball, right?
It's not going
let's start there.
Yeah. Don't want to listen to the explanation. Just fingers in ears.
I heard your explanation, dude. Now I want proof, man.
And now you ran away. You didn't even respond to it. Okay, there we go.
You don't have proof for your first claim, so ball Earth, worth of proof.
No, the original claim was that it's not
on the ball Earth, right?
The original claim was that it's not possible.
You failed. So let's move on, moving right along.
Your original claim was that it's not possible.
Yeah, you failed. So
I showed you that it's possible.
You failed at that quest. So let's move along.
Oh, hold on. Did you draw a picture?
No, I didn't draw you a picture.
Okay, well then, so why you got to be such a bigot against visual awareness?
Yeah, man.
Do I have to be a bigot against visual learners?
That's not
exactly
at all.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine who believes the Earth to be a globe, and they were trying to explain seeing the moon during the day, and they couldn't find any visual explanations on the internet either. So maybe RC might see a draw a picture.
Yeah. What about a sliver moon? What about it's the same thing as a sliver moon during the broad daylight. Like at noonday when the sun's the highest in the sky, to see a sliver of a moon in the sky is impossible, just as my full moon at midnight is impossible on the globe.
Given your lack of spatial awareness and the fact that I showed you that it's possible.
That's not even taking into account the Selenelian eclipse, which they call the impossible eclipse themselves, because they have no explanation for it. They don't know what it is. Thus, the impossible.
What are you so scared of that you keep muting me?
I'm not the one muting you, my friend.
I really wanted to hear the explanation, Meisty, so you're gonna have to just be muted.
So what are you so scared of?
Who are you talking to?
Whoever's muting me.
Well, that's an unknown, so we'll move past that onto the topic at hand. And
well, I'm not able to actually express anything that I'm trying to say because somebody's scared of what I'm saying.
No, you can. It's just
dude,
rambling
I haven't heard you stop talking. So at what time were you muted, bro? What?
Why don't you have explain what you just
Yeah.
said about the sun and lunar?
I was just muted and unmuted.
Hold on, Teal is trying to ask your question. Teal,
no one cares.
Oh, I said, why don't you just respond to what he said about the moon and the impossible eclipse instead of talking about how you're muted?
Yeah, let's do that.
I did, but I was muted.
It started with the Selenelian eclipse. That's how the conversation started about the moon in the first place. So why don't we just go right to that? The Selenelian, which I've heard no explanation for, no excuses. Like I don't even understand where they're coming from on that. So why don't you tell us, Meisty?
I already explained it. I was on mute.
What? No, you didn't. You weren't even speaking when you interviewed. So anyway.
If you explained it while you're mute, that means you're interrupting him.
Oh, just mute him again.
So you were talking into a known muted mic
He's
then.
just gonna
Okay.
cry about getting muted. Mute him again.
Yeah, I know. Right. Just do it intermittently. It's more fun. Anyway. We still
Here we go. I see my state. If you draw me a picture, then I won't be. How about that?
But yeah, let's do a picture.
I'm going to bet you $5 that's not true.
Can you do a picture of it?
I'm going to bet you $5.
I don't mean forever. I don't mean I won't mute you forever.
For this particular circumstance today, not necessarily. So just provide your evidence of the Stellanellian eclipse, please. Do a drawing, whatever you want to do.
Yes. Well, look, yes, that's the point I was trying to make. Is that this needs to be settled by a graphic representation, not a bunch of people trying to say words that the other person isn't getting.
Yep.
I'm confident that a flat earther could draw and Stellanellian eclipse like no problem. I'm confident.
Yeah. So
here you go. If you wanted it, here it is.
All right, Stellanellian eclipse, go.
I just posted it. You asked for a diagram.
Oh, my bad. Oh, that's right. Okay, I see somebody only on the top of the ball.
That is exactly why it's called the impossible eclipse, because what they're showing there is impossible and cannot happen.
Yeah, that only happens at that one place on the ball.
Yeah, it cannot happen.
There you go, AI. All we have is fingers and ears and saying, no, I promise it can't happen. Whatever's in the drawing can't happen.
You can draw a picture of whatever you want. It just cannot be duplicated in any way. That's why it's called the impossible.
Why does nobody get this?
That's
Hold on,
fun.
Theo.
Why is it impossible?
Hold on a second, everybody. Wait a second.
For a second.
Hold on.
No, I already said wait a second. No. I already said it. So chill.
Okay.
I just want to point out that he was instructed to draw a picture, and he presented someone else's picture. So now he's a dirty, rotten plagiarist. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so my dispute of this
Actually,
is
I cited it correctly.
Hey, wait a minute. Can I say a statement? I won't be long, I promise. Just don't interrupt in the middle. So my statement is this. You're showing a view of a person standing on the side of the earth. That's the only place that can happen on that earth for that person. And they're standing above, so their eye line is always above the horizon in your view, which is not matching reality at all. If somebody is in, let's say, South America, or in Sydney, Australia.
It is correct. It is correct that Stellanellian. It is correct that Stellanellian eclipses are not viewable from all parts of Earth at all times when they are happening on a certain part of Earth. That is correct.
Hey, friends, we got a bigger
model's not the
got a bigger problem. Got a bigger problem. So let's talk about this problem and see if it holds anymore. So the whole point of the idea is that the two objects are above the horizon in your field of view, and therefore they can't possibly be obscuring, right? Because there's a direct line of sight between two objects, and the Earth isn't in between them. So he gave you an image which shows that the physical objects are actually below the Earth in their line of sight to each other, and therefore the Earth is blocking them, but they're being refracted up, which means the light is moving from where you're seeing them. But if the light is moving, then that means that the shadow cast is moving as well. So how do you account for that?
What's wrong with that? Hey, hold up. Explain what the problem is. Explain what the problem is.
Because it has a line of delineation between where the light starts and stops.
What's that line of delineation?
Oh my God.
What's the line of delineation?
Oh my God. Get real, bro. You're out of your mind.
No, really. Tell me, what's the line of delineation?
What you've shown here doesn't match reality. That's the end of my statement.
Says who?
Doesn't happen in reality.
Says who?
Says your diagram even says it. Be anywhere else. Hey. What if you're in Sydney, Australia, and you're seeing the Stellanellian while both the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time? And that the occlusion is happening from top down, not bottom up. And you're standing on the Earth, which is down. That means
explain to me why that.
I mean, from
explain to me why that makes it impossible.
Why is the occlusion of the moon and the Stellanellian going from top down instead of bottom up?
I don't
Your
understand what
diagram
you
would be
top down versus
in your
bottom up.
diagram.
Because you don't understand the
It would
because
appear
you
to be
don't,
bottom up, right?
you don't understand the Selenellian. That's why you're saying that.
I do. I'm asking you, why do you think that it's top down versus bottom up, and why do you think that's a problem?
Because those are the images I've seen. Actually, seen them in time.
Look at your diagram.
I've seen
Look
them.
at your diagram.
Wow.
Exactly. Your diagram doesn't match that.
So my diagram doesn't match that in what way? Explain it.
Because you could be anywhere at any other location, let's say Sydney, Australia, and this would not apply to the person down there as you're showing in your side view image only, with a person right on the top. You have
The claim is not that you can see
someone
it.
only on the top.
The claim is not that you can see a Selenellian eclipse at all points on the Earth.
It's a false diagram. It doesn't match reality.
Okay, it is not the claim. It's matching a false reality that you have painted, as such as I need to have it account for Australia and in South America at the same time. That's not even a claim.
Because the one I'm going by is based on reality
It'd
itself.
be really swell if you two would take turns talking and just both constantly talk.
I can do that.
That'd be really
Wait.
swell.
RC Meisty, is that
I would appreciate
Hold
it.
on.
Thank you.
Chill out for a second. Before you go on, since you presented a graphic to talk about, Sonny seems to be talking about a lot of stuff, but he hasn't presented a graphic. So if you're confused, maybe ask him for a graphical representation of what he's trying to say.
I'm happy to look at any graphic that he presents. I'm asking him to explain what he thinks is wrong with my graphic, and he's failed to do so.
I think I know. Is that a globe, like a water spinning globe below the observer over there that is observing the selenium eclipse? Is that a globe under him? RC Meisty?
Sonny, do you have a diagram that explains what you think is the problem?
RC Meisty, is that a globe under the observer?
I thought we were waiting on Sonny's diagram that shows my problem.
No, I don't. I'm just using my common sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have any counter. You don't actually have any counter.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I already presented it. You chose to ignore it every single time and talk over it.
Yeah, I showed that it's incoherent with the original claim.
Okay, so then tell me what my reply was.
Yeah, you said that I should be able to see it in Australia as well as South America. I said it's not the claim that you will see it in Australia as well as in South America, and neither does this. Neither does this graphic represent that. So you're responding to it with a straw man.
No, it doesn't. You are responding with a straw man.
Okay, so you don't have a counter graph. You can't actually explain with the argument that is presented why it's wrong. So why are you rejecting it again?
I'll let the panel decide.
Okay, cool.
I'll leave it to the panel's decision.
Yeah, it's good. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
That's a good back out on it.
No, you're unreasonable is why.
Why do you think someone can do an observation from a cartoon globe? Why do you think that's reality?
Where did you hear me say that somebody can do an observation from a cartoon globe?
That's what you presented, a cartoon globe. Someone standing on it doing observations from it.
Somebody asked me to present a drawing. I presented a drawing. I gave exactly what they asked for.
So it is a globe under the observer, is it?
They actually asked me to present a globe and how a Selenellian eclipse happens on a globe, so I presented it on a globe. It's actually exactly what I was asked for.
But that's on a cartoon. That's not reality, right? We don't live on a cartoon.
I'm just giving them what they asked for.
But we don't live in a cartoon. Do we agree, right?
I'm just giving them what they asked for.
Do we live in a cartoon, RC Meisty, or no?
Did you hear me say that we live in a cartoon?
Okay, so is that a globe under the observer? Is there a globe?
Yeah, because they asked me to present it on a globe.
So can you show the globe in reality, like in the realist level, like in the real world?
Yes.
Where can you show that?
I can show it in pictures.
Or you show cartoons of it, and that's reality?
No, I can show pictures of a globe, but that's a different claim.
Like cartoons,
that's a different claim than what originally was asked.
That's what you're showing? That's your proof of the globe?
No, I was showing exactly what AI asked me for, actually. AI, didn't you ask me for a drawing?
I'm on RC's side a little bit. He was asked to do this, but
yeah,
still.
Yeah, everybody's on the same side. Yeah, on top of the ground.
No. Yeah, I was asked for present a drawing. I presented a drawing.
Yeah, you said that like 5 times already.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what your
Yeah,
question
you said it
is.
like 5 times already.
What's your question?
Yeah, you said that like 5 times already.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Yeah, is that a globe under the observer? Is that a globe, like a curving, spinning water ball?
It is a representation of globe, yes.
So can you show that in the real world, like in the reality, like a water
Yes,
spinning water ball?
I can show you a photo of a globe, yes.
You can show a photo. Can you post that, the photo of the globe?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Okay, there's my image. There it is. It's the same one as he presented. And I'll even put the link, so not to be sneaky, as like.
But that's impossible, Sonny.
He couldn't even present
Impossible.
his fucking link, like lazy. So anyway,
Sonny, but the server is standing on a globe, bro. That's
I know
impossible.
it's on a globe. So there's.
So you're arguing in a fantasy land. You're arguing
That's
from
where we
fantasy
don't
land.
have there that part where the person's standing on. So what?
Hey,
What it
that's
looks like
not
he's
a
standing on.
photo. That's CGI there, buddy. He said a
Where
photo.
else on the
What's your
imaginary
evidence that it's
globe?
CGI?
Where
What's your
else
evidence
on-
that it's
wait a-
CGI?
wait a sec- wait a
Well, they
second.
admit
Where-
it. Listen.
Hold
Hold
on.
on.
Where
NASA
else on
admits
this
it.
globe?
It's in their image gallery. An image is not a photo. Everybody knows that.
Let me ask this question. Where else on that globe, that imaginary globe, does that not apply or match reality? Where is there a location on that cartoon globe right there where that it doesn't match reality? Can you guess? How many other places it wouldn't match reality? Multiples upon multiples, millions maybe, but we're talking about fantasy land in the first place anyway.
Well, anywhere the observer isn't, it wouldn't be. So that eclipse there is relative on that graph only to that observer, and nobody else would see.
Exactly. That's my point, man. Thank you. And so anywhere else in there, basically, if you're on the surface, because that person's standing eye level is above the surface, well above the surface, like higher than any human would ever be. So I cast out the that cartoon image at the face because of that. Look how high the eye line is above the ball. Thank you very much. I'll be here always.
Did RC run away? RC, where are you?
He should have.
He ran away. Okay. Never.
He scooted away, man.
He did run away. I presented the same image he did. That was my diagram. He presented, so I just matched him. Actually, I think I beat it on the just concept alone. Look at that. See, that's called discernment. Look how high the eye line is above the surface of that ball. Okay, I'll back off now. Good job.
So you're saying it's not proper.
False. Yeah, it's a false diagram. Doesn't match reality is my statement. And that's it.
But isn't it just supposed to show that you see both the moon and the sun above the horizon? Isn't that just the point?
Yeah, but you have to place the eye.
No, that's not the point, sucker.
You have to put the eyesight of the observer at ground level.
I know, but that's not the question that was just asked. So hopefully someone can answer it. Okay, so if you look at the diagram, the curved lines reach the actual object, right? Where the actual object is supposed to be relative to the other objects.
Mm-hmm.
The straight lines are supposed to be your line of sight. Now, if you notice the curved line coming from the object, it causes the light to enter the optic at a certain angle. And because it's entering at a certain angle, the optic just perceives it as being directly ahead at that angle. So you see, this is the claim, the object above the horizon, even though the object is below the horizon. So technically you shouldn't be able to see the object, but you are able to see the object. That's their claim.
Amazing.
So the first claim goes, these objects are above the horizon, the Earth is below, so how can the Earth be in between them to cast a shadow on the other object? And so their answer to this is, well, light just travels in this curved manner. There you go. That's the whole point.
Yeah, in a curved, undefined manner. Yeah, just kind of willy-nilly, whatever way it needs to. Like a wiggle worm.
Well, that's the issue with this argument, right? Is that they don't actually have any. They don't have a model that they can actually use for it. They can just invoke the idea and hope that we are incompetent enough to just allow the idea. That's literally the game.
So does that mean that when we see the sun, the moon above the horizon, it's not actually there? It's just being refracted up, according to the diagram?
That's the claim.
Well, the sun is in an apparent position anyway. Like that's agreed upon. But the problem with this argument is that it's a cope for a model that can't be verified. Do you understand?
Yes, it's an apparent position, but it's also supposed to be below the horizon anyway, right?
But I'm talking about the argument, not. So this specific argument is a cope for a worldview. Like, you have to understand that.
Yes, I understand. I'm just saying that if the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, it means the sun is below the horizon in reality, right?
Well, it would be in an apparent position anyway, but yeah.
Okay, sure.
I see what you're saying. Like, the argument is, like, for instance, if you were to say that Usain Bolt can run quickly, then that's correct, right? Everyone knows Usain Bolt can run quickly. But if you require Usain Bolt to be able to run 100 meters in 4 seconds, suddenly that's unrealistic. So, like, this is the game that's being played. Is they're saying, well, Usain Bolt can run quickly, therefore he can run infinitely quickly when necessary. No, that's just not the case.
Yeah, like Sonny said, you're already in imagination land, so just imagine something else to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Well, what I find really interesting about the globe is that they'll come up with these refraction copes for the globe, but then whenever there's like an issue that they perceive within the flat Earth of whatever model they're strawmanning us with, they don't accept us using the same explanations, which I find fascinating.
Yeah, that is fascinating, actually, quite.
Well, it goes so deep that there are globe proponents who have been in the argument that have said, verbatim, if not near verbatim from my memory, that no matter what observation you have, bendy light will account for it to make the Earth still a globe. So even if the Earth looks like a 10,000 mile flat plane, it's still a globe because of bendy light. And there's no observation you could present that can't be countered with bendy light. They could just take bendy light and sprinkle it on anything.
Yeah, but then they also don't accept that it makes then they don't accept that it makes the argument unfalsifiable either, which is like really funny because it clearly does.
Yeah.
Is there any evidence or proof of the refracted light with the lunar eclipse or thing?
They basically just say that
I can give it to you. I'll give you their evidence. Their evidence is we know where these things should be. They're appearing to be where they aren't. Since we already know Earth's a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, and we already know where the moon and sun should be, then therefore, since we're seeing them in a different position, it must be bendy light.
Yeah, it's effectively begging the question.
Yeah, but how does it make it go upside down from what it's supposed to be doing? That's another question on the Selenelian.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
I'm
a
not
super
actually.
bendy.
Yeah, go on.
Now all of a sudden the image goes upside down to your view and starts getting occulted from the top down instead of bottom up. Like what? What's their explanation for that?
GF6 Manufactum said in Text Lobby he thinks it could be falsified. So why don't we give him an opportunity? When you said crypto made it unfalsifiable, Bendy Light, he thinks it could be falsified. How so, Manufactum?
Yeah, I think actually, give me a second. Let me take a leak. I'll be right back.
Let me
too much info.
Let me guess the way in which he's going to strawman my argument. So my argument is that invoking unlimited refraction makes the ball unfalsifiable, and he's going to say that because we know how refraction works within an atmosphere, we can account for it. That's what he's going to say, even though there's no actual model that can do that.
The accounting for it is not in any specific way.
No. Now listen, friends. Check this out. If you know the refraction and can account for it, then that means that you can accurately use lasers to determine whether the surface is curved or not. So if they say that we know refraction and we know where these lasers are going to arrive, and we can calculate the arc they're going to take, then that means you can calculate through a transit methodology the differential in any interference between point A and point B, and so you could measure definitively if there's a giant hump in between point A and point B. Now, if they concede that point, then that means in principle that the prior argument they used to make that lasers can't be used because of the wonkly dunkly light is defeated. So how can they have it both ways?
All right, so Crypto, what you said about your prediction for him, I'm pretty sure it was the same guy. He's in here a lot. He was just in this conversation a couple of days ago, in here having the same conversation a couple of days ago. And he didn't have the same canned response that you would expect. And I think that's why he's got to piss on it. He's got to think about it for a little bit on what he's going to come back with.
Hold on, Crypto, I've got to piss on it.
Because he was one of the ones who agrees. He's like this idea of being able to see the back of your own head, given the right refractive conditions. He thought that was ridiculous. He was like who claims that? Nobody's ever claimed that.
Yeah, I've heard people claim.
Yeah.
He must not realize. I think some of these guys don't realize the ridiculous lengths that other globers are prepared to go to. Maybe manufacturing is more. Maybe he's more reasonable than your rank and file glober. I don't know. I don't know him that well, but he maybe we should give him some of the globe excuses that we've heard and see how hard he laughs.
If you have a strong enough telescope, can you see the back of your head?
Yeah. Do you remember when who's the Australian guy who kept on going on about how much money he has as an argument for why the Earth's a globe? What's that guy's name?
Oh, that's isn't that Dr. Phil or Dr. Bob or Dr. Phil?
I thought that was Ruhif.
No, not Ruhif, and it wasn't Dr. Bob. It was Dr.
Eggshells.
Dr. Phil.
Eggshells. No, Eggshells isn't actually that kind of person, to be honest.
Well, Bob does throw that out there. One of his reasonings for being right is that he drives a BMW.
Oh, yeah, well, it must be him then. I didn't realize it was him. Anyway, so he told me that if you fill a balloon up with helium and keep filling it up with helium, then eventually it will sink.
Hello?
And then And then I had to say to him, do you mean if you keep the volume the same? And he was like, yeah, that's what I said. But you did not say that. Anyway, go on.
Yeah.
Go on, man. Totem, what's your cope?
So, poisoning the well. I see. Okay, so, so first of all, I don't know who told you like any observation can be explained through refraction. I don't know if I would have said it exactly that way, but in these situations where something seems to go against what the globe would predict, because we know the different mechanisms that allow refraction to happen, we can calculate what would be necessary for those observations to exist.
See, Lou, that's exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said.
All right, damn it.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Consistency is out the fucking window.
Hold on.
Hold on. He's promising to have an end to that sentence that's going to make a difference. Go ahead,
Yeah,
friend.
thank you. So, in those situations, if we propose what it is that is causing that, what you would have to do is find that observation or something similar to it, where the distance is increased by the same amount or something like that, and find that those mechanisms are not present. That's all you would have to do to falsify that particular claim.
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. So, have you ever been in a situation where you're out and about in the daytime and your feet are literally freezing, like turning into ice cubes, but your waist is literally on fire? Have you ever had that happen to you?
I have not.
Okay, so there's a lot of examples where people appeal to extreme conditions for quote-unquote refraction by doing small-scale tests with extreme temperature differentiations or extreme optical density differentiations, which do not exist in the ambient atmosphere.
So,
okay, there is no, look, I'm going to put it to you this way very simply, dude. There is no practical demonstration of the amount of refraction needed for all the observations that supersede the globe geometry by orders of magnitude that have been presented by flat earthers. It simply doesn't exist. It's a total cope session where they just say, we know the Earth is a globe, we know refraction exists, therefore this must have been refraction. It's that simple. That's what they offer us time and time again. It's never anything else.
So, are you suggesting that the amount of difference in temperature that would be required for those observations would be such that your feet would freeze and your waist would be burning?
Dude, go look up any of the demonstrations that they do. They'll have like a hot iron, right, and then cold vapors flowing over a hot iron.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sure.
You know, or they'll have a sugar water tank, or other such nonsense which is not analogous to the atmosphere in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
my favorite is the acetylene torch over a plank of wood.
Sure.
The argument most simply becomes, because refraction exists, you cannot falsify my globe.
Right. Well, I just told you how you can falsify it. But I think those situations are analogous. They're just not like one-to-one
where
scale.
in reality
right?
are we going to do this? If those situations don't exist in reality.
No, those situations are not scaled up, right? If you scale, so I remember watching an episode of Mythbusters, right? You guys ever see that? Doesn't matter.
Where the gay guy in the beret freaking like bends over the other gay guy. Freaking, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I want to
No,
hear how he's going to scale up a blowtorch over a piece of wood.
I don't know what you're talking about. So in one of these episodes,
a hot iron.
I think what they were doing was the 007 out of a plane in a raft or something. So Adam Savage got like this sort of army soldier guy, right?
I understand the idea of scaling up, bro.
Right. Let me finish. And he did the calculations and he realized that for this to be a one-to-one demonstration of what they needed to do, he would have to make it out of like depleted plutonium, right? This little guy would have to weigh orders of magnitude more than an actual person of proportional size. right? Because the aerodynamics at that size are very, very different. Same as if you scaled up an ant, for example, right? An ant, if you toss in the air, he'll just sort of float to the ground because you can't just scale everything up proportionally. So this is why some of these examples have to be done in more extreme conditions than they would actually exist at scale. Like not everything in the system
Cool story,
scales
bro.
proportionally.
Yeah, so far you've said just nothing, dude.
It's the entire purpose of these small-scale demonstrations is to show how these different variables affect the direction the light is coming from. They aren't supposed to show the scale at which these things are happening in at bigger scale, because to show these effects are at such small scales, for example, your room, you have to create such extreme
Why are
conditions.
we
Because if
explaining
you
scale models and stuff? We understand what is meant here, what the concept is, man.
As a test for consistency, manufactotum. Is there a condition that exists where I could see the back of my own head?
In the real world, no.
with mirrors, probably.
But
Even that, I don't think that would work.
oh, dude, if you have all you need, quote unquote, is just an index of refraction that causes the light over a big enough, let's just call it circuit, that the next portion where it refracts and the next portion where it refracts makes essentially a giant looped circle, and it arrives back where it started.
Well, that's why
It's not impossible.
That's
Yeah,
why
it's
he
not
was careful
impossible
to
in
say.
principle.
That's why he was careful to say in the real world, like
Yeah,
so.
but even so, it would.
Like the condition could theoretically, mathematically exist, right?
No, it can't.
What? Why not?
Because as the light refracts in a complete circle, it's going to distort. So whatever you're looking at, you wouldn't recognize that as your own head, even in the real world,
What?
even if we could get that to work.
Ah, so you did bring up a good point that as things refract, especially because different wavelengths of light refract at different rates, the arrival of the light after it's been refracted isn't going to be as coherent of an image, correct?
Correct.
All right, good point.
Yes, that's why you have this
There goes
famous bendy
selenium
cranes.
and the moon. I wonder why it looks like a moon when it's up there if it's all refracted and weird shit.
Dude, you think that the bendy cranes is because of what I just explained when you're talking about the black swan? That's what you think?
I think there are
Yes, I
telltale
think
signs of
it's.
refraction. Sorry.
Yes,
No,
it's
the
enough
bendy
of
cranes.
refraction.
The bendy cranes clearly looks like heat distortion, like Fresnel shift, where there's a rising heat and it causes the light to move in the direction of the heat.
Well,
Okay, that's what it looks like to me, and I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a heat vent on that side of the machine.
just so happen to mention that there is a vent over there. That's so funny you should mention that.
Weren't these out of use when those images were taken?
What, the heat was out of view?
No, I think the oil platforms were no longer in
You're
use.
talking about the black swan. The black swan had to have an extreme refraction day in order to happen.
I don't know how extreme, but it
How
would
come
have.
they got running lights all over them? How come they got running lights on the decks and they're running in the other pictures if they're not in use anymore?
I mean, the same observations and greater have been made with less refractive, properties to the bendy cranes. Like the reason those cranes are bending are because those oil platforms they have like they outgas. They have like heat things that frickin' happen. So like vents that create these like wave formations up higher up.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it's on or off, that's what makes the difference on if the cranes are super bendy or not.
Well, it's up higher above the people, so they don't die from just breathing in that gas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just logical sense, and that's how you do it mechanically.
Well, the whole
Yeah, so
thing is
they're
recorded.
venting.
Not just,
They're thermally venting. But the point that's beside the point because the reason for the cranes is only demarcation of distance.
But we also have the night swan image, where it's taken in the evening, and you can see the spotlights reflecting off the water up at an angle to your eye. And I find that very interesting.
Fracted reflections.
So it looks like no matter what, no matter anything, it's refraction on a ball. That's why everything happens. It seems like.
It has to be.
No, it's a ball because it doesn't look like a ball, therefore it's a refracted ball.
There's an air vent on an oil rig, so the cranes look wavy, so the Earth is a ball.
Oh shit, there's an air vent on an oil rig? That means that horizon's actually not where it is.
I thought we knew what the refraction index is, or the measurement of refraction. Isn't it 8 inches per mile squared?
No. That wouldn't make sense. That would be exactly what AI was asking.
Hey, since you wanted to do extreme conditions to get that picture, the water was 60 degrees and the air was 63 degrees that morning that picture was taken. How extreme was that refraction?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I'm asking the one who bent the oil rigs up 66 feet in the air so they looked like oil rigs again at 10 miles away.
Well, for that to be the kind of refraction people are suggesting, you wouldn't have a single temperature for the air. So I don't know where that 63 was taken, but you'd have to have sort of
from a
measure
temperature
of the
probe that
radiation.
waves, it goes in circles, like on an antenna near the beach right there, wherever they took it from. You know, where the weather stations get their weather. They just spin around, get the wind, they get the temperature, and they say, oh, the air temperature is this, and the sea temperature is this. And that's what you get.
What he
So
just
you're
said
saying
though is
it has to
another
be
example, of how they've made it unfalsifiable.
It's not
So like
unfalsifiable. Like I
when
said,
dealing
you
with
would have to show that that's
refraction
not
and
the truth.
needing to know the air temperature and the water temperature from every single distance between the observer and the target, it's an impossible task. Like you have to assume a singular temperature, but never in reality is there a singular temperature. So
Yeah.
this is
Okay,
another
hold on a
point that
second.
makes it
Yep.
unfalsifiable.
You wouldn't need it
Well,
at
let
every
me
point between you and the
hold
crane.
on before you go on. Before you go on, let me add a point to Lou. So what other homeboy said, crypto, that they won't let flat earthers have certain things. So when they critique flat earthers about refraction, you didn't account for refraction. They say, oh, you didn't account for every infinite variable from point A to point B. Now here we have Magnum Factotum who just said, whoa, you don't have to. So which is it? Do you have to or do you not have to? I don't know. I'm
You
confused
don't
now.
have to have every single plot point between you and the crane. You can make a model if you have like one or two.
Dude. Okay, I'm glad you said that. That means, by what you just said and what we've just come to, that the Lake Idsill laser quote-unquote test, quote-unquote experiment, whatever you want to call it, that the Lake Idsill laser test, laser transit measurement, which measured a variability of approximately 6 to 8 meters over a 25-mile span, which defeats globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, means it is an efficient method of proving that the Earth indeed is flat. Thank you.
No,
Oh, why not?
because they only took it at the laser site, and
Oh my goodness.
they didn't take the gradient. I'm saying you don't need the gradient at every single point, but you need the gradient. You just need a
See how
one or
quick,
two.
see how quick you turned your little story, bro?
Okay, maybe I wasn't clear. Maybe you guys weren't listening. What I'm saying is you don't need every single inch between you and that thing, right? You just need a couple in between.
If
But
I'm
they didn't
not
take any
mistaken,
in between. They took them only at the target.
Wow,
And
dude,
they didn't
really,
take
man.
any over the water.
Wow.
if
None.
I'm not mistaken, this whole conversation was about how you guys use refraction to make your globe unfalsifiable. And
And
all
I
you're
just
doing is
explained how that's
backing up
wrong.
our point. You're backing it up with this argument.
You're clearly not listening to what I'm saying.
Obviously not.
I told you
Okay,
exactly how
brother.
to
So
falsify
let's
it.
hold on, friend. So let me ask you this question: if they sent a little boat a pontoon boat, right, to the middle of the lake, and then they had 3 data points. Would you accept the results that the Earth's flat? Yes or no?
That would be a great start. Yeah.
Okay, if they had 5 data points across the lake, would you accept the results? Yes or no?
Yeah. If they have 5 points across the lake where they have some measure
5
of gradient,
data points. Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. There you go, flat earthers. All you need to do is reproduce the Lake H2 experiment with 5 data points, and you will convert manufactotum. Problem solved.
Well, it'll tell me that
We
the
all know
laser
that.
was
No, we all know the truth. We all know the actual truth of what will happen.
Yeah.
Is you'll demand 7 data points.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. If we did 5, would you say you only had 5, and
No.
that you need 7 or 10 or 15?
No.
Well, a minute ago you were just saying
I
2,
would
right?
accept that particular experiment. I don't think that one experiment would convince me that the Earth is flat, but I would accept at least that experiment. Yeah.
Wait, is this in relation to that mountain lake
No, I think it's the
observation?
eclipses stuff, right?
Oh, okay.
Which, by the way, with regard to that, did they ever? So my understanding is they point the laser down.
What?
You don't know then.
I'll put it to you like this, friend. I'll put it to you like this. If you've ever shot a weapon before at a target, okay? If you're not aiming at the target, you're not going to hit the target. Now, we do know weapons, like ballistic weapons, have ballistic drop, right? So for very long range, you have to arc it up. But when you're talking about a laser doesn't have ballistic drop, right? So if you aim it down, it would hit the ground sooner, right? So that would actually make it just more problematic.
What depends?
It depends. What are you talking about?
So I mean, if you aim it
Yeah, no.
down on a flat Earth, yeah.
If it bounced off the water and came back up?
No, my understanding is that they're aiming it at the horizon.
No, dude, they're leveling the laser. They're leveling the laser. Level. Okay, level.
We're talking about the laser again.
We're not.
How do we explain Coriolis effect with flat Earth?
Fuck me.
I want to know.
There is none.
What
Go ahead, you
Coriolis,
explain
dude?
it.
I'm sorry?
There is none. Go ahead and explain where you see that happening.
The Coriolis effect?
Dude, don't let the Coriolis fucking take away from what we're talking about. We can come back to that maybe, but don't. He's purposely for.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail. You guys can continue. I thought there was a lull in the conversation.
Oh no. Anyway, yeah, you don't have anything that you call Coriolis that you deal with at all ever. So while you're making stuff up, you can go ahead and tell us how that works.
No, everybody's seen Coriolis effect.
No.
Yeah, you have.
Don't say fucking toilets flushing, man. Please don't say it.
No, not toilets flushing. That mostly has to do with the direction of the jets in the toilet. No, Coriolis effect. We've all been to the Children's Science Museum where they have this long fucking thing, this pendulum swinging, and usually how they start is you could do this at home if you have a house.
You don't know how the pendulum works, so you're probably in the wrong room right now because it runs off magnets. So is that the Coriolis effect? Magnets?
No, hold on, friend. Hold on. That's not the Coriolis. That's allegedly precession, not Coriolis, friend. So you're wrong.
Okay, from my understanding, just a simple pendulum, if I just take a weight on a string and I release it at a certain angle, it'll just bounce off in those two directions. But if it's done on a rotating surface, eventually that is going to start bouncing off again, but at different angles, progressively. That's the core.
Do it in your bedroom, see what happens. Do it in your bedroom, see what happens.
Well, theoretically, so it could happen in my bedroom. That's not a problem. I just need something with enough mass to keep going for a very long period of time. That's why they always do it from a very high ceiling, because then that length allows.
So what are the 2 reference frames then? Tell me about the 2 reference frames in this particular example.
Well, I guess the 2 reference frames would, if we were to take 2 reference frames, is where you're starting off at. Right? The angle at which you're starting off at.
So you don't know the 2 reference frames that are involved in Coriolis effect then? Just say, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. That would be best. You could bullshit. You could Google really fast. Okay. So you don't know anything about the Coriolis effect.
Is that what? Okay, so I guess according to you, I don't know anything about the Coriolis effect. Okay.
Yeah, because it's not actual deviation. It's an apparent deviation, not actual deviation. You're talking about precession in one reference frame from a pendulum. So you don't know what you're talking about. Go research it and come back.
So every time we've done Coriolis effect experiments, it's always been precession. It's never actually been.
Such as what?
Well, the example I gave, for example.
That is not Coriolis effect. You don't have two reference frames. You don't even know the name of the reference frames. That's why I said go research it and come back. I know the reference frames. I know what the Coriolis is. You obviously do not.
Okay, I'm not here to say that I'm an expert on Coriolis. I'm just wondering what is the flat Earth position.
You don't know what it is. You don't know what it is.
Wait, are you trying to get people to agree with your philosophy here, or are you just trying to be a dick?
Both.
No, I want to be a dick. It's both. Because I'm showing you that you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's fine. I don't
you actually go and
hold on. Just hold on, friend.
Yeah, I was
Check
just going to
this
say.
out.
I think I'm talking to the wrong person here.
Well, let crypto speak, bro.
Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, I think that the essence of what he's saying is that the question you've asked doesn't make sense. So, in essence, what I understood your question to be is, how do you explain Earth-based Coriolis, right? That's your question?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there isn't any, is the answer. But also...
I imagine so, but how? This is what I'm trying to get at. Indulge me.
Well, because if the Earth is stationary, okay, so look, if you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in space, then of course you think that there's Earth-based Coriolis. And if you believe that the Earth is stationary and not moving, then of course there isn't Earth-based Coriolis. So either position is making the question. Do you see what I'm saying? So to ask, like, how do you explain a movement-based phenomena on a stationary Earth? Well, the question doesn't make sense.
Okay, so maybe what I'm getting at is, what if some scientist puts a large, one of those experiments I said in a children's science museum or whatever, and really did everything he could to isolate all of the variables. He did it in a vacuum. He used a 100-meter rope or whatever, and we saw that no matter what angle he decided to drop the pendulum at, it would always rotate in the same direction at the same intervals. How could we explain this?
Are we doing Foucault's pendulum? What? Like just say what.
Yeah, it's Foucault's pendulum, but he's still not acknowledging the two reference frames that he needs, and he still doesn't understand the difference between apparent deflection and precession. He's not getting it.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what kind of experiment he's actually trying to, do here. This is not an experiment.
It's not so much an experiment as much as it's an observation of phenomenon. It's an observation of phenomenon.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the phenomena?
It doesn't do that every time. It doesn't work out every time.
It doesn't.
It's not as consistent. It's not as consistent as you implied with the rope. You said every time we observe the thing.
Yes.
That's not analogous.
Yes, it is. In fact,
it's just not true.
In fact, it is so.
No, it's not.
Well, could I explain?
There's more fails in.
Could I explain?
I can give citation for the fact that it doesn't work.
Sure, I would like to see
the exact same way, like you said it is.
But what a lot of these science museums will do is they know how quickly this progresses to the point where they'll literally set up a clock on the floor, and you could tell what the hour of the day is by where that pendulum is swinging.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, most museums use magnetic powered pendulums too. And they're also restricted and controlled by the articulation point.
I don't think these. I mean, the museums I'm referring to are these little
We can give multiple citations for museums. Yes, they do. Why? Because it stops due to wind resistance. It's not infinite.
Right, which is why
So they keep it powered, so it's always working in their museum.
Right, and I asked about that the last time I went, and the guy told me, well, the weight is so large and the length of rope they use is so large that the wind resistance becomes negligible, even
That
at
you gotta
24
make it
hours a
do
day.
Okay,
If it
all
was
right. Let's get.
negligible, they wouldn't need magnetic Mars, dude. You're just wrong.
But that's where I don't agree with you about the
Hold on.
magnetic.
1,000 links
I
for
don't
this.
want to
It's
go
not
down the
about
rabbit hole
agreeing.
on this. We have to get this very concise. So, what
send
is
me
the
some?
Earth-based phenomena? What's the Earth-based phenomena that we're studying, and what is the pendulum supposed to recreate in that scenario?
Coriolis, and it's supposed to recreate
What
the
is the
rotation of the
Coriolis
Earth.
effect? What is the Coriolis effect, and where do you observe it in nature?
Let's find an honest
No,
definition.
no. Yeah, let's find one. Right?
Yeah,
Try
It's an
Wikipedia.
apparent deviation. Apparent deviation?
All right, let's use
Not an
Wikipedia.
actual one.
Is
An
the
apparent
inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame.
Yep. Okay. So the two reference frames now. Can you tell me what two reference frames and what natural phenomena we're studying here on Earth that you would say we have the Coriolis effect?
I guess we'd be one of the reference frames would be the Earth, right? And the next.
Okay.
Would be
And which one is that?
I don't know. You asked name me two reference frames, so I'm telling you.
Right. You read them. Now, which one is the Earth?
I don't know.
So you don't know anything about the Coriolis effect, and yet you're believing people when they give you a pendulum that swings back and forth, and they tell you it's Coriolis effect, but they can't describe to you how it is.
I didn't get that far in the discussion. No, this isn't a question that I think to answer. Like, I don't go to somebody and say, "What are your two frames of reference here?"
Right. So you appealed to somebody that you don't know that gave you information about an effect that you don't observe in nature, and then you came in here and used it as an arguing point. Why did you do that?
It's not an argument point. I literally came in here asking, "How do you explain this? How does it fit into the narrative?"
So what is the Earth-based Coriolis that you observe?
What is the Earth-based Coriolis that I observed? The one that I used in examples this whole time?
The pendulum? Okay, what are the two reference frames in that scenario?
I think we went over this.
No, we didn't. You didn't answer the question. What are the two reference frames in that scenario?
One is the Earth, and I don't know what the other one is.
Okay, so you don't even know what you're looking at when you see the pendulum.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, correct. Thank you for admitting that. So, why don't you do some research and then come in and go ahead and take us to task if you figure out what it is that we're talking about? I know this. You don't know it.
Once again, I think you really have the wrong impression here. It's not to take you to task. It's not to debate. It's to ask how and why, or how does this fit into the narrative?
What effect are you observing?
Can I just take over here? I've already answered that.
Go ahead.
The question is begging the question. Because you've already... Did someone else want to interrupt? Or?
So, wait. If you're saying begging the question, then I am to understand that according to flat Earth theory, there is no such thing as Coriolis effect.
No, that's a straw man, and I've already been very specific.
I'm not arguing, which means I'm not making a straw man. I am trying to clarify.
Yeah, that is a straw man. If you misrepresent someone,
I am not trying to misrepresent. Once again, I don't know where you guys come in with this defensiveness. I'm trying to understand.
I'm not being offensive. I'm being very accurate.
Then stop accusing me of straw man, because that's not what I'm doing.
I'm not accusing you of something. I'm identifying something that you have objectively done. Now, you might interpret that as being defensive if you feel like I am attacking you, but I'm not. So maybe the problem is in your psychology.
No, because a straw man is something that we call a logical fallacy. You use a logical fallacy when you're making an argument. I'm not making an argument. I'm trying to understand.
A logical fallacy is anything that is illogical. So when I said that there is no evidence for Earth-based Coriolis...
Okay, so we agree.
And then when you said to me, you have to let me finish, my dude. Well, because I haven't explained my position. So you have to let me finish. So I've very, very painstakingly said to you that there is no evidence for Earth-based Coriolis. and you've then said that the flat Earth position is that the Coriolis effect doesn't exist. That isn't the same thing as I said, and that needs to be clarified.
Can I ask a question?
Okay. So we agree. So we agree that according to the flat Earth narrative, there is no such thing as Earth-based Coriolis. Can we agree on that? Okay. Thank you. My question has been answered. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Was that so hard? That was not hard.
I said that earlier, the first thing I said, and you didn't like it.
Right. I was trying to be
I
accurate.
don't remember speaking to you. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to be accurate. I want to be accurate.
What do people benefit from declaring that the Earth is like round?
You mean spherical?
Yeah, spherical. Sure.
I guess it helps us with our models. I'm not a defender of spherical Earth theory.
But what would be the benefit of lying is the question, pretty much, right? The benefit. Well, if it is a lie, then NASA's benefiting at the rate of 18, 19 million a quarter. So
Why wouldn't they benefit?
I mean, that's kind of dumb.
Why wouldn't they benefit
Economics.
from saying it's flat? How would they not benefit from saying it's flat?
Well, you'd have to ask them that, because I could get any lie I tell you. All I got to do is tell you, $1 is really 50 cents.
What is the most probable lie that makes sense to you?
The Earth is...
No, you're not ugly.
Wow, that really hurt my feelings.
We ask. I mean, we tell that little white lie that,
Oh my goodness.
to save people's feelings.
This is a general versus specific. We all know the general reasons why people lie. They lie for all types of reasons. Most of them are motivated by self-interest or gain. Now, just because you don't know the specific gain or the specific interest doesn't mean that the general rule of why people lie still applies. Okay, there's no reason. Hold on.
I understand why you lie.
Hold on. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
You're retarded, bitch.
All right, you're done. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, get.
Listen,
Goodness sakes, dude.
Your volume is low. You're like an ant just interrupting, and he could barely be heard, man. But continue AI, because that's another guy. He kept interrupting, but he's quiet as an ant. But you had a great point that just got railroaded there, and I'd like you to finish.
I understand why humans lie. They lie for gain.
Okay, then.
Where is the gain in lying about the Earth being non-spherical?
Dude, listen. You can wonder that to the end of time. I don't need to know the specific gain that people who lie about it make to know that they're lying. I just need to validate whether they're lying or not. The material fact of whether they're lying is irrespective of their motive.
But there's usually some sort of logical inference that you can make as to why people lie. For example, like the reason why there's so much migration in Europe right now is people were lying.
I got a question for you.
It's a social experiment when actually it's not. It's about paying pensions for the next generation.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Do to understand your motives to know you committed murder or you told a lie? Or do I just need evidence of the murder or the lie?
Well, in court they would ask for a motive, right? It's you have evidence for, but then the motive is kind of what ties everything together. No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Listen, if I catch you with the murder weapon, I don't need to know your motive. So if I catch you lying, I don't care why you did it.
For sure. But when you have an investigation,
before you go on, dude, let's clear up some facts here. Motive comes into the egregiousness of the crime.
Yeah.
So if somebody does something that's technically a crime, but they were generally doing the things they were doing out of good motives, they don't receive the same penalty as someone who did it out of very selfish motives, right? So usually motives come into play with like first degree, second degree, third degree
After guilt is
punishments.
established. Yeah, punishment.
Correct, but it has
Yes.
nothing to do with the material fact of whether you killed somebody or not.
Yeah, you were guilty. We got to figure out how many years we're going to give your guilty ass. That's all. So we say, okay, this guy was screwing his wife and he caught him. Yeah, I can understand that. Let's just give him 10, not 20.
All right. So I think what the other guy was asking is there any sort of premise or premisey for
No,
why
nobody
NASA
cares.
could lie? No, you don't care. I mean, I would, if I kind of
Not
believed in this
really.
stuff, I would care.
Listen, dude. It's pretty simple that they make almost 19 billion a year. That's a pretty good fucking motive. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist or a moron. Either could figure it out.
Listen. Yeah, before we go on, dude, have you ever studied anything about communist defectors and the history of the Cold War and all these other things where there was like this atmosphere where communism and certain types of people were trying to spread it through subterfuge to other nations, right?
Yeah,
Have you
of
studied any of
course.
that?
Marcuse.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then there's this one famous defector. I can't remember if his name is Solzhenitsyn or whatever, but he was on record saying, basically telling all the dirty secrets, right? And part of the secrets was, and if you do Stalin and all these guys, they had a concerted effort, right, to make the people not understand the true nature of their reality. And because they were filtering reality at large down to the people, they were able to control them. So control in itself, whether or not you understand how it works, is a sufficient reason for them. Whether you think it's a bad reason, maybe they think it's a good reason. And this is the problem with this motive problem, is that other people's reasons and how important they are to them doesn't necessarily mean they're important to you, and you may not respect them. So you might say, "Oh, that's a stupid reason. I would never do that. Therefore, it's not true." But what they
No, I
do
don't
and the
think like
reason
that.
why they do it, I'm not saying you do, but I'm saying that's what can happen.
So to back that up, that's basically what I was going to say as well. But to back that up, like CIA Director William Casey, he was quoted saying that we will know our disinformation campaign is complete when everything that the people believe to be true is false.
False, yeah. I know that.
So, and the way this works, so like, they can be a whole lot of what appear to be small little white lies of little significance, but when you start to rely on the authorities, government, and experts for your truth, and then they have complete and full control over you and your mind, or your mind and therefore you. Okay, so
the guy demonstrated that yesterday when he didn't believe when I told him that Comet Neowise was, so they said, 63 million miles away, but then it was only 3 miles wide. He said, no way. And then I showed him that it came from, I guess, quote unquote, a credible source. And then he said, okay, I guess I was wrong. And he only made that switch not based off of any experience or anything other than the source changed. His trust was so great in them that it didn't matter what he thought he knew. He just gave it up.
Yeah, and I mean, so it might seem insignificant, it might seem small, but in the bigger, broader picture, changing somebody's worldview from anything but the truth is a major change in the way that you think, how you trust, like what you believe, what you stand for, who you act for.
I know. It's they do the same thing in North Korea. They said that the premier was born on a mountain at a double rainbow, and he doesn't have an asshole, so he doesn't shit.
Propaganda isn't
I know.
exclusive to communist governments.
No, I know. but there's always a sort of objective behind it. We brought up the communist ideological subverters. The objective for this was to have Americans betray their own and eventually reject capitalism for communism. And we do see that today. There is a certain success about it, right? But there is always some, even if you don't believe in it or if you think the idea is stupid, we cannot, say that it's entirely ineffective, right? There's something there.
Do you think it's a little strange that they repealed the Smith-Mundt Act, where it was illegal for decades for the American government and media to use propaganda against the American people because it was considered to be a weapon of war.
Yes.
And Obama repealed that act, and ever since then, the media conglomerates have gone from dozens down to only a few.
Oh, it's been before that.
They all it was already becoming smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
But this Operation Mockingbird type
I was
shit, where
about to
like they
say
all just
Mockingbird.
repeat the same, they all repeat the same agenda. They put a little bit of a spin on it for their audience. Like, here's a conservative audience, we're gonna frame it this way. Here's a liberal audience, we're gonna phrase it this way. But they're still reporting the same propaganda, word for word, from channel to channel.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they even have a Vanderbilt that presents the news to us. Anderson Cooper. We have an elite that talks to us through the news channel.
It's a big
then,
but you ain't in it.
Yeah, I know that comedian.
If you understand that it's a weapon of war, like, because that's what it is. Propaganda is a weapon of war. If you understand that they're them repealing it, then you also understand that they have declared war against you
for
as a
sure.
free-thinking individual.
But to say, it like,
hey, can we mute Mr. Giggles?
Something is weird though, because if I was going to detract the American public from knowing very fundamental truths, like what shape our Earth was, for example,
if you were going to do it,
if I was going to do it, I wouldn't make something so elaborate where it's like now we have to like build rockets and pretend we're sending astronauts up,
but you're not
and have this whole space program and all these fake jobs, and it's like, oh god, they're catching up, they're sending Tesla.
Wait, hold on. Can I interject? The jobs aren't fake. It's just hold on. It's hold on. I just really want to quickly interject, and I swear I'll mute. But I just want to say the jobs aren't made up. It's just compartmentalized, meaning that everyone is separated from everybody, so they don't know. Besides, hold on, no, let me finish. I'm putting a bow around it. So, because you framed the argument and you have to stand by it, so I will address it. But anyways, so it's compartmentalized, meaning that very few people understand the big picture, rather than the whole group of them, so to speak. But anyways, I will mute now.
Well, I forget exactly which Nazi it was, but the head propagandist, what was it? Joseph Goebbels? Was it?
The Nazis? Yes, it was.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so.
Well, you don't want to share the take with everybody, so you ain't going to tell everybody, because then you got to give them a cut or kill them.
Exactly. You actually, it's better. It's actually.
Oh, hold on.
Right. It's actually.
Hold on. I want you to fully understand this. Enough economics to run an entire nation in the billions. I would slaughter you and your entire family. It would take good men, Christian men, and make them demons.
Right, for sure. But that goes, I feel like that's an argument that supports my point, because if you make a lie so large and elaborate, and then all of a sudden you have 100 guys or 1,000 guys that know the truth and that could use it against you in any way and just collapse the whole thing, what good of a lie is that? That's a shitty lie.
Here's the thing, though. Listen.
Goebbels and Hitler both fucking said that.
You already covered why they can't do that. They already control the opinion of different demographics in America through the media. So it doesn't matter if you blow the whistle. We just cover it with a shitload of misinformation, and we're good. You're
not
left
wrong.
not knowing whether to believe it's true or whether to believe it's a lie. So in this day, certainty is a bitch. And because of uncertainty, well, we can just say, whatever, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. No, she sucked you off, but you still got down with her. But in the wording, he's correct.
Wow.
He didn't have sexual relations. He had oral relations. You know,
And
that's
I just want
the type of people we would be dealing with.
Right. I smoked, but I never inhaled. Right.
I just want to piggyback off of the statement too, where somebody said, they said it's better not to know, because actually in these types of situations, if you do know the big picture, you will kind
You're
of
at
end
risk.
up dead.
Yeah. You're
Yeah,
at
exactly.
Oh, eventually we're gonna whack you. We're gonna need your cut back, Johnny.
I mean, look what happened. Look what happened to Apollo 1. I mean, come on.
Well, it's just funny because you filled in the quote, dude, that I was about to get to when talking about the propagandists in Germany, right? You filled it in while asking the question of what significance is it? You know, like you know the answer. You freaking answered your own question.
Look, you take all them guys that figure it out, you put them in the secret club, you give them, 5, 10 G's, maybe a little more, buy them a house. Eventually, you whack them all off with poison one by one. You're good to your Jesuit oath, and you move on with, sharing last month. Keep your Jew going. But that's just my opinion.
So what's wrong with all of the documentation that says it's a non rotating, flat, and stationary plane? Or have you looked into any of that stuff, or what?
We were on controlling the minds of flat earthers on a flat plane, making them believe they live on a globe.
Yeah, but he was
And by
like,
that you mean
he's
controlling the
saying
minds
like,
of everybody who lives on a flat plane but thinks they live on a globe.
Yeah. You could reword that a million ways, yep. Hey, Elijah, you're a little low, bro. You should tune it up if you can, and then... Sorry,
Yeah,
I
brother,
walked over you.
dude, Elijah bought a new mic. I remember it was a couple months ago. He was all upset because it didn't fix his problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, dude, your mic has never done you any justice. You got to get
never
something else, man.
Never. Different phones, different everything. I must just be retarded.
My internet's like rolling the
The
dice.
only option.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
No.
I'll tell you what.
The
You
only
said
option.
you're using the Bose earbuds, right? Or
No,
not Bose. You're using the
Beats.
Beats, right? Beats.
Yeah.
Dude, I bought a pair of Beats. Their audio quality outgoing is not very good. They have good bass and good sound in your ears, but the mic quality is not that great. Like, you don't want to go with Beats. I'm right now I'm on earbuds. I'm using Bose. I'm using Bose Quiet Comfort earbuds right now. If you like these. When I get on my computer, I'm on my Yeti or my freaking Arctis Pro. People are like, "Damn, you sound like I'm in the room with you." But,
Hey, Lou, I didn't even know there was an application for that until Deuce asked me if I was using NVIDIA. I said, no, it's on the computer, though. What's that? He's like, Mike, you can adjust mic and everything in there. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I use SteelSeries GG. That's a pretty good one.
yeah, the SteelSeries is bomb, dude. When it comes to headsets,
Yeah.
you're gonna be on the PC. Yeah.
It's free too. There are pre-configured, settings and shit for certain games. Like it's great. You don't have to do much. Just click, click, click. You're done.
Yeah, I didn't think about it. This is an Alienware. It's supposed to be a gaming computer. They got the sound set to.
Can you please get back to the Glover? Who cares about microphones? Talk to the Glover.
Well, one last thing about microphones, dude. Elijah, your microphone.
No more things about microphones. Back to the Glover.
No. It's literally about non-microphone. Your speakerphone on your phone is probably better than your mic.
Yeah, I'm playing Call of Duty right now.
It's his bandwidth. Let's go. Who's got that scientific proof of a globe?
Yeah, but that's what I was asking the guys. Like, since we're talking about like an appeal to authority, then has he seen any of the documentation from the authority?
Well, wouldn't it be irrelevant if you just cast it off as appeal to authority?
Excuse. Okay, let me, because I'm talking to you, right? So
To
let me
me.
rephrase. So let me rephrase it. You seem like the type, since you've sat and talked about, well, why would they lie and all of this stuff. Like, it seems like you'd be interested in documentation from the source itself.
Not particularly. I was more thinking, more about, is there some sort of like home experiment you can do that kind of gives evidence to flat Earth?
Yeah. Are you new?
Yeah.
There's loads of that. Okay, so that's okay, cool. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, man.
I'm sure.
Welcome.
I
You probably haven't
come in
seen
with
it
an
on
open mind.
YouTube.
I'm not here to contest or defend. Like I literally come in with an
You
open
know
mind.
what I hate the most? I hate when people say that they're not here to cause problems. Just
Mm-hmm.
don't cause problems. But
yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, you'll never hear any of our arguments on YouTube being refuted in the exact way that we've laid it out.
Look, my fat cock.
Sure, and I'm sure that within your, this whole general group of people
The
that
whole point is
they're
because
bad
of
actors.
propaganda, right? No, the
They're-
propaganda.
I
You'd
heard
have
you
to
say
wonder.
sure.
You'd have to wonder why coming here would be the first time you ever actually got like good information, and it's because of that propaganda you was talking about.
Yeah, sure. And I come in here in good faith.
I don't. Okay, whatever. Sure.
So if everything is, or let's say if YouTube is not a good reputable source, do you guys, maybe you
That's
could
not what I said.
or I don't know, maybe.
You have to be able to qualify a source. It doesn't matter if it comes from Dr. Seuss.
Sure.
If it's good, it's good.
Do you know of a household experiment that I could run that kind of gives evidence to this notion?
Yes. Would somebody like to? Heretic, are you around? Or Lou, if you'd like to.
I'm vaguely around, so kind of a no, actually. Sorry, I'm just in
I
the
was actually
background.
going to listen to the question on that one. I like to chime in, but there's people in here who like to mute me for some reason, so I'm going to try to take a back seat.
Yeah, I already settled into the back seat. I'm just kind of in listen mode, doing other things. I don't even know what the question is right now.
I'd love to hear a backyard experiment that I can run that would help, at least give evidence towards a flat Earth. For example, there's this
One
discovery
that shows a
channel
globe, and I'll
on
be a
Reddit.
glober, dude.
Hold on one second.
Do one that
there's
shows
a
a
real good
globe, and
one.
I'll be a glober. How's
Don't
that?
get mad. I'm just
There's
asking.
a real good cheap one. There's a real good cheap one.
Yeah.
So are you familiar with like the laser tests and stuff like that, where you're basically trying to connect point A and point B and keep it low to the surface, and if they connect, given the distance, then the curvature of the Earth should block that view, right?
Like
Are you
the
familiar
one
with
they
that?
did in the Netflix thing, yeah.
Well, no, not like that. But
Okay.
I mean, sort of like that, I guess, but not really like that.
Yeah,
Because
that's the
the
propaganda I
Netflix
was
thing
talking
is
about. That you're also aware of. But go on, Lou.
yeah. No, but there's a poor man's laser test that you can do, and it's called a mirror flash.
Okay.
So it'll take a little bit of work. You're going to need at least one other person, but you if you have any lake nearby you that say you probably want it to be at least 3 miles, across. You get you get a mirror, and you do it during the daytime where you have view of the sun, and you take the sun and reflect it off of the mirror towards your friend across the lake.
Okay.
You can calculate, given the distance between you and your, your counterpart. You can figure out like how much Earth curve should be blocking your view.
Yeah.
But mirrors, this is the point, is that in order to see a reflection in a mirror, it requires line of sight.
Yeah.
Well, that's a cheap way of proving to yourself that the Earth is not blocking your view.
Okay. Isn't this, I just linked it in the chat, what you just described, isn't it more accurate and better done if I ditch the mirror, just grab my laser pointer off of eBay for $20? Take a laser, raise it 5 foot off the top of the water across a 5-mile lake. I don't know how long. And if I put it 1 foot above or 2 foot above the top of the water and level it out, my buddy across the lake should be able to put a white canvas 1 foot above the water and hit it. But it doesn't happen that way. As described in this post, where a flat earther took this to like the Discovery Channel or something.
No, as I described, that the mirror flash is basically a poor man's version of a laser test. Now, the laser that you want to buy for $20 off of Amazon, there's going to have to be a lot of things taken into consideration, like what color is the light, the wavelength of it, what's the intensity of it, like how many watts, all this stuff.
Lou, just tell him we have those too.
Yeah, well, of course we do. That's how it got
Already
started.
been done. You're just trying to explain to him something that we've done 100 times already.
That it's cool. Again, it's cool that you don't know this stuff. It should be all over the internet if it was done, which means we either lying or the fact that we would have this stuff and it hasn't reached your ear would have to be at least kind of weird. Oh, it's conspiratorial, right? Be an interesting day at least, right?
Man, I work a lot. Like you have no idea.
I don't know how the conversation devolved so quickly.
That's all I ask.
I mean, I'm asking now, and I'm willing to do these experiments and everything, but like, I'm sorry if I never heard about this before.
So that's fine. It's fine. That's fine. It's excellent.
Here's the great part about the poor man's version of it, though, is like, see your laser for $20 on Amazon. It's not going to be very powerful. It's not going to have a culminator where you can focus the beam. Like it's.
What are you talking about? Have you played with a laser pointer in the 21st century?
Dude, shut the fuck up. You can't focus that for 5 miles away.
Okay, do it for a mile.
The advantage of using the sun is that it's very intense, and that you can do this simply with something that you already have on hand. Like you can just go there.
You could see the sun from 5 miles away. It's true. You could do the sun from 5 miles. Yeah, I'll try it with a mirror.
Just give him what he wants. Shit. Why try to sell him on a mirror? We already have what he wants.
Yep.
I mean, they did this experiment on the Discovery Channel. It's posted in the comments. Why didn't it work?
Yeah, I saw them do it with the laser.
So then when you do it, there should be no problem then, right? Because it should be inconsistent with what Netflix editors showed you, right?
If I get a different result, maybe I did something different. But I'm willing to test the theory. Like, this is the basis of science: is that it should be reproducible, right? So I'm willing to test it myself.
Well, we reproduce it to see whether or not it was misrepresented. That's why we reproduce science.
Right, exactly. So if I don't get the same result they do, I'm seriously going to start questioning.
And so going back to the original question,
does anybody know about the PDF with the laser test?
Epicor?
Yes. Can we share that?
I'll dig it up. It'll take me a minute though. Been a while since I had to share it. Okay. Usually somebody beats me to it. That's why.
Yeah, I've never been one to really talk about the particulars. There's always
Yeah,
somebody around to do
GF6
that.
already beat you to it.
How did
I was
GF6
being
beat?
lazy. I was going to wait on you. I got that in my download.
All right. Anyway, guys, thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
GF6 just posted.
Oh, you just got here. All right. Well,
Yeah,
take
he
the
was
PDF
just
with you.
posted for you, and see you later.
See you.
I'm going to go through the laser experiment with you. You can take that with you. You can download it.
Yeah, they don't really. He doesn't really want any evidence.
It's on already. It's over.
Be a test when you come back.
Yep, he didn't know. He just got his snot box rocked and was like, "Ooh."
That man don't like long
there's
goodbyes.
Whenever there's actual like information that had changed their minds, they're usually very quick to. I mean, it's been years. We're not surprised by now, right, guys? That always happens.
Hung like Tic Tacs is still here. He was the one that brought it up originally. So if you want to talk to him,
I picture you as younger.
I'm 34.
Who taught you that
35.
snot box? Your dad? Did you get that from your dad? Snot box.
Yeah, man.
My dad used to say that.
I
And
think
I'm
it's
Gen
funny
X,
what-
and my dad was a boomer.
I think it's funny what he said about the $20 laser point. He's talking about something that's used for like in an office when you're pointing at something, like one of these little laser pens. You know what I mean? Like where you can barely see a red light if the lights are dimmed in the office.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's a laser pointer. That's what he's talking about. Like, why can't I shoot my laser
He went
pointer 5
Discovery
miles?
Channel on. Listen, I'm surprised he didn't say thank you, Bob, you know. Yeah, it was you either sock them in their snot box or their pie hole, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I was raised. It's just nice you knew the term. I'm sorry. I know. Mike's a boomer.
And he said that he wanted a backyard experiment. He was given one and had no rebuttal to it, just dipped.
What are you talking about? I literally that was literally the contention.
Oh,
It's
is
linked
that
in the
you?
chat.
Is that you? Who's the other guy who dipped?
Well, don't lie. Quit changing the subject. Why are you lying?
No. Okay, what's your okay, if that was you, I thought it was the guy who dipped.
Okay, when you said he gave no rebuttal and he just dipped, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the guy who said, "Why can't I see the laser pointer, 5 miles away?" If that wasn't you, then I apologize.
It was me.
Okay, then I don't apologize.
Okay, well, quit changing the subject. You stated I had an issue with this mirror experiment because this is an experiment that you could run with a laser pointer and a couple of levels. But you tell me I have no rebuttal when I link the Reddit post talking about how this is bunk.
Well, you went quiet. You didn't run away. That's cool. We get it.
I was trying to find on YouTube, some videos of like some laser pointers across the lake, but obviously I can find plenty, across the
We
sea.
have them. Hold on, time out. What, yo? There's no beef. Relax. I have videos of people shooting lasers across lakes if you'd like them, because I know they're hard to find because of that propaganda thing we were talking about. But I can link you.
Please do.
We got a PDF and some images too. Don't we?
I mean, isn't the idea of asking for a laser literally just changing the moving the goalpost? Because he asked for a backyard experiment. I told him mirror flash would be sufficient. He said, "Okay, fine, but why couldn't I just do it with a laser?"
He tried to agree.
I didn't say okay, fine. I said this experiment.
You did, man. Listen,
Hold
bro.
on.
I thought
Can I
to myself
just say
when you were
something?
doing it. You're the one-upper. You just one-upped him.
Okay.
Really gave an
Now
answer
try
about
listening
you're
for a
not
second.
going to do it.
Okay.
It would be better this
so when
way.
he brought up the mirror experiment, I said this experiment is better done with a simple laser pointer. You know, like for example,
I disagree.
in Chile, I can't get a word out. In Chile, protesters by the hundreds owned laser pointers and they pointed them at like police drones in the sky. These are readily available in the 21st century. They are more than focused, unlike what you told me earlier that they're not focused. Okay.
What do you mean by
my
a
point
laser?
is
Do it and bring back data.
my point is that this experiment is better done with a laser because I think it's more
Well, then
accurate
do it and
and
document
can
it.
you stop for a second? It's more accurate and stuff. And also, I knew in the back of my head that I had this this link that rebuts this claim because it's been posted on Reddit before against flat earthers. One of the flat earthers got on the Discovery Channel and took his experiment to the test.
Well, you read
they didn't get
something
on the
on
channel.
Reddit and are referring to
reported
the Netflix documentary.
Yeah, we're talking about two different things, bro. So we're talking about a 26-mile laser test. You're talking about something on Netflix. You better get your facts straight.
Yeah. The FE core laser test doesn't have anything to do with
I want to
what
know
was on the documentary.
I'm asking what you mean by a laser pointer because this is important. Like you said, $20 laser pointer. What do you think you're going to get for $20? How intense
$20
is
might
this
be
laser?
hyperbolic. If I upped it to $50, I bet you I'd get a decent laser pointer. But what's the point?
Still have
You can
We're not
see
talking about a laser pointer. Do you know what? Okay, when you say laser pointer, I'm literally picturing something that back in the '90s we brought to school on our keychain. You get me? Like that's a laser pointer where it shines a little red light and you can like distract the teacher with it.
I understand. You just distract a cat. I was thinking more of like
if that's what you're
if we were to
describing.
upgrade from the red laser pointer to the green laser pointer, I think that would be cooler because you can see the whole.
Does it still go on my keychain?
I would say let's upgrade from that. What's the big deal?
I have a video with the
Let's do a
green
21st
laser.
century
I have a
and
video
double the
with
cost
the green.
upgrade.
I have it already with the green laser. Come on, man. Come on.
And a PDF to go with it. Yeah, you do. That's why I laughed. I was like, yeah, that's Elijah's link, the green laser. They did it, and they didn't have very much diffusion. The accumulator, it was built specifically for a distance. They had that laser custom built to test refraction in the near surface nut zone.
The first thing I'm noticing about this video that you linked.
Cheap laser pointer. When he says cheap laser pointer, and it has no information about it, its intensity, how it's culminated, like what color it is, all that stuff. Why should we assume that it's a better and more accurate test without that information than a mirror flash? A mirror flash already proves.
Elijah's really wanting to cover this.
Variables. It cuts out all of those variables.
So they posted the PDF for the final draft with all the data, predictions, and mathematic equations, how they calculated refraction and everything. There's the video. You and Elijah can cover it if you want to look at the FE Core PDF and then the FE Core video.
Okay, the first thing I'm noticing.
If you're interested.
Okay, the first thing I'm noticing about this FE Core video is that it has 17,000 views, uploaded 2 years ago, but only has 3 comments. Why could that be?
Doesn't
Okay,
matter.
that's
Look at the
nice, but
information.
it's a
Obviously,
content
that's
in the
a
video
first
we
off.
want to
That's
cover, not
that's
the
a repost.
popularity of it.
That's a repost because the test happened
Well,
long
listen,
before 2 years ago.
to cover the analytics of the YouTube video anyway, man. That's a non sequitur to the data or what's presented in there.
Yeah, it makes me feel
It's an
like you really
insult.
don't want to know, and you're just
Well,
Yeah, it's just an insult.
you're just
I
wasting
didn't say
time.
I don't want to know. I just told you this is the first thing I'm noticing about this
So,
video.
Okay, sure.
oh, that's nice. Continue.
Well, it's an
Analytics.
hour-long video, so have some grace in
Are
me
you a
trying to
millennial?
work through it.
No, how about you watch it or you review the data and then you come back and have a conversation about it. We don't really care about the Madden play-by-play crap.
Okay, do you understand what you're doing? You're
Get to the gravy.
Your rebuttal to my post about
I'm not
Discovery
rebuttaling
Channel,
nothing.
Reposted on Reddit.
saying
That's where
get
I
to
saw
gravy.
it first. Can I finish? Your rebuttal to that link
Ask
that
again.
disproves the mirror flash stupidity, and then your response is a YouTube channel that deletes its comments, and it's an hour-long video about how the flat Earth is true. Is like really?
All right,
And I need to watch this
Listen,
video
all right,
and come
listen.
back.
No, you just watch what I get you. Come on, I gotta stop my
The video is
going
about
very
the
well.
PDF.
Jesus Christ, Mike!
Sorry.
Can I step in here for a sec? FE Core doesn't
Yeah.
stand
Oh,
for
why not?
flat.
Why not?
It stands for Field
Sorry,
Engineer.
I was trying to get you up there, Elijah.
Hold up a second. Let Elijah speak, I swear.
I know I'm probably a little low, maybe a lot of low. I'm not really trying to have the debate or the discussion. I'm just trying to bring up points. And in this case, I'm gonna find you a video. Because I said I would, so you don't have to watch all of that. You can just wait for me.
Do it, but this guy already proved that he judges its validity based off of the comments section.
No, so what?
Oh, come on. To be
And
fair, if I linked you a video from
me from it? Look, here's what one could do. Say that's interesting. Now, about the reason that we got this video in the first place. What do you think about the observation? Right? I'd rather do that.
Yeah, in the data in the PDF. Yeah, you're right, Elijah. So the video is just about the PDF and the demonstration are actually what we want to get to. That's the gravy.
Don't come on me. If you don't want that, then don't fucking judge a book by its cover. You would look at the data, like was just said to you. You would look at the PDF. You would look at the data, and not worry about what he or she has to say in the comment section or whether the comments are turned on or off. You would look at the information being given.
Yeah, okay. So when North Korea publishes its war numbers and talks about civilians killed, I'm supposed to just look at the charts and not read the
That's
comments.
a different context. It's a different
Even
context.
still, why would you look at the comments?
No, in
No,
war,
it doesn't.
listen, in
It doesn't
war,
matter. It doesn't.
it's
It
a
doesn't
different
matter.
context.
Look. No. Look, we're not going to turn looking at a laser light go from point A to point B into what you're doing, right? Because that would be ridiculous, right?
Right.
That's all you wanted in the beginning, wasn't
I
it?
didn't understand. What was ridiculous?
What I'm saying is, all you actually really want is an observation of a laser, probably a green one, going from point A to point B. Correct? That is
Yeah.
what you wanted, right? That's why I'm getting this.
I mean, it's not just point A to point B, but point A to point B
Yeah, point B.
equal
You know
altitude.
you know the elevation. You know
Yeah,
all
yeah,
this
yeah.
other information. Okay, great. So then all this extra conversation is not really right.
What extra conversation are you referring to?
You know what I'm
Comments.
saying? There's so much extra conversation
Okay,
going
be
on about
specific.
something, everything other than discussing The things that matter.
Oh my God,
The
you can't
lake.
be more vague if
The,
you tried. I'm asking you to be specific.
That's fine. Tic-tacs, the false equivalency fallacies that you're committing, the hand wave dismissals, we don't need any of that. So let's talk about the information that Elijah presented. How about that?
well, the lake, the laser, the observation. Those are the things that are important, not the comments, not some other maybe sort of taped together what's the word,
Genetic fallacy?
synonym, or what's the other thing where you're trying to illustrate
Analogy?
your point? Analogy, there you go. We don't need any of that for a simple laser test, right? That's what we're looking for. That would make your day so much smoother as if you had that quicker than in between an hour of conversation not about that, right?
I have no idea what you're saying.
I don't get it. I mean, I'm just saying you asked for the laser test, and I'm saying, well, let's talk about the laser test. You don't understand that?
Okay, I'm ready to talk about the laser test.
Oh, great, amazing. But I'm looking for my own video that might be separate from FE Core, unless somebody has a timestamp for the video that's there now. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna save it too so that I have it for later. But I have some videos saved of my own. If you could just let me find it.
And if I understand right, what we're trying to define here is if I shine a laser across a large enough body of water, I'm going to notice some change in altitude of like I said, 1 foot off the ground on one end,
No,
a foot and a half off the ground on the other end. You know
not
what I'm saying?
altitude, elevation.
Yeah. Yeah, a foot off.
Altitude
One
is
end's a
above.
foot off of the water
Yep,
level, and then the other end's 2 foot off the water level,
yep,
whatever it is.
yep. So long as you have a flexible mind, um, all variables will lead to the same conclusion. Where are these laser tests? Jesus Christ.
Have
Oh,
you
you know
looked at
what?
that PDF? Oh, can I ask? Are you looked through it?
Yeah.
Balatune or anything?
Uh-huh.
Are you on Lake Balatune measurements,
Well,
data
I was,
collection?
Lake Edgecel Target 4. I was trying to figure out. So it looks like they're saying they put a blue laser, at 10 feet above the lake surface, and then it was seen on the opposite shore at 5 foot above the lake surface. But I guess that really doesn't jump out at me as what I was talking about, right?
What
That's what I
distance?
meant. That's what I meant
I thought
about
we were.
flexible. That's what I meant about flexible mind, because I understand that you may say, okay, I want specifically a laser test that shoots at a target.
Well,
There may
no.
hey,
When we're talking about the metrics
hey,
here, if you
hey,
put the laser above the top of the
hey,
water,
hey.
I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not dead set on this specific methodology, but
Okay,
we're going to change the
so you're set on
variables.
the fact
I
that
want to
there
understand.
needs to be the observer's height. There needs to be the other observer's height, and that's what you need, right? Because ultimately the rest of it is just the assumed math for the globe. So you got observer A, you got person B, and then you have the mathematics that you need to see if it checks out or not. Am I missing anything?
And then the angle in which the light was. But yeah, I think that covers it.
Well, I mean, yeah, because if you're 1 foot above the surface and you got somebody 15 miles away, um, you most for damn sure shouldn't be able to see them at the other end of a lake 15 miles away, right? Because they'd be beyond the horizon, aka Earth curve, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, would you like me to pull up a quick ABC kind of like video to illustrate what I'm saying?
I already have this hour-long video queued up
Yeah, I didn't give you
with
that, did I?
deleted comments.
I didn't give you that, did I?
But I do think that
You're not
putting
listening.
it in scale.
I didn't give you that, did I? No, I did
Who
not. Would you
cares?
like to? I didn't give you what you're complaining about. Would you like to watch the ABC 1 minute video that I'm talking about? Because you don't understand what I'm telling you right now, so that we can move
I
forward.
understand what you're telling
That's
me.
what it. No, you
What
don't.
I don't
You just
understand is the
no, you
scale in
don't.
which we
No,
dip
you don't.
behind Earth
You
curve.
yeah, that's why I said, would you like me to get the video? Because you don't understand. I know what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I
you
know
just
what you
moved the
need.
goalpost there, and you think you
No,
need to
I
listen to
didn't.
yourself.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, he's saying we can calculate how far behind the globe should be, and here's a video that explains. That's all he's saying. Line of sight on a globe with a given. The math never changes. This
Yeah, I figured since
shit.
you didn't know that, like, I mean, you just said it, and I was like, okay, I can show you a video. And then you did all the other weird stuff about, I already have this hour-long video, and so what do you want to do? You want me to continue as if you did understand, or you want to take this minute out of your day to make sure that we're on the same page?
I don't feel like having a conversation with somebody that's going to be as grandstanding as you have been. I'm
Well,
done.
what's the definition of grandstanding?
Thanks for your time.
What am I
Wow, that was
doing? What?
kind of pitiful.
So you
That
don't
was
want to cover the
pathetic.
PDF? Is that what he's saying? A PDF in the parking lot's out of the question.
He ran away.
And there's no
Or no,
police.
he's still here. Are you gonna actually engage with in good faith, or are you just gonna run away?
I think it's predictable that you do a victory dance right now.
That's
But
what
my
pissed
point
him
was
off.
is that this
So
guy
what's
That's what pissed him off
grandstanding?
the first time.
this guy
So
was
what's
so
grandstanding? So what's grandstanding? What's the definition?
a conversation with somebody who's just
Just
going to
read the
try to
PDF,
steamroll the
man.
All right.
conversation.
So hold on. Grandstanding is the act of
Yeah,
behaving or
keep
speaking in a way that
steamrolling,
is
but you're not
intended.
convincing anyone.
Well, he's interrupting me. I'm not interrupting.
I muted him.
Thank you. Grandstanding is the act of behaving or speaking in a way that is intended to impress others in order to gain some advantage. Now, I said to him that perhaps we don't have a laser test that shoots at a target, but when you understand you're at one end of the lake and another end of the lake, and there's 15 miles in between you, you shouldn't be able to see the observer on the other side. He said, I'm not sure about that. I said, well, would you like to watch a video, an ABC video, that will kind of go over that? Where in that? That's me helping.
Says who? You there? Says who?
Yeah, I'm here.
What? Can you read your DMs? What's the counter to the argument of the test that was done 2,000 years ago?
Bro, please shut up.
Why?
Because there's another conversation going on.
So I'm just trying to understand that, like, that's what happened in full sequence. Mind you, he was interrupting the entire time, so it probably sounded a little crazy. But that's ultimately what we're talking about. So how am I
Yes,
grandstanding?
you said you want to watch a
you
1 minute
recognize-
video, and he said you're grandstanding. I can't talk to you anymore. That's how it went down.
We're going to ignore that he took most of the conversation to derail and spin it around on how I am saying I don't know, and how I responded to the request of, oh, do you want to watch this video on the ABCs of something that wasn't relevant to what I was asking? And I said, no, I have an hour-long video. Because I
Well, it was
responded in that way, he decided to spin it on my character and say, oh, are you sure? Here, let me reframe this again, and talked over me. This is not somebody that you want to have a conversation with, because they like to listen to their own voice. That's the problem.
Are you grandstanding right now?
Hold on. I apologize. I'm going to say that perhaps there's a miscommunication because what you were asking for is what I was going to provide when I asked you if you wanted the video. Has nothing to do with the video someone else sent you. The thing that you said you were asking about was what I was giving you with the video.
Okay, I'm done.
You giving up? It's over.
No, I'm happy to hear an answer, like as to why. First off, why do we have two contradicting points of evidence here? This is something that you can easily do in your backyard, and I'm all ears if you have any other experiments I can do in my backyard. One of the things that got me into this chat was thinking about or watching a video recently on like Richard Branson's balloon around the world. And, there's a lot of circumnavigations that have been done via balloons. What's happening there?
Okay, I understand your question, but let me ask you one. What's wrong with the laser test we provided?
Okay, so it's an hour-long video based off an institute that has a video of 17,000 views and only 3 comments. I'm gonna watch it. I've already looked over. Let me finish. I've already looked over the PDF to some degree, but obviously it's a big long PDF, and I'm all ears if this is some debunk. This is evidence of a flat Earth. I wanted something like this, and this is something that's going to take time to consume.
All right,
Well, you got to understand it.
You're all set then.
Hold on.
That's all right there.
You got to understand how it debunks the globe. He offered to give you a video that was short, 1 minute, on how line of sight on a curvature works.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's great, man. You got to set the terms, and if you don't understand why it's so damning to your radius, there's no sense in him presenting.
Okay, so just for a second here, you guys want me to tell you what's the issue with with the PDF that you shared and the video that you shared, and I would counter that with what was the issue with the Reddit post that I shared? Is this some conspiracy? Because they didn't delete their comments. Their comments are free and open to post. But
the problem is listen, I'll explain that. We know, Bob, and we know how this was edited to look. This experiment that you go straight to wasn't an actual experiment. They were a different experiment, but these are accumulators broken. They had to get a new one. So they said, well, we can do this. We can do this right now and just see what it was. It wasn't really an experiment, but it was presented or thing what they did. So we know that is it's just a documentary from his point of view. So I can't argue with that. In that it's fair and it's his point of view. That wasn't an experiment, and that wasn't even what the whole trip was based on. Just the laser got bumped, and they had to be repaired. We're talking about a $50,000 piece of equipment that's very precise.
are we talking? First off, half of what you just said was broken up. Am I alone? Is it my internet connection?
No, it was him.
Okay. Second of all, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. Are you saying it ought to require this much money worth of equipment to make this experiment actually work? Are you saying that what was presented in this Discovery Channel Reddit clip is not a science experiment? I guess I didn't understand what the issue was with what
it wasn't a science experiment. The documentary was about these people, and he acted like it was all based on these mirrors and fucking flashlight, and it wasn't. That was just something they did when the damn laser was busted and they had to get it repaired. But they did actual laser stuff that wasn't presented. Why? That's editing. It's your documentary. You can edit it any way you want.
It really doesn't matter.
This
what
is
would be great
ridiculous.
is if
The dude that's in the science experiment is one of the prolific flat earthers. He was here physically doing this experiment. So unless he's now in on the conspiracy because the Discovery Channel decided to do a documentary, or on the spot during the experiment, he decided, this isn't working.
Tic Tacs.
Well, show the data, the predictions, and the theory for the experiment if it's an experiment. Come on. Are they in that PDF that I gave you? I sent it in your private DM, so it's yours. You own it now. You can get it there whenever you want.
Look, in this video, 10 miles away, in a flashlight that's 6 inches above the lake, they can see the flash of the flashlight 10 miles away when there should be 60 feet of obstruction in front of you. Well, at least for the observer at point B, if you're point A.
Tic Tacs, it seems like you want to complain about everything. Why don't you go do one of these? Get your laser pointer, get your flashlight, go do it.
No, I love these. I love these.
I was just
These are pretty damn simple ones to do. Just like Eratosthenes' experiment, because I can go call my buddy over in Chicago, and I can say, hey, at this same time with a like-size object, let's measure the angle of the sun. Oh, guess what? In two different places, it's not the same.
You can't do that.
No duh.
Number one, you can't do that to celestial objects from two different observation points. Triangulate the position of the sun. That's not possible.
I'm not trying to triangulate the distance of the sun. I'm trying to figure out the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, he's going to beg the question.
Results of. But back to what I said. With the flashlight 10 miles away on this at least this lake that I'm looking at in this video that I provided. There's a few that he goes over. Just a meager flashlight from 10 miles away can be seen from 6 inches above the ground. You'd have to be 60 feet in the air for that to be possible, because there'd be 60 feet of obstruction at that distance.
Case closed.
Yeah, I feel like you couldn't have made more assertions if you tried. Now, I urge you to show me what equation you used to get this. Because you're obviously just assuming that we all agree on the drop over distance measurement. Because the one that I've seen claimed here isn't the one that's claimed on Wikipedia.
You can use any parabolic equation you like. It doesn't matter to me. I just told you 10 feet, 6 foot observer, 6 inch observer. Anyone can do whatever math they like. Tell me how much hidden there is. I don't care how you do it. I'm honest and open to all peer review. Happy to do it. I'll even go live.
Is anybody going to the fact that the Eratosthenes observation?
Why do we keep regressing? This is the one point that matters.
Because results weren't even exclusive to a globe.
I know, but I'm talking about like a real observation, and we just keep going away from that. And that's like, yeah, I mean, but if that's what y'all want to do, I mean, whatever. I guess my job is done.
The similarity between the Eratosthenes and the angles to the sun, it's kind of the same thing, essentially. So it's kind of similar.
He doesn't understand that. He just wants to measure length of shadows. He doesn't even get the premise of the argument. So to follow him down that little rabbit trail is useless. The point is, he should get a flashlight and start figuring out where he lives. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to complain.
Or even a mirror. That's cheaper, right?
It's even cheaper. He didn't like that either.
Here's the thing, guys. Like hear me out. Right now, I live in a world where it's all globe Earth. It's like the dominant theory. Not just that, but like the chart plotters that my ships use, the GPS, the Google Maps that gets me to my work every day is based off of this curved Earth, conspiracy, or at least they all believe it. They're blind sheep to the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, this continues to work.
Right.
This continues to work, and it continues to map out a reality of the world I live in. Like, we know that an eclipse is coming. It's going to hit the U.S. and here's exactly where it's going to do it. I haven't seen I haven't seen anything to that effect, let alone a fucking map that flat earthers agree to. What makes you think that I need to start going out in my backyard and proving these to you when you guys haven't even given me a damn map that you agree on?
You're right. I feel you 100%, sir. And you know what? I would have felt you harder. I'd have felt you like a punch from Mike Tyson had you said that first. But the first thing you asked of us, and I took on, this challenge was to provide, not provide, but you asked. What would be interesting is
what
if
happened
you
was
guys
the other guy.
had,
I muted him.
okay, so a real simple backyard test, involving a laser pointer. I got you that because that's what you asked for, and now all we're talking about is not that. So had you said, well, I just all this stuff that I do, my guys on the ships and this, that, and the third, if you'd have started out with that, I wouldn't have opened my mic because I'd have realized, oh, you've already made up your mind. But when you're talking about observation and testing, I was down for that, bro. In fact, I posted a video in the chat of a few observations across a lake, and it gives you the pedigree information as well. So all anyone would need to do is actually be skeptical and actually go test it for themselves. Shock horror.
He got his own personal copy too of that PDF. Let me know when you read it and you want to talk about it.
I find it funny when I look up FeeCore on YouTube and just like search the name. A majority of these videos are debunk videos.
Okay, how so?
So you're not going to look at the information. You're just going to complain.
You're going to look up.
I just find this interesting, guys. Are all these YouTubers in on the conspiracy?
My question.
They're not deleting their
comments.
comments.
Is this your rebuttal? Is this your rebuttal?
You want me to go and read your damn PDF and watch your video, and I'd love to.
No, I'm asking you. Listen, I'm asking you if you're steel man in any one of their debunked arguments, because if you are, then we have a starting point and we can go from there.
Okay.
And by that logic, the amount of moonhawks things, if you believe in the moon landing, you just not look into it, would you? So same kind of logic. So just observe and look at the evidence proposed.
So yeah, do you understand that the algorithm pushes what they call authoritative or qualified content to a narrative to the top of the algorithm? So when you search anything, you're always going to get what it is that the authorities want you to watch instead of what it is that you are searching.
Oh, Lou, this system was built for him. He wants this. He needs this ball, this religion. He doesn't want anything but that. So I imagine we're going to get much of the same: the genetic fallacies, the hand wave dismissals, arguments from incredulity. So we're really not going to get any honesty out of this guy, and I imagine just more complaining.
Unfortunately.
Hello, everyone.
I just want him to.
There's a new guy.
Hello. It's Geeks. I've just been writing in the chat. I don't think everybody saw it. But what do you guys? I don't know who is in the UK from here. I heard it's like a guy from the north.
Yes, man. That's me.
Don't meet up with Turquoise.
Turquoise doesn't count though. You
don't meet up with Turquoise. He's weird. I'm from the UK.
Come on,
they know each other in the
Turquoise is
room,
not
and
weird.
they don't have to see.
I don't really know about you, man.
I don't know. I
They
don't know
knew
what's
each
going
other
on.
in a voice chat. They don't even have to see each other's
Who's
face.
who's the other UK dude? Sorry, who?
Me, you were speaking to me in the text chat as well.
Oh, but
The
you're
Northerner.
Geeks, by the way, everyone, just so everyone knows, Geeks wants to do a meetup with Jedi.
You're a Glover.
And do
You're
a
a
late.
Glover, though, aren't you? Jackal?
Yes, but I heard that you want to do a meetup with Jedi to do a laser test with a camera crew.
So, well, hang on. Who's the other? Who's the other chat? Turquoise Dragon.
He's not going to come to that. Sorry.
Are you a flat earther, sir?
The answer is
Yes.
no. He's a
Hey.
flat earther and a concaver and a glober all at the same time. He doesn't represent
No, he's out of the
anybody.
GF6 gang. Come on,
It doesn't
Jekyll.
matter.
Don't do
It
that. Come
doesn't
on,
matter.
dude.
He is not a flat earther. He can argue like
I
a
don't sound
fucking
like lunatic.
shape-shifting reptilian however you want, but he's not a part of
Oh,
anything.
Jedi's here. Mr. Jedi. Are you there, sir?
Major.
I think Geeks wants to go on a date with you, Jedi, but I'm not sure.
Major
Go on a
Good job,
on a
guys.
date.
Good job.
Are you there, Jedi?
Yeah, this is just a shit show here.
It's because of Geeks and Jekyll.
You two
No
are
offense.
and I.
Okay.
You're roboting battle mod.
Can I at least just voice my idea before everybody jumps on me and
You could
tells
just
me to...
DM them, I guess. But maybe if it's
What do you have
pertinent.
to say?
Okay. So, well, I was wondering if in the UK, I don't know why I didn't think about this before, but so one of my mates works in the astrophysics department in Imperial College in London, and what he was telling me is that like they have all this apparatus that they loan out to like the public for free, all this expensive stuff, just on the condition that there's an experiment submitted beforehand and then the data comes back, because they have all the equipment but they don't have
What's
the
the apparatus
staff.
for?
What? Can you just let me finish, please?
Oh,
So,
to the point before I start wandering off in Wonderland. What are they
okay,
renting
well,
you?
anyway, so one of the pieces of equipment is well, I don't know exactly what the laser is, but it's more than a laser pointer. It's like one of those like big lasers that's on a tripod, and it's got the mirrors, etc., etc. I don't know, but what they do is, I know you guys don't believe in this, but they use it to at the university to bounce off the moon, which of course you guys don't believe, but that we could
No,
use that.
that's inaccurate as well. By the way, like they
Well, how do you
claim.
know? You haven't even seen it. You don't even know what it is.
Geeks.
That's an
Just real
aside
quick.
in his story. Stop. No, that's an aside in his story. That has nothing to do with what he's saying they could use a laser for. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of laser it is that they could actually use. You don't need to digress to the side things that he's also talking about.
Yeah, continue. But like when people start building up a straw man, I want to stop it
A
before it
straw
goes too
man?
far.
It's not.
Chill
He's
out,
just
lunatic.
talking about doing something.
Hang on.
It's not a straw man. Hold on. It's not a straw man.
What are you
When he
suggesting?
has to build his premise, when he has to build his
It's
It's
not
not
an
an
premise.
argument.
argument.
It's
It's
not an
not an argument.
argument.
This
It's
is
not an argument.
ridiculous. You're not even invited. You're not even in the UK. I don't know why you're
Dude,
jumping in.
Dude, when you say I know you don't believe in this, you're already building a
Yeah, but
straw
it's
man.
not an argument though.
Oh, for the
It's
love of
because he's
Christ. Anyway,
talking about
I'll carry
doing
on.
a
I'll
test.
carry on.
It is an
Yes.
argument.
So
Well,
anyway, so
it's a
do you
little bit of maybe like
And it's a
oh,
jab.
for the love of Christ.
it's a little bit of a stereotype, and
Christ isn't going to
Okay.
help you.
I don't know. The bottom
All
line
right.
is he just wanted, yeah, it's a jab for sure, but he's talking about something that he can do with the camera crew. I want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about, well, now that you said something about not believing, let's talk about that. It's like, come on, bro. Let's
Anyway,
talk
I'm still
about
waiting to hear what this apparatus is. So far, I have a tripod with a laser. I actually have one of those right now. So
all right, okay, all right. Fuck this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bother talking to you guys because you're just
See what
pissing
I'm
me off
saying?
now. I'll message. No.
See what
Well,
I'm
then
saying?
fuck off, mate.
God.
Tripod and a
proper
laser. They rent it out, and you can use it if you give them an experiment. Got it. All right.
Well,
And
if he was
Jedi's
gonna
here.
say, we're gonna bounce it off the moon and that proves flat earthers wrong, then it was an argument. But nobody let him get to that.
That's not what he was saying. He was saying they use it for that, and he was going to move on with talking about perhaps they could use the laser for whatever test that they want to use it for. I was trying to have him
Yeah,
elucidate that.
yeah, I know. You were trying to get him there to what he was actually saying he was gonna do with it.
Look, whatever he was actually saying, he was building it off of a straw man premises.
Okay.
Only if it was bouncing a laser off the moon as a proof of a globe.
What was the straw man premise? I didn't even get to hear what he was saying.
Wait, he said,
either.
I
Me
know you
either.
guys. He said, I know you guys don't believe that we bounced lasers off of the moon.
Okay.
I don't.
But I'll
That's
message you.
not what
I'll
he was
message you
trying to
separately. I'll
explain.
message you separately, Jedi.
Which isn't true, because I absolutely believe
Well,
they
why doesn't he
do.
just talk to Jedi? As I don't really know why it's like three of us just speaking
This
for
is what I'm
him, and then
because
saying.
I
us
was sharing
responding
it.
to
I was
him through
sharing
us.
it
Like
with you. I
now
was
you're
sharing it
talking
with all
through
of you.
me, even though I'm trying to make the conversation functional for you. So
Jedi just got here. Why don't you go ahead, Jedi?
What do you want to do with the laser, mate?
I'll message you separately, mate. Because
No, just tell us. No, everyone's quiet. What you
no,
want to do
because
with the
everyone will
laser?
just start. Everyone, I will message you separately because all of these people just jump onto me, and I was trying to share the idea with everyone, and
You might
even
remember me from a few nights ago. I'm the one who jumped on this straw man thing, but you and I had a really good, cordial conversation a few nights ago. I'm not going to pick on you as long as you keep it logical and don't use fallacies against us.
It's not an argument. There's no fallacy. What's going on, lunatic?
I would like to just hear what this guy has to say. That's it. If we could afford him that opportunity.
yeah, okay. The next person that has to interpret for him is going on mute. Unless he doesn't talk, then I guess we're done with this.
And we did go ahead because that's what I asked for before. Just get to the point. I don't want a 15-minute story about it. Go.
Jedi, I'll message you separately. Fuck this. Can't be bothered with this. People being fussy.
Okay, he's done with that. He said that like 5 times now, so let's just shelve him.
Can I talk?
That's three conversations with three different people that literally asked for what we have, and I tried to give it to them, but it was so much going on in the room. It just they all just was like, "Oh, I'm sick of it." Now, mind you, the first or second guy, they were just pissed with me, so that was nobody's fault. But it's like, again, are we surprised every time we get to the nitty gritty of the conversation about something that will make it clear, something that can get to an objective truth about something? Every time that part is happening, all hell breaks loose. It's
Well,
been
look,
happening
man.
for 5 years. It's so mysteriously spiritual,
We're just looking for
or I guess
logical.
lacking. I don't know.
We're just looking for logical consistency, and this has been like the template for 5 years at least. Like where when somebody starts to build up a premise, if they are illogical or fallacious in their buildup of their premise, that we call them out and stop them on that in that moment, and so that they can correct themselves. Like,
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I
But
prefer to
he
just
didn't.
let
It
those
didn't start
guys
out
get
as
it
an
out.
argument, though. That's the difference. Is he said, Jedi and I were talking, and we were thinking about doing X, Y, Z. Then he started talking about the laser, the place that they, lend stuff out from, and then he said they do X, Y, Z. But he didn't get to say that's what I want to do. You stopped him too soon. Is all I'm saying.
The conversations I like best is where you let them bury themselves, then afterwards in rebuttal you clarify for them. Those are the back and forths that I really like, when everybody's allowed to just speak and then rebuttal.
Well, I get that, but that's how you end up being GeoCiver. You know what I mean? Like where everybody gets to say whatever they want, and they can they can go on for like minutes.
Yeah, there
And
should
then
be
you
a
forget,
monologue. Yeah, we should have people, be able to call a monologue. Hey, monologue, moderator. Yeah, but listen, 9 times out of 10, it's their premise that tears them apart. And then when you don't let them get it out, you can't use it to beat them over the head with when they're done.
I wasn't trying to beat him over the head with it. I was trying to stop it before it went farther. I was just trying to say, like when if he's going to build his argument based off of a fallacious straw man argument that I already know what you guys believe and don't believe.
He didn't do that though.
He did do that.
No, he just mentioned.
Wait a minute.
Ad hoc.
Excuse me. He was trying to tell us about the equipment, right? But then he decided to go ahead and make a little rub in there, a little joke, a little snide comment.
Yeah.
I know you guys don't believe in this. Now, Radwin was correct. He should find a way to be more efficient and just tell us what the heck he's talking about. Not 10 minutes of a tirade and then a few shots in there at us. That I don't tolerate.
Look. Honestly, like what I was saying to him could have been easily bypassed. It could have been a quick correction, like that's fallacious reasoning. Don't strawman us. Boom, move on. But instead, we had to have this conversation for the last 3 minutes.
It was a battle. Yeah.
So we're going to let this go. We're going to talk to the new guy. Who's the new guy?
One person would just take the conversation. We probably wouldn't be having this combo right now.
Yeah. You got to roll with the punches, guys. Even in boxing, when you get stiff, you get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't, well, I bet you get knocked out a lot.
Yeah, it's just like Jedi. It was like, ooh, Jedi's here, and then it took like 10 minutes for Jedi to actually get to speak. It's like, come on, fams. Like, I don't know what it is if you don't know.
Yeah, I hate to cheerlead,
know.
but yeah, it'd have been nice to just actually hear what the guy was going to say, because when you let them give you so much, then you have more to cover when they're done. So you can just PowerPoint it and just add multipliers,
Do we need highlights of what the university uses it for, or do we just need to know that they rent out equipment and this is the equipment?
Well,
yeah,
listen, no, we don't need it, but it doesn't kill us.
No one wants to run through the bullshit as much as this guy right here. I hate fluff. You guys, I'm the first person to cut you off if it's some extra shit that as a matter of fact, I did that today. But with this particular dude, the last guy, he was just talking about what he and Jedi was going to do. Now, also, because we had spoken already and he already dismissed me the other day, kind of sort of like how he dismissed Radwin. And so I just figured it'd be best to let him finish so long as his complete statement was going to include what he wanted to do with Jedi. That's all I wanted to hear.
Jedi hadn't even spoken up yet at that point. He needed to be caught up after that point.
No, I just wanted to hear from his mouth what he wanted to go do. And I didn't mind waiting to the end.
Hey, I got a question.
To cherry pick the bits and pieces that were relevant. That's all.
Is there a glober in the lobby who has scientific proof for a globe?
Yeah, we have this stupid
been like this. Hey, I want to get a group of people together, and we're going to take a laser and shine from this point to this point. What do you guys think? That's how you start that.
I can prove to you that the Earth is round that you can do with your own eyes.
Sweet. Sounds like fun.
Well, there you go, guys.
You just go outside. You go outside to the same position, and you observe the path of the sun and throughout the seasons. And the only conclusion that you can come to is that the Earth is round and orbiting on an axis.
How do you come to that only? Sorry, how do you come to that only one conclusion? Because the sun has moved across the sky throughout the year.
Right. Well, assuming you're in the northern hemisphere,
Mm-hmm.
In the winter the sun will be lower in the sky for a less amount of time, and in the summer it will be higher in the sky for a longer amount of time.
Yep.
And the only reason that happens is because you're on a ball spinning that is slightly tilted around the sun.
Do you see the image that I posted in the chat room? 49 minutes past the hour, so called the analemma, looks like a figure eight of the sun. Do you see that? Yes, no?
What?
Do you see the image that I've posted in the text room? 49 minutes past the hour. It's an observation of the sun called the analemma, looks like a figure eight.
I don't know how to get to the text.
Are you on your phone or are you on PC?
PC.
Alright, if you see where all of our names are, if you take your mouse up to the top right hand corner, you see a little speech bubble, hover your mouse over that and the text room should appear. Click it, there we are.
Oh yeah. Have you done that for yourself, or are you just gonna, or do you believe just images like that?
No, this is a solar analemma. Anybody can observe this. This is a picture taken of the sun as marked. You can do it at the same time every day throughout the year, once a week, once a month. You will get this figure of eight across the sky of the sun. This happens throughout the year, so seasons. Yeah? We can also find them plastered on the side of globes. It's an astronomical phenomenon.
What does it mean? What do you believe?
Do you see? Do you first of all see how one loop is bigger than the other?
Yeah, I can see the picture. Yeah, but what does it mean?
Cool. So you see that the one loop is bigger than the other.
Yeah.
That's the southern loop. The northern loop's the smaller one at the top on the top left-hand side. Now, if you're saying that the Earth is a spinning ball tilted on its axis, moving on that tilted on that 23.4 axis and wobbling throughout the year, then you would get a figure of eight that has even loops. This doesn't have even loops.
It's
You
not.
can also
It's the Earth. The orbit of us around the sun isn't a perfect circle. That we're closer on one side of the sun than we are on the other. That's why. That's why those two lips are different sizes.
Oh, really? Can you demonstrate that, please?
No,
did you just...
but I am a photographer, and I go out all the time and take photos of the sky. So,
cool. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting when you say it's obvious that the Earth is a ball because I can go outside and look at the sun move across the sky throughout the seasons, and it's obvious that the Earth can only be a ball. When we have great minds that have been in our historical past, like Albert Einstein, who will tell unto us and say there's no observable experiment that I can do from the face of the Earth to determine whether the Earth is moving or not. But along you come and say, yes, you can. Do you understand the problem here? Who should I trust? Albert Einstein, nothing you can do from observing things in the sky from the Earth to determine whether the Earth is mooning, or you just saying, no, it's definitely logically can only be the sun that's moving. This observation can also be done with the moon as well. So we have a lunar analemma. The analemma in itself kind of disproves the fact that we've got a 23.4 degree tilt. It evens out through 6 months over a year. Is there anything else you want to go to, mate? This isn't the best proof, logical proof that the Earth's a ball. Might be evidence that something might be evidence that something.
Depending on the time of year, what side of the sun that we're on, we're not. It's not a perfect circle that is perfectly the exact same distance from the sun at every point of the loop, whatever you want to call it, the orbit. We're closer at a certain time of the year, and we're further away at a different time of the year.
3 million miles.
It doesn't matter what distance you are as to what
it
temperature
does.
you'll feel. The summer is because of the angle, and the
That's
winter is because
seasons.
of the angle. It's not the distance.
No, that's not explaining a phenomena. That's a different phenomena. Now you're talking about the heating of the Earth of a presupposed curved surface. Different thing. We're talking about the sun and the pattern it makes across the sky. You said seasons proves the Earth can only be a ball. We can have a flat Earth.
I'm not talking about this pattern here. I'm talking about literally the path of the sun during the day.
Okay.
It arcs.
Okay. So
and the
when it
shadows cast on
rises,
the ground
so
as well.
when
The
it
shadows, those shadows
okay.
cannot be made if the sun was small and close, or
What
whatever
do you mean
you
the
want to believe.
What do you mean shadows can't be made if the sun's small and close? Let's deal with that one.
All the shadows on Earth are going the same direction. The sun needs to be massive and really far away for that to happen.
All the shadows on the Earth are going in the same direction. What do you mean?
It means the only way that the shadows that are falling on the Earth from everything like buildings, trees, everything, they're not. They're going the direction that they're going is because the sun's so far away.
The direction that they're going is because the sun's so far away. Do you mean shadows don't diverge?
I don't know what you mean.
As in, get further apart with length of shadow.
Hold on, I'll have to Google it.
Do you know what diverge means? Get further apart.
Well, that depends where you're looking at them from.
Well, this is your observation. You're saying shadows can only work on a ball because the sun's so far away. Do you mean shadows can only work on a ball? Shadows work with light, an obstruction of light due to an object like a tree or a stick. Or you.
Yeah.
So how does that prove that the Earth is a ball? You can have shadows on a flat surface with a local sun. You can demonstrate that in your living room.
There wouldn't be a sunset with a big orange sky.
What do you mean there wouldn't be?
Far away and you're on a ball.
What do you mean there wouldn't be a sunset?
You know, when the sun sets and the clouds can go orange and pink and create all these mad colors.
Okay, yeah.
That's not going to happen on a flat Earth.
Why not?
Because it's not going anywhere. It would be going somewhere where it's also flat. It wouldn't be. It needs the surface of a ball to do that.
What do you mean needs a surface of a ball? You're talking about the different colours of light. That needs an atmosphere. Yeah, that needs an atmosphere. That's an atmosphere. Hello? 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 Colour of light from sun just requires atmosphere. Doesn't require surface of Earth to be curved.
The sunset does.
No, the sun's just going away. It appears to descend towards the horizon because that's how perspective works. You've been on a street at night, looking down the road towards the end of the road, and you have streetlights above your head. They appear with distance to descend downwards towards the horizon. So when the sun looks like it...
There's no streetlight set when a streetlight starts to disappear.
Yeah, beyond the horizon where you can't see the rest of the road. But you understand the perspective phenomenon that you're trying to describe here with the light going away but appearing to descend. That's just perspective. Things above your eye line go down towards the horizon, just like things below your eye line appear to ramp up towards the horizon, like the road you're standing on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the sun going away...
You can see the curvature of the Earth, after a certain amount of distance with your own eyes as well.
Okay, right. So we're going to jump from sun to we can see curvature of the Earth from a certain distance. Explain.
Yeah, a tall mountain. You can see the top of it from the distance, but you can't see the bottom of it.
All right. I'm going to put a video into the live stream for you. It's only a few seconds long. It's on a loop. It's of a 360-degree panoramic camera view on top of a mountain. I'd like you to tell me where you see the curvature of the Earth when we spin round and round.
This is being taken from the top of a mountain?
Yes. You can clearly see the snowy covered... Yep, you can clearly see the snowy covered peaks in a moment when the video is loaded. If you're saying you can go to the top of the mountain and look and perceive curvature, I'm just going to ask you to turn around a few times.
I said, when you're on the ground and you're looking at a mountain in the
So
distance.
you see the curvature of the Earth top of the mountain.
No, I never said anything about that. I said you can see.
What about
you
it?
look at a mountain when the mountain is in the distance and you're looking at that mountain. That's in the distance. You can only see the top of the mountain because the bottom of it is below the curvature.
Okay, and the horizon's the curvature of the Earth, is it?
Well, when the bottom of the mountain is below the curvature, yeah, you can see it. You can also see it across certain lakes.
No, I'm asking you a very succinct question. The horizon is the curvature of the Earth, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. That means it must be physical, correct? For things to hide behind? Like a hill or a curve?
Yeah.
Yes?
When they're planning bridges
Cool.
and stuff, they have to account for the curvature of the
Yeah, no,
Earth.
we're not going to be going on to bridges. We're going to stay on your claim and we're going to walk through it to the end for one of them that you've made. The horizon is physical Earth curve for mountains to hide behind, yes? Yes?
Not for that, but it's the phenomenon that happens because of the.
Is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no? Come on, Sunshine.
Yes. I said that, yes.
Good. That means, yes, that means it should be at 1.225 miles multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the curve calculation for an observer standing on the curved surface with a radius 3,959 miles. For example, if you're a 6-foot observer, geometric horizon is 2.9 miles from your vision. 1 foot observer, 1.225 miles. Keep the math simple. 35,000 feet, 220 miles to the physical geometric curve of the Earth for you to start losing the ability to see mountains that have gone over it, right? Do you see the image that I've posted at 59 minutes past the hour? It's the bottom of 6 wind turbines. Can you tell me when you see it, please?
Yeah.
Good. Now, this observation is taken from an altitude of just 3.25 feet. So the physical curvature of the Earth should be just over 2 miles away. The reason why these wind turbines are in the observation is because they're at known distances from the observer, going from left to right, 8 miles to 11.2 miles. Can you tell me, please, in relation to those distance markers, where the horizon appears to be? Is it in front of them? Is it behind them? Is it in between them? Where's the horizon, mate?
All I can see is the bottom of some turbines. I have no idea what that is. Is there video of it?
Yeah, I can give you the video. But you understand that the horizon is where the sea appears to meet the sky? Radwin's posted the video at 1 minute past the hour. Thanks, Radwin. I appreciate that. So you can watch the video if you want to. What up? So when you've watched the video and look back at the image,
Things like it doesn't look that far.
Yeah, good. So you understand that these wind turbines have got distance markers.
What kind of lens is that guy using? Like that must be like a 500x.
Yes, it's a lovely camera. We can see really far with it. Where's the horizon in relation to the distance markers? In front of them, behind them?
Those wind turbines are not that far apart.
Yeah, not far apart, but they're 8 to 11 miles away from the observer. Where's the horizon in relation to the wind turbines?
I mean, you can see a boat behind them, so the horizon's still behind there somewhere.
Yeah, it should be at, how far did we say when we did the calculation? Height of camera 3.25 foot above the surface of the water, geometric horizon 2.21 miles away. Horizons beyond the wind turbines, the furthest one away is at 11.2 miles. So we can safely say at least 11.3 miles. What, more maybe? Those
things are about a mile or two away. There's no way they're that far away. They're not 11 miles away, mate.
Okay, you do realise that those you can go and find these wind turbines. They don't put them 1 mile away from coastal busy waters. These are 8 to 11 miles out from this estuary. You can see the video.
I can see the video, and they don't look that far away. Like,
okay, would you like another observation with oil rigs in them that are again at known distances from the observer, with another video where the horizon is beyond the distance markers, and you are then going to say no, though that can't be true. These things are obviously closer.
I could find you a video of there's a lake in America somewhere, and at the other side of it, you can't see the bottom of the buildings.
That's awesome. I'm trying to get you to the understanding that the horizon's not physical, because it's not where the mathematics dictates. Bendy light and all that stuff, the horizon moves around depending on the optic that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. Obviously, altitude's important, but if you keep it the same, you still move the horizon around, depending on the optics and atmosphere. We can demonstrate this over and over and over again. the horizon's not physical.
Those windmills are not 11 miles away. I'm telling you that now. Like,
Okay, that's just your incredulity then.
I mean, I'm a photographer. Like, there's no way
That's
that 11 miles
fantastic.
away. Like,
That's fantastic. It's just going to hand wave and deny it, man. Then there's not much more I can help you with. I'll pass you on to someone else.
I mean, if you've got more video, I'll look at it. Like, but I don't know where it is. I'll see if I can find you a video of the lake in America where you can't see the bottoms of the buildings. It'd take me a while to find it, but I'll post it in the chat once I find it. I can't find that video, but here's a different video featuring windmills that are a bit further away than yours.
You said they're a mile away. I know that these windmills are.
They look like they're about a
I
mile.
know. Sorry.
They don't look any
Excuse
further
me.
than about 3 or 4
Excuse
miles
me,
away.
mate. Excuse me, mate. The distances have never been in contention up until this conversation with you. They're not in contention. It's just a honest observation. No one's trying to lie to you here.
I'm not
As
trying
if
to
I
lie
said,
either. Like, I'm just
yeah. So these wind turbines are 8 to 11 miles away from the observer. The horizon's beyond them, demonstrating that the horizon moves around. If you're going to give me an observation where the horizon's in front of the wind turbines and you say they're further away, it's probably another bloody black swan, mate. You're going to have to give me the altitudes and stuff, but what you're going to do is demonstrate that the horizon moves around. You're going to say, hey, go and take another observation with a different optic on a different day with different atmospheric conditions. And I guarantee you the result will be different because the horizon moves around, depending on the optics and the atmospheric conditions.
Where are your windmills? Where are they? Where is that taken?
Oh, I do know this. I've got it written down somewhere. Give me a minute. It's off of the coast of England somewhere. I can't remember if it's the Thames estuary. It might be.
Look at the video that I posted, just scripted about 45 seconds in.
Okay.
You can see windmills behind the horizon. 1 minute 05, he shows you what that would look like if they weren't over the horizon. So skip to about 45 seconds in and watch it for about 30 seconds. Sound off if you want. You need to look at it.
Yeah, my comment's not really going to change, mate. I have an observation with the horizons beyond the wind turbines. You've got one that's in front of some. Awesome, the horizon moves on.
I posted you a video, and you're posting mostly what look to be like memes.
Yeah, a still shot taken from a video, and the video was posted for you.
Yeah, but those, they do not look very far away.
It just sounds like child's like getting upset that they're not getting their own way. It's memes. Still shot taken. Excuse me, young man. Excuse me, young man. Right, it's a still shot taken from a video. We provide you with the video. The distances are not in contention. All you're doing is crying about it. You've given me a video where the horizon's in front of some wind turbines. Shall I cry about this as well? No, I'm going to take it in good faith. But all you're going to do is demonstrate the horizon moves around. Show me a different observation on a different day with a different optic and different atmospheric conditions. The horizon moves. Of course it does. The atmosphere bends the light and stuff. It's not up for debate.
Tell me where those windmills are so I can see how far away they actually are.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. Where are your wind turbines? Who cares?
Alright.
Right. See, it's just bad faith at the moment from you.
Uh-huh.
Trying to show you something very simple, and all I have is just nah. Can be demonstrated by yourself. You can do this by yourself. Take a camera down to the beach. Yeah, see if you can find something that you know the distance to, and then see where the horizon.
I can see seagulls. I can see seagulls like.
The camera's good.
To where he's zooming
Yeah,
into.
the camera's good.
I am a
Yeah,
photographer, and that is not 11
Have you
miles
ever
away.
used a P900? Ever used a P900?
What?
Ever used a P900?
What's a P900?
It's DSLR with a really big zoom, dude.
It doesn't matter what camera you use; they all zoom like that. I can see like with my eyes, like that's not 11 miles away. I mean,
you can zoom with your eyes, dude. Really?
I can see from watching your video. I can see seagulls. He's zoomed in past the seagull. He's already halfway there, and he's.
Dude, that shot with the P900. It's 83x zoom. I have the camera.
83x.
It's really good, dude.
83x is not. I have a 200x or something along them lines. I can zoom in further than that.
Then go ahead and down there and do that shot for us, and then you'll make history when you prove the globe.
It's
not it's an optical zoom, not digital.
There are countless videos disproving flat Earth. I didn't think people still believed it.
Like what? Let's have your morning countless.
Believe flat Earth.
Yeah, that's because it's
disproven thoroughly. Like
already. How? Apart from you saying this image is 1 mile away. How?
You observe the path of the sun. Exactly what I told you at the start.
Yeah, that's just the sun moving. Einstein. You think you're better than Einstein now?
No.
All right then. So no observable experiment that you can do from the surface of the Earth that can determine the Earth is moving. But you can because of the sun that's not been observed until you. Sorry.
Where did Einstein say that?
Do you want me to get the quote for you?
Let's give one. Just find your best debunking videos and drop them in chat, and we'll kind of pull them apart a little bit, here and there.
Look at the one.
Maybe collect a few.
I posted one. Like, do you want me to repost it?
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, let's have a look. The Tony Fisher one. Right, I can scroll up. Yeah.
Jedi, good to see you.
Hey. Hope you're doing well.
Your American impersonation's gotten on point too, just so you know.
Oh, I appreciate that. I've been working hard.
Yeah.
What do you say about the video that I linked?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of American impersonations. I want to know if he can do an impersonation of any place in England. Like, can you do a turquoise dragon impersonation?
No, we got to stay on
Don't go
topic.
there, dude. I shouldn't have said nothing. My
Yeah,
bad,
we got
Alpha.
to stay fucking on topic. Wow.
All right, fine. God damn
Right.
it would have been fun though.
I'm watching this video. Give me a minute, all right?
You can skip this 45 seconds, and you only need to watch for like.
I'm gonna watch it too.
35.
All y'all.
Great. He's unleashed. So what are you assuming you're going to see the whole of the turbine?
In my video, if the Earth was flat, you would be able to see the whole of the turbine. You can only see the top of the propellers. Once they're very far
Do you
away.
not notice the
Yeah, I
optical
watched
effect
it
and
too.
the miraging? No, in general, you can see the miraging and you can see the optics of the blades being bent like crazily, right? I know they are bent IRL or whatever, but there's definitely some
What was the temperature that
lensing
day?
effects.
Well, if they were on a flat Earth, the bottom of it should still be touching.
Oh my God.
water that you can see.
What was the temperature that day?
Observable.
He also
Probably pretty
cites
cool
like
if it's in England.
GPS and other things like a little bit over halfway through. I appreciate the video. Almost done with it, but
It's in England, so it's not very warm.
then he goes to a Rubik's Cube globe, which is not really the point of the the original point. So anyway, I'm getting through it, man. Trying.
You only need to watch 30 seconds, from 45 seconds till about 1:15 or so. Like it's
What was the temperature?
Why does it matter?
Why does it matter? The temperature of the atmosphere and moisture between you and the object. Do you not think that light deviates from its path depending on the atmosphere it passes through? Why does it matter?
Well, can you not see the part where he overlays a windmill the same size as roughly what those propellers are and where the base should be?
What was the
I don't know.
temperature?
That
Do you
part of
think
the
it
water
actually
is
matters?
contracting. That part of the water is visible. You can see the waves in it.
That's
So
awesome.
you should be able to see the mast if there was.
Right, well, I'm not going to get too picky, but there are some crazy phenomena with like optics here, right? For a fact, I'm going to do the whole zooming in thing, right? So for a fact, them propellers are not even touching a stem or whatever they call it. That's almost towards the end of it. And if you watch that part, that's on the far right of the video, just before it clips to the still image. You kind of keep playing that. You'll see that there's a whole like lensing going on.
I mean, I can see that, but that I can see that there's diffraction or whatever it's called happening. Like, but you can clearly see he overlays a picture of a windmill where the mast would be in the water, where the mast should be. The waves aren't being bent or anything. The waves are perfectly in, like you can see them. The waves, you can see the waves, so you should be able to see the mast. If the mast was on a flat Earth, it would be where he has placed the
Just slow it down.
the overlaid image. Would be in the path of those waves. It would be right in front of them. Ignore the blurry bit where it's all blurred and whatever you call that, diffracted. The mast would be a few centimeters down your screen if the Earth was flat.
So you're saying the geometric horizon is the part where the sky meets the sea, or there's a bit above that where you can see like the boat's like floating in the earth, like at the length of the boat. You see that part in the center. Yeah. I'm not being too picky, but I don't think the horizon's where you think it is. Or like the geometric one.
Why not?
You asked about the temperature. Yeah.
If the Earth was flat and the ocean would be the ocean would like fade out or something, like blur out. It doesn't. It has a sharp edge.
No, it doesn't. In the video that I've dropped, there's a reflective mirror effect that can be demonstrated because of the angle of incidence of light between your eyes and that increase in angle across the surface. It's the mirror line above the horizon.
Yeah.
It's demonstrated in the video. You can watch the video at your own leisure. Obviously, you think that everything that flat earthers come out with is wrong and incorrect and can't be trusted. So I'm still trying to wonder why you're here. But if you wanted to know and you had a quizzical mind, then you'd watch the video. Also, the two pictures that I posted. Also, two pictures that I posted side by side, where you can demonstrate on a flat surface, you lose the ability to resolve things at distance until you change the angle, i.e., raise the camera. On this known flat surface or corridor, you can't see the light underneath the door at the end of the corridor when the camera is placed low to the surface. It's because you've lost the ability to resolve this very and an increasingly narrow angle. Beyond the horizon, you can't resolve any further. So you lift the camera up, and you can see the light at the end of the corridor that's on the floor. That's your angle of resolution across the surface. The reason why you can't see the bottom of this boat is the same reason why you can't see this light. It's on a known flat surface, by the way, this corridor. Can't be though, flat earther, right? Lying about that too.
I don't understand.
What is the structure? I've got a question. What is the structure in the center of the screen? What is the structure?
Sorry, what are we looking at here now?
The structure in the center, that white with a red top, like a helicopter landing pad. Is that like a? I'm trying to figure out what it is. Is it a boat?
That looks like a reflective layer, like mirroring. So you have a refraction of the image above to the surface below. It's like there's a mirroring effect just above the horizon. That's why these things look reflected. It's also demonstrated in the video I posted. Rayleigh's also posted a video where you can see the obstruction of something bottom up on a known flat surface.
Have you explored the possibility that the Earth is round much? Like, or do you just
for 39 years. Yeah, for the first 39, 40 years of my life. Yeah.
Oh, bastard.
So why do you think that? Why do you think that the mainstream science is lying to us about the shape of the Earth? What's your theory on that?
Again. But,
Why do you think that? You're the one who thinks that.
That's like, yeah, that's in the top 3, like, first statements that we get. It's like, dude, I'm not. No, what is that? No, where's the evidence? I don't get it.
Nobody said that. You came up with that on your own, dude.
Came up with what? Why would there be such a misconception that the Earth isn't round? What do you think?
Maybe they're just stupid and they believe what other people tell them.
Right. I've proven to myself that it's round. Like I've done that.
Well, because the sun moves across the sky. Einstein.
Yeah,
I thought the sun moved too. I didn't know that meant it was a ball. Damn.
You understand that he had to base his whole theories of general and special relativity based on this. No,
I can't
relativity
find any
is.
reason why the Earth would be flat from based on what I can observe. Why would the sun move as if why would it move in such a manner that like there could be like a slight doubt about whether or not the Earth was round, but it would have to have some really stupid reason, like the Earth goes round in a weird circle shape, travels in a weird circle shape. Why is it doing that? Like
What? The Earth's not moving.
no, the sun. Let's say the Earth is flat and not moving, right? So
Okay, so the sun is creating seasons.
Doesn't make any logical sense, and like if the Earth is flat, the path that it takes doesn't make any sense. Why
What
does
path?
Okay, what path?
Sorry. Yeah, what path does it take above the flat Earth that doesn't make sense?
the path of the sun?
Okay, prove that then.
It moves
Sorry.
perfectly. It perfectly moves as if we're on a globe.
No, it doesn't. I've already given you an analemma, which demonstrates that the path of the sun south of the equator is more elliptical than the one north of the equator. That's demonstrated by the observation. Also demonstrated by the same thing with the lunar analemma. But you said, 3 million miles. That explains it for me in your head logically, apparently.
No.
2 seconds after hearing about it.
It's an infinity shape or a figure 8 or whatever you want to call it.
Eternity,
One side is bigger because we do not move. We are not at the same distance from the sun all year round.
Yeah, you're still not answering the question, dude.
That is the answer to your question.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not good. Hello. It's
One
not good
side of the
enough. You'd
figure
have
is
to
bigger than the
demonstrate
other
it.
because
It's
we're
not
not the
good
same
enough.
distance from the sun all year
Not
round.
good enough, then you'd have to demonstrate it. This just sounds like a cope.
Well, it is demonstrated in your same picture. We're not the same distance from the sun.
No,
all
as in
year
you'd have
round.
to model it. You're not following this, are you? You'd have to model it. Show me how it doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Show me how it doesn't
The
work.
picture that you sent there with the figure 8. The reason that happens is because we're not the same distance from the sun all year
Yeah,
round.
you've said this 5 times now. I'm asking you to prove that statement, not reassert it.
Right. The
You
reason
understand?
that
You
happens
understand what
is because
demonstrate
we're on a
means,
ball,
don't you?
because we're on a ball that's spinning and it's
Oh
tilted
God!
slightly, and we have, and that's why. I mean, if you spend one evening watching some flat Earth debunk videos, you'll see it yourself. Like,
Yeah, like we've never done that before.
Yeah, for real.
Why? Yeah, why were you laughing at the statement that you made? You were making a kind of silly statement, and then you laughed at your own statement. Do you believe what you're saying?
what do you mean? I'm laughing because you don't believe it.
Okay, yeah, you're saying something, and then you're laughing at the statement that you're saying. So you're laughing at us. You weren't laughing at your statement.
I'm laughing that there's still people who believe the Earth is flat. Yeah, it's pretty funny to me.
Yeah, it's because it's used as a horizontal plane of reference. Did you know that?
What is
The Earth.
the Earth?
Horizontal, used as a horizontal plane of reference.
You do realize that when people build bridges, they have to account for the curvature of the Earth, even to the
Show
smallest
me.
degree. Because if they didn't, the
Show me.
bridges would break.
Show me.
I mean, you should have found this on your travels. Like, if you
Yeah,
really
see,
this
sorry,
thoroughly,
dude,
you should already know.
9 years, right? This isn't the first roadshow that we've been on where somebody says, yeah, every single bridge ever that's ever been made has to account for the curvature of the Earth. And when we asked them to
Not all of them,
show
like,
us,
really, really big
show
ones.
us,
Like,
hello,
even the smaller ones as
show
well. But
us,
like,
show us, which one? Which bridge do you have in mind? Which bridge have you looked through the engineering schematics and gone, oh yeah, that's true? Which one? Golden Gate Bridge?
Alex, I'll take what is a belief system for 200, please.
Which bridge are you talking about, man?
I have to find
What
it.
type?
It's not something that I researched. I was in here and I saw there's a flat Earth discussion and I joined it. It's not something I've researched in a few years.
Okay, so do you know of a bridge? Is the one in your head that you just can't remember the name of? You can see it visually, but no. So you don't know of a bridge. You've just heard this somewhere.
I've Googled. I've got the internet in front of me and I'm googling it for you now.
Okay, but have you ever Googled it before?
I know that
are you just making a blind claim here?
My research, but I didn't make a note of any.
You've looked through the blueprints, yeah. You've looked through the tolerances. What type of bridge are you talking about? Cable stay bridge, for example, suspension bridge.
Cantilever.
Mm.
Can I get in there?
Yeah, right.
No, Daza, it's been modified. So, listen, Walter Bislin's model might have been a fail, but if you correct his failures, what say you then? Most science fails on its face first, and then it's not till the end that it gets strong and validated, correlated, and all that.
That's a good one. Do you know that you've got an idea what the distance is to that wind farm, right? From where you took the photos and footage, right? Well, I'm just on Google Maps trying to work out the measurements. It's coming up like 27 miles, right? Something like that.
Is Google a belief system?
I don't think it's even supposed to be visible if it was a globe from 27.3 miles. Not to mention just the top being
600
cut
and
off.
something feet after 10, so that's just, yeah.
So even if like the top of the propellers or the rotors are showing, there's still a lot of curvature that's missing.
But then again, we just have the cartoon insert of the base of it, so we really don't know either way. But that was
Well, that's why
interesting.
I'm kind of getting an idea on the Google Earth now.
Do we know the observer height of the camera?
I didn't think so.
Ignore that. Ignore that for now. But the image I've just posted, it's showing it like 43 kilometers, 44 kilometers.
Okay.
Like if you're just concerned about the bottom being chopped off, then I'm pretty sure you should be concerned about the whole thing being visible on a globe. So there's some kind of refraction involved. Because all we've got to go off, dude, is the numbers we've been given, and the geometry that we can apply to it. And then add refraction or account for refraction. And well, I'm going to guess they're like probably 100 foot high or something out there, them turbines. So.
Oh, that huge, man.
The temperature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile. 8 inches.
7.98. Yeah.
Something that is a mile away will be 8 inches below it will have 8 inches of Earth curvature on it.
That would depend, right? So that's from the surface at 0 degrees. At 0 feet or inches above the surface. That's only the curvature rate from point A's horizontal. Point B, 8 miles away, would have dropped 8 inches below point A's horizontal. It's a different calculation to figure out where the geometric horizon is. That's your altitude above that curved surface of 8 inches per mile squared. That's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, it's like 400 feet of curvature missing, but then I'm trying to figure out how big the turbines are.
Well, I know the White Cliffs of Dover are about 200 foot tall, 250 in some places, and most wind turbines are around 250 to 300 foot tall. So if we're talking that there should be a hidden value distance of 400 foot, then depending on the altitude of the camera, then it's
Yeah,
highly
I've just put it 6 foot. I've put the eye height 6 foot, so I'm guessing it's like a tripod or something. Maybe 5 foot.
Still
I'm
shouldn't
giving
be
it a
able
bit of
to
lenience.
shouldn't be able to see it. Alright.
The rotor's... Oh, shit, okay. The rotor's diameter is 351 feet. There's some big rotors.
351 feet. Fuck off.
It's your wind turbines,
Oh,
if they are
yeah.
actually 10 miles away. 8 inches per mile. So 10 miles is just over like 6 foot or something. And if you're 3 foot tall, that means there's only 3 foot of the wind turbine missing.
10 miles, 66 foot. From point A to point B on the surface.
10 miles
Zero.
is 66. 8 inches per mile. 8
Yeah.
inches.
Yes.
Per mile.
Per mile squared. Dude, the fuck.
Where's the square come in?
You should use a curve calculator. You can find them online, dude. Earth curve calculator, water business, Mick West. There's loads of them.
Not per mile squared.
It's per mile squared.
How does that work?
It is. It's squared. It's exponential function. You're trying to express a parabola, yes?
Not exponential. The Earth isn't exponentially curved. It's a constant curve.
It's a parabola.
But that formula is basically used for a short distance. It's not like accurate over like thousands of miles.
I think it's accurate up to what, 1,200 miles, something like that.
8 inches per mile. That's
12 to 15. Yeah. Nobody's who's trying to plot 3,000 miles around the globe, though.
No, we're only interested in what, 10, 20, 30 miles?
Right. Cut that in half. Shit, that's half the globe. You know damn well it'll be hidden at that distance. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you understand line of sight on a globe.
Yeah, so it's coming back about where the sky meets the sea is like 3 miles. And there should be like 400 feet of the target's hidden by 400 feet.
Yeah, if anything, we should, given the diameter of the wind turbines, we might be lucky if we can see a blade above the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I want to tip the hat, guys. This is a hell of a lot better than it was earlier. Thank you.
That's all right, mate.
Some people take the research seriously, you know. They don't just throw accusations around.
Well, if we had a convention, you know, you guys probably be boxing there. I'd have to hire refs.
Yeah. So gather your evidence now. Gladiators, are you ready?
Right. It's like, dude, we haven't even served lunch yet. Sit down. You want a steak or a ribeye? T-bone or ribeye, buddy? It would be nice face to face, though, because you know a lot of those feelings and that tension. You know what I mean, Lou? That hot air would just. Oh.
Your connection is not too great, man.
While he's fixing that, dude. Again, I know we're supposed to keep it on topic, but the difference between like a ribeye and a T-bone is like almost nothing. They're basically the exact same cut of meat.
That's completely off topic.
Basically, like it's the same thing.
Touche. Hey, is that all you got, Lou?
Yeah,
Ribeye. Yeah, that's all we got.
You're back. All right, now come back. All right, go.
If
I was
Gregory
just
was
saying
here,
we could eat.
he'd be calling obfuscation.
Oh,
That's
Lord.
what he'd be calling. Yeah.
I'd get braided for 10 minutes. Make me feel like a child he would. I was just saying, it'd be better to have lunch before the discussion. Break bread, meet people, so you actually know who you're talking to and a degree of respect is gained. That would bring the conversation back down to a level earth, down to earth,
Literally.
Put us all on a level. It's real hard to look like at a guy who's hardened from years of hard work and just, throw ad hocs in there while he's just staring you down. That's a little
Right.
more difficult.
Yeah.
Like this
A little
shit,
bit.
I wonder how much. Right. And for the bigger guy, you're looking at this little snowflake and it's not going to make you look any better to slap him around, but you feel nothing but pity for him. So your empathy moves you to be a little more gracious.
I mean, that's maybe where the flat Earth debates will end up being mainstream TV. Like a reality TV almost.
Like Jeopardy, huh?
I reckon it'd be more like Jerry Springer, to be fair.
Right.
Right.
I see it like Wheel of the Fortune with a little bit of Jerry Springer in there. Somebody goes to spin the wheel, and then
Spin the
it's
wheel.
Glover who's
Find the topic. Refraction.
from 10 years ago. They come out of nowhere and just side blast you. We're not talking about refraction. Machine Gun 15 topics. You never get to solve the puzzle.
We asked 100 people.
Oh yeah, that would kill us.
Survey says.
That's bull. Survey says that's bullshit. Should do the 100 survey. Ask 100,000 people if they still believe in politics in America, or if they have
Not on
faith in it.
topic, Battle Mod. Not on topic, bro. But no,
Well,
it's a
listen,
great point, though. Like nobody believes. Almost nobody. When statistically, you're absolutely right. Almost like if you were to actually poll all Americans, you don't poll voters. You don't poll like people who go to the polls. If you were to poll all Americans, statistically, it's almost null. Like there is almost a null result of people who believe in politics or believe in the system.
Bitty bitty. Can't even get bitty bitty.
From what I'm coming back with Wiki, it says the distance from the shore is 14 miles, but maybe that's not the location he took the shot. The closest location.
You know, I realized today, Lou, I can actually make the statement I'm older than Google.
I think most of us flat earthers can, but
I just realized that I could use that for an argument. I'm older than Google. Who knows?
I remember the days of AOL, Boomer.
Yeah.
Gen X, baby. You better just leave me out. Better leave me out of this one.
Getting those AOL CDs for you, just loading the next one on, right?
Yeah, I remember when AOL was basically replaced with AOL was just AOL got basically supplanted by Yahoo, and I remember that brief moment when Yahoo was relevant before Google took it over, and we all decided Google had all the answers to everything.
And every idiot called it Yoo-hoo.
Yeah, you still do that, Boomer.
There was also Ask Jeeves. Ask Jeeves was a good one, right? That was a renowned one. Ask Jeeves. They had TV advertisements and everything.
You better watch it, Lou. I come from an era where Robitussin cures broken bones, baby. Put some tussin on it.
Yoo-hoo is like a chocolate drink that you should never consume, right?
I know that, Lou. But there were idiots who called it Yoo-hoo, and I was like, "Are you going to email me on Yoo-hoo? Huh? Okay."
But the Brits call that Yahoo.
Guys, I posted a link there. I couldn't find anything about bridges because bridges aren't typically miles long. So
there are some.
One there for railways,
like the Mackinac Island Bridge.
So at 1:45 there, I've posted
That's 5 miles.
45 you're at.
Yep.
I've posted our railways kind of for the curvature of this.
Is it that snake girl? Snake grid.org? Is that Robuskin or whatever? Roscoe Bowen?
It was just something that was posted on Reddit by someone who works in the railway industry. Like, I don't know.
I just wanted to make sure I had the right link.
Oh yeah, it's the snake grid thing. And then there's also this one I'm about to post. And that's a laboratory that uses something which is miles long that had to take into account the curvature of the Earth. Let me ask you this: why do we get seasons?
Easy answer. It has to do with the motions of the sun.
It's the same reasons, basically. It's just the declination of the sun, or the elevation, or whatever you want to call it.
It's the same answer that you guys have on the globe model. You just claim to know why the sun moves in the way that it does, or how it does it. But you can't. You claim that, but you cannot prove that.
Prove it.
How do you explain sunsets then? Why does the sun not
Again, the motions of the sun.
Why does it stay the same size? Why does the sun not get smaller?
It doesn't stay the same size. Anybody who's told you so is lying to you.
It does stay the same size.
No, it doesn't.
Listen. That
my camera can take
that
photos.
argument, the sun should change angular size over the day. That's based on a flat Earth society model where they say the sun is 32 miles in radius and 3,000 miles away. To say it would change in angular size throughout the day, you would have to know the distance to the size of the sun. We don't give that because we're not the flat Earth society. We don't believe we're a disk floating in space going upward with the sun 3,000 miles away. We don't give you that model. So for us, that's a straw man argument because we're not the flat Earth society. And that's a specific argument based on the size and distance to the sun given in their model.
Right. Well, let's talk about.
What's funny though is in their model, because of the distance that they claim that the sun is, because of the distance that you guys claim that the sun is, there should be no angular size change. And instead of actually giving us observations of that, what you do is just say that that's the way it works out and that it doesn't change. However, all real observations do show an angular size change. It might be small. It might not match what you think it is, but the angular size change is there every single day and throughout the year.
So in the summer when the sun is setting, why doesn't it get very cold before it sets?
It does get cooler before the sun sets. Are you fucking kidding me? Have you been outside?
It doesn't turn into winter.
Listen, everything's got a different rate that it convects heat. And Earth is soil and tree and asphalt and concrete and all these things absorb heat throughout the day. Some of them lose it quickly, some of them don't. Is there a lot of asphalt around this area? It doesn't cool down. That's because the asphalt takes hours to dissipate. I mean, like 6 hours at night for you to dissipate the heat away. From
That's
the day
absolutely
before.
true. Get an outdoor job. Get an outdoor job and tell me if the sun is almost unbearable during the heat of summer at midday. Would it be
on a parking lot? On a parking lot, motherfucker. I want you in a parking lot. That's what I do all summer.
Or would you be better off doing it at 6 p.m. while the sun is still out, but not as direct?
Well, when we take temperature readings, we have to consider the amount of concrete in the immediate area of the instrument because we know those areas will hold heat. And in areas that aren't so populated with concrete or asphalt, they'll experience a large reduction because there's only rock and soil there to maintain heat.
We're arguing with people. We're arguing with people who argue with their parents about whether or not they should go and get some sun or not. Like you should get out. You should go outside, ride your bike, freaking do something. Just get away from the computer.
I told you I'm a photographer. I'm outside all the time.
Nice.
So in the
What do you
winter
do,
when the sun
sports?
gets high enough, in the winter when the sun gets high enough that it should still be warm, we're in a place where it's still warm in the summer. Why is it not warm?
I don't really understand the question the way you said it. Maybe you could try rewording it.
Right. In the summer, when the sun's setting, the sun goes lower than than its maximum height in winter. In the winter, the sun gets higher than its lowest point in summer, where on either side. And in winter it's cold, in summer it's warm. How do you explain that?
The path of the sun. From the reference frame we're in, we see the sun move, and we lack the frame of reference.
In the winter, the snow doesn't melt when the sun reaches a certain height.
How come yesterday at my house here in Ohio it was 65 degrees and today it's 2 degrees and it was sunny both days?
Same thing, dude. Friggin', we set a record high for the day. We almost hit 70, record high, and then today, it was like when I woke up, it was like 15 degrees. The real fuel temperature was 2.
Well, the answer would be angle on a flat Earth as it changes because during winter and spring, the sun's in a different placement in my sky. I don't know about yours. More northern or more southern? So the angle to the heat source would be my answer. Same way in a globe model. It's the angle, bro. Ain't you ever barbecued?
Well, that's what the angle of the sun's rays would. I mean, that's actually the Glober argument. It has more to do with like high and low pressure zones creating.
Well, it works on flat Earth too because it changes from a northern side to a southern sky, and then from a southern sky placement back to a northern sky placement.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The
I mean, like
analemma.
during the winter, yeah, the angle still
The
comes into effect.
analemma. Yeah. So the angle still it changes to the heat source throughout the year.
The angle argument of the light would still come into effect over a flat Earth. That is true. Like if it was farther away from you and at a lower angle, it would be a less direct light. That's absolutely true. But that's less important, I would say, on a flat Earth as the pressure zones that it creates, like the movement of the air. You know, like when you have differential, when you have a high pressure, like a high pressure zone versus a low pressure zone, that's the real motivator to weather.
It is. Listen, we had a 72-degree day yesterday. Today it's back to 36 in Michigan, in the north. It was 72 degrees yesterday.
Yeah, dude. Right now in the Midwest and like I woke up this morning. Duluth was at like -9. You know, or no,
Yeah.
like. And I'm in Milwaukee. We were at like, 10 or something like that, or 15. So like a small difference in latitude made a huge difference in temperature.
Yeah, that's between me and you, Lou, because you're just right across the lake from me, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're a little bit slightly farther south, but across the lake. Yeah.
Yeah, and we had a warm shot, and you're fucking -9.
Well, yeah. Wait till tomorrow, because that shit should be moving towards you.
Oh, it's 36 now. It's going down.
Yeah.
Which is average for this time of year. 72 wasn't.
But yeah, I mean, but the thing is, it's been a really warm winter. So like, even though we had a really cold day today and it was really warm yesterday, we're gonna have another above average day tomorrow. You know, like, even when we do have cold mornings, it warms up really fast. But that's because there's no snow blanket on the ground. The ground warms up efficiently from the sun, and it retains that heat. Like this is what causes those. And then at night, if you have a clear sky, then that heat evaporates off, like dissipates really easily, and then you'll have a really cold morning. But if you have a blanket of clouds, then it'll retain that heat throughout the night, and you'll wake up to a warm temperature. When you do that, you typically have a lot of condensation on your windows, a lot of fucking moisture, a lot of like people who go outside and understand the weather and like work out there and have spent a lot of time out there. This shit's obvious.
Round the Great Lakes, we call that lake effect. Right? That blanket of clouds that just comes in out of nowhere and holds in temperatures.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that happens everywhere. It just depends on the system that's passing at the time. You know, like, but we notice it probably more than others because we are in a one of those kind of like almost I would call it like a tilt zone, like where we're like it's the difference between like northern extremities and southern weather. Like it
Canada.
So, yeah.
Close to the Oi snow, and a ways away from the Oi's warm.
Yeah, like Canada is looking at us to see what's going to happen to them, and we don't look at the South because, well, the South like is warm all fucking year round. Like you guys bitch about a fucking snowstorm coming through, and you're talking about like an inch of snow that's going to melt tomorrow. But no, we're talking about something that's going to cover the ground and stay for months at a time. You know, like that's winter for us.
That's why we drive 4-wheel drives. Or at least I do. I'm never stuck.
Okay.
All
Okay, I
that
have
from a
a
flat Earth question.
okay. I have a question about the flat Earth. Okay.
Go.
Okay. So like, how does a lunar eclipse work in a flat Earth model?
We don't have to give you an explanation for workings of an eclipse. In fact, the idea that your side has given you an an explanation to that is ridiculous because they have no real proof on it. They just added it into a model and said, like, here's an explanation. They have no actual proof. It's just a story.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about the shape of the Earth, like an Earth that has curvature should demonstrate curvature. There's none to be demonstrated. What happens in the sky? What happens in the sky has nothing to do with the Earth.
Okay.
Hey, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like how you look at a shadow of an object to kind of see to have an idea of the shape of the object, right?
No, look, we all understand what you guys claim, but then we can shatter it real quick with the Selenelian eclipse. Like the Selenelian eclipse is a lunar eclipse in which both the sun and the moon are visible above the horizon. But for any eclipse to happen, that takes a celestial alignment, a physical alignment of bodies. They have to be in a straight line in order for one to eclipse another, right? But in the Selenelian eclipse, they claim that it's still the Earth's shadow that is that is being demonstrated on the moon. However, you can still see the sun while it's happening. That is not an alignment.
You also have to take into account of the path of totality and the shadow that it does cast.
The path
the
of
size
what?
of
I
Sorry?
have a question before Guapa. After
Okay.
Guapa speaks, I have a question after Guapa
No,
speaks.
no, you can go ahead. It's okay.
I have a question for, let's say, flat earthers. Like, if you claim that the Earth is flat, then why let's say, for example, in a telescope, as you can see in the telescope, the other planets are
You were
round.
talking about Earth,
If
and then you went looking in the sky.
no,
Stay
no, no, no,
focused.
no, 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 no,
Stay
no.
focused.
Let me finish. Let me finish my question, if you please. Let me finish my question, if you please. Is that Can I finish my question, dude?
The floor is
Yeah,
yours,
but
man.
you can, but he already headed it off. You should probably back off because you cannot prove the shape of the Earth by looking at a star or a planet or a freaking anything in the sky.
You can, but you need to be smarter than a freaking marble.
No,
Even
all
the
you have to do is
scientists put some drones
So
there.
go ahead, and
There's
you're
some
going to tell
robots
me
there.
how you look through a telescope out into the sky,
And they prove it. It's round.
and you see the
Even
Earth as a ball.
Reflected differently.
Even Aristotle proved that the Earth is round.
Yeah, go ahead. How do you do that?
The light
Use
is
this so-called device.
depending on which part of the horizon that you're looking at.
Oh, now we're looking at the horizon. What you guys need to make up your mind what you're looking at now.
No, you're not letting me finish the question. I will not speak anymore.
I'll step out for a second.
This is stupid, actually.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
stupid
mean,
because you don't want to hear anything that contradicts your worldview.
No, you're not letting me finish the question. Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
That's that, folks. That's the globe proof. Look in the sky, and then you can see Earth as a ball.
I posted a picture that helps you there at that 03 past the hour. That makes perfect sense when you look at
Can
the
I?
sky.
Okay. For the Indian sounding fella, I mean, without worrying about your proof that you wanted to make about looking at the sky or pictures from space, like, would you agree that if the Earth was a ball, that it would be something that we could prove and demonstrate here on Earth, especially
Yeah.
with modern technology?
You
well,
don't need modern technology to prove the
well,
curvature.
you're proving it by by the perspective that you have from Earth. So you're still using the Earth to prove it when you're looking at the sky, because like the perspective is like
No, we're
starting
not
from
talking
Earth.
about the sky anymore. I'm
No, no,
asking.
like no, you
I'm
didn't understand what
asking.
I said. Wait, you didn't understand what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't understand what I said. Okay,
Yes,
like I'm
I do.
talking about the Earth still, right?
Oh, you said
So
sky. I didn't know you were talking
yeah, so
about.
like you're looking. Are you gonna interrupt me, or like do I have to like meet you? Okay,
Oh yeah,
so
go ahead.
like
Yeah, I'm in mod, so
yeah,
I'll just.
I'll just meet you. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Dare you.
Next. Okay, Hamatora. So what you got? Look through a telescope, you see the Earth.
The sky?
Like if there was a big mirror up there or something, like a parabolic mirror that you could just look straight back at Earth, that'd be a good example, but there isn't one.
Except there is.
No, the
Parabolic
question
mirror?
I was
There's not
in the
a
middle of
fine.
asking.
There's
The
not
question
a
I was in
mirror
the middle of
mirror.
asking. This is important. Do you agree that if the Earth was a ball, that it would be curving, and that with modern technology, we
Mhm.
would be able to prove and demonstrate that as
Yeah,
being a fact?
we can prove it with modern technology. So you need a bike and a stick.
Bike.
Yeah, a bike to
Fuck?
go from A to B. Well, why are you so confused?
Is the sun moving?
Funny.
Uh,
Ride a bike
sun
and
is moving. Yes, sun
So
is
what
moving
are you gonna prove then? By a bike and a stick.
you can't see the first stick you pointed.
by looking at the angular of the shadows from different points.
Oh, so you
Different
moved
positions.
and the sun moved, so that proves nothing. Okay, next.
No. What do you mean? No. The
We're
sun
looking for
the sun
curvature
is
of the Earth.
moving.
We're
The
looking
sun
for
while the
curvature
sun
of
is
the Earth.
moving, right? From current location A and B, you will look at them at the same time and look at the angular different. It will be a
No,
different.
how would listen?
Oh, wait,
Instead
Louis.
of looking at the sky, how would you measure curvature
Oh,
of
so
the
now we're
Earth
putting rules on
itself?
without looking at the sky.
No, he's using
Yeah, no,
shadows, Lou.
that's
So
not just now.
essentially,
That's not just now. We didn't
So,
just
All I'm using
suddenly
is
drop it on you.
shadows.
how do the two different length shadows in different locations dictate curvature?
Because if you claim that it's flat, you would have the same angular angles
how
of
about
the
this,
shadows.
dude? Let me say,
You can use
is your room?
a
Wait a second, guys. Is your room flat? Would you say your carpet is flat or your rug or whatever you have? But you
yeah.
also have like a light source in the room, right? You could put two sticks in that room at different locations, and you could get different shadows. It doesn't prove that we're in a global hole, man.
Mine is actually
No, it won't.
If you have a
It
small
just
and local, if the light source is smaller,
Yeah,
You're leaving too much
it
up to
wouldn't be. The shadow
interpretation.
would be the
You're
same.
leaving too much up to interpretation. It proves nothing. It's based
Proves
what
a
you're
lot
calling
because
proof is
okay,
based off of
you put two.
assumptions.
It's not an
so are you
assumption.
basing this off of what Eratosthenes did back in the day with his sticks and shadows, and you're
Yes.
assuming
So
that
there
that
there was
was
no
proving
modern
the globe?
technology. Yes.
No, so
proves the word.
if you've actually read into Eratosthenes, right, he wasn't trying to measure curvature. He'd already assumed curvature. He was trying to calculate a circumference. So it wasn't actually proving curvature. This can happen over a flat plane, just as it can
Again,
over a
if you
globe,
use a small
depending on
model,
the
if you use a small model of
depending.
this experiment, using two shadow sticks in your own room right now, and you would measure the
Hey,
angle.
can you just not interrupt in the middle of his thing, please?
Dude,
Thank you.
this has been happening for the last 5 minutes. Like I was making a very cogent point to his argument, and he talked over me, and then somebody else talked over him, and somebody else, and so we never get to the point because really what we have to get to is the fact that what he's using are these assumptions. What I'm trying to direct him towards is trying to find an Earth-based proof of curvature, not looking at the sky.
Well, he's claiming he is with the sticks and shadows on the ground. So
Yeah,
he's
that's
using
looking at the
Eratosthenes.
sky. That's using the sky, the light of the sky.
But it's
Well,
also
using the light of the sky.
it's using assumptions of what's happening in the sky.
What is your assumption of the sky? Because you can just look at it through the telescope of the sky.
Well, again,
and see
back to the
using
beginning.
modern technology.
The problem with Eratosthenes that you're invoking here is that he pre-assumed a sphere. He had already assumed a sphere. Yeah, he wasn't measuring drop-over distance or curvature.
How do we know
He
this?
was calculating. He was calculating
How do
based
we know
off
this?
of the angle measurements. Well, you just need to go and read what Eratosthenes was actually trying to achieve in the first place.
Well, you're claiming something, so you
they
want
want to
to
use.
put evidence
You're
on
trying
that.
to philosophize.
Secondly to that, Eratosthenes assumed an infinite distance to the sun. He assumed parallel light rays. We have no primary source documentation or information from Eratosthenes on what was done. So it was based on assumptions, not to.
Oh, okay. It's based on
not,
assumptions. Okay.
Not to
Can
measure
I give
curvature.
you another experimental without
Aside
looking
from
at the
that,
sky?
listen.
I can give you
Why
another
do we
one
have to
without
keep
looking
talking about
at.
Eratosthenes? Listen.
No. I'm not talking about
Question
Aristotle.
is no.
It's more about a pendulum now.
The question is like the way I framed it, using
Without
modern
looking at the
technology.
sky.
Can we get I'll rephrase it. Can we get a direct measurement of Earth curvature using modern technology?
He's still on to give you his best proof video. You know, he hasn't addressed the question.
I am addressing the question. So,
You are
the
now.
curvature of the Earth, right? Using the pendulum. You've heard of that, right?
It's not a direct measurement.
Right, a direct measurement.
Pendulum
What makes you
showing
assume
the
that?
curvature of Earth.
Curve of the Earth.
That is the curve of the Earth. Using calculations and formulas with the
That's
pendulum.
not direct measurement. It's
It is.
computation, quantification. It's quantitative. It's not direct measurement.
Okay,
It's
how could
quantitative.
you? I have a question for you because
It's
how could
quantitative
you make an
science.
experiment? How could you prove or configure
Directly.
but directly how? How can you though? How can you directly configure?
How can I prove that the Earth is
Listen, just because hold on.
Shape of the
Just
Earth.
because a direct measurement requires computation doesn't make computation a direct measurement. Understand that.
Do you agree that formulas and
No, we need
equations
math
are basically consistent?
agreed upon standard unit of measure? Then we can calculate. Yes, when we use measurements, we're going to have to do calculation. If we say I want a 4x4 box that has 4 foot and 164 total foot of square feet area, yeah, we're going to need calculations for that. But we're directly measuring the box to make sure it's 4 foot on every side with tape measure and standardized
and we can make sure that we built the box square by taking measurements from angle to angle. If they match, we know it's square. So, like, these are things that we can tangibly
directly, Lou. Directly. We don't have to computate its area. We can measure it directly.
I'm talking about something that we can actually like put in our hands and directly measure. When I say tangibly, like, but you can't do that. It's all philosophy. Hold on, it's you are trying to argue philosophy and semantics.
You think calculations and formulas
You are
are...
trying to semantically prove your ball without
Do
having
you
any
think
direct
that's
measurements.
philosophy? Formulas and equations? Do you think those are philosophies?
They're not direct measurements. I don't care whether they're
Again,
philosophical.
they are direct measurements.
They're not. You can computate direct measurements, but a computation itself is
you're
not a
not
direct
answering
measurement.
my question though. Do you think equations and
Yeah, I'm doing
formulas
what you do
are
because I'm tired of
philosophies?
that just nonstop
No, I answered your
talking,
question. Now
just
answer
total
me.
disregard for other
Okay,
people
you're
speaking.
avoiding it, so we're not... Okay, you're avoiding questions.
Yeah, I know you're avoiding the point. Your calculation doesn't equal one. You can take 30
Do you think
calculations
those
without
are philosophies?
measuring it.
Do you think calculations are philosophies? There you go. To rephrase it.
Conclusions from mathematics. Hold on. Conclusions from mathematical equations, do I believe that to be philosophical or statistical? Well, I'd say it's statistical.
Okay, so it's not philosophy now, is it?
But no, it's not. It's computation. But
BattleMod, do you
the
think he's being
statistics to
unreasonable or like
no, not really. But this
or disrespectful?
Not really. Listen, the statistics, unless they're directly measured, only reflect opinion and not direct measurement or absolute truth. So we can't you can't have two sides of the coin here.
Can I change the subject?
By rule of non-contradiction. You can't have two things both being true.
That's easy for you to say.
That's a law of logic, the law of contradiction, and it defies it to say it's either one or the other. It's either computation or direct measurement. The two can't be true at the same time.
Can I change the subject?
Well, a square is a rectangle. Those two things can be true at the same time.
You can try, please.
There are ways to know that too without actually directly measuring.
No, a square and a rectangle cannot be both true. So, like,
yes, they can.
A square has equal sides.
A square is a
rectangle
rectangle, but a rectangle isn't necessarily a square.
I can create a piece.
A rectangle has equal sides as well. So what's the point? They both have equal sides.
Listen, don't argue with me about squares and rectangles.
Don't argue with me.
Is a rectangle.
Are you really going to dictate that a rectangle cannot be a square?
Moderator.
A rectangle can be square, but a square is not a rectangle.
From a profile, it is. It's bullshit. They're just arguing bullshit. From a profile view from the side, it could be considered that, yes. I'm with you. The four equal sides, if I look at it from the profile, if I make it a long log.
But Benjamin, that's throwing in a third dimension of view.
I know it is. I know.
In two dimensions, a square is not a rectangle, but a rectangle can be square, meaning that it has four lines, all of which have 90-degree angles that add up to 360 degrees.
I knew he was going to go hyper specific, but yeah, you know what he's talking about.
Listen, BattleMod, what I'm trying to say is all squares are technically rectangles, but not all rectangles are square. That's what I'm saying. Not a big confusion.
No, and that's fair too. I believe that to be a fair statement.
So that doesn't prove a ball.
The level of ego and disrespect don't allow simple concepts that are known to be true and by definition to be said
No, my
by
boy,
people.
listen. My boy had it right when he tried to butt in. Here's the thing.
I'm just saying, how
that
do you
doesn't
talk about
prove
a
a
technical
globe.
issue with that kind of stuff going on?
Listen, because we're here for the globe proof, we don't care about that other crap. And it doesn't prove a globe, so 90% of the people in this lobby didn't want to hear it. That's the problem.
A gyroscope. You want to talk about modern technologies, right? A gyroscope. That's a precise tool.
Another indirect
Do you know
measurement?
what? You think that's indirect? How
yeah,
come?
I do. There's no correlation between cause and effect. With the pendulum, you can't say that. You can't show a relationship between the two, and the same with this. You can't show
But
a
you can
relationship
though.
between
Like,
Earth.
why would the
You think a
pendulum?
gyroscope? Listen, you're saying it orientates with the rotational plane of the Earth, but you can't prove that. You can't show that. Are you going to experiment on it, test it, get it in a lab, show me I'm wrong, show me cause and effect? You say it aligns with the rotation of the Earth. I have to believe you because you can't demonstrate it. So take that precision and do what you will with it. Slice and dice what you can.
But I just gave you a tool, and then now you're just saying it's
You
indirect.
gave a tool. Now the assertion is that it aligns with a rotation you can't prove. Am I right?
But
Am
it
I
does
correct?
align to the rotation. If anything, it disproves
So
that the
I
Earth is
am
flat.
correct, but you couldn't prove it.
You just proved it with a gyroscope. I just told you, and you say it's
No,
indirect.
there's no telling. You made an assertion. Now correlate the cause with effect. Show me the rotation of the Earth that
A
actually
cause and
affects a
effect.
gyroscope.
They actually do move with relationship to the ratio to the lines of latitude.
Yeah, but nobody's
So
proven a rotation
so
that it aligns with. That's the
it's not
assertion.
about proving, right? Because you can't prove anything unless it's
Well, it
math,
could
right? The proofs in
It
math,
could
but it's
also
about
move with a
level of
magnetic
confidence.
flow.
Man, you interrupt me every time I talk. This isn't even worth it, dude.
That is kind of a habit of you, Battlemont. Yeah. Just.
Well, it's kind of wanting to hear that dude's response to what I just wasted my time to say before I scattergunned onto this next point. But yeah, I mean, excuse me. It's just been this disruptive flow for the last half hour. It was nice for a minute.
Well, the thing with disruption is it starts with one and then others start to follow.
Yeah. And I mean, I'll gladly be quiet if others can have a more pleasing to hear conversation.
I mean, if you let others speak, then maybe.
So we're gonna let this other guy that was muted. He's unmuted now. Go ahead with your crazy argument that you decided you're gonna talk over me anyway and mute me. Go ahead.
Okay, but because you keep on interrupting me, so I muted you. You know? So stop trying to make it seem like it's my fault. Frick.
It's definitely your fault.
Wait a minute. He said if he's muted, that means that we're losing. So for him to
Why
win,
should we mute him
he can
again?
stay muted. Win-win.
So the only way you guys can win the
Who's
race by
keeping
muting
score?
people. It's not a score. It's trying to find
I'll
a
be the
common
ref. I'll
ground
be the
here.
ref. I'll be the ref. Flat Earth 5, Globe Earth none. Go.
Listen, it's
Oh, now
all
you
about
want to
their
keep
fucking.
Now you want to put points now. Okay.
Listen, shut up,
It's all
Diabetes.
full of
Nobody gives a
contradictions,
shit about
honestly.
your feelings. Nobody cares about your feelings.
I'm not talking about
We're not
feelings. I'm
here
talking about your
to listen.
contradictions.
No,
All
you
of your
are. Your
words,
feelings are
you're
hurt.
eating all of it.
I don't know how to take away points from
You're
the
just
Globe Earth
concern
that I would
trolling
have.
now. We wanted to talk about your best scientific evidence for a globe, but you degraded it to this.
You try to derail using that the laser gyroscope is an indirect,
Stay on topic, guys. Stop.
and it doesn't prove any motion of the
I
Earth.
gave a specific
So,
reason why.
right.
You can't show me a correlation with cause and effect experimentation.
Okay. Well, the gyroscope shows that the Earth is moving. Right? Do you agree?
How so?
How?
No, I don't.
How so?
How do we agree? Like, you have to prove that.
Because
Prove
of
the Earth
prove
rotates.
it. When you use a laser from point A to point B, there's a angular difference.
What do lasers have to do with gyroscopes?
No, he's
Well,
trying to...
how because of the
Are you
laser.
talking about the
If
Sagnac effect
the Earth is not
in a
moving,
ring laser
the laser
gyro?
again. You interrupting me. So how can I explain?
I'm trying to clarify. Are you talking about the Sagnac effect in a ring laser gyro?
So you can interrupt, right?
Yes or
and
no?
I can't. See, How can we have a
Well,
productive
yeah, I
debate?
mean, never mind. He's
You
trying to answer
derail
my
everything, and then
Hold
when
on,
I'm
give
trying to
him.
clarify that you are literally interrupting.
You could just power through.
Yeah, you could just answer the question.
But when I
Obviously,
power
he
What
through,
type
you're
of
gonna mute
gyro?
me because you think that I'm
What
interrupting
type
or
of gyro?
interrupting you. It doesn't
What
make
type of
sense.
gyro? What type? What type of gyro?
Listen. My question is what do lasers have to do with gyros? Are we talking about mechanical gyros, or are we talking about something that is programmed and no longer mechanical
Let him
but
talk and you'll find
electronic?
out. Let him talk and you'll find out. Jesus.
Yeah, that was my question. I'm waiting.
Don't ask him questions, just let him talk. Jesus Christ.
What do lasers have to do with gyros?
Well, if it's a ring laser gyro, that's why I asked, Lou.
Well, it's not that. There's a distinction that needs to be made there. Like, so are we talking about a mechanical gyro, or are we talking about something that was programmed? He's eerily silent. This should be an easy question.
He's still here. I wasn't paying attention to who that actually was. Is he still here? Because I've got one more thing I wanted to talk about.
I think he's gone because he wanted us to assume that all gyros are programmed. That they're an electronic thing and not a physical, observable, mechanical observation that can be made in nature.
If no one's going to speak, I'm going to make my next thing. Is that all right? Make my next point. Is that okay?
I suppose.
All right.
Yeah, make your next claim.
Right. I take a lot of photos at nighttime of the stars. I posted one there at what was it?
Yeah, I posted one in response to it. Remember, I have a North Star over my house too.
Yeah, everyone does. So you can find the North Star at all times of year.
Uh-huh.
You can't find every constellation at all times of year because some of them are like behind the sun certain parts of the year. And the only explanation for that is it's a globe Earth orbiting around the sun.
So because you can't see constellations during the day, the Earth is a ball.
See, that's the flaw in your logic. Anytime you say the only explanation, anytime you make those words in order, when you say the only explanation is this, you're committing a logical fallacy.
I'm not.
That means yes, you are, because that means you have excluded any other explanation.
There is no other explanation for this, right? The North Star doesn't move. North Star always stays there. But the stars rotate, and you can prove it by taking those photos.
Uh-huh. I do that too.
Right. So the North Star doesn't move because it's so unfathomably far away.
Oh, is that why it doesn't move? Holy crap.
So if we were to give you another possible explanation to that, would you exclude it and say it's not a valid explanation?
Let
Or
me
would you
finish
say
my point first. So the constellations that you can see depend on which side of the sun you're on, or which well, the sun doesn't have sides, but let's just pretend it has two sides. If you're on one side of the sun, you can see certain constellations at nighttime, and then at the other half of the year, you can see different constellations in the sky at nighttime. But they're still there.
So because the sun's out and you can't see constellations that are there, the Earth is a ball.
You have to think about it. It's
I
like
did,
saying
and you're wrong. I thought about it. You're wrong.
doesn't make
No,
any sense.
I already thought about it, and you're wrong. Now, what else you got?
I was there to witness it. You thought about it long and hard too.
It's just like it totally makes sense for the globe
Yeah,
model.
you know what makes more sense is if you actually measure the curve of the Earth to prove that you live on a globe, then you can say looking at the sky does this and that.
Well, you can't like fully measure the Earth's curvature because there's terrain and even the ocean swells. Like, there's no way to perfectly accurately measure that, but you can see things disappear below the horizon.
Right. So when you say that there's only one explanation, two things appearing to disappear at the horizon, right? Like all you're doing is excluding anybody from giving you an opposing view or an opposing explanation. You have that is why it is fallacious.
We're talking
So
about the North
you're
Star. If
saying
someone
that
go of the south from the southern hemisphere and they look up, they'll be able to find the southern point where the Earth rotates as well. The sky does not look the same from the southern hemisphere. They look at a different point and get a different bunch of stars rotating around a different center point. Now, why would that happen if the Earth wasn't a globe?
Do you really want to hear?
Go for it. They can see the same constellations as you, but they can't see the North Star. But they can see the Earth rotating around a different point, around a
well,
different
that
anchor
would
point.
be for the
Why would that?
exact same reason that you just made the claim of things disappearing bottom up on the horizon. That would be why the North Star can't be seen from southern locations. Some it is
Yeah, I
claimed it
mean,
can be seen
actually,
just
that's
past the equator.
no. That's the thing is that the North Star has been witnessed well below the equator, like well south of the equator, during certain times of year and certain conditions and stuff. Of
Yeah,
course,
because the Earth
but
is
if
it'd
it's
have to
a
be
physical obstruction, that is impossible.
But I'm not talking about why would people on the north of the globe have an anchor point, which is the North Star, and there is no South Star. There's just a big bit of blank space between the stars when you do it, and when you're pointing to the south from far south enough, to do a southern star rotation photograph. Why would there be two different anchor points? Explain that.
What do you mean two anchor points? Like
From the from the northern hemisphere, the North Star is the anchor point. All
yeah,
the
you're
stars
talking about the
are
North
around
Star. What do you have in the south?
In the south, you have a blank, empty bit of space. There might be stars out there somewhere, but it's when you look at southern hemisphere star rotation photos, there's no anchor, there's no star in them.
There's no
You're
southern pole
talking
star.
about
Black bit
an
of space.
arbitrary rotational point.
They're spinning around a
Right?
different anchor point. The only explanation for that is a globe Earth.
That's not true. No, listen.
Why would that happen? Do you understand what I'm saying? From the north,
Yeah, I do.
North Star is the anchor
The
point. From the
star,
south, there's a
what
different anchor
direction?
point. It's the
What
same
direction do the
constellation.
stars move? What
It's the
direction
same
do the stars
constellation.
move? In the north, what direction do the stars move?
Sorry?
In the north, what direction do the stars move?
I can't remember, but it's let me see. Whatever the same direction as the sun. The sun moves.
So
East to west.
from east to west, yeah. In the south, what direction do the sun and the stars move?
From east to west.
Okay, so directionally, where's the contradiction?
Right. The anchor point. The anchor point in the north is the North Star. In the south, there's a different anchor point. It's not the
There
North
is
Star.
There
no
is
anchor
no
point
anchor
in
point.
the south.
Southernmost point is an empty
There is
patch.
no anchor point in the south. Try again.
Right. The constellations are the same, right? See, if you look like whatever the fuck direction it is when you're not looking at the north or south, but you're looking out the way. If you look that direction, you can see the same constellations, whether you're in the north or the south. But the rotation, the anchor point, the middle point of the rotation will be different in the north and south. And why would that happen if the Earth wasn't a globe?
There's lots of reasons. In fact, actually, here I'll give you one. We'll call it Sunday.
Is he saying because you're in the north or because you're facing north?
No, listen. Here's a possible. Like, this doesn't mean it's true. A speculation, okay? But like, I can give you an analogy. Another way of thinking about it, because that seems to be all you're looking for. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. You just want any other possible explanation, right?
Yeah. Why would the same constellations give
Okay.
a
So
different
think about it like this. Have you ever pulled an oar through the water? Have you ever rowed down a river?
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed how when you pull the oar or the energy through the water, that it creates not one but two vortexes, and that they spin opposing each other? Have you ever noticed that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you should go and try it out. So if you go like
I don't see how
push
this
an
relates to
oar,
this guy. An
if you go
oar.
and push an oar through
Oar.
the water, after you've pushed the water, you've added this energy. On the right of the paddle, it will spin counterclockwise, and on the left of the paddle, it'll spin clockwise. They will oppose each other, those two vortexes.
Right.
And this could be analogous towards the motions of the sun through a medium. Let's call it the ether. I don't want to do that because it's got a lot of hot words against it, but like if you were to push if the sun itself is the source of the energy and it's moving in a line between the tropics, then both the stars and this could also explain like hurricanes and shit like
Oh,
that.
you're losing us, Lou.
Yeah, you're
I'm
losing
sorry.
me, brother.
You know what? I got
Is
a really
he
simple answer for him.
he
It's
I
to be
saying that
understand
he's
what you're
expected.
saying,
facing
Lou,
north
but
and he's seeing those stars rise in the east and set in the west? I mean, is that his argument that the stars rise in the east and set in the west?
No, I'm talking
he's
about
talking
there's a
about
middle point.
rotation
There's a
around
middle
a
of
pole
the
star or a fixed point. Yeah. So at the end of the day, very simple answer. I don't know what the stars are. I don't know where the stars are. And I'm not 100% on what the stars are actually doing above the topographical plane that we live on. Because if I can go out and measure that we are on a topographical plane, that there is no curvature of the Earth, well, then the stars are doing what the stars are doing, and that needs to be looked into once we establish that we're not on this spinning ball. So
Let
the
me
fact
just
of the
let
matter
me,
is,
Well, I mean, what
the
do you mean? His
stars
prove
aren't
your
assertion.
point
proving
there.
what's under your feet.
We are
Well,
on a
that's
spinning ball.
definitely true. But I mean, his assertion that he's facing the North Pole and the stars are rising in the east and setting in the west and going in that direction
Well,
counterclockwise to the North Pole. I mean, I don't know what he thinks that proves. That things are going in a circle around the pole. What does
stars
that
and setting
prove
north.
to you?
So he's asked
No.
multiple questions in one question. Yeah. The first question was,
Because you don't
how do we not
understand.
see the North Star
Listen to me.
from the south? Right. And then the second question was, how does the south have a fixed pole star that everything rotates around, but the south rotates but does not have that fixed pole star?
No, I've confused you.
Both
I've
of these
confused you. I've
questions
confused you.
assuming
I
that
have
the
confused you.
answer
Let me clear this up.
can only be.
Let me clear this up.
Interesting.
There's no I told you that at the south there is no south star. So when you do a photograph of the rotation of the stars in the south, when you're looking and it's not south. You're looking at the anchor point. Imagine there was a big line coming out of the Earth from
Okay, so
equator.
you're looking north or south or east or west. There's only like 4 of them.
Imagine there's a
You got to
big
pick one
line
of those
coming out.
4.
Imagine the Earth is there's a big big
All
fucking
right, but I'm imagining there's north, south,
straight
east, and
through the
west. Which
center
way
of
are
the
we
globe.
facing?
Imagine there's a big line going straight through the center of the globe, and it
All right,
went
north,
directly
south, east, west. Which way? Just let me know.
That's where you're looking. You're not looking. You're busy. You're looking.
You're looking
Bro,
south
north,
for a South Pole
south,
star. That's what you're
south,
looking
north,
for.
west, east.
Let's say there was a South Pole star, right? When you look at the North Star, you can see the same constellations that someone in the south can see. When you look at the south, when you're in the south, you can see the same constellations. But
Okay, and why is that a problem?
You're looking at a different star. You're looking at the north. You're looking at the North Star. In the south, you're looking at the invisible South Star.
Okay,
And
so you see the North Star, but you move far enough south that you don't see the North Star anymore, but you see a constellation that is that's off the North Star.
In the north,
What's
the
the problem?
stars spin around a point. In the south, the stars spin
Yeah.
around a different point.
In the south, or when you're facing south? That's what I want to find out from
When
you.
you look at the very, very south point, the anchor point of what like what would be the Earth, if you imagine like a big stick going straight through the center of the Earth, and at one end of it is the North Star, and at the other end is the South
Now,
Star.
you're imagining a lot of stuff. So I guess we can imagine then that we're
I'm not
facing the
imagining
north. Well, whatever. I mean, you should imagine, right? That's the word.
Look,
But
you
let's
guys,
imagine then that we're facing the North
you
Pole,
guys,
right? So
just stop
we're
me from
facing the North
trying to
Star.
explain it to him.
Well, we're facing the North Star. I just want to imagine this with him. I mean, I like imagining stuff. So we're facing Polaris, the North Star, and we're going to keep on looking north, and we're going to keep on viewing the rotation to be counterclockwise, right, east to west, right, of these stars. All right, and then we're going to keep on backing away from the North Pole. We're going to keep on backing away from it as we continue to look north. Are they ever going to change direction? Even if we can't see Polaris, are they going to change? Are they going to suddenly? Okay.
The perception of looking up from the south and the perception of looking up from the north is going to be different, yeah. But they're both still going east to west.
Okay, so they're all rotating around one point as we face the North Pole, no matter how far we back away from them. Is that true or not true?
True. Yeah.
Okay, so what does that prove? That things are rotating around a center point of the North Pole? What's that?
To our perception, in our perspective, because we can't, they're so far away and they're moving so like such great distances. We can't see them moving. They look
Right.
like they're fixed. Like obviously they're not.
They look like they're fixed. They look like they're moving. That's the whole thing that we're observing is the stars moving in a single direction as we face north.
The stars aren't moving. It's the Earth that's moving. Earth is
Okay,
steady.
but we observe the stars moving. We infer that the Earth is moving, but we observe the stars to be moving in one direction, no matter what. We're facing north. We back away from the North Pole, right? We keep on looking north, and they're just continuing to go in one direction. Does that seem like it's implausible on let's say we set up a table, right, with a pole in the center of it, and we had stars rotating in a single direction as we backed away from the North Pole. They moved in that single direction. Does that seem implausible in a flat table?
You could stick a GoPro on a ball, on like a ball affixed to a stick.
Yeah, but I asked about a flat table. Like, how are we doing on the flat table first? We're imagining the flat table with a single pole and a rotation of a single direction around that pole. How are we doing with that?
Sorry, what?
How are we doing with the table, right? And then above the table, there's let's say stars, little dots that we draw, right? And they go in one direction, a rise in the east, set in the west, right? And as we back away, we keep on looking at the north, we keep on facing north, back away from the North Pole, keep looking at the sky, and it moves in one direction. Is that working?
No, I'm talking about when you're in the south. You can't. When you're in the south, you can find a different anchor point. You can find the two anchor points of the sky.
Yeah. If facing north, we find two anchor points. What do we find in facing north?
No. In the north, there's one anchor point. In the south, there's a different anchor point.
In the south, or when we turn around and look south?
You're living in the northern hemisphere, you can see the North Star. The stars will spin around that. If you live in the southern hemisphere, like far enough south in the south, and you look in the sky, you can find the southern point.
Okay, but you already earlier said that there was no star there. So are you also proposing? I'm just going to keep on looking north the whole time, right? I'm just going to keep on looking north the entire time. So when I keep on looking north the entire time, when I pass this imaginary line of the equator, do they start spinning the opposite way? Is that what you're proposing?
They no, because they're still going east to west. It depends if
I
you're, are you talking
appreciate
about
that.
compass, are you talking about your perception? If you're looking
I
at the
appreciate
southern
that.
point, the stars will be spinning left to right, and if you're looking at the north, the northern star, they're moving from right to left.
Okay, so the only thing that is changing is yourself turning around and facing south and perceiving a
You can't see the
perceptional view of the sky.
you can't see the southern point. If you can see the north star, you can't see
Yeah.
the other one.
I'm not worried about the southern point itself, right? But the stars that we know in that constellation that are relative to that central point are still moving in the same direction. We don't need to view the central point, right, at all times to know that it's moving around that central point. And as we back away from the north, facing north, it continues to move in that one single direction. I'm glad we agreed to that point. Does that prove a flat or a globe? What does that prove?
Globe.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. So how does that prove a globe? That when you face one single direction, that everything moves in the sky in one single
Let me try
direction?
and make it a bit more simple for you, right? If you're standing on the
How much
very,
more
very
simple could
north
it get that
point of the
everything moves
planet,
in one direction when you face one
let me make it
direction?
more simple for you because you
Okay.
don't seem to understand. If you're standing on the North Pole at the very, very middle point, the middle of the North Pole, and look directly up, you'll see the North Star and the stars spinning. If you look towards the equator, you'll see some constellations that are moving horizontally.
Listen,
Yeah, that was
what I
really
was trying to
simple. I
get to,
appreciate
now
the
that I'm
simplicity.
unmuted again,
Listen
this
to
is
me.
in support of the Glober here, and I'm sorry if you guys hate me for it.
Assume there's a globe,
But
right? So if you go to the equator and look directly up, you'll see the
listen,
stars moving from the horizon to the
Go
other
ahead, Lou.
horizon.
He's just making claims without even like thinking it through. Obviously, these things are moving in a
no,
single direction
no,
around a
no, no.
central
I've
point
got
of the
a
pole. Yeah.
few points to make, and they're not all positive for flat Earth. It's
Good.
like one. If you're talking about a rotational point, it's not a single direction. And if you're talking about two rotational points that oppose each other, it's definitely not a single direction. This east-west thing is not a linear thing. If you look north and you look south, and you're talking like, especially if you look north and you talk about it rotating around Polaris, you're talking about a rotational thing. Okay, that's their point. That's the point they're trying to make, and they're trying to get us to explain to them why it is that when you look south that it goes in the opposite direction, clockwise, counterclockwise, so on and so forth. And we think that it's an excuse to say they're all moving east to west. Yes, that's true. But the thing that I was trying to say analogously to explain that away as a third option, right, is that it's like when you pull an oar through the water. That oar is going in one direction, but on the right of the oar and on the left of the oar, they do two different things. The vortex moves in two different directions, one which opposes the other. I know, but you're talking to an anti-flat earther right now who's not here.
What's that got to do?
He's not
Are
an
you talking about
anti-flat earther. He's a glover. They're
Are
different.
you talking about gyroscopes again? Is this something to do with gyroscopes, or is this something to do with the stars moving? How does this
No,
explain the
no,
stars?
I understand what you're saying, Lou. I do understand what you're trying to explain, that the you're pulling that momentum through the water, and yes, it creates these two different vortexes on each side of the oar, but he's saying he hasn't seen that. But at the end of the day, we'd just be speculating on that as well anyway, wouldn't we?
Yeah, but when we say when we freaking say your point is invalid, in which direction do they move? Is it east to west? That is a red herring. That is fallacious. That is
Well,
insincere, and it's indirect, and it's literally like it's a purposeful distraction from the point that is being made.
which is why I made the point that I made, that, I don't know exactly what these stars are doing overhead. I don't know where they are. Are they an actual object? Are they just a light in the sky, some sort of gaseous ball? Are they a projection of something? I don't know what they are, where they are, what they're doing, but whatever they're doing it over a topographical plane. And that's something that we can show and we can measure where there is no drop over distance or no curvature. So that was my answer, but I don't think that who was just talking a minute ago? That was No Tanks. I don't think he was throwing it out. I think he was trying to just lead him down the path that, yes, they are all traveling east to west. However, if we turn around, due to perspective, they appear to come from different direction. Yeah, so
No, it's not turning
Yeah,
around.
the
that's
next
another
the next step
speculation,
would be
though.
that
Really,
yeah,
at the end of
the
the
next
day, it's
the next step would be that we see in a dome of vision where these things converge and diverge when you face south, but they're measurable and measured to be rotating in a single direction when facing north.
My point of making that analogy was only to give a second option. He came in saying that there's only one explanation towards this phenomenon, and that is one of a globe Earth. And I gave him an example of a flat river where two vortexes are moving opposing to each other in the direction of the energy. And this would also be an equatable explanation to the phenomenon that is being observed.
You're talking
well,
about
I would
water.
say that that's an argument
Stars are
from
being,
ignorance.
the
That's
stars
an
are
argument from ignorance to state that
constellations
this
along the horizon do not
is
move.
the only guys. Lou, I'd say that's an argument from ignorance, just stating that this is the only possible way. Yeah, this is the only possible
Of
way
course
it
it
could
is. Of
work
course
because
it is.
we
That was
don't.
my point from the beginning.
So if it's an argument from ignorance, I wouldn't answer him with a speculation.
Right. Well, that's how this conversation started. He said it was the only way, and I said that is fallacious reasoning. He said no, it's not, and I said what you're doing is ignoring any second or third option
What
and
I'm
saying that
telling you makes perfect sense.
Well,
For
even if there is no second or third option, it doesn't
what I'm
matter
telling you makes
because to
perfect
state
sense
there
for
can't be one is an issue.
All right, go ahead. Let the
you're just being
Glober
extremely ignorant. Like
say his
you
little
guys
words.
do not want to accept the truth. Like is what
You're
is what's
super
wrong.
quiet, dude. Just so you know, like you're real low.
And you guys don't want to accept the truth. Is what the problem is here.
Nothing to do with accepting the truth. I
we're
gave
just
you
trying
a
to make
very
sure that you're
simple answer.
logical. We just want to make sure that you're logical when you try to derive the truth, especially we don't give a fuck what you believe, but when you try to tell people that it's the only truth that they can accept, now that's a problem.
Right.
You're disallowing them to think of any alternative.
You can put a camera on a ball, like let's say a globe, like one of those little globes that are attached to a stick, so it spins around a point. Like like a little globe thing, little statues you can
No,
get.
look, I'm not arguing. Your explanation is a valid explanation. It doesn't mean it's the only one. That is my contention.
I mean, I would be on board with the Scottish dude's explanation if the Earth didn't actually measure to be horizontal. Like if water wasn't a reference to establish a horizontal plane, I might be like, hey, listen, maybe we could check out this explanation. But when the Earth measures to be flat and stationary, there has to be another explanation. We track these stars to move in a single direction. Then we look at them. We totally turn our bodies to a different direction, face that direction, and we see a different type of convergence while facing a different direction. The Earth hasn't changed. We changed. I mean, the thing that changed was our position and our observation to the sky. So the sky didn't change.
I don't think you even understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if you stand on the very north point of the
That must be it. When did you do that?
He's going to restate it. He's going to
When did you
restate it.
stand on the north
We
point?
don't understand this. Yeah, look, we get it. Like you think you live on a ball, and that's the only explanation for having stars appearing to rotate clockwise in one hemisphere and counterclockwise in the other. But all of that is based off of a presupposition,
not
a
just that. There's a
presumption,
center point.
a
There are two center
presumption that
points.
you live on a ball.
There are two center points. One in the northern
Yeah,
hemisphere
listen,
and
dude,
one in the
Ross.
southern hemisphere. Why would there be two center
Ross,
points where the Earth is spinning?
Dude, we got your argument, man. We really do.
Why would there be
You're
two
just
center
claiming it to be the case without proving anything, right? But I could show you demonstrations of just having an azimuthal grid of vision and these things rendering themselves in a specific position due to your position and your viewing direction.
You don't like the answer. We understand that, man.
No, it's you guys don't like that. You don't like what I'm saying, like, and you have to be extremely ignorant to not understand.
Why do you have to be ignorant, dude? Why do you have to assume that it's a ball and that it's spinning in the vacuum of space?
I'm not assuming it's a ball, and
Yeah,
know that
you
it's a
are,
ball.
obviously, man. You're saying this proves it.
It does.
Yeah, very silly. Very, very silly.
We got an affirming the consequent argument.
All right, well, have fun, guys.
All right, see you later, bro.
Yeah, just repeat your affirmations.
That was easy.
Yeah.
He accuses us of ignorance, but meanwhile he's being ignorant. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, let
Yeah,
me
it's
just
just
leave
like
this on a good
we can
standing.
all
Let
we
him
can
go.
all
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. We can let him leave.
We can all steel man his argument for him. Like it's not that we don't get it. He just wants to keep saying it over and over and over again until we agree with him. And that'll never happen because clearly we're not ignorant. Clearly we've thought of another reason for why this phenomenon could be happening. And he is the one coming from a stance of ignorance in which he is unwilling to actually consider an alternative.
Well, in his mind, his affirmation is correct, right? And he can't entertain another affirmation or another explanation or another reason why. So his excuse has to be correct, but he can't entertain someone else's excuse as to why it would look like that. They're both equally an excuse or a postulation. None of it's scientific.
He just wanted to say that there's no other explanation. And when I gave one, it was written off as even though like I wouldn't say that it's true, but it's a possible explanation.
Yeah,
There's
but he doesn't understand vortices and the movement of rotating and counter rotating. Like he doesn't understand. That's not something he's understanding whatsoever.
We're gonna be
That would require
abstract. We're gonna talk
an
abstractly.
actual force to give you this apparent clockwise and counterclockwise rotation, etc. It's not something he's ready for.
If we're gonna talk about abstract concepts, like you can't just like show one that you clearly have no fucking true understanding about, and then not accept another one that opposes it. It's abstract. It's a concept.
Yeah, listen. They think it's an acceptable. They think it's some kind of acceptable explanation on the stars moving. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. But there's other requirements for the Earth to be a globe. That's not sufficient. I mean, he's a simple dude. I don't know.
It's a gotcha that they like to throw at you. They're taught that all you have to do is talk about two rotational points, and flat earthers will have no answer. And the truth is they're for the most part right. Most flat earthers will red herring that. They will detract, distract, and freaking change the subject from their point. And that doesn't do us justice. All you have to do is give them an alternative option. It doesn't have to be true. You don't have to stand by it. All you have to do is give them any other option. Period.
I don't know. I disagree.
You
You
can
don't
say
have to give them any option. You just have to give them the initial observation and measurement, which is a single direction of a rotation around a central point. I mean, that's it. I mean, I don't believe you have to give them any alternative
you could tell
explanation.
them that the world is a simulation, and that would be better than saying, "What direction does the sun go?"
I don't know. I don't know how that makes sense.
Shit.
Yeah, all
You
I'm
have to
saying is you don't
prove
have to give
their
them
shit.
anything. Yeah, I don't know why you think you have to give them something. They're stating that the original observation is A, and that's it. They're saying this is the observation that we all make. Why is when I turn around are these stars in the sky converging to another point? I mean, that's it. I mean, you don't have to give them any explanation.
If the whole question is fallacious to begin with, why are we answering arguments that aren't logical?
No, the reason, no, you get, look, there's a certain part of that that I agree with. Like, you're not like entitled, you're not like forced, you don't have to give them anything. But for the sake of argument, especially if you are trying to bring people towards truth, what you have to do is get them to question their own beliefs. You have to get them to understand that the option that they were, or it's not even an option to them. The thing that they were told is not the only option. That is the hurdle that you have to get them over.
That's for someone who's genuine.
Yeah, really, that's required. Yeah, that's relevant. Yeah, if it's somebody who's genuine, which is like seldom happens on the internet, which that's what this is. When I talk to people in real life, yeah, I'll give them like some genuine. Here's another option. Here's another option. But yeah, these are people on the internet who don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, they think that it's all figured out and that there's no other option. There's no other explanation. And so when they come in, every time they come in and they say, explain this, explain that, explain that, explain that. The reason they're doing that is because they think they've got it all, their side has it all explained, and that your side has no explanations. And so when you answer, I don't know, we don't know, we can't prove that,
They don't know
we
either.
don't know. It's an affirmation of their belief.
We just have to show that they don't know either, and you can do that by showing them how it's affirming the consequent. When they backpedal and say, "Oh, well, I didn't say it actually proves it," it's suggestive of it. It's like more likely than not, right? So they have to backpedal on their own fucking words in the end, anyway.
Right. So instead of just giving them the canned I don't know, which will affirm their belief, give them the third option, but make sure that they know this isn't what we say the flat earth is, but we're just trying to point out that your model is fallacious in its reasoning. Your
I
model
don't have an
doesn't know
alternative
either.
explanation.
Your model doesn't know either. It can't figure it out. This is something that is unknowable.
Honestly,
It's something that's unknowable.
I honestly don't have another explanation. I can't conceive of one.
Well, I mean, when it comes to the rotation of the stars, I can conceive of one, and I got muted for trying to fucking say it.
There could be different quadrants. There could be. There's a bunch of stuff that there could be. Yeah.
But yeah, actually, the only alternative I have is that there is two.
Yeah, where you've seen the I guess you've probably seen the models where it renders like the stars render within your field of view, and there's this like convergence and divergence. There's I mean it's better with visuals, so it's kind of a difficult thing to explain or try to argue with somebody rather than tell them. But the things that you can focus on, that's why I brought them up, was a single direction of rotation around a central point that does not change as you move away from it. That's why I brought that up, because these are things that you would be able to confirm to a point, but the rest of it is really difficult to explain and better to show, or easier to show.
Yeah, no, look, you got to be careful about what you say is true and what you say is a speculation, and what you say is merely just a refutation towards what they hold true. Like, but they won't understand your words 90% of the time. You know what I mean? But all you can do is like present it properly for an audience, because that's really the goal. Is like the guy you're arguing against, you don't really want him. The guy you're arguing against, he's unreachable. Like, it's the people who are witnessing it that that convince people to look further into the topic.
Yeah, no big deal. So, what were you saying? What were you saying might be the case? Go ahead, Guap.
Okay, so how do you guys explain flight patterns from Australia to Chile?
What about all the other ones, like ever?
Because the
But no, like, what
because
about all the
like
other ones? Not
in
not
the
that one.
southern hemisphere, like if you go from one area to another, you have to cross into the northern hemisphere. You have to cross the equator if it's on the flat Earth.
Okay, so
But in
so
the globe
any
model,
northern any.
you just
Okay,
don't
continue
cross
on
the
with
equator.
your words.
Are you talking?
Yeah.
What's the argument? You're talking about a flight path from Guadalupe, Mexico?
No, not Mexico. Like in the southern hemisphere from like Chile, in the southern hemisphere to another southern hemisphere point on the
hmm
flat Earth, it has to cross the
Okay,
the
what does it do
equator
in
if it's
reality, right?
hard.
So like we know that on a flat Earth, right? Any northern any northern hemisphere trip, right, would never have to cross the equator. Do you agree to that, right? So like any northern to another northern place would never have to cross the equator.
Yeah, because in both models,
Okay, is that a
it
yes or a no that
shrinks
you
in the
affirm or
northern part,
deny? Do
right?
you affirm or deny that the north destination would have to cross the equator?
Yeah, it wouldn't. North to north, no.
Okay, so then would any south to south ever have to cross the equator, right? It would be the same thing, right? Would
On
it
a
have to do
flat
that?
Earth model,
No,
yes. In a
just in your
globe
globe
Earth
model, like
model,
right,
no.
in a globe model, no. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes or
Yeah,
no?
in a
Globe
globe
model,
Earth
no.
model, it wouldn't, but in a flat Earth model, like it
Look,
would
just
have.
give me like instead of
Okay.
saying, I don't know where exactly the city you said is. So like, what's the latitude south that you're talking about
Okay,
leaving from?
I'll post a. Okay, like it's like the flight pattern from Australia to Chile.
That
You
doesn't
know
help
that
me.
they don't always do that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's his claim that it stays in the south?
Yeah, no, it on a flat. Yeah, so it
No. What does
stays
it
in
do
the
in
south
reality?
on the
That's all.
globe model, but on
No,
the
in
flat
reality,
Earth
what does it do?
model, it
No.
crosses the equator.
Yeah, in reality,
Are
what
you
is it
talking
doing?
about a
Like,
real flight? Or are you talking about some like figurative mathematical like
No, it's.
if you
Mm.
well, that's what I was asking him. So we both agree that like north to north, like within the northern hemisphere, if that were a thing, it would never have to cross the equator, south to south, and therefore it would be the same thing. Now he has a flight in real life, I think. Like, what does it do in real life? Go ahead.
the one that
Yeah,
always gets presented is
never actually crosses the equator if you look at it on the map
Santiago.
in the globe Earth, but on a flat Earth, if you
No,
do the
that's what I
same
just said to
flight,
you.
it
You
would
know that
have to
that's not
cross the
always the
equator.
case, right? You
Yeah,
know that that's not always the case,
it's
right?
not always the case because like
Right.
it doesn't actually pass the circle. But
Doesn't
even
really
if you
prove
lay
anything,
it out,
right?
it doesn't make that curve because if you lay it out, it would have to curve upwards and then go downwards, right? Even if you do it on
You have to know that that's what
on a
it's
flat
doing in
Earth,
reality.
huh?
You know that that's what
Yeah,
it's doing in
because you're
reality.
using the Mercator projection. Because in that
You can't
projection,
you
like it's
can't
laid
just
out
take
flat.
a line. You can't just take
Yeah.
a line on a ball, right, and then lay it out on a flat map, and then say, look, it's curving, or it was straight and now it's curving, or it was curving now it's straight, and then say, so that doesn't make any sense because you don't
No,
know that they did that in reality.
yeah, in reality, the plane doesn't actually like curve, right? It just goes straight there.
Well, welcome to flat Earth.
Right. Like it just
Straight and
goes
level.
straight there. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't actually
It
cross the
doesn't dip for the
equator.
curve.
I mean, if you
Like
lived on a ball, you would have to do some kind of adjustment, some kind of a like
no,
midair. Like
I'm not.
you'd have to be constantly doing a midair like adjustment
I'm
in
not.
order to compensate for the fact that you're
No,
not flying straight, that you're flying a curve around a ball.
no. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about how pilots adjust because of the curvature of the Earth, but we're not talking about up and down. We're talking about left and right.
No, I'm talking about both.
No, yeah, but the up and down thing is not relevant to
All right, fine.
the
Fine, I'll
discussion.
give you that one. Let's talk about left and right. You would
Yeah.
have to be making compensation.
To what? For what? What are you compensating for?
in order to go,
You're thinking about up and down, but you're not.
if you're talking about two places on a latitude, right? The latitude line is a curved line around a polar center. So
No,
you
we're
would
not talking
still
about the North Pole. We're talking about the southern hemisphere, because the thing is, on the flat Earth, in the flat Earth model, like
fine,
it's actually
reverse it.
compared to
Fine,
the
reverse it.
globe Earth is stretched out.
It's fine.
Guapa,
Reverse it.
Guapa,
Yeah.
are you talking about the AE azimuthal equidistant projection?
For example, Sydney to Santiago. Okay,
A
on a flat Earth
latitude line is
model, it
still a curve.
crosses North America, and
Are
in
you
a
talking
globe
about the
Earth
azimuthal
model.
equidistant north-centered projection?
Okay, but on the flat Earth, okay, so if you take a
God,
line from
dude, I'm asking you a
Santiago to
question.
Sydney, yeah, you're gonna
Asking you a
derail.
question.
What?
When you say flat Earth model, are you referring to the AE map, the azimuthal North Polar centered projection of the globe?
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
here, and that's what's funny
Yeah,
is
it's
because
like kind of like
that's
the
what's funny.
the
No,
UN map.
pause a second. That's what's funny is because when
Okay.
I said a polar center, I didn't distinguish a pole. You said, like in your head, you determined that I was talking about a North Pole. I just said a polar center. In either case, you have to make a curved path around a polar center.
A curved path around, yeah, but that's up and down. You're making a compensation for the curvature of the Earth, like pointed downwards, like the pilots. But we're not. That's a different argument, though. I'm talking about like
It's not
left
a
and
different
right.
argument.
It's how it's
Get
not a
your, I get
different
your
argument. You're talking about like how the pilots compensate by tilting a little bit downwards, right?
Now you have to.
I'm not.
Now you have to
the argument.
also
I know that
compensate.
other like
Now you have to
world.
also compensate not just by tilting a little bit downwards. You have to also compensate by tilting a little bit left or a little bit right.
Yeah, but that's just that's because of weather. Like, but
No, it's not
ultimately,
because of
like they're
weather.
going
No,
straight.
it's not because of weather. It's because
Yeah.
latitude lines are concentric circles around a pole.
Okay, what about it?
Circles are not straight lines.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're going in circles. They're just going straight from Santiago to Sydney on the flat Earth map. It goes through America. It goes through North
Wait, that's
America.
what I want to
On the
get to.
globe Earth, it
Guapa, that's
doesn't
what
do
I
that.
want to get to. Guapa, that's
Yeah.
what I want to get to. Okay. Are you holding me to account to explain why it's and doesn't match what they show it on a globe to be, the flight path? You're holding me or anybody here to account to explain it on the flat Earth map that you're talking about, the azimuthal equidistant projection.
Yeah, like it wouldn't actually make sense.
Why?
Like on a
Why are
flat
you
Earth
holding us
map,
to account to explain that?
because the thing is, if
Anybody here
the
say
flight hours
that's their map?
for Santiago to Sydney would take too
Okay,
long.
Hold
Like the
up,
line
man.
would take
Hold up. Hold up, Guapa. Hold up.
Yeah.
Did anybody here claim that map to be reality?
No, I never said that. But the thing is,
Okay, then why do we have to account for it then?
because in order to subscribe to the flat Earth model, you would then have to claim
Flat Earth
that
model.
it would have to go
Did anyone
around
present
the
that to you
curvature
as a
of
model?
it would have to go around the Earth.
Stop.
What?
Did
What do you
anybody
mean?
present that to you as a model for flat Earth?
The flat Earth, yeah. The flat Earth,
Who
that's the
presented?
model for a flat Earth. It's like the UN map.
Is it? It's mine.
Yeah. Like, well, some
Not mine.
flat earthers believe that the flat Earth is
Does
kind of
anybody
curved
here?
a bit. And then
The flat
there's
earthers
other flat
here?
earthers that believe it's completely flat.
Okay, is there any flat earthers here that adhere to that model and want to take this on?
Me myself, I think the concept is it's a valid concept, and I think that's why it was used. I think this idea of a world that was like that, like this idea of like rotating around a polar, like northern polar star. I think that's a valid concept. But as a model, I would never present that as a model. Because a model is more than just a picture. It's more than just an icon. It's more than a model has to be testable. You have to be able to scientifically test against your model through experimentation. That's what a model is. And no, it is not a scientific model. It's a concept, which a concept can be whatever the fuck you imagine.
If you can find someone here that wants to defend that, as
Defend
being
what?
they think reality is, and want to try and take on your challenge to explain why there's an inconsistency there, go for it. But so it's not going to be me, because I'm not defending that as a map of
Yeah,
reality.
but by subscribing to the flat Earth model, you would have to then
It's not a
I'm not
model.
try
subscribing
to
to a
explain
model.
why
That's
Santiago
why you're
to
wrong.
Sydney does not cross
That's why you're
into
wrong.
North
And here,
America.
nobody's doing that. We're not
Yeah,
subscribing to a
no,
model.
to the flat Earth model. You don't subscribe
No,
to the
we're not
flat Earth model.
subscribing
There
to a model.
is
Wait.
no flat Earth model. The model
Okay,
that
so the
you have
flat
in
Earth.
mind is a model that you created for us.
Okay, so what? Wait, so you don't think that the Earth is flat?
No, we do think the Earth is flat because it's
So
measurably flat. It's utilized as flat.
what
When you're
is
Okay,
true is
but then
all or
how?
nothing fallacy.
But then how come Sydney to Santiago does not cross into North America when you actually take that flight?
It does sometimes. They do have flights that do that.
What? What? Okay. Where? Why would they do that?
I don't know. Go
And
ask
how?
the
And the
airlines why
thing
they would
is,
stop
like,
in North America before
if
going
it's
to
that
South
far, they
America
would
from
have to
Australia.
make, like, it's a direct flight. It's not a connecting flight.
Oh, there is connecting flights though that do that.
From San Diego to Sydney, or San Diego to
There are
Santiago, there are connecting flights.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
Where?
Wouldn't there be?
Instead of
There's
putting
not,
your dick
though.
over direct flights, young fellow, why don't you go and check up where the emergency landing points are for said flight? That might impress you.
Emergency landings. Okay, but that's only if something happens. But if you have enough fuel, you wouldn't need to, because it's within the range of the plane that they're using to go from
That's up to
each
the
other.
pilot. So if he wants to fly from point A to point B, that's his good luck. But yeah, I don't disagree with long distance flights. I've been on one. I know they do them. What I disagree with is you guys claiming long distance flights prove something, when if you look up the emergency landing points, it actually proves something else.
What does it prove?
You wrong.
Okay, how?
It proves that flights stick to land.
Okay, but how? Where do they emergency land?
Go and look it up. Do some research. That's what this show's all about.
Okay,
Learning.
Okay, so you make a claim, but you know.
Even if I was to defend that map, right? Even if I was to defend that map, right? And you could say this flight here on the globe doesn't make sense on that AE map. I can do the same thing. I can turn around and say this flight here on the AE map makes sense, but put it, mark it out on your globe doesn't make sense. You can do it back and forth. It's not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and also keeping in mind that the A map is not what then we're saying the A map is what the Earth is. The A map is what the globe Earth has given to us. We didn't map the world and come up with the AE map. It's
actually
just
a globe
more.
projection.
It's a conceptualization of what it might be like. And when we talk about logos for the UN and shit like that, we think it's a little bit ironic that they choose that version of their globe map to show to all of us on a global scale.
What you're doing is say this flight here that I've been told this is what happens in reality when I fly around a ball, right? This doesn't make sense on this flattened out ball. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe. I'm saying it doesn't make sense on my flattened out version of the globe.
Then how come the flight from LAX to Manila takes about 14 to 16 hours, right? But on a and the thing is that it's the same distance, right, for Sydney to San Diego. Like they say, they take the same amount of time from
Is
LAX to
it?
Manila. Yeah, it's 14 hours. So from LAX to Manila, it's 14 hours. The other way around, it's 14. And the thing is,
How do you know it's the same
Sydney
distance?
to San Diego, huh?
How do you know it's the same distance?
Because I've been on a the Sydney to Santiago. If you Google it, that's what it says.
It doesn't prove
Google tells you
anything.
it's the same distance.
Okay.
Dude,
Google tells you it's the
lots
same
of
So
distance.
people, lots of
so
people
like
claim.
if
Listen, hold on
you
one
go
sec.
on a flight
Lots of
from
people claim that
Santiago
Sydney
to
to
Sydney.
Santiago. They love to. They love to talk about the Sydney to Santiago flight. Yet to
Okay.
talk to anybody who's actually traveled it.
Okay, let's search it up then. Okay.
Just remember, while you're searching stuff, aeroplanes are not measuring devices. And I think everyone in here will agree to that.
Well, they measure the amount of time it gets from point A to point B, right? And that they also have like a speed that they go at.
Well, that doesn't prove anything, though. It doesn't prove distance. It's kind of like
Actually,
Okay,
it's an estimated speed.
okay, because on the flat Earth map, if you speed it up, like you think that planes go faster than what they're like secretly goes faster, and
Well,
that's
all
why
right.
it's
Not measuring.
Here's another speculation
and
that
the
I
thing
heard
is,
years and years ago.
if you do that, you would go over land, right? So if you like
So,
look at the window, you could actually see land.
You're familiar with jet streams, right?
What? It's I
You're
didn't.
familiar with
You
jet
kind of
streams, right?
mulled. I can.
You are familiar with jet streams, right?
Jet streams. Yeah.
Okay. So why do
Okay.
planes follow jet streams?
Because it's faster.
Why is it faster?
Because the wind pushes the plane.
Great.
So is there a jet stream going from Santiago to Sydney on the flat Earth map? Does it go
It doesn't
through?
matter
Does
what
it
map
go
you're
through
talking
the
about.
equator? Wait, do jet streams go past the equator? Does it cross equators?
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the idea of a circle city? Do you live in a state that maybe has like a capital city that's a circle city? I do.
A
I live
circle
in
city? What's a
Wisconsin.
circle city?
In the capital city of Wisconsin is Madison, and it's a circle city. So the Capitol building is the center point of everything that's built around it. And what they do when they do these circle cities is they build highways around it, in a circle. So like if you were to try to go across the city, you're gonna hit stop and go traffic all the way through. A lot of turbulence, let's say. But if you were to go on the less direct but higher speed highway with no fucking stops, you can still get to the closer distance by taking the longer path because you have a higher speed and no
Yeah.
stops. It's this
Okay.
idea that could possibly, if you wanted to claim the AE model, explain shorter flight times or distances.
Okay, but jet streams do not cross the equator.
Prove it.
Prove it?
No, actually, that's actually irrelevant because
Okay, so we don't know,
that's
right?
actually irrelevant because we're not talking about flight times from the south to the north. We're talking about Santiago to Sydney, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, on a flat Earth model, you would have to go north
He is stuck on that word model.
and
He is like,
south.
I
You would
got
have
to
to
defeat.
go. It's from north. It's from north, and then once you cross a certain point, it's
Bro,
south.
you're
It's really
defeating a
clear,
straw
dude.
man.
You're just assuming your own. You're assuming your own model, and you're arguing with your own ghost. Yeah, because we
Oh,
haven't claimed a model. We don't know what the shape of the Earth is overall. We don't have a model to present. So you're just making
okay.
baseless assumptions on a model that you believe exists in your head.
No,
Very
you
simple.
guys believe in the flat Earth, right?
Can I say something?
We
He's
believe
making
that the
assumptions
Earth
based
is
on the globe
measurably.
map that they gave him.
Wait, do you guys think it's flat or not? Like, do you believe it's flat?
The Earth is
It's
measurably
not a belief.
flat.
It's measured
There
that
is
way.
no
Okay,
measured
so it's
curvature. Does that mean that I have to give you an overarching model of the actual dimensions of this Earth so that I can assume
no,
what planes are
just
doing?
a rough. Just
It,
you
no,
can give
look,
me a
look,
rough
look, look, when you say believe,
estimate. Like,
you're only saying that as a projection because you believe in a globe. We have
okay,
more
so
than
we're
just belief.
semantics. Okay,
We have more than
okay,
just belief
okay,
for
is
our
it like is it flat?
understanding.
Yep, I'll give you a description. It's a topographical plane. There
It's
you
a
go.
topographical. So you believe that you believe in the flat Earth model where in the center
No
it
model,
goes
bro.
down
Listen,
and then in the
listen,
outer
listen,
parts it
Don't
listen,
goes
believe
up.
in any
listen.
model.
Stop for a second. I
You
gotta
said it's
make
a
it clear.
topographical.
Hold on, bro. Listen.
Yeah.
You keep saying the word model. You're model afflicted, right? I'm trying to explain something to you very seriously. I can make a model of a bird, right? A really big bird, right? And then when I say, do you believe in birds? You're like, yeah, I believe in birds. Oh, so you believe in Big Bird. That's what you're doing, bro. Nobody in here fucking believes in your Big Bird flat Earth model.
Well,
Right?
you
What we're
are
telling
because
you,
you're saying
no,
it's flat.
listen. I keep trying to tell you I don't believe something, right?
Okay.
You keep saying no, you do believe it.
Wait,
Right?
so
It's the
you're on
all
the
or nothing
fence.
fallacy. It's the all or nothing fallacy. If you
Wait, so you're
believe
on
in
the fence.
birds,
You
then
don't
you
know.
no, bro, you're not understanding what I'm trying to say. You're
Okay.
saying that you believe in birds, right? Do you
Yeah.
believe in birds? Yes?
Yeah.
So you believe in Big Bird model.
Yeah,
You
there
believe
are
in Big
big
Bird?
birds. There are small
No.
birds.
Sesame Street Big Bird. You believe in Big Bird because you said you believe in birds, right?
Like that huge, like that huge of a bird.
Yeah,
Like
that's what you're
Big
doing
Bird.
to us. That's what you're
There
doing
is a
to us.
big
No,
bird, by
it's
the
not
way.
analogous. What your
Yes, it
analogy?
is. Because you're saying
No,
you believe in
because
the
the
flat
thing
Earth, right?
is because the argument isn't the size, right? It's the shape, right? Like it's
Bro, you keep cramming a model down your throat. We told you over 10 times. There is no model.
You have no model.
okay.
You have no
So
model. You have
you
no
don't know if
belief.
it's flat or a globe. You don't know.
You don't know
You don't
you're
have
in
a
a
model.
container. You
It's
don't
not
know that.
dependent on a
Nothing.
model.
You don't know the difference
That's where
between
you
a
get
model and a map.
getting it wrong, man.
I
We're
feel like
not
you guys don't know
Okay,
dependent
what is
anything.
it?
on a
You
What is it
model
then?
keep
in order
You
invoking
to
just
a
don't know.
conclude.
Like, are we all on the fence? Like,
No, bro.
No,
You don't
you've
okay,
understand
presented
what
what
we're
you
saying.
would be. You have presented what you would
okay.
believe to be an appropriate flat Earth model. You've presented an AE map, correct? So
Well,
now
I
you're
didn't present
assuming
any map.
because you've presented this AE map that all flat earthers must adhere to this map or model, as you're calling it, yeah? Well,
No,
we
because
don't.
I'm assuming that you guys believe in the flat Earth, right?
We
But I'm
can
not saying what
measure.
type of flat Earth, because I get that some flat Earthers believe that the
Level
southern
means flat,
hemisphere is a
man.
bit
You
like
can't help that.
elevated than the northern part, right? Or some other flat Earthers believe that it's all flat
Listen,
all throughout, just like mountainous. That's it, right? And then so like,
dude,
but in either model that flat Earthers believe in these two models, right? It's still
stop.
They're
like
not
it's still
models.
the
It's
same
not, mate.
argument. It's still the same
Stop,
problem.
Stop with the model. We're over the models. Models walk along runways. They wear stuff all clothes. Now, no more model. What you have is a belief that we all adhere to some random map. If you ask everyone in here, they will probably answer you differently. We all do believe, however, we do not live on a ball.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you
Just
guys,
stop for a minute. Just stop. Not drawing a conclusion based on an idea of what the entirety of reality looks like. Right? We're not developing a model and saying everything fits into this. Can explain things with this. That's not what this is about. All right. Not claiming to know the extents of the land and the water, how far it extends out. Not claiming to know the exact configuration of land masses, how far they are apart from each other, how long it takes to get places, and all that sort of stuff, like you are, right, with your globe model. We're not doing that. We're talking about the surface quality mainly of water. Land has topography. It's going to be distributed across a flat Earth horizontally, in a horizontal orientation. That's what we're talking about. The surface quality, right? Not necessarily the overall configuration of everything and being able to explain things on it. I hope that clears it up a little bit for you.
Okay. So I wasn't so like I'm not asking like the elevation of the map, right? It's just so the similarities between your
not
guys'
our map, it's
model. Answer
yours,
me if
man.
like I'm right or wrong, right? So in the
You're
center,
wrong.
what people call as the North Pole is like in the very center of the Earth, right? What other people like what NASA and all these government politicians, right? What they claim is that the North Pole, right? Whatever the North Pole is in the very center of the Earth, right?
No, I mean nobody says it's in the center of the Earth, but there's we have a pole star, and the stars seem to move around it. If that's the center of the Earth, that's a different question.
No, like what I mean is what the flat earthers believe the center of the Earth is what politicians would call the North Pole, right?
I mean that's what we map our latitude and
Politicians.
around the North Pole.
Okay. I'm talking about what flat earthers believe. So
Not about
the
what
South
flat
Pole
earthers
doesn't
believe. It's just
actually
what is mapped
exist.
out on
It's like
in
the
every
ice
map.
wall, right? The
What?
ice wall would be the South Pole, right?
What are you talking about, dude? Listen, every map maps out the North Pole. I mean, it's not a flat Earth map. It's just a map that we made of the stars and the GP of the stars on the ground.
No, I'm talking about
latitude coordinate. What
I'm
are you
talking
talking
about the South. I'm talking about the ice wall.
What ice wall?
Okay, the ice wall, the Antarctica.
Oh, the one.
Okay.
Never been there,
Okay.
mate.
Tell me about
what
this.
You have a
Did you learn
misconception.
that from Game of Thrones? Tell me about it.
Stop
No,
worrying about what you think flat earthers believe. Yeah, because it's all just a big straw man that you're making here.
No, because I'm
It's got nothing
trying
to do with what
I'm
flat
trying to
earthers
ask you.
believe.
No, I'm trying to ask you what it is.
All
That's
we're
why I'm
talking about,
describing it
right,
so that you
is
can
there's
tell me
no
on whether or
observable
not
and Guapo,
what I
stop. All we talk
perceive,
about
what I
here,
think you guys think it is
you're
actually
going to
true.
ramble. Yeah, I'm going to try and alleviate your confusion a little bit more, right? Already. I'm sorry I have to mute you to do this because you won't shut up. What we discuss here is the lack of observable and measurable curvature, lack of experienced and detectable Earth motion, right? And challenge the idea that Earth is an object suspended in outer space, right? Those are the three things that we mainly deal with. As far as, like I said before, configuration of the land masses, like you're trying to now put onto us again about North Pole in the center and a ring of Antarctica on the outside being the South Pole, all that. We're not here to talk about that. We can talk about it if you want, but it's speculation. It's not something that anybody here is going to be able to definitively verify and confirm that that's what reality is.
Get him, T-Dub.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
just to be clear, as
Okay,
far as
so like
any
what does it look
unity
like?
here.
Like so if a globe earther were to ask you, what does the Earth look like?
Go
Right?
outside.
So you wouldn't
From
or
where?
like what it
Outside.
roughly like you
From
wouldn't
where?
be able to like tell that person what it is?
What does the Earth look like from where? What vantage point? What perspective?
You could like map it out. You can get on a plane and then start mapping it out if you want. But like from the sky.
How far in the sky?
How far in the sky? Just to like far enough to make it easy for you to like map it out. I don't know, like the okay, wait, one second.
Reboot.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah, no,
He doesn't know how to answer that. He doesn't.
I'm just
Yeah,
looking at the
from
typical
any
like what the typical map of what is shown
any
to be
vantage
like the flat Earth. So okay, so the UN map is not true, right? Like the UN logo, that's not what the Earth
no.
looks
Oh
like.
no, maybe it is. Maybe it is, but we have no way of
Maybe it is,
knowing.
maybe it isn't, right?
Yeah, we have no way of knowing.
Okay.
The globe Earth
So you don't know.
projection.
Okay.
It's a flattened out globe.
Yeah, it's
Tried to
literally a
tell you that.
globe where you pick a spot. You could pick any spot on the globe and make it azimuthal equidistant. You could have New York City as the center if you wanted. Right? It would look different because you're choosing a different central point. But it's a projection. You understand? It's just a map. There's many different maps made many different ways. None of them are perfect. The map is not the terrain. You understand?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's clear. I don't want to like. I like kind of jump. You know, we oftentimes we as flat earthers we get in these conversations. We're just looking for fodder and all that. We like to play dumb sometimes, but we can all jump the gun. We know where you're going, and what you're looking for is a overall God view perspective of Earth from imaginary space, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen. He's saying if you draw a circle around Polaris, then this is
Okay.
of Earth.
So I guess what you could do is you could look at the flight times between Australia, South Africa, and Chile. Right. And then you can
wherever.
and then on a
Like, why not just like my backyard to my
because if it was that short, then it means that they will be all near to each other, and then like a lot of the land would be like all crunched up.
You're looking
You
for
know,
like
and then
black
the landmass would actually be
No,
not
you
that,
can't get an accurate. You can't get
like
an accurate
big.
distance from flight times. They're not designed to accurately measure distance. Use the
Okay.
Pitot
Well,
system, which is not. It's different to actual true airspeed, measuring in an internal airspeed.
internal
Not the
airspeed.
same.
What's an internal
Yeah,
airspeed?
it's a indicated airspeed, right? And it can vary from what they think true airspeed is for up to 50%, especially at 30,000 feet. So they have to do calculations to estimate how fast they've gone or how fast they're going. Their internal indicator is not giving an accurate representation of true airspeed.
Okay. Well, okay. On a if like we don't actually know where the countries are placed, right? Does that mean that Sydney is farther away from Dubai than it is to South Africa?
Look,
So are we now saying that Dubai is west of South Africa? If it
Did we
takes
say
longer
that?
to get to Dubai?
Did we say that? Is that what we're now saying?
like a dead
Yeah, because the flight time is like longer, unless you're assuming that there's that the plane slows down when going to Dubai. But then the thing is, like, it would have to cross South Africa in order for it to like get there, so it's taking the same path.
Look, if you
So
assume
does it, if it
only
passes South Africa, does it mean that it slows down, like to get to Dubai?
if you assume that a plane keeps a ground the same ground speed, right? If you assume that, then it would be a logical assumption to make that more flight time means more distance. But that's not how it works. Like, we don't use ground speed, especially in intercontinental flights. Like, we're talking about airspeed, and you don't know what your airspeed is. I mean, you only know your airspeed relative to the air around you. You don't know your ground speed.
Okay.
Get me?
Okay, so on the plane you can actually see it actually tells you to ground speed. So are they just lying to you?
How do they
An
calculate?
estimate's calculation.
So are they just lying?
It's a measure. It's not a measurement. It's a calculation. It's an estimate.
Okay, so they're lying. Okay.
Dude, nobody
Yeah,
said they're
fine.
lying.
It's not necessarily even a lie. It could
No,
be.
just have a go with it. It's a lie. Yep, that's
Like
it.
they're just
You got it.
just miscalculating, or
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. It's a lie. Got it. Good
It's
job.
a lie. All right, Crit says it's a lie.
Okay.
It's a lie. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what he got. When he says, so if you say calculation, he hears it's a lie, and just go with it. I mean, just go with it. Just be like,
no, because
okay.
he's saying like estimation, right?
Right. Look, it could be. It could be a misunderstanding based off of a belief in a model.
Belief in the model. Okay, so no flat earther actually knows where the countries are placed.
No, I'm talking about
Right.
Globers here.
No, I'm
Globers
I'm
could
changing
be
the topic.
mistaken.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you under the impression that east and west are straight lines, or are they circles?
West, they're kind of curved a bit.
Curved
Just
straight line?
a little,
Are you
just
about
a
to give
little.
us a double speak?
Double speak?
Yeah.
What
Are
are
you
you
about
saying?
to say there's straight
What are you?
and curved? Are you about to say something
A
like that?
latitude, like a latitude line? No one thinks that a latitude line is straight. It's only
Is it a
straight if
circle
you,
or what? Like
like
just
on a Mercator map projection, like
is it a
if you're
wiggly
using a
line,
term projection.
circle, straight line, wiggly line? What's going on here with these latitudes? Are they circles or not?
Circles? Yeah, they're
East and
circles.
west. They're circles.
Yeah.
Circles.
Yeah, I might.
Please confirm.
Maybe not hear me.
Why would they be traveling in a circle instead of a straight line?
No, we're not talking about flights. We're talking about latitude lines.
Okay, they're circles or straight lines?
They're circles.
Okay, and you're proposing that they travel in a circle?
No, those two things are different. Like we're not talking about the flight patterns. We're talking about the latitude lines.
Yeah, latitude or circles. We like agreed on it, right? Or we did not. I'm not sure.
Okay, I can tell from the tone of your.
My tone
Okay,
is
but
very
okay,
simple. I'm just
so
a circle.
it's still a
You can
circle.
tell by his tone that he's about to catch you in a double speak.
In a double speak, how am I double speaking?
Circle or not?
Is a line of latitude a line or is it a circle?
It's a circle.
Okay, so when I'm traveling along it, am I going straight or am I turning?
No one travels along a latitude line. No one does that.
If I was to, would I be turning?
You'd be turning, yes.
Good for you.
So are you?
Because if you're
what's
saying
going on?
that Dubai is farther away, right? Then you would have to say that it's west of South Africa, but it's actually
Yeah,
like
it
north.
Is west a circle?
Wow.
Straight line.
West is a circle, yes.
So they'd be traveling west in a circle or a straight
No,
line?
because they don't travel straight west. That's
Okay.
kind of stupid. I don't know.
What is? Yeah. No, actually, you know what? I would actually probably pull back on that. Like,
No,
he has a
because
better
west and east
understanding of
are
this. He has
both
a better
curved
understanding
on
of this
both
than
of our
most people
models, so
do.
it's not a really good argument for either of us to have.
Right. Well,
Because they're both circles.
that's an excellent place to pause. It's not a good example. So why did you bring it up?
I didn't.
No, I mean the whole idea of like latitudes and stuff like that.
I was talking about the equator. I was talking about crossing the equator. No, I'm not talking about like latitude lines. I was just talking. I wasn't talking about the shape of the equator. I was just the equator is the only straight line, right? Like if you're traveling, but of course, when it in regards to left and right, in regards
Let's
to
use
left
the
and right,
equator.
it's a
I
straight
have a
line.
feeling you'll answer this correctly too when pressed. Is the equator an actual straight line or is it only a straight line in spherical geometry?
No, it's in spherical geometry. No, it's not. No.
No, in spherical geometry, that's where it's a straight line because it's
Okay.
a
Well,
straight line.
I don't know what
It's a great
spherical
circle.
geometry. Okay, but
it's a great circle. It's a great circle. It's a line only because
okay,
it's the shortest path between 2 points around a sphere.
because
But
something can be a circle and like you don't have to turn left or right because there's also up and
yeah.
down, right?
No. But turning left and right, yeah, that's if you were going to think of it in Euclidean geometry, and also
Wait,
think about
Euclidean geometry? What is that?
like Cartesian coordinates. Like you're gonna ask me what that is too.
Yeah.
So it's like latitude and longitude.
A
Remember
grid,
geometry class
checkerboard.
when you were first introduced to geometry, and you had an X, Y, and Z axis.
Yeah.
Like the X and the Y are Cartesian coordinates. So you have an up and a down and a left and a right, and everything that you plot on there is is based off of that coordinate system. So like you can derive an angle because you have a flat line moving horizontally and a flat line moving vertically.
Yeah.
Right? That is
Yeah,
Euclidean.
but flights don't use. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Now in spherical geometry, the difference is they take that which we all understand and they say, well, what if we're talking about the surface of a ball? And this doesn't so like it doesn't have to be the Earth. Let's not use the Earth because all of a sudden people's like mind gets all fucking convoluted when you talk about the Earth. Let's talk about the surface of a sphere. Let's say it's a marble or a basketball. Well, if you're stuck to traveling along the surface, then the fastest route from point A to point B is still a curved path. But that's what they call a line because it's the fastest route.
Okay.
You get me? The shortest path
It's a
from
straight
point A
path.
to point B is a curve in spherical geometry.
Right, because you can, yeah, you have to go around the object. Yeah.
Yeah.
But because if you're going to claim that we don't know where it actually is, you would have to make claims like, oh, well, this jet stream is over here, and that's why it's faster to get to this place. You know that.
Right, but you can't conflate the two. Here's the thing. That this is the big problem is that people understand Euclidean. They have a very
Euclidean, what is
small
that?
I already explained it to you. It's the X
Oh.
and the Y.
Okay.
Right? They understand a straight line having no deviation. A straight line is not curved, right?
Right.
The shortest path between 2 points is what?
Straight.
It's a straight line, right? Yeah.
Right. If there's nothing, if you can do that, yeah.
But not in spherical geometry. So what people are conflating the two all the time. They say they think that the world because like in the real world they think that in the real world like everything that I experience, everything that I know, everything that I do, I can plot that and graph that and I can describe it with Euclidean geometry until I take a step back and assume that I am on a ball. Now all of a sudden it gets more convoluted. Now straight lines are curving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a problem.
But what does this have to do with like the flights? The flight
Well,
patterns?
because we can do either or like flights do not use this spherical geometry to actually like plot the course. You
Yeah,
can look
because
it up.
they have to go around the Earth.
No, but they don't listen. They anytime you're navigating, you're using a Euclidean X and Y axis
Cartesian.
of Cartesian coordinates, right? They are plotting the stars on a planar surface.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, you can convert any Euclidean or Cartesian coordinate system. You can plot. You can make a transformation, a conversion, to make it into a sphere if you like, and that's what they've done.
Okay.
They have
If
no
someone's new,
actual
right?
hard proof. They have no actual hard proof, like hard evidence of any curvature, which is what you would have to have in order to assume that you are living on that ball. That the way you think about everything would be in contention.
Okay.
I mean,
So
Any
one more thing
model
to
a
add,
map,
like,
right?
oh yeah, go ahead,
Oh,
dude.
go on, Lou. Go on.
I mean, the last thing I was going to add is like literally, if you're going to think in spherical geometry, there is no such thing as the straight line that you and I both agree on. No such thing. Plumb lines, like if I was to drop a string from the sky with a weight on the bottom, curving.
a string. Wait, what is that? What does a string have to do with, like, what you're talking about? Like when you drop it from the air.
You know what a plumb line is?
No.
In building, it's just a weight on a string, right? It's a way to determine vertical. You get me? Like
It's a way to determine vertical, like the
it's a weight,
bubble in the
WEIGHT, weight. It's a weight on a string, and that is also a way, WAY, of determining what is vertical. Okay.
How?
What do you mean how?
Yeah, how do you determine if it's vertical with the string and the weight?
The weight wants to go to the ground at its fastest path, right? It wants to go straight down.
Okay. Okay, what does this have to do with flight patterns?
What I'm telling you, I mean, the point is lost if you don't even know what a plumb bob is, but like, the point is that on a globular Earth, especially one that is not like equal, one that is an ellipsoid or a geoid, like there's no such thing as a straight line moving from up to down. They have to be curving. There is no such thing as a plumb line that is straight.
Wait, but if the weight is pulling the string down, wouldn't it be straight?
It would have to be if you had any common sense about you.
Okay, then why are you saying that it can't be straight?
Because according to the experts, there is no such thing as a straight line. There are no straight plumb lines.
Oh, because on the microscopic level or whatever, like they're saying that it's not straight.
No, having to do with the unequal distribution of mass around a spheroid and what they call gravity.
Unequal distribution in a spheroid? What does that have to do with the string curving?
Because your globe that you think you live on is not a perfect sphere.
Yeah. And
then
according to
depending on where
Einstein,
you
space
depending
curves.
on where you are, depending on where you are on the globe, and depending on how high you are above the globe, and the mass beneath you, determines in which direction the plumb bob will fall, and it will make curves and zigzags and shit like that.
It'll make curves and zigzags.
According to your team, yes.
Team Globe, go.
Well, who's saying that? I don't know anyone who's saying that.
Geodetic surveys. And Einstein as well. Einstein says that. Or said that.
Okay.
These curves. Shortest distance between 2 points, curve according to Einstein.
Yeah, because Einstein says that the mass will basically it'll follow the path of least resistance. But it's claiming that mass is bending and warping space time. So in that framework, it is falling in a straight line, but that straight line is bending and warping in curves.
Oh, what do you believe, Guapa? You think verticals are parallel, or what do you think?
Verticals are parallel to what?
Each other.
Verticals are parallel to each other? No.
Horizontals are parallel to each other?
Horizontal,
Are
no,
they a
not all
horizontal
the
line?
time.
Is
They
it
can be
parallel to the next
sometimes.
horizontal line?
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, sometimes.
Someone else's
Sometimes.
horizontal can be not parallel with another person's horizontal.
Yeah.
If you were, I know we've already established that you've never done any building, but like, let's just pretend we're trying to build a tree house for you and your freaking friends.
He's
Would
not
you
a
build the
little. He's not
wall?
a little kid. He has a real house. Just build him a shelf or something.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I was just thinking about. I watched the movie Stand by Me again recently.
Build him a granny flat or something. He's got some relatives coming to stay.
Let's say I wanted to create two walls that are both vertical, and I had only building materials that were of a set length. Like I had 8-foot 2x4s. I wanted to make an 8x8 tree house, right? 8x8x8, because I have 8-foot 2x4s and 4x8 sheets of freaking plywood for the floor and for the ceiling. Wouldn't the walls have to be equidistant from each other in order for that to work?
The walls have to be equally distant to each
Yeah,
other.
from the floor to the ceiling, they have to be equally distant, right?
It can be. I mean, I don't think they have to be.
If I only have like I've only got 2x4s and 4x8 sheets of plywood. I got
2x4,
like
2x4.
8-foot 2x4s.
So you have
I got
two
8-foot 2x4s and I got 4x8 sheets of plywood. I'm making a box.
2x4x8.
So like, okay, yeah.
So are you arguing that if I make this box, that my walls are not both vertical and plumb?
Yeah, it's not gonna be it's not. Well, the walls will be vertical, but the ceiling's gonna be messed up.
No. It's the walls that would be messed up. They would
Wait,
not be
aren't you
plumb.
putting?
Ceiling would be too.
Wait, aren't you putting the 2x4 and the 4x8 on the sides, or are you putting it
I'm
on the
gonna
top and
sheet the
bottom?
thing. It's an 8x8x8 box, right?
Yeah.
my floor, my ceiling, and my walls are all 4x8 sheets. 2 4x8 sheets make 8 feet wide and 8 feet tall. Right?
Are we using 3/4
Right.
inch, half inch? What are we doing here?
I'm going half inch because I'm cheap. Well, you know.
All right, do it, Guap.
Actually, because I'm cheap, I'm going to go 7/16. We're going 7/16 on this.
Get her, Guap. Tell him how these verticals that he aligned are not vertical.
I never said that.
I just tell it. Just say it to him anyway.
Okay, you're kind of weird.
Are the walls vertical?
The wall's vertical? Yeah,
Are
if
the
it's
walls
8 by 8
vertical?
by 8, it would be.
Both walls or just one wall?
Welcome
to flat.
They would all they would all be parallel vertical if it's 8 by 8 by 8. What about it?
Yeah,
What does
welcome to
this
Polaris.
have to do with flight patterns?
No. We're talking about plum.
Okay, so we're just changing the. Okay. Well,
Dude, flight patterns were like an hour ago.
yeah, but the whole point of us delving into this was talking about dimensions, right? And then he started talking about 8 by 8 by 8 cubes. But
well, I mean, if you
because he
believe
started talking about spherical geometry, and then he went into this. But I wasn't even talking about up and down. I was talking about left and right.
Horizontal being perpendicular to vertical.
Perpendicular. It doesn't really matter. But we were talking about left and right flight patterns, like
yeah, left and right. Will they be the?
I'm not talking about the nose dip. That like that's a different argument.
Right.
Like
So
I'm just talking about like
a flight pattern left and right. So it takes off, it levels off, right? Is that level horizontal? Right.
Is that level?
Are
Is that
planes
level
flying horizontally?
horizontal?
Are
Yeah,
planes flying horizontally?
Well, I don't know what it has to do with the topic, but like it doesn't. It's
think
not
they are?
actually horizontal when it lands, or it lands, or it takes off in both models,
Okay.
right? Because
Fair
you guys,
enough.
we still believe in mountains, right? And how things are kind
Do
of
you
curved.
think planes
you
are
know, but-
flying horizontally once they've
No.
taken off and they've leveled out?
They're flying level. Not
Yeah,
hard.
but that's a different topic because I'm not talking about the nose dip, right? I'm talking about like where when the plane goes left and right.
Isn't that
I'm not
horizontal?
talking about.
What is it? What else would you say? Left and right? Like that's not up and down, right?
Right.
Left and up and down.
Yeah.
Horizontal, vertical.
It'd be a straight line, right?
No.
A level line?
No.
What would it be?
Well, it doesn't matter. Like we're not talking about that.
You left and
We're
right.
just talking about how like if you put one flight connection on a flat model. I don't know, like you guys believe that it might be the countries might be like rearranged, whatever, right? But on a flat, you guys believe it's like flat or semi-flat, right?
What would be rearranged? I don't think anything would be rearranged. You go from A to B.
Someone else just said that. Someone else just said that it could be in a different country. Like it could be arranged somewhere, and that's why Dubai is farther away than South Africa.
I never heard anybody say that. That's just kind of
well, you weren't here.
I said I'm not
Okay.
here to talk about. I don't have a claim about the exact configuration of land masses, how far they are apart from each other, where they are in relation to one another. I don't have a claim about that. Don't
that's what I'm
know
saying.
for certain.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Like because that's why I said, well, like no matter the arrangement of the countries, like it's flat.
All right, so you want to measure something, right? So like just I don't know
Measure.
I don't know the distance either, right? So but you want to measure the shortest distance between 2 points. Is that correct? Or
I want to measure the distance between 2 points.
shortest distance. What would that be? Like a straight line, right? Like not a curved line, right? Curved line would be a longer distance. You want
Well,
to know
you
the
can't.
shortest distance between a straight line, right? I mean
Yeah,
between
but you're
2
not
points.
doing it in either model, right? You're not going in a straight line in either model.
So what are we proving then in either model?
Well, on both models, you're going up and down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah. So you want to map it out and imagine that we have the short. We're going to try to travel the shortest distance, but the plane's still going to take off and change in elevation, right? But we want to map out the shortest distance between 2 points.
Well, you would then have to claim that like the reason why it takes so long is because it's so high up in the air, so it takes longer to get
What
there.
takes so long? I just want to go from A to B, and the shortest distance would be a straight line, right?
Yeah, but then you start talking about like taking off, and like you're using that as an argument to make it so that it's
I'm
longer.
not. I thought you were using that as like it's not a straight line because we're taking off.
That it's not a straight line because it's taking off.
Listen, if nobody's making
Yeah,
that,
it's not.
okay, fine. All right, so
Well,
so we're just going to map it out with disregarding takeoff of the elevation of the ground up to the sky. So you're going to have the shortest distance between the 2 points being a straight line or something else.
the shortest distance would be not going left or right, just straight, just like straight ahead, but it wouldn't be like
He
a
nearly
straight
said
line.
it. Yeah. There you go. Hey, right.
Yeah. So I mean, like a triangle can't be like 5, 5, 10, right? Because it'd be right. So the right, so the shortest distance it would be a straight line, would have zero slope to it, right? Because a sloped line would have a little bit of a longer distance than a straight line, than a horizontal line. A horizontal line would be shorter than a sloped line.
What's the difference between a straight line and a horizontal line?
One has a zero elevation and is the shortest distance between 2 points, and one is not.
Okay, but what's the point of distinguishing it from each other in this conversation?
That a sloped line would be longer than a horizontal line.
Yeah, but we're not okay. But the argument isn't slope; it's talking about like curve. Because the thing is, in a flat Earth model, it would have to like curve, and like with some
Would
of
it?
these like flight times, unless you guys believe that it's. But you say that you don't know, right? Which it could be.
I'm
Right?
just saying,
But
if we were going to try to get to a destination in the shortest amount of time as possible, we would want to. Our objective, like our ideal goal, would be to follow a straight line path.
well, you can't do that because the thing is on a plane, it has to get off the ground.
Right, right. And the short,
But I'm not talking about
want to level
elevation.
off, and
Is this someone misunderstanding maps? Or
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we've got someone model afflicted and wanting to reification.
Model afflicted. I haven't heard that in so long. Oh,
Yeah,
Bev, where
I
you
always
been?
think it's weird to compare distances to itself. Like, how does this linearly scaled visually distance identically look to you? What?
Yeah, because if you're saying that Dubai is farther away from South Africa, then Dubai would have to be west of South Africa.
So you don't know how maps
not.
work, I guess.
Distance, Shane.
Because if you go north of South Africa, you start to go to like the Middle East, right? So it can't be west of South Africa.
Dude, I don't think I understand the question. I probably should have stayed out of it.
He keeps on flip flopping between east and west being a circle, and then east and west being a straight line, and then west of a place. He hasn't really.
The west to east is a straight line. I never said that.
No, I'm just saying you haven't really come to
Dubai, and that we all believe that Dubai is somewhere else on the map in his mind, but he won't tell us the map, and it's very annoying. So.
Okay, but because I said that because someone else said like we're not claiming that it's like in a certain way. Like we don't know what is, right? And that's
yeah.
why I said that.
I don't.
Right. That's why I said that. So I'm like trying to like figure out how it could make sense.
How do you know that?
By giving like, you know, ideas of what it could be, but even though I don't believe that, I'm just trying to understand like how
Sounds
it's
like you're straw
possible.
manning thing.
Yeah, it's a straw man.
What am I
You should step down.
Good.
What am I I know you guys are trolling and are just pretending to be flat earthers, okay? Like you can't.
Oh,
like,
absolutely not, man.
No, I was like,
I can't. I don't know.
I
Like,
completely agree with you, though, Guap, that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and that would be our objective. Is to fly in a
right,
straight.
but unfortunately, it's impossible to do that in a flight.
Why is that?
Because you have to take into consideration elevation.
So your objective cannot be a straight line because elevation exists.
Yeah.
Right. But you can still map it out though in a straight line, like A to B, knowing that you're going to have to take off and like I'm going to go from my couch to my kitchen, but I know that I'm going to change elevation because I'm going to have to stand up and from the couch position.
That's
right?
non-analogous.
Is it not? I mean, you're saying
It's non-analogous.
I'm going to crawl to the
Like
refrigerator.
if you're gonna talk about like your head being like changing in elevation, I don't know. I know you're trolling.
Tilt it forward
because
too,
that's
so your
kind
head
of a
gets there before
non-analogous,
before the rest of your body,
I
right?
feel like it was fairly analogous to what you're talking about.
How is it okay? How is it analogous? We're talking about walking somewhere to like
No, you're
some
talking about
place near your
flat.
house, and you're comparing it to like the flight.
Not being
Like
flat
that
because you have elevation is the same thing, right? It's a silly place to start.
What's the same thing?
They're saying, oh, it's not flat because it's elevation and topography. Like, ha ha ha, gotcha. It's like, no. You're saying that we can't
No, it's
fly
not
because
gotcha.
that
Someone
wouldn't do
else
a curve.
brought
All
that
right.
up. Someone else brought that up. Not me.
Are you thinking you'd have to go through the severe? What?
I don't know. I think
Either
this
way, right?
wants to go to
Straight
Dubai.
line?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. It's been 30 minutes of just nonsense. Sorry.
Oh my god! All right, let's just move on.
Yeah,
then.
because you're retarded, so it's nonsense to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
there's
go
no
now.
need for that,
All
man.
right.
There's no need for that, man. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Whatever. See ya.
It's just that you got these things going on with a map that's made of east and west, which are circles, and then latitude, which are circles, and then you're trying to map a straight line over the surface, but you know that you have to change an elevation. But we still want to map out the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. We still want to do that. That's no problem. That should be the goal. And you're saying that that's not possible because of something in the south. I don't know what you named, like 2 destinations.
He left.
You made fun of him. Somebody made fun of him.
You guys let him troll you for that long.
Apparently, we're the trolls.
Right. Weren't there like average, actual new people over here at some point? What happened to them?
But they come and go. It's your regulars that hang out hours, and then there's people that come and go, and new people that drop in.
Right. I think someone told me new people are the current.
That gang to go back to huddle, you know.
They've gone to they're reevaluating their strategy.
That's right, man.
Coming up with a new game plan.
Well, they're not allowed to do that, right? They have to go refer to their dogma. They can't actually ad lib or invent a free thing.
That's right. Gang, gang, gang. Fail. For real.
Right. Only we can do that, technically.
I'd say that's valid.
Yeah, it certainly was pretty interesting and pretty painful. Don't these guys have like new arguments? At least with Owlish, man, I got to hand it to her. She does come out of left field. These guys just come and spin the same shit every day.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but That dude was obviously a waste of time, right? You're just engaging with that in mind, so it's cool. You're just like toying with him.
Oh yeah, same. Reel him back around to the curvature. You know, if he thinks his flight paths, hate that we're flying over a sphere, then got to measure that sphere, right? But anyway,
Dude, I always thought that argument was silly. Like if it's from the same coordinate system, it actually shows you the same distance visually scaled differently. So to say, how's this globe distance look on this globe distance? You're like, what? Why? What are you talking about?
It's really funny to me that the loudest voices regarding navigation, for example, his flight paths and everything, have actually never navigated in their entire friggin' life.
Right. Yeah, but most people haven't, right? That's why they have GPSs with all those correction tables. That's how they sold it, right? With the heavy corrections, they're like, "Oh, you don't want to do that manually. We'll automate that right about the 60th latitude. Don't worry about it."
Yeah, I got lucky with that.
I haven't really navigated. I have a friend who has a private plane. I'm going to get with him soon.
Oh, dude, that wasn't a shot at you or just people that haven't navigated. It's just that they talk with authority on that subject, and none of them have actually ever done it. And like for example, I was kind of lucky with that. At the school that I started out in, I'm 39 this year, but it was one of the last schools to do orienteering. And so you did cross country, but you'd also have to navigate to each point doing the cross country as you're running through the bush, which was very, very helpful later on in the army when we were learning navigation. I think it's really healthy. It's really good. I'm going to teach my daughter that too.
Dude, people do have huge confidence on the internet. There was this dude named Drink of Kool-Aid, right, who was talking about that for a long time, and I had him on, and we talked to him for like 2 hours, and it turns out not only have you never done this or navigated, but like one time your daddy took you on his lap in the boat around, and then that's what you're basing this whole contention on. I was like, oh, dude. Jeez.
It's back to an emotional attachment every time.
And so I'm looking forward to teaching my daughter that. She's almost old enough. Get a local military map and compass and everything like that, and teach her how to use analog watch as well. All that good stuff. It's good to know.
Absolutely.
Oh, not only that, all navigation, just like marksmanship, is based off of flat, which is something these guys can't get their fucking heads around.
Of course, it's because the curvature is negligible up to 600 miles while sailing, or like up to 100 miles while building, but don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not how it works, as you guys know. Like even just walking on the ground, okay, you're on a patrol, and usually, on a training patrol, each leg will be anywhere between 300 and 500 meters. How far you can actually get off target if you miscalculate or you don't do it right is amazing. Now, if you factor in curvature and things like that over longer distances, it's going to throw you way out. You never factor in curvature. It's a bearing. It's a straight line. From an artillery compass, artillery protractor, on a map, you convert that to magnetic, off you go. It's not hard. It's hard to do. It's not hard. Yeah.
That Owen Benjamin short globe Earth sniper. Right? He's lining up to take the shot. All right, calculate the Earth spin. Wait, no, just fucking shoot it. No. I know that I have to. It's only in a mirage. I can only see him because of the Earth curve. So I have to accommodate. He's like, take the fucking shot. It's hilarious. It's like this never happens in real life.
Oh no, dude! Like it was funny when Shooter came out. Mark Wahlberg and that. I was actually asking the last, Slav and Ronnie and all of them, and Shori in the sniper cell, and it's just like, you guys actually factor that shit in, and like, nah.
Of course not, right? Like that's stupid.
And then I joined mortars, which you shoot again. You're shooting out to 7 kilometers, and same thing, and that's a very high trajectory weapon. You're talking 30 plus seconds of hang time at the longer distances. If it was something that would be pertinent, then you'd factor that in, especially for a weapon that can't fire below 45 degrees. So.
Right.
Right? Like, it's kind of crazy that they account for the curvature of the Earth when they're making those calculations.
Well, they don't, right? They just lightly imply that they have a calculation and that it must include Coriolis. We actually looked into it pretty deeply. There is actually
Well, they
nothing
do. I
in
mean,
any
if you
manual
look at
that
the
says
Navy
it.
calculations,
Well,
if
if
you
you want
look
to
at
show me
anything
something that says
larger
that
than
it does,
45
that would be
millimeters, you know, when they fire it out there, they account for the curvature of the Earth.
No,
You can see it in all their manuals and all their training. They account for it, right? Which is kind of crazy, right? Because if the Earth wasn't
Do you just like to
curved,
talk through and over everyone?
then why would they account for it if the Earth isn't curved, right? Yet they still hit accurately over long distances.
Firstly, dude, stop talking over everyone, number one. And two, I want you to put in the chat the military manual that you were talking about, because it is not in any military manual whatsoever.
It's not in any military manual. Are you willing to bet on that?
Did you hear what I just said before you interrupted and talked over me? I said that they lightly
I didn't
infer.
talk over you.
All right.
They don't lightly infer it, okay?
Okay, well then
they
you know, right?
explicitly
Because you've read the
imply it.
manual and you know what you're talking about. Clearly, that's why you interjected in
Sure.
this public forum from a place of ignorance. Got it.
What? So he's saying Coriolis effect is the curvature of the Earth or the rotation? Which one are you saying? Chardsey?
Definitely another troll.
Is it Earth curve or rotation that they're accounting
No,
for?
it's Earth curvature.
Gotcha.
It's explicitly applied in most military manuals, especially naval
Which would
manuals.
be Earth curvature would be what? Drop over distance, like something dropping.
Something dropping.
I mean, falling, something dropping over distance. Curvature.
No, I don't think it's comparable. It's
Okay,
curvature.
so is it Earth spin or curvature? I mean, you got to pick these
It's
things.
curvature. I mean,
okay, the curvature is drop over distance. Is that then what they're accounting for?
hold on, here, I'll post it. All right.
Just
here
say
you go.
it. Don't. I mean, you can post it too, but just say it.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh look, here's a field artillery manual gunnery channel. Look, exactly what I said.
I appreciate you posting it. I'm not knocking you for posting it. I just want you to just say it. It's drop over distance or it's Earth spin, like Coriolis. What's going on?
It's not drop over distance, it's curvature.
Dude, what is
firing a projectile over a curved plane.
It's the change of rate of slope. It's the change of rate of slope, isn't it?
In respect to something, right? They're going to have a reference plane.
I mean, I don't know why this is a controversial subject. It's pretty well established. Hold on. Don't talk over me, okay? It's pretty well established that the Navy and the Army, when dealing with long-range weapons, account for the curvature of the Earth when accounting for their firing solutions, okay? I don't know why this is controversial.
Is it
obvious? You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're fucking talking about, number one. And number two, it's not controversial at all.
Hold on. Do you think that there's a United States Army or United States Navy handbook which provides firing solutions which don't account for curvature of the Earth over long ranges? Is that your position?
Well, what you've given here is an article, right? It's not a manual. It's not a book. We've got an article here that says that one, they correct for gravity. Two, they correct for the. Shut the fuck up, dude, or I'm going to mute you.
Do it, man. That just proves you don't have a position. If you have to mute me to prove your position, you don't really have a position.
Why are you insulting?
No, because you're a smart ass making sounds in the background. That's why.
Addressed his question.
Please go ahead, AJ.
I am addressing his question, whoever that was. All right, so one, his citation is not from any firing manual showing any sort of calculations that need to be made. It's an article that claims they are correcting for gravity. They need to correct for curvature of Earth. They need to correct for the westerly drift to the projectile due to the rotation of the Earth, and that they need to correct the drift towards the equator. To gravity coefficiency. So we got a cool story here, but I've never heard of anyone having to correct for gravity. I've never heard of anyone correcting for Coriolis. or curvature. And there are actually military weapons that shoot out a great long distance that don't account for curvature.
Gravity
So no,
would
your
just
article,
be drop.
yeah,
Just fall
article
rate.
is nothing, yeah.
And yeah, just to that, AJ, look, again, it's not an actual manual. By the way, Diabetes, you've been spazzing out in the chat. Righto, man. Bring your globe proofs, man.
Hey, am I allowed to speak again?
Yeah, just can you state whether it's whether Coriolis is curvature or Earth rotation, please?
Did you see the 3 articles I
want
posted?
I want your analysis.
Where the military accounts for the curvature of the Earth and creating firing solutions.
Did
Did you see that?
Yes, curvature.
I said,
How
I
do they
posted
account for
3 of them,
curvature?
so
Explain it
one
to
of
me,
them's got to be permanent.
like I'm not
Stop talking over people, Chargy, number one. And number two, you haven't posted anything from manuals. You're posting articles. And also, they're not called firing solutions.
Why are you derailing him? That's my question.
No one's derailing him.
You're literally muting him and interrupting him at the same time.
No,
That's not fair, is it?
He gets muted for talking over people and making smart comments because he can't control his mouth.
Yeah. Please don't concern troll. That's concerning yourself with the actions of moderators, right? Do that. Don't do that here, please.
So Chargy's still in the naughty corner. Diabetes, you've been spazzing out in the chat, man. Who measured curvature? You said it was Eratosthenes. How did he do that? Diabetes, you're up, man. Come on. Don't be shy.
He was arguing this 2 hours ago. He's still going on it.
Oh, he's just trolling. I just find it kind of fun and funny. He's
Wait, have you
certainly
unmuted me? So you wanna unmute me, but you haven't unmuted Sade, who was the one who is actually trying.
I just told you, do not concern yourself with the administrative actions of moderators. It's not your concern who or who isn't muted. For yourself, right? And at this rate, you're going to stay muted if you don't stop concern trolling. I won't repeat myself again. Thank you.
But anyway, it's always interesting when they bring up, people always bring up military weapons and everything like that, and Coriolis or curvature, because it simply is not factored in. If it was important, it would be factored in. It is
Yeah, except
you
it's
have
very
2
important,
goals.
and you should read the articles that he gave you.
Yeah, I will, Diabetes.
You should. You should, man.
If they're manuals, do not talk over me, man. All right. If they're manuals, I'll happily read them. If they're just articles like the first couple that he put up, what's the point? They're an article. They're not a manual. Now, you have 2 aims when you are firing any kind of weapon system at any range. A, to hit and destroy your target, and B, to avoid blue on blue, to not kill people on your own side. Now, I'm an ex-mortarman, for example. I've done work with artillery. I've done a lot of work with snipers as well. I've shot sniper rifles as well. I've also, again, been to work with artillery. We call them 25-mile snipers. They can shoot out to a very, very long range. You know what they don't factor in for? Coriolis or curvature. Same with naval gunnery. What you'll find that those adjustments are for is the distance between each barrel on the turret. So you have a spotter. They call in the naval gunfire. You have the adjustments between each, same as in a mortar line, the adjustments between each tube. Each individual mortar, that will account for the distance between those 2 mortars. It's the exact same with each turret has however many guns on it. You're adjusting for the fall of shot as to how far apart those barrels actually are. You're also adjusting for, in naval warfare, you're adjusting for drift. You're adjusting for the movement of your own ship. You're adjusting for the movement of the target ship, for example, in a naval gunfight. Okay, what you are not adjusting for, you are adjusting for current and all that kind of stuff as well. Sorry, AJ, go ahead, mate.
Well, I was going to say that if you actually had have read the citations yourself, he's actually put in a range table for a 16-inch gun. Yeah? And on this range table, inertial velocity equals 2,500 feet per second. Weight of projectile equals 2,700 pounds. Length of projectile equals 4.5 calibers. Radius of ogive equals 9, right? And if we have a look at what's taken into account, the first in the table is the range. The second is the angle of elevation. The third is the increase of angle of elevation for 100 yards. The fourth is the angle of fall, the flight time, the striking velocity, the drift, right? Danger space for a target 20 feet high, maximum distance, change of range for variation plus 10 feet per second inertial velocity, change of range for variation pounds of weight, change for variation in density of air, change of range for wind, change of range for motion of the gun in the plane, change of range for motion of target in plane. Sounds like they're talking about shooting over a plane here. And wind there, 10 knots. The next one is the lateral wind. The next one is the lateral motion of the gun perpendicular to the lines of fire. Obviously, this is on a Navy ship. Deviation for target perpendicular to the line of fire speed. And changes in height of impact for variation of 100 yards in slight bar. So there is nothing in this table that supports the claim that he just made from his own citation. Nothing there supports it. Everything else are articles assuming that these things are taken into account or stating they are, when none of these tables actually show it.
Yeah, man, it's the exact same story every single time they try and bring this shit. It's the exact same story every single time. Yeah, you do account for everything that AJ just went through in the table, but mostly what you're accounting for initially when you are plotting where to kill the target or to hit the target, you are after bearing, you are after elevation, and you are after charge. That's what you're after. Or azimuth is elevation, azimuth in American parlance. Yeah, it's like, I love it when they bring this shit up, AJ, man. I love it when they bring it up, man. It's hilarious. Yeah, diabetes. Old mate, he's gone. He's decided to drop out. So again, man, Eratosthenes, what was he measuring? Don't want to talk about that. How about you talk about spin? Want to talk about spin? No, what about what old matey was just talking about? You want to talk about that? And crickets. Righto.
It always goes like that. Let me do my surface level Google first page result. Here, take that. It's like, no, that's nothing. It's been refuted resoundly. Here, stick around, right? Let us show you how stupid that is.
Elmira, you're looking. I can.
Firebolt, yeah.
What was that? Sorry.
Dumb gaming memory, nothing important.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over you, Dylan. It definitely is always interesting when they bring this shit up. Yeah, you're right. First Google, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and crickets. You end up with crickets at the end of the day. But look, I can definitely help run. If anyone wants to, just hit me up on Messenger. I can help. I can run you through the actual military doctrine if you'd like, for when people bring this shit up. You guys seem really au fait with it anyway, but yeah, it's really, really simple. It's not simple to do, but it's very, very simple regarding the Curvature is never factored in. Coriolis is never factored in either marksmanship of any kind of weapon or in navigation, and it's all based off of flat. It is really, really simple. I don't get, again, when we were being trained in navigation, why I didn't pick up on that in the first place. I should have been a flat earther I should have been a flat earther at 17 years old. It took a hell of a long time for me to come around to that, despite the fact that we were working off flat the entire time.
They always conflate Coriolis with Earth spin anyway. Like if they want to say that they're accounting for Earth spin, okay, make that claim. Don't say something stupid like they're accounting for Coriolis effect, because Coriolis effect is an optical effect. It's not actual thing that's happening. Right? Something that appears to be happening because you're turning, right? You're on a turning, moving reference frame. But no military personnel is worried about whether their projectile is appearing to deviate. We can't let them see it appear to deviate. That's ridiculous. Right? We can't let anybody see an optical illusion when we're killing them. No, that's not what's...
Bang on the money, man. It's great when they bring that up because they go into my territory. Then I'm not au fait, as au fait anywhere near as au fait as you guys are on the other stuff. But that stuff, that's it's just funny, man. I just find it so hilarious.
The issue is that they're counting for drop over a distance of the trajectory, yeah. So you might want to claim that that's Earth curvature, but that's got nothing to do with that. But sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I had something else going on in the background.
Yeah, you said about drop over distance and not accounting for curvature, and you're right. Every weapon has a maximum effective range, and that's based off of the charge you have behind it, how much propellant there is, what the muzzle velocity is, how it flies through the air, how fast it travels, what the weight of the projectile itself is, and what it's designed to do.
Yeah,
that
and that's
that
what I was going to say. Sorry,
with,
was that it's irrelevant anyway. The time the bullet's in the air, the amount of rotation that's going to occur is really irrelevant in that shot. There's much more important factors such as wind, humidity, velocity, all of those things that we've spoken about that are really important, yeah? In the overall grand scheme of things, even if it was rotating, I don't believe that it would be taken into account because it's such a small amount.
If it was rotating, obviously we're going hypothetical here, things like mortars, artillery, long range, high trajectory, they might, because that is something that can, especially with a danger close mission. So a danger close mission is anything inside of 600 meters. If you have friendlies that are on the ground within 600 meters of where you're firing with a mortar, for example, that's considered danger close. They might factor that in, or might not, just because, again, you don't want blue on blue. But it comes down to the very basic two principles. One, you want to kill the motherfucker you're shooting at, and two, you don't want to kill your own motherfuckers. It's really that simple. Yeah, to your point, AJ, yeah.
So what else is going on up in here? Diabetes, man. You're all like surface level 101 stuff.
I hear you.
He's raging.
Oh, he's not even in here. What am I talking to him for? Oh no, yes.
Yeah, I was trying to help him in the chat, and he's just joking.
Predicts as oh, you want to get into eclipses, bro? I don't think you want to do that. That's like dangerous.
You
for
made
you.
a claim, so go for it.
What did I claim?
Or is it my turn to speak, or is it you still speaking?
What? You have me muted?
So, how does Eclipse work?
You mean like how do we use the interlocking solar lunar cycle with the oscillating term to choose, an intercedence point with the nodes to predict where it's going to, show the next eclipse based on the eclipse pairing of the 7 eclipse cycle? You mean like that, or do you think that's exclusive?
You just took out. You just copied and pasted and
I did
change
what?
all of the words. So why would you do that?
What do you mean copy and paste and change the word?
So your model, right, is flat. How does an eclipse work in that?
The same cyclical way that everything in the sky works? What do you mean? There's like a cycle to the things in the sky, right? And if you decipher it, it turns out that in a period of 651 years, everything in there repeats infinitely, right? So if you can, say, map one of those periods, you can, quote, predict things to infinity.
Are you
just like I did here
when
when I
things using a flat map?
Well, I'm claiming that I took all the data and I can do it, and that you don't know how it works. That's what I'm claiming.
Well, how do you do it?
Exactly like this. See my nice pivot table with the predictions?
Where?
Right here. And if it's so easy, then you should just be able to go collect the data and do the same thing. It should be super easy.
Crickets yet again.
Right, so just takes a little bit of know-how.
So in Feynman's term, what does this actually show?
Well, first of all, it's supposed to show that eclipses aren't predicted using anything heliocentric, exclusive, mass attracting, mass gravity, none of that shit. What do you mean how?
When we look at an eclipse, it's circular. Why is it not flat? Can you explain that?
We can definitely talk about that
terms.
if you want to concede that only I have the master power to predict eclipses and it has nothing to do with heliocentric exclusives. Sure, just say that and then we'll talk about what causes the shadow.
Right.
I got you all.
I want you to answer my question. Why is it round and not flat?
So you agree that only I have the master power to predict eclipses and NASA must now thank me and Fred?
Power? I don't understand what you mean by master power.
Well, you're trying to skate past the point that I raised when we talked about the spreadsheet that you immediately dismissed and went back to the sides of the shadow, right?
Well, this spreadsheet, it's I don't understand. I don't understand it. How?
Well, what do you think?
Full of numbers.
Well, do you think that would be because you don't understand the eclipse cycle or how it's, quote, predicted or how you're in fact arguing it?
Well, you don't understand why it's round.
Sure I do. You know how they predict that shadow?
Okay, if you do, can you address it? Why is it round?
Sure, and how they predict the shadow, right, is based on a 17th century monk observation on the penumbra and then reduced to a ratio and clipped to the cycle and then forever attracted to the path.
You're referring to a lot of things.
I'm sorry, what?
In Feynman's term.
What does that mean?
In a simple explanation.
Yeah, I'm telling you how they predict the shadow. Well, it's got nothing to do with what you say it is, right? So when we're looking at predicting
a shadow doesn't determine the shape of it.
So then you do concede that only I hold the power to predict eclipses and NASA must thank me, right?
Again, you're not the one who's predicting it. You're using, I don't know what this spreadsheet is, but
well, no, I did use it to predict.
And you can predict eclipses. Well, hold on, you're interrupting me. NASA can predict, you can predict it. Why is it a sphere shadow?
Like this one, I predicted that one, and then I predicted the next 2,400 ones, right, with a whole bunch of maps to go. But
you're just avoiding my question.
Well, only me and NASA can do it, right? Then because NASA can't do it at all, they cite Fred. So then, really, it's only me and Fred.
Who's Fred? What? NASA, right?
Well, yeah, Fred Espenach, the guy they have to cite.
Why
NASA,
is it a sphere?
Well, NASA can't do anything.
It's a simple question. It's a simple
All
question.
NASA can do is cite Fred, right? So then instead of Fred, it'll have to be me and Fred when you talk about it
you're
in the future.
referencing things that I don't know. In Feynman's term, right? Why is it a sphere shadow? You don't have an answer to that, do you? Does anyone have an answer to this?
Of course
Any
I do.
flatties here? Okay, can you explain?
You know what magnetic polarization is?
No. What is it?
Well, there you go. That would be what would be responsible for whatever the interference pattern that we observe in the sky optically is, right? That would be my explanation. Magnetic polarization would occur. That's what we see in the sky. Yeah. Well, you know how it shades out destructive interference with one to another?
So that's what creates the circular? Or the circle?
Well, that's just my personal answer for why it is that shape, right? Which I said I'd give to you after you agreed that I could only predict eclipses with Fred, which you did agree to, so I'm cool with that.
Other people have different answers to this. Is that what you're claiming? Because it's your personal answer and not an actual scientific or empirical data?
You don't think eclipse cycles are empirical data?
Again, you claimed that it's your personal, right, explanation.
It's not my personal data, though, right? It's all celestially observed.
It's also your personal data because you made this up.
Well, it's my personal because you can't replicate it, right? Technically, that's why it's mine.
Okay, you can't replicate it, sure, but again,
do you know why you can't replicate it?
Why?
Well, because you don't understand the cycle pattern, right? If you were to pull the solar cycle data from NASA, you'd have no idea how to pair those eclipses for the ever-increasing solar and lunar intercedent cycle, right? You'd have no idea which part of that 651-year cycle you're looking at, or how to extrapolate the pattern from there. But since I do, right, I can use that data, pull it in, use my pivot table, and then, quote, predict every eclipse that's ever happened, and look at every one that's ever occurred. But the whole point of this exercise is that it's nothing to do with heliocentricity, right?
So you're saying that I can't predict, and I have to refer to NASA?
Well, NASA can't predict, right? They have to cite Fred. Go look at the NASA website. They always have to cite Fred. If you don't know that much, man, Fred Espenak, the one who wrote all the fucking books that NASA cites in sources when they, quote, predict or talk about eclipses.
No.
Because NASA doesn't predict shit is the actual truth, right? And because this guy Fred wrote a book about all the cycles in history, then they extrapolate from that to predict, quote, the next cycle, and that's how they do it.
How about SpaceX? How does SpaceX predict it?
You think SpaceX predicts eclipses?
I'm pretty sure NASA isn't the only ones that predict eclipses and lunar eclipses.
Okay, well NASA doesn't predict it, but you think SpaceX does? Okay.
Again, there are astronomers, right, that are not in NASA that predict eclipses.
No, they don't. Nobody predicts eclipses. That's the whole point of this exercise, and that's why I'm taking the stance. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying that I can, because you guys don't understand that they're just cyclical and pattern recognition, right? So if anyone should replicate what I did, I will immediately explain, oh, it's just observation. Of course it applies to both, right? But until one of you can replicate what I did, I think it's exclusive to us.
How come no one is using your model?
Well, they are. What do you mean?
What? No, we're not. Okay, so if I search it up, when's the next solar eclipse? It will be referred from your calculations.
Yeah, my direct calculations are responsible. Absolutely.
So you're basically just lying at this point. You do realize that, right?
No, you're supposed to know that
prediction.
Exactly. It's not. It's just from a cycle, right? And you keep denying that. So then, as long as you deny that, I can predict it until you acknowledge the truth, which is just that it's cyclical in the sky.
They were observing these cycles long before they believed the Earth was a globe. These are just postdictions based off cycles that repeat. It's not a prediction.
It's a cycle. So
they're just witnessing what's happened in the past and saying, look, it's going to happen again.
Essentially,
it's going to happen again.
Yep, that's the only point, right?
So using the heliocentric.
No, not at all, right? So that's the part where I took all the data, and then if you can tell me which aspect of heliocentricity they would apply, I'd be greatly obliged.
again, all you did, right? I'm gonna
Well, no, go ahead and tell
repeat
me
what you
what
said.
it is.
Hold on. All you did is you showed me a spreadsheet of the calculations, which it doesn't determine anything. It's just a bunch of numbers, and saying that you can predict when it's going to be.
Those factors are
Using
precisely what you need
cycles.
to predict eclipses. That's why I showed that to you. If you look
Right.
at what NASA uses, they would have to use
And
all of those attributes.
is there any credibility to this? That's my question.
Well, I mean, it's all exactly correct. If
How
that's
do
what
we
you
know
mean.
it's correct?
Well, look at the one I put in chat for the April 8th with absolute correct prediction for the penumbra, where the shadow would be.
April 8th.
Yep, April 8th, solar
How do we
eclipse.
know you didn't just copy and paste from NASA or other astronomers?
Copy and paste what exactly?
When it's going to come, the shadows.
Well, do you know how they calculate the shadows? As I was trying to explain before.
How?
It's based on an observation from a 17th century monk who looked at one of the umbras and said, "Hey, it looks to be a little bit smaller than I anticipated." And then he applied a
One of the
ratio to
monks.
that. Yeah, it's one of the Royal Observatory monks. You don't know how that
What is the
astronomy?
monk called? Who is the monk? What's the monk's name called?
Have you read Fred's book in the Espinasse in the 5,000 year cycle? Because that's what it would be referenced.
You show me a citation of this?
Sure, of course.
And again, you didn't address any type of credibility into this. It's your own personal data.
My own personal data.
Which you cannot replicate. That's what you said.
Of course I can. So here's the actual observation, right, from this point. In the 1700s, Philip de la Hare made a curious observation about Earth's umbra. The predicted radius needed to be enlarged by 1/41st to fit the timings from the. So then they applied this ratio from a fractional increase to 1/40 to 1/60, and then therefore is applied as a 1.02 ratio to those numbers
like
when
you're
they
rapping.
calculate it.
So where's the source of this? Did you post it?
5 Millennium Canon of Lunar Eclipses, Espinac and Mies, right? That's from NASA's website. That's the book that they're referencing, and that's where that citation is from.
Yeah, can you show me this reference
We
on the
just
NASA website?
gave it to people. Espinac is the
Where? Where's the source?
Yeah,
You
the
ain't giving
guy
me the
who
source.
calculates the eclipse cycles for NASA using the Saros cycles.
Give me the source.
He
And I will
just
click
did.
on it.
Give him the
Where?
source.
This is a screenshot. This is a screenshot. There's no credibility in taking
source
screenshots of
goofball.
memes or whatever. You pulled out information out of your ass.
Espinac is the source, you goofball, and it'll be on NASA's website too.
Who's for
Yeah,
flat
but
Earth
give
and
me
who's
the
against
NASA.
it? I want to know, is this guy
There you
against
go.
it?
He's against reality.
Why does it matter if I'm against it or not?
Well, he, like most Globers, are laboring under the delusion that heliocentricity predicts things like eclipses using, say, like mass attracting mass, Newtonian gravitation, gravitational or orbital mechanics or anything. But I'm here to say that that's absolutely not the case.
So you're for flat Earth, bro?
Yes, absolutely.
That's crazy. Actually, all the pictures of the globe are fake and they're photoshopped.
They are, according
Nice.
to Flatties.
Nice troll spot.
It's not troll.
Well,
Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that they're trolls.
No, the tone and the intent is where it's trolling. But do you agree that this is totally possible because I've mapped out the cycles that we can actually quote predict, but really just going to show. Well, yeah, me and Fred, I guess, if you want to take it like that.
Oh, you and Fred now.
Yeah, just me and Fred, essentially.
So you copied and paste what Fred did.
Well, here's the data, bro. And if you can do what I did, I'll stop saying anything.
You want me to do my own calculations now?
You or any heliocentric glober, anyone at all.
Wait, you just assumed that I'm a heliocentric.
I did, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Running from your own religion now?
What religion? Are you assuming? Oh, so now you're saying heliocentric is a religion?
Yeah, some worship, yeah.
Who do they worship?
I think that was in the term sun worship.
They worship the sun?
Apparently.
So
You
how
should have
come
stuck with me,
heliocentric
diabetes, because now
religious
you
people
should have stuck with.
believe that the sun is just a medium star?
You should have
Yeah, you
stuck
think-
with me, mate, because you get your ass kicked by people that are much smarter than me now.
Wait,
You
hold
should
on,
have
I think I'm
actually.
losing someone there. Sorry, what did you say? So you're not gonna address my question?
Who is it to?
The person saying that heliocentric is a religion.
Are you sure we don't? So you want to concede eclipses entirely, right? Right away. Just
What? No, we're not
verbally?
talking about eclipse. Again, I want to address. You're not addressing the question.
Oh, yeah, it's a blind
If
faith
if
devoid
they
of
worship
evidence. So
the
yeah,
sun,
yeah, exactly.
how
They think this
come?
giant that
How
the Earth
come?
orbits
Right.
around, that it's greater than the Earth, and all this sort of dogma. So yeah, I call it a religion.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a philosophical standpoint, which they basically came to with the rationale that the lesser should obviously not, or should orbit the greater. So the lesser being the Earth, the greater being the sun. I don't know. Sounds like sun worship to me.
What do you think the moon is?
I think you just answered your own question.
No, we haven't answered anything. What do you think the moon is?
I think it was in the question where you said the moon.
Well, I'm just kind of curious
the
that
moon
you
is
guys
the moon.
think mass attracting mass is even
so
relevant.
were you
right?
basically using definitions within a definition, which doesn't answer anything? It's like saying,
because we can use.
What is a man? A man is a man.
That thing in the sky that you
The
call
moon
the
is the
moon.
moon.
Yeah, I see it.
No. I'm referring to the sky, yes, which is the moon. I'm asking you, what is it? Describe it.
It's the thing in the sky that you call the moon, and I call
No,
it
but
that
you
too.
have to describe it. You have to describe what that thing in the moon, in the sky
No, I
is.
don't. Just go
That
look
you
at
call
it.
the moon. No, yes, you do.
No, I don't.
I'm asking. Okay, so you're
I
direct.
don't.
Okay, you're